The moment before, Zhao Qianzhi was still in his car, negotiating the purchase of a plot of land on his mobile phone. The next instant, a violent collision plunged him into utter darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was an old, weathered wooden ceiling, its paint peeling and cracked. He rubbed his throbbing head still reeling from a hangover and slowly pushed himself up from the hard, unyielding bed. He vaguely remembered a car accident, but had no idea how he ended up here. As Chen Yun pushed open the door and saw the man in bed had woken up, her delicate, fair, and beautiful face instantly turned ashen. Her lovely phoenix eyes widened in terror. She rushed forward, snatched her daughter off the edge of the bed, and clutched her tightly to her chest. Like she'd seen a ghost, she scrambled backward several steps, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the man on the bed. Zhao Qianzhi looked up at the beautiful woman who had just entered, dressed in a shabby, patched-up cotton jacket. Her features were exquisite, her lips red and teeth white, yet she was staring at him with such terror, as if he were some monstrous beast. He considered himself handsome, and having held a high position for years, he was used to being stern and rarely smiling. His employees even whispered behind his back that he always wore a stone-cold face. But surely he wasn't so terrifying. As he shifted his body to get off the bed, he noticed the young, beautiful woman hugging her child and shrinking toward the corner of the wall, her eyes brimming with terrified hatred, as if it might spill over at any moment. He didn't understand where her emotions came from, but he didn't care to investigate. As he moved off the bed, he politely asked, "Where am I? Call my driver to pick me up." He stepped down, his steps unsteady. As he passed the window, he caught sight of his reflection in the glass. The facial features were still his, yet he was seeing himself at 20-something again, with a short, tight crew cut that made his features look even harder and sharper. Stunned, he instinctively reached up and rubbed his face hard, feeling the real, tangible pain. For a moment, he was completely dazed. As he stood there, bewildered, Chen Yun couldn't understand if the man had drunk himself into madness. Seizing the moment of his confusion, she clutched her daughter and quickly ran out of the room. At that moment, Annie Pang, a plump neighbor, happened to pass by, carrying Tu Yang of pork belly. Seeing Chen Yun come out of the house holding her child, she stopped and asked, "Zhao Yun, why aren't you going to work today?" She glanced at the child in Chen Yun's arms, frail and bony, like a skeleton wrapped in skin. The girl was as pretty and delicate as her mother, but terribly underweight. Chen Yun ignored Annie Pang's scrutinizing gaze. After years of marriage to Zhao Qianzhi, she was used to the mocking looks from neighbors. She replied, "There was something at home, so I didn't go." This morning, she had planned to go to work. But Zhao Qianzhi, returning drunk, had somehow heard some rumor accusing her of cheating on him behind his back. He grabbed her and beat her mercilessly. Afraid he'd hurt the child, she had snatched up a rolling pin and swung it at his head. He collapsed on the spot. At the time, she thought he was just unconscious, so she didn't think much of it. She took her daughter to her parents' home, borrowed 20 yuan from her sister-in-law and parents in secret, and returned to find him still lying on the floor. Fearing he'd wake up and beat her again, she tried to move him to the bed. But when she touched his body, she found it ice cold. Gathering her courage, she checked his breath, no sign of life. She panicked completely. Countless times, she had thought about leaving him. When beaten beyond endurance, she'd even considered dying together with him. But every time she thought of her infant daughter, only a few months old, in the end, she could only bite her teeth, swallow her pain, and endure. She never imagined that this morning's blow had actually killed him. Chapter 2. Don't be afraid, I won't hit you. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi inside the room was beginning to grasp what had happened. Yet as someone with a high-level education, he struggled to accept a reality that defied scientific explanation. His tall, upright figure sat on a crude, rickety chair. His long legs stretched out, his back lazily leaning against the backrest. His dark, deep eyes scanned the shabby, peeling walls of the room. It was clean at least, but completely devoid of decent furniture, utterly bare, one might say. He turned his gaze away, his long, well-defined fingers pinching the bridge of his nose in fatigue. He stood up, bent forward, and stepped out into the yard. The mother and daughter were nowhere to be seen. He walked out of the courtyard, following a muddy, narrow path, and without realizing it, found himself at the river outside the village. There he spotted the young, beautiful woman sitting by the river, holding her child. For some reason, he suddenly remembered her sorrowful, hateful gaze and the unmistakable purple bruises on her slender, pale arms that she couldn't hide. As if his legs had a mind of their own, he walked toward the mother and daughter. Chen Yun heard footsteps and looked up. When she saw who it was, her face instantly changed. She had come here to hide, but now he had found her. Panic-stricken and with nowhere to run, she froze. Zhao Qianzhi didn't miss the fear and alarm on her face. He stopped, looked at the trembling, frail figure, and blurted out, "Don't be afraid, I won't hit you." Even he was stunned by his own words. Why'd he said that? Chen Yun didn't lower her guard. Still glaring warily at the tall, imposing man a few meters away, her voice trembled with sorrow as she said, "If you want to hit me, wait until tonight when Miao Miao is asleep. Don't do it in front of her." Her voice cracked with a plea. She didn't want her little daughter to be psychologically scarred. Hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi silently sighed. He had only suspected it before, but now he was certain. This woman and child were the wife and daughter of the body he now inhabited. He had initially thought her injuries had another cause, but now he realized the previous owner of this body was the true culprit. Now, he finally understood the source of the woman's bitterness and rage. He didn't know how to explain his situation to her. Even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe him. He himself still couldn't fully accept this reality. How could she? In the end, he chose to say nothing for now. Instead, he changed his tone and said firmly, "It's getting dark. Let's go home." He turned and began walking ahead of them. Chen Yun had no idea what trick this man was up to, but as the sun set and darkness quickly approached, she hesitated for a moment, then got up and followed behind him, always keeping a distance of more than 2 meters from his tall, upright back. The three of them entered the courtyard one after another. Chen Yun carried her daughter into the room, laid her on the small bed, covered her with a quilt, and then came back out. She went to the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi's tall figure leaned lazily against a stone bench in the yard, his long legs stretched out with nowhere to go. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket for a cigarette to ease his fatigue and clear his mind. But his pocket was empty, nothing there. Just then, a rowdy voice came from outside the courtyard. "Bro Zhao, let's go. Time for drinks." Chapter 3. Having contemplated the family's poverty, he never anticipated it would manifest in such a dire manner. Observing the individual in the kitchen, he noticed a sudden flinch upon hearing the footsteps of an approaching stranger, an instinctive reaction born of fear. At this moment, he retracted his gaze, his anger simmering within. Seeking an outlet, to avoid alarming those in the kitchen, he rose and declared, "Let us step outside." With that, he strode toward the yard. Inside the kitchen, Chen Yun nearly collapsed to the ground as she heard the footsteps fading away, tears streaming down her pale, delicate face. She could endure the hardships of life. Even the occasional beating had become a grim acceptance. However, she could not tolerate the lewd advances of other men nor the indifference of her own husband. Behind the haystack, Zhao Qianzhi, a towering figure nearly 6 feet tall, rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his muscular forearms. In his hand, he wielded a wooden stick, delivering merciless blows to Li Erqiang. Li Erqiang stood no chance against him, crumpling under the assault, curled into a ball, howling in agony like a slaughtered pig. "Brother Ji, please stop. I swear I won't look at your wife again." Previously, he had brazenly flirted with Chen Yun in Zhao Qianzhi's presence without a care, yet today, an innocent glance had provoked a brutal response. After what seemed like an eternity, when Li Erqiang lay gasping for breath, Zhao Qianzhi finally discarded the stick, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. Striking a match, he lit one and took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he coldly regarded the crumpled figure on the ground, disdain evident in his voice. "If you dare to try this again, I'll ruin you." Wounded and shivering, Li Erqiang could only whimper, "I understand." By the time he returned home, the night had enveloped the world in darkness. Compared to the bright bulbs of neighboring homes, his own abode was illuminated only by a feeble candlelight. He had suspected their poverty, but the reality was far more disheartening. Entering the house, he beheld a table set with dark, coarse steamed buns and a mound of unidentifiable salted vegetables. The only redeeming item was a solitary boiled egg. Having been raised in comfort, he found it impossible to consume such fare. Thoughts of the sleeping child, emaciated and frail, haunted him. Although he had never been married or raised a child in his previous life, he recognized the signs of severe malnutrition. At that moment, Chen Yun, initially expecting him to be out drinking and not return, was taken aback by his presence after only half an hour. Standing awkwardly in the corner, she stammered an explanation. "We've run out of white flour. I'll buy some when I return from work tomorrow." Sensing her unease, Zhao Qianzhi chose silence, striving to soften his expression. Despite several attempts to muster a reassuring smile, he ultimately failed. Resigned, he settled onto a low stool and spoke, "From now on, I will earn a living. You take care of the child at home." With that, he picked up a coarse steamed bun, took a bite, and struggled to chew the unpalatable food. Unable to consume any more, she set the food down again. Observing her lingering there, he spoke, "Sit down and eat." Hearing his words, Chen Yun, not wishing to contradict or irritate him, cautiously moved to the table and took a seat. She picked up the steamed bun he had bitten and abandoned, taking small bites. Chapter 4. Fishing to improve the diet. Zhao Qianzhi gazed at the woman before him, her slender arms marked with mottled bruises, leaving one to wonder what injuries lay hidden from sight. Rising, he declared, "Lock the door when I leave." Chen Yun nodded, her gaze following his tall figure as it faded into the moonlight. Hastily, she set aside the bun, secured the door, and retrieved a small bowl of steamed egg from a cupboard. The surface glistened with droplets of oil. She entered the bedroom, lifted her daughter from the small bed, and softly called, "Meow meow, it's time for your egg." Cradling the child in one arm, she tested the temperature of the egg with a small spoon before offering it to her daughter. Outside, Zhao Qianzhi, flashlight in hand and a makeshift fishing rod by his side, settled by the riverbank. Previously, he indulged in deep-sea fishing from a private yacht for leisure. Now, however, he fished solely to enhance the family's meals. After an hour, he remarkably caught a large, plump carp. Realizing the time was late, and concerned for the safety of the two women at home, he swiftly gathered his belongings and made his way back. He tossed several hefty carps into the water tank, removed his muddy shoes, and then shed his pants and shirt, filling a basin with water for a cold wash. Inside, Chen Yun, still awake, was startled by the sounds outside and immediately grabbed a kitchen knife from under the bed. Stealthily, she approached the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain. Through the moonlight, she spotted his tall figure rinsing himself with cold water. After witnessing this, she retreated to bed, concealing the knife beneath. As the sounds outside gradually quieted, she chose to ignore his absence of a request to open the door. Being summer, the night air was not cold, and Zhao Qianzhi, fearing to disturb those within, endured the night outside. The following morning, upon hearing the door open, he awoke instantly. Seeing the woman emerge from the room, already tidied, he remarked, "There are fish in the tank, remember to stew one. Today, you needn't go to work, I'll take your place." Chen Yun regarded the man who had spent the night outside with a wary eye. Previously, he had taken time off to assist her during paydays, yet upon returning, not only had he offended his co-workers, but he also squandered his entire salary on drinking and gambling, leaving nothing behind. In that moment, Zhao Qianzhi chose to disregard her suspicious gaze, as he had long been accustomed to a life of comfort, never having slept outdoors, much less on a haystack. Enduring a night of mosquito bites, which had prevented him from truly resting. Lacking vitality at the moment, he entered the room, opened the dilapidated wardrobe, and took out a washed and faded shirt and trousers. After dressing, he made his way to the kitchen doorway and called out to the busy figure within, "I'm heading out now. Remember to watch the children at home." As he stepped outside, the plump ant, drawn by his voice, approached. Upon seeing the large carp in the water tank, she was momentarily stunned and called out from the kitchen entrance, "Zhao Yun." Chen Yun paused her tasks, lifted her apron to wipe her jade-like hands, and stepped outside, puzzled. "Ant, is there something you need this early?" The plump ant scrutinized Chen Yun from head to toe. Noticing that her face bore no injuries and her lips were rosy against her white teeth, she recognized her beauty, albeit slightly worn, still radiating an extraordinary allure. With a hint of envy, she lowered her voice and continued, "You wouldn't believe it. Your man almost killed Erqiang yesterday." Observing the expression of the woman before her, she added, "According to Oldley, Erqiang came to your house yesterday and glanced at you a few times. Your man called him outside and struck him with a stick, hitting him mercilessly." At this point, she hesitated, feeling a chill at the thought, and refrained from continuing. She had long suspected that Zhao Qianzhi was no good, and now, at last, he had done something commendable for his wife, believing that henceforth, no man harboring ill intentions would dare to flirt with Chen Yun. At that moment, Chen Yun felt an indescribable mix of emotions upon hearing the plump ant's words. She had previously told Zhao Qianzhi about being verbally harassed, yet he had not stood up for her. Instead, he had berated her as an unashamed hussy. From that day forward, she had stopped complaining to him. When faced with ill-intentioned individuals outside, she resorted to cursing like a fishwife, leading to a tarnished reputation. But what did it matter? With no one to protect her, she had to learn to fend for herself. As her thoughts returned to the present, she noticed the plump ant gazing at the water tank. Remembering that she often relied on her to keep an eye on the seedlings while she worked, Chen Yun stepped forward, bent down, and lifted a large fish. This was caught by him last night in the river. Take it home and make a stew. The plump ant, feigning politeness, could not resist reaching out. In these times, no family was particularly affluent, and having a rare taste of meat naturally made her eager. After bidding farewell to the plump ant, Chen Yun turned back to the kitchen, prepared a steamed egg for her daughter, and casually consumed a couple of hard corn buns. She then gathered the dirty clothes and bed linens she had changed out of and carried them to the yard to wash. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, after making inquiries, arrived at the textile factory where his nominal wife worked, helped her resign from her job, collected a meager salary, and then proceeded to the town. By noon, before the plump ant even entered the courtyard, she was already shouting, "Xiaoyan!" Inside, Chen Yun was in the midst of changing her daughter's clothes. Upon hearing the ant's call, she placed her daughter on the bed and stepped outside to ask, "What is it, aunt?" The plump ant, breathless, replied, "Xiaoyan, my son just returned home and mentioned that your husband has terminated your employment. Someone saw him heading to town." Upon hearing Aunt Pang's words, Chen Yun felt an overwhelming dizziness. Fortunately, Aunt Pang was quick to support her. Observing the pallor on her once radiant face, she could not help but exclaim, "Your husband is truly despicable. If he cannot endure, he should leave sooner." She dared not continue further. While others may be oblivious, as a neighbor, she was acutely aware of what Zhao Qianzhi truly was. If divorce were so easily attainable, Chen Yun would not have had to endure such torment. Moreover, she had heard that her sister-in-law from her maternal family was also not an easy person to deal with. Reflecting on these thoughts, she felt a pang of sympathy and assisted Chen Yun into the house, guiding her to sit on the bed. As she surveyed the empty, sparsely furnished room, which only provided the barest shelter from the elements, she averted her gaze and spoke soothingly, "All right, Xiaoyan, do not dwell too much on this. When he returns this afternoon, you can ask him what transpired." At that moment, Chen Yun's mind was a cacophony of confusion. She could hear nothing clearly. Despite the arduous nature of her work at the textile factory, she had persevered, driven by the desire for a stable income to occasionally buy treats for her daughter. But now, with this job lost, how could she support her child? Continuing to live alongside Zhao Qianzhi offered no glimmer of hope for a better future. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, in town with a mere $10 in his pocket, wandered through the streets and alleys, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the era's commercial practices. Passing by a street vendor, he noticed a weathered cloth displaying a celadon vase. Instantly recognizing its value, he paused, squatted down, and examined it closely before nonchalantly placing it back. He then picked up a blue and white porcelain bowl and inquired about its price from the middle-aged vendor. After some haggling, he purchased the bowl for $5, acquiring it along with the celadon vase. After leaving the stall, he took a bus into the city and sought out an antique shop, where he sold the vase for a tidy sum of 100 yuan. With the newfound money, he did not rush home, but instead bought eggs, meat, clothes, and shoes for his child, along with 2 skirts and toiletries. His large bamboo basket was filled to the brim with these purchases before he finally set off for home. Upon disembarking from the bus and walking home, he passed a great mountain and paused. Noticing that it was still early, he gazed at the dense forest, found a stick, and began to clear the thick underbrush as he ascended the mountain. Clearly, this area was seldom visited. The undergrowth was lush, and there was not even a single path trodden by feet. Just as he feared his journey would be in vain, a cool breeze swept by, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Following the scent, he ventured further until he came upon a vast expanse of honeysuckle. If he were to harvest this and dry it for sale at the apothecary, it could fetch him some money. Marking the location in his mind, he prepared to descend, only to notice a rabbit darting into the underbrush. Upon investigating, he discovered a burrow concealed beneath the foliage. Estimating that it must be a rabbit hole, without a moment's hesitation, he grasped a stick and began to dig at the entrance. Carrying 2 rabbits and a bamboo basket, he descended the mountain with lengthy strides and returned home just as dusk settled. Upon entering the courtyard, he carelessly tossed the rabbits into the chicken coop, then removed the bamboo basket from his shoulders, holding it aloft with one hand as he leaned into the house. Suddenly, he was met with 2 sharp slaps, a fiery sting coursing through his cheeks. As he regained his composure, he beheld the small woman before him, her face adorned with a rosy hue yet marred by distress. Her eyes, swollen and glistening with unshed tears, were filled with a sorrowful fury as she scolded him. "You scoundrel, why did you have to terminate my job? Are you expecting us to survive on nothing but the cold winds of the northwest? Her voice was laced with a heart-wrenching hysteria. Upon hearing her words, the anger that had briefly surged within Zhao Qianzhi dissipated, yielding to the sight of this desperate woman as she clutched at his clothing, striking and clawing at him. Eventually, she seemed to deflate, collapsing onto the ground. After a prolonged silence, he sighed heavily, placing the bamboo basket aside. He bent down, lifting her from the floor despite her frantic struggles, and gently set her upon the bed, saying, "Starting tomorrow, I will go out to earn money." As he spoke, he emptied the remaining coins from his pockets onto the dilapidated cabinet beside the bed. He then turned and strode out of the room, settling onto a stone bench outside. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a cheap cigarette, igniting it with a sense of frustration. He inhaled deeply, tilting his head back and exhaling a plume of smoke into the evening air. Inside, Chen Yun, who had been sobbing softly, had initially resolved to confront him for the beating she had received that day. However, to her surprise, he had not resorted to violence as he had in the past. Was it a stroke of luck that he was in a good mood today, sparing her from further abuse? In the dim light, her gaze fell upon a stack of money on the table, causing her pupils to widen in shock. As she counted, she discovered 8 rare 100 yuan bills, not including the scattered smaller denominations. Overwhelmed by the sheer amount, she was momentarily struck dumb. How could he return home with such a fortune in just one day? Had he engaged in some illicit activity? The thought sent her heart racing with anxiety. With the money in hand, she hurried outside to confront the man who was still smoking. "Where did you get all this money?" she demanded, only to realize her voice had risen too high, prompting her to cover her mouth. Glancing at the neighboring wall to ensure there was no eavesdropping, she redirected her furious gaze at him. Recognizing her alarm, Zhao Qianzhi extinguished his cigarette and waved away the lingering smoke, aware that she had misconstrued the situation. Striving to appear less rigid in order not to frighten her, he explained, "I sold a celadone vase today using your wages." Chen Yun regarded him with skepticism, her eyes scrutinizing him closely. The money felt uncomfortably hot in her hands. Never in her life had she handled so much cash at once. Hesitantly, she returned her own wages and handed him the wad of bills. "Take this money. I do not want it. I only desire my wages." As he spoke, Zhao Qianzhi noticed 2 extra rabbits in the chicken coop. Having spent a sleepless night and a busy day, he lifted his bony hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, facing the woman he was ostensibly bound to. Slightly fatigued, he found himself at a loss on how to address this petite figure before him. The reason he had yet to marry at his age stemmed from his troubled childhood. He feared that by marrying and starting a family, he might become like that man, emotionally detached and irresponsible, effectively ruining the lives of a woman and child. Thus, he had never entertained the idea of a woman by his side. Yet now, by virtue of accepting this body, he found himself with a wife and child, compelled to shoulder the responsibilities of a man. However, he was genuinely inept at comforting others. "Just take it. I am weary. I shall retire. Do not call me for dinner," he stated, brushing past her as he stepped into the house. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the room lay shrouded in darkness. He did not notice the child sitting on the bed. He removed his shirt and shoes, his tall frame collapsing onto the bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. Chen Yun stood, clutching a thick wad of cash, lost in thought for quite some time. Upon regaining her senses, she recalled that he intended to sleep. He had never shown much fondness for daughters, and at that moment, their child was still on the bed. Realizing this, her expression shifted dramatically as she hurried into the room, fumbling to light a candle. The room was suddenly illuminated, revealing their daughter perched on the man's chest. Chen Yun rushed forward to gather her in her arms, and upon noticing that he seemed to be asleep, she breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that their daughter had not disturbed him, she gently placed the child onto the small bed, only to discover an additional bamboo basket in the bedroom, filled to the brim with various items. Upon inspection, she found meat, fine noodles, and oil, and beneath those lay the child's clothing and shoes, along with a tightly sealed bag of milk powder. She then extracted 2 long skirts from the basket, her gaze shifting to the sleeping figure on the bed, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Carefully, she wrapped the wad of cash in plastic and concealed it beneath a brick under the bed. Subsequently, she carried her daughter out of the room, laying her on a mat in the yard before entering the kitchen to prepare a meal. She divided a fish in half, frying one portion while reserving the other for soup to feed her daughter. While busy in the kitchen, a sharp wail from the child startled her, prompting her to drop the spatula and rush outside. To her dismay, she found her daughter's little head stuck in the chicken coop, her tiny limbs struggling valiantly. Without hesitation, she approached and freed the coop from the child's head, cradling her flushed face and soothing her gently. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, still in bed, was jolted awake by the heart-wrenching cries of the child. Barefoot and shirtless, he strode out with purpose. Chapter 8. How to Embrace. There she was, already comforting the child. Though oblivious to the events that had transpired, he could not help but notice the sorrow etched on the child's face as she cried in her mother's arms. As I contemplated my inability to be of assistance and was about to retreat into the embrace of slumber once more, an acrid scent of something burnt wafted through the air. Casting a glance towards the kitchen, I noticed the flames still flickering. I stepped forward, steadying my voice, which bore a subtle rasp, and declared, "Hand the child to me." Startled by the outstretched arm, Chen Yun instinctively tightened her hold on the child, her eyes flashing with vigilance and defiance as she retorted, "No need." Her voice trembled with agitation. Observing her reaction, Zhao Qianzhi rubbed his weary yet handsome face. Feeling utterly at a loss in his interactions with women, having reached his 30s without ever establishing a family, faced with a woman who was on guard against him, he endeavored to appear more approachable. However, his tone emerged unexpectedly rigid. "You cannot cook while holding her. The dish is burnt." At that moment, Chen Yun recalled the fish sizzling in the pan and, sensing his rising ire, hurried into the kitchen, using a spatula to extricate the fish, which was now charred beyond recognition. The flames continued to dance, while her daughter in her arms wailed incessantly. Though she yearned to set aside her tasks to soothe the child, the fear of Zhao Qianzhi's sudden wrath lingered in her mind. Just then, Zhao Qianzhi entered, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped much of the room. He extended his long arm, gently taking the still-crying child from Chen Yun's grasp. It was his first experience cradling a baby, and his large, bony fingers awkwardly found their place beneath the child's arms, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed next. His gaze sought help from his nominal partner. Seeing her daughter in his hold sent Chen Yun's heart racing to her throat, and she nervously implored, "Be careful." Her voice quivered with trepidation. In response to her words, Zhao Qianzhi's focus shifted back to the child, oblivious to Chen Yun's fear, and he asked, "How do I hold her?" Noticing no signs of anger from him, and devoid of disdain or repulsion in his gaze, Chen Yun felt a warmth she had never experienced before, yet still harbored reservations about his ability to hold Miao Miao securely. Unable to snatch the child back for fear of causing harm, she stepped closer, attentively guiding his arms to support the child's bottom with one hand while the other cradled her waist. "This will do." At that moment, the previously wailing Miao Miao ceased her cries, her fair cheeks glistening with tears, her large, glistening eyes now curiously flitting over Zhao Qianzhi's, carefully carrying the small bundle of softness. Zhao Qianzhi exited the kitchen, his movements deliberate and gentle, fearful of causing any discomfort to the child in his arms. Lowering his gaze to the little one nestled in his embrace, he was met with a beaming smile from her, accompanied by a trickle of drool. Observing this, Chen Yun approached the kitchen, stating, "She's drooling." While scrubbing the pan, she cast a sidelong glance at him, having noticed his stiffness while holding their daughter. Yet the tenderness in his actions was unmistakable. She reached into her pocket for a clean handkerchief, gently wiping away the drool at the corner of Miao Miao's mouth. All done, Zhao Qianzhi cradled the child in his arms and stepped outside once more, wandering aimlessly in the courtyard, indifferent even to the rabbits that darted past him. In the kitchen, Chen Yun, preoccupied with concern for Zhao Qianzhi, would occasionally glance towards the courtyard, her mind distracted. She rolled out the noodles, added a touch of oil, and sautéed some scallions before cooking a bowl of noodles. Once done, she served a generous portion into a bowl, placing the fried fish onto a chipped plate, and set aside a small bowl of fish soup, intending to secretly feed it to her daughter after Zhao Qianzhi fell asleep. Seated on a rickety stool in the main room, Zhao Qianzhi gazed at the steaming bowl of noodles before him, contrasting it with the scant broth and a mere few strands of noodles in front of his wife. After she took the child from him, he lifted his bowl and transferred a substantial portion of noodles into her dish, remarking, "It's too much. I can't finish it." Chen Yun, taken aback by his gesture, felt as if she were witnessing a ghost, uncertain whether the blow from yesterday had affected his mind. One-handedly holding the child, she silently savored the noodles, chewing slowly. Zhao Qianzhi, perhaps famished, found the simple bowl of scallion noodles extraordinarily delicious, and soon the bottom of the bowl was visible. Being tall, his appetite was naturally considerable. Half a bowl was hardly sufficient. Yet, gazing at the table, he noted only a bowl of fish soup and half a charred fish, with nothing else available. He rose, maneuvered around the dilapidated wooden table, and bent to take the child from her arms, stepping back into the room. As he cradled the child, Chen Yun instinctively stood up, ready to reclaim her baby, anxiously following him. Once on the bed, Zhao Qianzhi noticed her presence and asked, "What are you following me for?" "Eat your meal," he spoke, dismissing the worry evident in her beautiful eyes. He placed the child against the wall, lying down beside her, propping his head on one hand as he watched the infant crawl around on the bed. He had never imagined that he would suddenly find himself a father. After finishing her meal in haste, Chen Yun approached the bed, leaning in to take the child, and said, "I'll bathe her. You should sleep." Zhao Qianzhi felt the softness at his waist vanish in an instant, momentarily stunned. By the time he realized it, there was no sign of the woman and child in the room. Lying flat on the bed with one hand behind his head, he pondered the sudden responsibility of having a wife and child to care for. He could not articulate the feeling, but he did not dislike the two of them. Reflecting on the matter, he resolved to find a way to earn money quickly to support his family, as both the child and his wife appeared far too thin. At that moment, Chen Yun, with her daughter in her arms, entered the kitchen, closed the door, and poured a small bowl of fish soup, feeding it to her daughter, who sat quietly on her lap, drinking the soup offered to her. Once she completed her tasks, she gave the child a quick wipe and changed her clothes. When she returned to the room, the man on the bed had already fallen asleep. Gently placing her slumbering daughter onto the small bed, she extinguished the candle, cautiously navigating in the darkness to her own bed. Once assured that the sleeping man remained undisturbed, she let out a sigh of relief, pressing her body tightly against the wall to maintain distance, turning her back to him, and soon succumbed to sleep. The following day, upon awakening, she found the bed devoid of his presence. Chapter 10. The debt collection. Instinctively, she glanced towards the small bed where her daughter should have been, only to be gripped by a cold sweat at the sight of its emptiness. Recalling the man's drunken ramblings about selling their child, coupled with his recent peculiar behaviors, she hastily dashed out of the house without bothering to put on her shoes. What greeted her eyes halted her in her tracks. The man lay on the cool mat in the courtyard, one hand cradling his head while the other safeguarded the little girl playing on his stomach, protective of her in case she fell. Witnessing this scene, her taut nerves suddenly relaxed. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Qianzhi turned his head, noticing the woman at the door, her hair scattered and bare feet revealing her fair skin, her face pale with dark hair and crimson lips. He withdrew his gaze and spoke, "I will be heading up the mountain shortly. Please prepare some water and provisions for me." Chen Yun, somewhat dazed by his words, replied, "All right." A fleeting glance at her daughter, reassured by the absence of tears on her face, allowed her to turn and re-enter the house. Before long, she emerged, shoes donned, and made her way to the kitchen, igniting the fire and boiling 3 eggs. After washing her hands, she quickly prepared an oil cake and filled a jug with water for him. Throughout this time, Zhao Qianzhi remained attentive to the child. Once everything was in order, he donned a shirt faded to an indistinct hue and slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he stepped outside. Not far along the path, he encountered an acquaintance, who, upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi's well-formed visage marred by several distinct claw marks on his neck, stood astounded. Understanding the man's notorious reputation for consuming alcohol and mistreating his wife, he could not suppress a smirk at the sight of him, so disfigured. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what could have provoked such desperation in his wife to inflict such wounds. As he approached, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and forced a smile. "Greeting. Ji, go out so early?" His gaze flickered between Zhao Qianzhi's face and the marks on his neck. As Zhao Qianzhi placed the cigarette between his lips, the man quickly produced a match to light it for him, ignoring the astonished scrutiny of his companion. Zhao Qianzhi was fully aware of the severity of his injuries, but reflected that it was his own fault for dismissing her without consultation, triggering her fury. With his long, slender fingers, he removed the cigarette from his mouth, exhaling a plume of smoke and addressing the man coolly. "I have matters to attend to. I must be off." After Zhao Qianzhi left, Chen Yun finally relaxed her mind. She picked up her daughter and played with her for a while, preparing to take her outside in search of any short-term work opportunities. It seemed that the man was not in his right mind, claiming he would not allow her to work, insisting that he would provide for the family. He had behaved similarly in the past, suddenly appearing remorseful. Yet, Each time he did this, he would extend his hand, asking her for money, and upon receiving it, he would revert to his true nature. Consequently, she no longer harbored any hope for him. At that moment, she spotted her sister-in-law entering, pushing a bicycle. She approached, cradling her child, and inquired, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Lin secured her bicycle and, with a disdainful glance at the dilapidated yard, thought to herself that this household was so impoverished even the mice would scorn it. If it weren't for the need for money, she would have no desire to visit. "Are you just here with the child?" Chapter 11. Discovery of ginseng. Upon hearing her sister-in-law's question, Chen Yun replied affirmatively. He has gone out. Only when she was certain that her sister-in-law's troublesome husband was absent did Lin breathe a sigh of relief. Her sister-in-law's man was an incompetent brute. Provoking him was never advantageous, and even if she felt anger, she dared not express it in his presence. With a look of disdain and a harsh tone, she questioned, "Have you borrowed money from your mother again? Do you have any idea how much you've taken over the past 2 years since you married? Are you trying to drive me and your brother to despair?" Confronted with her sister-in-law's scathing accusations, Chen Yun felt her face flush deep red, her eyelashes lowered to conceal her thoughts as she responded softly, "Sister-in-law, I will repay the money I owe as soon as I can. The man brought back such a large sum yesterday, and although it was given to me, I do not dare to use a single cent recklessly, fearing Zhao Qianzhi might later demand it back." Lin had no desire to hear her excuses. Well aware of the dire situation at home, if she waited for Chen Yun to proactively repay the debt, who knew when that would happen? As they entered the main room, Lin's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a can of milk powder on the table. Approaching to examine it closely, she confirmed with a sniff that it was indeed milk powder. Such an expensive item was typically a luxury that city folk would hesitate to indulge in. How could they afford it with their current poverty? No money to repay debts, yet willing to buy milk powder for a child, a girl of little worth, was perplexing and infuriating. Clenching her teeth, she glared at her sister-in-law, seething with indignation, and demanded, "Explain this to me." Chen Yun, troubled and unsure how to respond, weakly called out, "Sister-in-law." Lin remained unyielding, her demeanor resolute. "Chen Yun, have you no shame? You can afford milk powder for your child, yet still dare to lament your financial struggles?" She then stepped into their bedroom, opening the rickety wardrobe to find it sparsely filled with the child's brand-new clothing and 2 new floral dresses. Seeing this, she nearly ground her teeth in frustration and turned to Chen Yun, who had followed her, shouting, "You squander my family's money so frivolously. You must repay me immediately." Her voice was laced with desperation. Upon witnessing her sister-in-law's fury, Chen Yun understood that no explanation would suffice. She gently set down the child cradled in her arms and approached the bed, bending down to retrieve a cloth bag hidden beneath the wooden boards. Extracting a handful of scattered coins, she managed to gather 20 yuan, which she then handed to her sister-in-law. Lin, upon receiving the money, still felt a tumult of emotions surging within her, her expression remaining severely displeased. With gritted teeth and palpable resentment, she declared, "Chen Yun, you had better return all the money you borrowed without delay. Otherwise, do not blame me for causing a ruckus at your home every day." As she turned to leave, she did not forget to seize the 2 brand-new skirts. Observing this, Chen Yun held her tongue, for those skirts were a gift from Zhao Qianzhi. Given her laborious daily routine, wearing skirts proved to be quite impractical, so she thought, let her take them. After the commotion caused by her sister-in-law, Chen Yun dared not linger any longer. She shouldered her daughter and ventured into the fields to gather some grass, which she fed to the rabbits before carrying her child along the path to the town, eager to secure another job. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Zhao Qianzhi, tall and robust, effortlessly ascended to the summit, recalling the location of the honeysuckle tree, and began his labor. Having never engaged in such work before, he toiled for nearly 2 hours, yet had only harvested barely half of the honeysuckle from the bamboo hut. By midday, with the sun blazing fiercely, he sought a patch of shade to rest. Unscrewing the lid of his olive-green water bottle, he took several hearty swigs, and as he replaced the cap, he surveyed the surrounding terrain, pondering the possibility of discovering more useful resources on the mountain. At that moment, he noticed a few vibrant red fruits nestled within the nearby underbrush. Rising to investigate, he parted the weeds and, after careful examination of the roots and the crimson fruits, concluded that it resembled a ginseng plant. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter in town. Initially intending to collect honeysuckle for some monetary gain, he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. standing amidst the lush forest. He marked the location in his memory. Then, with the bamboo basket laden with honeysuckle upon his back, he ventured deeper into the woods, where the underbrush thickened. Along the way, he remained vigilant, and after an indeterminate passage of time, he truly discovered another ginseng plant. Estimating the time spent, he realized that with this distance, he could likely find yet another ginseng, indicating that the resources of this mountain remained largely unknown to others. He discreetly noted the location on the surrounding trees and decided against further exploration, opting instead to descend the mountain. He was eager to study the techniques of ginseng harvesting from books. Otherwise, he risked mishandling this precious find. Upon returning home, he found the courtyard gate locked. Scaling the wall to enter, he placed the bamboo basket in the kitchen and, taking a ride with a tractor from a fellow villager, set off for the town. After much inquiry, he arrived at a bookstall and sifted through the collection for quite a while before finally locating the book he desired. However, when he inquired about the price and reached for his pocket, he discovered it was woefully empty, containing nothing but a pack of cigarettes. The stall owner, observing the young man before him, who, despite his modest attire, bore an imposing presence due to his height, could not help but feel a sense of intimidation. Yet, to his surprise, this seemingly formidable individual was impoverished to the point of being unable to produce even a mere 12 cents. Zhao Qianzhi, reluctant to make a fruitless journey, inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "May I exchange this pack of cigarettes for the book?" The vendor, glancing at the half-consumed cigarette in his hand, noted that a pack costs over $1 and nodded without a second thought. "Very well, take the book." As he spoke, he eagerly reached for the cigarette. Observing it closely, he marveled at the extravagance of such a costly smoke, unable to suppress a tsk of admiration. He took out a cigarette, inhaled its scent, yet refrained from smoking it, returning it to the pack. With the book in hand, Zhao Qianzhi made his way back. Before long, he spotted a familiar slender figure seated on a stone pedestal, her back turned to him as she gently soothed the child in her arms. Noticing this, he tucked the book into his trouser pocket and approached with purpose, asking, "Why are you sitting here?" He then observed the child in her arms, wailing heart-wrenchingly, her delicate face flushed with tears. Upon hearing his voice, Chen Yun startled, her body trembling slightly. She stood up, taking a couple of steps back to maintain distance. Avoiding his gaze, her beautiful face bore no emotion as she replied, "I came to see if there are any dishwashing jobs available." Her eyes, however, were filled with concern for her crying daughter. Zhao Qianzhi furrowed his brow at her words, glanced at the child, and reached out to hold her, only to have Chen Yun evade him. Retracting his hand, he asked, "Was the money I gave you yesterday insufficient for household expenses?" Although unfamiliar with the cost of living in this era, he believed that several hundred yuan should suffice to keep the household afloat. Chen Yun remained silent. Such a substantial sum was something she dared not touch. Zhao Qianzhi, observing her, found himself at a loss for words as he noted her worn and ill-fitting attire. A myriad of emotions surged within him as he struggled to comprehend the extent of the previous owner of this body's failures, which left a woman and her child in such dire straits. Taking a deep breath, he spoke firmly, "Let us go home." Chapter 13. Learning to dig ginseng. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed him, maintaining her distance and saying nothing throughout the journey. As Zhao Qianzhi walked ahead, he slowed his pace, concerned that she and the child might struggle to keep up. Upon reaching the area where the tractor was parked, he ascended the vehicle first. Then, bending down, he gently took the child from her arms, cradling her with one hand. His long fingers carefully grasped her slender arm, lifting her onto the tractor. To Chen Yun's surprise, she would not have to walk home, but could ride the tractor with him. Once aboard, she instinctively reached for her child, only to have Zhao Qianzhi avoid her grasp. Observing his awkward but cautious hold on the child, she decided against insisting. After hours of carrying her, her arms had grown weary and weak. Seated on a small stool, she watched her daughter in his embrace, who was no longer crying, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After approximately half an hour, all the villagers who had ventured out together had gathered. Since most of them were men, Zhao Qianzhi positioned her on the inner side beside him, while the newly married bride sat closely on her other side. The two engaged in a light conversation as the tractor rumbled towards the village. A cacophony of boisterous voices discussing the latest policies, news they had gleaned from the television at Wang's home at the village entrance. No one dared to inquire about the scars on Zhao Qianzhi's face. About half an hour later, The tractor arrived at the homestead. A group of men, clutching their belongings, jumped off the vehicle. Zhao Qianzhi, cradling a child in her arms, gracefully descended with her long legs, not forgetting to turn and offer a helping hand. Chen Yun hesitated at the sight of the outstretched hand, but eventually placed hers in his, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. Once on the ground, she discreetly withdrew her hand. Upon returning home, Zhao Qianzhi bent down to place the child on the cool mat as his wife fumbled with the keys to unlock the door. He kicked off his cloth shoes and reclined on the mat, extracting a rolled-up book from his pocket, propping his head on one hand as he began to read intently. Meow Meow crawled beside him, leaning against him while munching joyfully on a green apple given by a fellow villager. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, weary from the day, sat down on the bed, her beautiful phoenix eyes lacking their usual luster as she remained unemployed. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan, dressed in a floral shirt, entered the courtyard and spotted Zhao Qianzhi at home, engrossed in his book. Assuming that a man of his ilk would not be reading anything substantial, she forced a smile and called out, "Aji is home." Hearing her voice, Chen Yun emerged, greeting her with, "Sisterly, come in and sit." Li Xiaoyan glanced at Zhao Qianzhi reclining on the mat, hesitating before entering the house. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she expressed her intent, "Little Yun, I know your family is struggling, but soon my little rascal will need to start school, and I'll have to pay tuition. We're nearly out of food." Chapter 14. Are there any other debts? Chen Yun discerned the purpose of Sister Li's visit. However, having repaid 20 to her sister-in-law that morning, she was left with very little money. She intended to save what little remained to buy some rice porridge for her daughter, knowing that the bag of milk powder would be consumed within a week. At a loss for what to do, she felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, who had been lying in the courtyard attending to the child, paused his reading to listen intently to the conversation. He had never considered that they might still owe money. Setting down the book, he lifted the child and, with long strides, entered the house, asking, "How much do we owe? I'll find a way to pay it off in the next few days." As the conversation unfolded, both individuals felt their gazes converge. Li Xiaoyan found herself doubting the functionality of her ears, unable to fathom that Zhao Qianzhi, a ruffian by nature, would voluntarily mention repaying his debt. With a hint of disbelief, she remarked, 12 yuan. She quickly added, "It's not a significant amount. We can settle it separately. The main issue is that our household is currently in dire straits." Upon hearing that it was merely 12 yuan, Zhao Qianzhi glanced at his wife, noticing her pursed lips in silence. Having given her several hundred yuan just the day before, he was perplexed by her reluctance to speak. Yet he did not wish her to lose face in front of others. He turned to Li Xiaoyan and said, "All right, I understand. I'll ensure you receive it in the next couple of days." Li Xiaoyan nodded in acknowledgement of his promise to repay within 2 days, choosing not to elaborate further. Citing a pressing matter, she took her leave. In the main room, only the couple remained. Zhao Qianzhi settled into a chair, his tall figure lounging casually. He placed their daughter on his lap and directed his gaze towards his wife, saying, "The money I gave you yesterday was for household expenses. Although it isn't much, you can use it for now. If it falls short, do let me know." Pausing momentarily, he inquired, "Is there any other debt?" Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun, with her raven hair and crimson lips, could not suppress a smirk of derision. She was baffled by this man who had frequently resorted to violence against her, now feigning ignorance. Did he not realize that in their 2 years of marriage, he had never earned a single penny, continually pressuring her for funds, and at times shamelessly soliciting money from her family? Exhausted by the conversation, she stood up, intending to exit, but as she passed him, he grasped her wrist, preventing her escape. With a glare, she demanded, "Let go." Her voice trembled with restrained fury. Zhao Qianzhi, leaning back in his chair, met her gaze, which was tinged with red. The words he had nearly spoken died on his lips as he altered his response. "I was a fool before, it won't happen again. I will repay the debts as soon as possible." Chen Yun was entirely unconvinced by his assurances. Once he released her wrist, she turned away without a backward glance and made her way to the kitchen. There, she spotted a bamboo basket filled with flowers. After examining and smelling them, she confirmed they were honeysuckle, left wondering where he had procured such blooms. Concerned that these precious honeysuckles might be squandered, she took the basket outside and spread its contents out to dry. That day, Chen Yun did not utter a single word to Zhao Qianzhi. By nightfall, they lay side by side in bed, ignoring one another. Zhao Qianzhi, confined to a bed that was not particularly spacious, closed his eyes, but found sleep elusive. The person beside him was so quiet that she seemed almost non-existent. He suspected she too was awake. Chapter 15. Climbing the mountain to dig for ginseng. In such close proximity, he could faintly detect the delicate scent of milk emanating from her. He swallowed hard and turned his back to her, fully aware that she did not wish to converse, and thus refrained from initiating any dialogue. Listening to the sounds of insects and frogs outside, he reflected on how, at this hour in the past, he would still be occupied at work. In this current age devoid of the internet, where even televisions are a luxury possessed only by a select few affluent families, after dinner and a bath, there is little to occupy oneself with. Thus, he unknowingly succumbed to slumber. The following day, before dawn broke, he stealthily grasped a flashlight and slung a cloth bag over his shoulder, departing the village while most remained asleep. By the time the first light began to grace the horizon, he had ventured deep into the mountains. Unfamiliar with the terrain, he spent a considerable time searching before finally locating ginseng. He intended to practice with this specimen before proceeding to excavate another, mindful of preserving its quality during the process. From his bag, he retrieved some rudimentary tools, and guided by the steps he had learned from his readings, he began to work methodically. As daylight fully emerged, Zhao Qianzhi had already dug a pit around the ginseng and proceeded to employ his deer claws for the delicate task. Meanwhile, at home, Chen Yun awoke to find the man beside her had vanished, oblivious to the hour he had departed. Indifferent to his early morning escapades, she crawled beneath the bed to check that the money remained untouched before rising to tidy up. Approaching the small bed, she noticed her daughter was still asleep. She picked up Zhao Qianzhi's clothes from the previous night, placed them in a basin of water, and carried them outside. After soaking the garments and freshening herself, she fed the rabbit in its cage with some grass she had harvested the day before starting a fire to prepare breakfast. Upon completing her meal and feeding her daughter, she noted Zhao Qianzhi had yet to return. She reluctantly nibbled on a hard vegetable dumpling, barely satiating her hunger. Subsequently, she set the food she had prepared for Zhao Qianzhi in a pot to keep warm. After locking the main door, she took her daughter to forage for wild vegetables. Along the way, she encountered Sister Wang from the village, who was also gathering wild greens to prepare dumplings for lunch, and they decided to proceed together. In recent days, the incident of Zhao Qianzhi's injured face had become a topic of gossip among the villagers. Sister Wang, playfully teasing Chen Yun's daughter, could not help but scrutinize Chen Yun herself. Noticing her delicate, fair complexion and the graceful length of her neck, she marveled at how strikingly beautiful she appeared. Previously, Chen Yun had borne marks of past struggles on her neck, but now it bore no trace of injury, leaving Sister Wang perplexed. Given her understanding of Zhao Qianzhi, who had so brutally marred his own face, it was surprising that he had not inflicted harm upon Chen Yun. Soon, the two women arrived at a barren patch of land where Chen Yun spread a tattered cloth on the ground, placing her daughter atop it, and began to dig for wild vegetables, frequently glancing back to check on her little one, who had already learned to crawl. She watched as her daughter sat on the ground, playing and stuffing handfuls of grass into her mouth. Noticing this, Chen Yun dropped her shovel and hurried over to her child. He lifted her up, removing the wild grass from her hands. Casting a glance at the freshly dug pile of wild vegetables, ample enough for 2 meals, cradling the child with one arm, he descended, placing the harvested greens into a basket. Chapter 16. I am hungry. Sister-in-law, I shall return home first, she announced. Wang's sister-in-law paused her actions, noticing the woman cradling her child while carrying a basket of vegetables, and promptly replied, "Oh, make haste back." Watching her slender figure depart, a sense of pity washed over her. Such a beauty, with skin like cream and brows like distant mountains, married to the unremarkable Zhao Qianzhi. It was disheartening to think that she had not known a single day of happiness, enduring frequent beatings, a truly unfortunate fate. While her own family circumstances were not vastly superior, at least her husband was diligent, and her in-laws provided support. In contrast, Zhao Qianzhi's wife had no in-laws to rely upon, with a husband who spent his days idling away, leaving her alone to earn a living and care for their child. Just yesterday, she had heard that her job at the textile factory had been terminated by her husband, who promptly took the money to the city for drinks. It was likely this matter had prompted Chen Yun to lash out at Zhao Qianzhi in anger. Indeed, it was justifiable. Without that income, how could a woman sustain her household? Upon returning home, Chen Yun wasted no time. After placing her daughter down, she fetched water, preparing to clean the wild vegetables, mixing them with coarse grains to steam some wild vegetable buns, thus saving a bit on food. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Zhao Qianzhi was equally industrious, scarcely pausing even to drink water, diligently extracting the ginseng roots with a bamboo skewer. By the time he unearthed the entire root, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He noted that 3 roots had broken off, an outcome he had anticipated. Wrapping the ginseng in cloth, he laid a layer of dry grass beneath the bamboo house, covering it with wild grass before tidying up his tools. Finally, he sat down to quench his thirst with half a jug of water. After a brief rest, he grabbed his hoe and descended the mountain. Previously absorbed in his work, he hadn't felt hunger, but now it struck him with intensity. Upon reaching home, he dropped the bamboo basket and removed his outer shirt, intending to toss it onto the grass mat. But recalling that the child often played there, he refrained and draped it over a stone bench instead. Next, he unfastened his belt and shed his long trousers, now clad only in loose shorts that accentuated his well-defined physique. Filling a bucket with well water, he took a towel and stood in the yard, rinsing off the sweat. Inside the house, Chen Yun had just lulled their daughter to sleep when she heard the splashing of water from outside. Approaching the window, she lifted the curtain to see her husband bathing, then let the curtain fall again, indifferent to his whereabouts that morning, too weary to engage with him. After his shower, Zhao Qianzhi, clad in damp shorts, plopped onto a chair, his long legs sprawled, leaning lazily against the backrest. He fumbled through the pockets of his discarded trousers for a cigarette, only to remember that he had traded his cigarettes for a book the previous day. Tilting his head back and gazing at the azure sky, he allowed his thoughts to drift. At that moment, he caught sight of someone emerging from the house and, with a languid drawl, uttered, "I am hungry." Chen Yun offered him not even a glance, silently entering the kitchen. Soon, she emerged with a plate of scrambled eggs and 2 steamed buns, followed by a bowl of wild vegetable soup, rich with fatty meat. Starving, Zhao Qianzhi seized a bun, taking a hearty bite, and then used chopsticks to scoop up some eggs, devouring them eagerly. In Chapter 17, "Where's the dress I bought for you?" Chen Yun took his discarded clothes and submerged them in a basin of water, washing his soiled garments without uttering a word. As Zhao Qianzhi ate, his gaze fell upon her slender figure. Previously, servants had always handled such tasks, and this was the first time he witnessed a woman washing his clothes by hand. His eyes caught sight of the clothes from yesterday hanging on the line, already clean and partially dried. At this, his dark eyes deepened further before he resumed his meal. Before long, he had consumed both buns, the small plate of scrambled eggs, and a large bowl of soup, leaving nothing behind. After satisfying his hunger, he stood bare-chested in damp trousers, striding to the entrance to secure the gate. Chen Yun, absorbed in her laundry, paused as he closed the gate, her hands momentarily freezing, her body instinctively stiffening, the color draining from her beautifully delicate face. Her fingers trembled slightly as she continued to wash. Zhao Qianzhi, oblivious to her unease, bent down to the bamboo basket, extracting the weeds within, before retrieving a ginseng wrapped in cloth and stepping inside. He placed the ginseng in a drawer near the bed, resolving to take it to the city the following morning to appraise its value at various pharmacies. Turning to the dilapidated wardrobe, he opened it to find mostly his own clothes and a few neatly folded garments he had purchased for the child. Reflecting on the clothes she wore, which not only fitted poorly but were also patched, he realized that she seemed to possess only those tattered items, having seen no new dress for her despite searching. He retrieved a clean pair of undergarments, dressed, and approached the living room door, inquiring of the woman hanging laundry, "Where's the dress I bought for you?" Upon hearing his question, Chen Yun hesitated briefly, then continued her task without looking at him, replying, "My sister-in-law came to collect a debt and took the dress." Zhao Qianzhi stood momentarily speechless, gazing at the fragile figure before him, unsure of how to respond. He turned and retreated into the room, having risen early that morning. He now felt weary. Considering that he would have to wake early again to head to the city, he decided to lie down and sleep. After finishing her laundry, Chen Yun dared not enter the house, fearing being summoned for intimate matters. Instead, she busied herself in the yard, sorting the wild vegetables he had brought home, tossing some to the rabbits, and then sweeping the yard, rolling up the third mat and tidying the area. As dusk gradually descended, she contemplated that the man had already dined, and she nibbled on the freshly steamed wild vegetable bun she had prepared in the afternoon. Upon returning to the house, she found the bedroom shrouded in darkness. Lighting a candle, she discovered that the man had already succumbed to slumber, while their daughter remained blissfully unaware. Carrying the candle into the main room, she settled onto a stool and began to unravel the new sweater she had purchased prior to their marriage, transforming it into a ball of yarn with the intention of knitting her daughter a pair of woolen pants and a sweater, hoping that when the chill of winter arrived, her daughter would be able to wear them. It was nearly midnight when she finally made her way to bed, cautiously navigating around the sleeping man to lie down on her side, turning her back to him. It wasn't long before he rolled over, and suddenly, an arm heavy with weariness draped around her waist. Annoyed, she wished to remove the arm, yet feared disturbing his slumber. Chapter 18. Earning money. Suppressing her irritation, she endeavored to disregard the arm encircling her waist, but an unsettling discomfort lingered. She gently shifted closer to the inner side of the bed, yet the arm remained steadfastly in place. The following morning, before dawn had even broken, Zhao Qianzhi awoke. Through the dim light, he observed the small woman sleeping almost against the wall, without even a blanket to cover her. At this time of year, summer had not fully taken hold, and the nights still bore a chill. He feared she might fall ill in such conditions. Without further thought, he propped himself up, lifted her gently, and soon realized that she was far more frail than he had anticipated, her weight scarcely that of an adult. Simultaneously, he felt her soft body stiffen slightly at his touch, indicating that he had roused her from her slumber. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance, allowing her to rest in the center of the bed while covering her with the blanket that had previously been beneath him. Having done so, he stealthily descended from the bed, quietly donned his clothes, and retrieved some ginseng from the drawer. As he reached for a cloth bag beside him, he remembered it was the pouch his wife used to store money. Realizing that he would need funds for the journey to the town, he extracted a coin and tucked it into his pocket before stepping out of the bedroom. He opened the door to the main room and exited, making sure to close it securely behind him. In the darkness, Chen Yun, lying in bed, perked up her ears, listening intently for sounds that confirmed he had washed up and left. Gradually, her tense body relaxed as she retrieved the blanket still warm from his presence. Although she felt a twinge of disdain, she draped it over herself. The night air was cold, and against her better judgment, she felt an irresistible urge to snuggle into his warm embrace, yet she restrained herself. With the blanket now enveloping her, fatigue overtook her, and she soon succumbed to sleep once more. Since it was still dark, Zhao Qianzhi, concerned for the safety of the mother and daughter, refrained from unlocking the courtyard door and instead scaled the wall to exit. With his long legs and swift strides, he arrived in town by the time the sun rose high in the sky. He sought out a less crowded area at the market, where he laid out his ginseng on the ground. As people bustled about, hardly anyone paid attention to Zhao Qianzhi or what he had displayed. An elderly man passed by, glancing at the items laid before Zhao Qianzhi, and remarked on what he saw. The young man observed that the marketplace was primarily frequented by rural folk, seldom encountering those with discerning tastes. He realized that even if he stayed for a year, few would inquire about his wares, prompting him to consider a trip to the city. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhao Qianzhi glanced at his possessions and, heeding the advice, began to pack them away. Once Chen Yun awoke, he recalled that she had opened a drawer before leaving. Hastily, he opened the drawer only to find that the money pouch contained only a few dimes and a handful of coins. The solitary 1 yuan note had vanished. Enraged, he could not restrain himself from cursing that incorrigible scoundrel. Just as he finished his tirade, his daughter stirred awake, her tousled hair a testament to her slumber, as she sat up with a sleepy grunt. Observing this, he closed the drawer, approached her, and gently lifted her from her crib, intending to prepare some milk for her. At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi found himself on a crowded bus, which had taken over an hour to reach the city. In a bustling area, he once again laid out his goods at a street corner, but before he could settle down, a uniformed inspector approached, clipboard in hand, inspecting for cleanliness. Noticing Zhao's rural attire, the inspector admonished him not to litter or set up a stall without permission, lest he face a fine. Zhao nodded, preparing to relocate when someone called out to him, leading him to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. "Master, I have brought you a couple of individuals," said the person, eyeing the items in Zhao's hands, uncertain if they included ginseng. The shopkeeper, observing the young man, tall and possessing distinct features, yet with a fierce glint in his eyes, addressed him. "Young man, may I examine your goods? If you intend to sell, I may be interested." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi retrieved the contents of his cloth bag and presented them to the shopkeeper. The proprietor inspected the items, bringing them to his nose for a closer examination, and soon discerned their authenticity. Though the ginseng was somewhat compromised in appearance, it was indeed genuine wild mountain ginseng, and its age was commendable. Without embellishing the value, the shopkeeper cautiously suggested, "How about 300? Chapter 19. A fortuitous find. Zhao Qianzhi found the offer unsatisfactory. Despite the ginseng's imperfections, the price seemed disproportionately low. Lacking experience in negotiation, he furrowed his brow and replied, "That is insufficient." The shopkeeper, perplexed, pondered the young man's reaction. He appeared to be from the countryside, and the amount he proposed should be a considerable sum for someone of his background. After thoroughly examining the ginseng, weighing it in his hand, and reflecting deeply, he concluded that 300 was the maximum he could offer. Seeing the revised price from the apothecary, Zhao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. When he exited the pharmacy, he had entered with a solitary yuan but emerged with several crisp 100 yuan notes gracing his pocket. With his newfound wealth, he did not rush home. Instead, he meandered through the city as the sun dipped in the west. He arrived at a shopping mall, where he first purchased formula for his child. Reflecting on his wife, whose clothing had long lost its original hue and whose patched shoes bore witness to her struggles, he realized he had never considered the art of mending shoes in such a manner. He bought her 2 sets of the latest floral dresses and a pair of sandals, followed by some avocados and rice cakes. In no time, he found himself laden with a considerable assortment of goods. As he approached a roadside stall, he bought a pack of cigarettes. After tearing it open, he extracted a cigarette, placed it between his lips, lit it, and took a deep drag before continuing on his way to the bus station, burdened with his purchases and the cigarette dangling from his mouth. By the time he returned to the town, it was already noon. At a vendor's stall, recalling the emaciated figure of his wife at home, he paused his steps and purchased a chicken. Once it was bundled up, he intended to head home. Yet, remembering his unexpected fortune at the antique stall the other day and noticing that time was still on his side, he decided to visit the antique market once more, hoping for another stroke of luck. As he surveyed the seemingly endless array of items at the market, he found little that piqued his interest. After a cursory glance through the offerings, he was about to turn back when a modest inkstone at an inconspicuous stall caught his eye. He halted, set down his burdens, and examined the inkstone closely. Raising his gaze to the vendor, he inquired about its price. The vendor, eager to make a sale, began extolling its virtues and swiftly quoted 50 yuan. Zhao Qianzhi placed the item down and prepared to leave, not because the inkstone was not worth the price. Indeed, it was far more valuable than the vendor realized, but because the vendor's exorbitant asking price suggested he did not comprehend its true worth. Noticing Zhao Qianzhi's intent to depart, the vendor hurriedly interjected, "Young man, please don't go. If the price isn't right, let us negotiate. You can propose a price." Hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi paused, picked up a few other items to inquire about their prices, and ultimately selected 3 items, including the inkstone, for a total of 20 yuan. In this era, that sum represented a month's salary for an average worker. The vendor, delighted, accepted the money, counted it with a broad smile that revealed his missing teeth, and cheerfully waved goodbye as Zhao Qianzhi departed. Having struck gold once more, Zhao Qianzhi was acutely aware that in this age, amassing wealth was indeed a relatively straightforward endeavor. Burdened with his acquisitions, he returned home. As he approached the doorway, he overheard a commotion emanating from within. He tossed the chicken onto the ground, placed the formula and clothing for his child on the stone table, and strode into the house. Inside, Lin Wan was vociferously demanding repayment. However, upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi enter, her previously brazen demeanor evaporated instantly. She forced a strained smile onto her face and greeted him. "Aji, you're back." Upon finishing his words, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Acutely aware of the nature of the man before him, who was known for his propensity for violence regardless of gender, he wondered whether the man had overheard his disparaging remarks, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. In Chapter 20, What Have You Been Doing Outside? Zhao Qianzhi glanced at his wife, noting the pallor on her beautiful face. Since entering, she had not spared him even a sidelong glance. He pondered the grievances she might have endured in his absence. Normally, she was like a feisty little cat in his presence, easily ruffled. It seemed as if she had incurred debts, lacking the confidence to speak up, leading her to endure in silence. Retracting his gaze, he turned to the unfamiliar woman before him and coldly inquired, "How much do you owe?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Wan nervously swallowed and cautiously disclosed the amount, a total of 182.5 yuan. As her words fell, Zhao Qianzhi promptly retrieved cash from his pocket, counted the amount, and handed it over. This action left Lin Wan wide-eyed, stunned by the sight of so much money. In her astonishment, she reached out to accept the money, ingratiatingly commenting, "Aji, you seem to have struck it rich." Her gaze then shifted to Chen Yun, the earlier haughtiness replaced by a beaming smile as she playfully chided, "Zhao Yun, such a great fortune. Why didn't you inform your sister-in-law?" At that moment, it finally dawned on her how this seemingly impoverished household could afford such expensive baby formula for a child. Had she known, she would have avoided causing such a scene today. Faced with her sister-in-law's capriciousness, Chen Yun, cradling her child, chose silence. She had become accustomed to the fickleness of human relationships over the past 2 years. However, she could not comprehend how Zhao Qianzhi, who had left the house with only $1 that morning, had returned with such a sum of money. At that moment, she felt no joy, only fear that he might have gotten himself into serious trouble outside. If he were to be imprisoned, it would not matter to her. But she could not afford to be implicated. Her daughter was still so young and needed care. In light of her sister-in-law's indifference, Lin Wan would have previously seized the opportunity to chastise her privately, but circumstances had changed. Her husband was now earning substantial money. She leaned down to kiss the child in Chen Yun's arms and cheerfully advised, "It's getting late. Zhao Yun, do visit your parents more often." With that, she contentedly pocketed the cash and exited the house. Upon reaching the yard, she noticed an old hen tied to the ground and a stone table laden with various items, most notably 2 large jars of baby formula in a net bag. Unable to resist, she halted and approached for a closer look, her tongue clicking in disbelief at the considerable amount of goods. She wondered what kind of dealings Zhao Qianzhi, the rogue, had engaged in outside to amass such wealth so swiftly. Based on her understanding of him, she felt it was entirely plausible that he could be involved in something illicit. One must ensure not to be tainted, and with this thought, he dared not linger any longer. He hurriedly mounted his bicycle and departed. Inside, Zhao Qianzhi collapsed onto a stool, exhausted from the morning's toil. He placed all the remaining money, not a single coin spared, upon the table, leaning languidly against the chair's back as he spoke. "Take this for now." Chen Yun gazed at the money laid before her, hesitating to reach for it. Her eyes filled with a vigilant scrutiny as she retorted, "I do not care what you have done outside, but do not involve me and the child." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi realized she had misconstrued the situation. He was oblivious to the previous actions of this original owner of the body. He reassured her, "Rest assured, I have not engaged in any illegal activities." Chapter 21. The wounds from earlier had yet to heal when he received another slap. Meeting her watchful, beautiful gaze, Zhao Qianzhi understood that a few words would not suffice to clear the misunderstanding. He did not expect her to believe him immediately, but he hoped that in time, many issues would resolve themselves. With this in mind, he decided to change the subject and mentioned his hunger. "I am famished." After speaking, he rose and went to the bedroom, removing his shoes before reclining on the bed, awaiting nourishment. In the main room, only Chen Yun remained, cradling the child. Observing his nonchalance as he carelessly placed the money on the table, she bent down to gather it, treating the funds as if they were of little worth, and stored them carefully. After placing their daughter in a wooden stroller, she wrapped the money in cloth and concealed it within the crevice of the eastern wall. Once everything was in order, she stepped outside. At a glance, she noticed an old hen, its legs tied, clucking nearby, accompanied by a freshly laid egg. Approaching, she picked up the warm egg, clearly just laid. To her surprise, he had purchased a hen that would provide eggs, meaning she would no longer need to secretly buy them for their daughter. She tucked the warm egg into her pocket, untied the hen's legs, and transferred it to another coop. Turning her attention to the stone table, she found it piled high with various items. Upon inspection, she discovered 2 floral chiffon dresses, a pair of women's sandals, some baby formula, and an assortment of miscellaneous goods. After his outing, not only had he returned with a substantial amount of money, but also with an array of items, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. She organized the items neatly indoors and, upon emerging again, rolled up her sleeves to reveal her delicate arms. After washing her hands, she skillfully retrieved a fish from the water tank, preparing to cook it. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi lay in the bedroom, one arm propped beneath his head, his dark, profound eyes fixated on the blackened beams above as he contemplated a return to the mountain after dinner to retrieve the ginseng. This would provide ample time tomorrow to search the mountain further. If no valuable finds were forthcoming, he would need to consider alternative means, perhaps acquiring some antiques to sell at a profit, thereby establishing a solid financial foundation before devising further plans. In the midst of his thoughts, a sudden crash echoed from the main room, the sound of a porcelain vase shattering. He swiftly rose from the bed, padded barefoot across the floor, and stepped out of the bedroom. Upon witnessing a jar of canned fruit overturned on the ground, golden oranges lay scattered in disarray. Observing this, he strode forward, bending down to extend his long arms, and lifted his daughter, who sat on a wooden cart, cradling her awkwardly with one hand. He meticulously inspected her delicate hands and feet, ensuring she was unscathed before he felt at ease, holding the soft child in his embrace. He sauntered into the bedroom with languid steps, eventually placing her upon the large bed before reclining beside her. The already crawling Miao Miao proved to be quite restless, swiftly climbing to Zhao Qianzhi's side and plopping down onto his arm. Unbeknownst to her, she had found a comb and was attempting to bring it to her mouth. Zhao Qianzhi, upon noticing this, instinctively reached out to take the comb from her tiny hands and set it aside on the nightstand. Deprived of her toy, Miao Miao pouted her rosy, damp lips, her eyes welling with tears, and she soon erupted into a heart-wrenching wail, as if she had borne the gravest injustice. Her cries startled Zhao Qianzhi, whose previously calm demeanor was replaced by a look of panic. Having never comforted a child before, he clumsily gathered Miao Miao into his arms, sitting her on his lap, and tenderly used his shirt to wipe away her tears. In the kitchen, Chen Yun, preoccupied with preparing a meal, immediately dashed out upon hearing her daughter's cries. Upon entering the main room and not finding her child, she hurried to the bedroom, where she saw her husband, with his back turned, cradling their sobbing daughter. A memory flashed through her mind of a recent incident where he had struck Miao Miao twice in frustration due to her cries, leading her to mistakenly believe he was once again tormenting the child. Fueled by anger, she rushed over and snatched her daughter from his arms, delivering a swift slap to his face. Zhao Qianzhi, still nursing fresh scratches on his visage, was taken aback by her sudden aggression. He met his wife's furious gaze, his mouth opening to offer an explanation, but the words caught in his throat. Holding Miao Miao, Chen Yun trembled slightly, her slender figure radiating a mixture of rage and concern, her lips a stark contrast of red against her pale complexion. Casting a wary and accusatory glance at Zhao Qianzhi, she afforded him no opportunity for defense as she exited the bedroom with their child in her arms. Once outside, she seated herself and wiped away her tears, meticulously examining her daughter for any signs of injury. She lifted the child's small garments, revealing smooth, unblemished skin, devoid of any marks. Zhao Qianzhi, feeling a pang of anxiety, lingered nearby, his tall frame appearing sheepish as he cast his eyes downward, observing his wife's inspection of their daughter. It dawned on him why she had been so enraged. She had misconstrued his actions as maltreatment of their child. When Chen Yun finally lifted her gaze, she noticed Zhao Qianzhi's presence and the visible marks on his face. Forcing herself to overlook them, she chastised herself for her earlier emotional outburst. Yet the haunting memory of him striking their daughter lingered vividly in her mind. Offering him no kindness, she carried Miao Miao into the kitchen, adding a few twigs to the fire in the stove. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Qianzhi let out a silent sigh and sank heavily into the chair, extending his impressive long legs. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and after igniting it, inhaled deeply. As he exhaled the smoke into the sky, he squinted at the clear, azure expanse above. At that moment, the village head, Wang Xuanju, entered with his hands clasped behind his back, holding a tobacco pouch, and called out to the man lounging in the chair with a cigarette in his mouth. Aji. Zhao Qianzhi withdrew his gaze, removed the cigarette from his lips, and regarded the newcomer, uncertain of his identity. Fearing he might misaddress him, he pulled out another cigarette and stood up to offer it. When Wang Xuanju accepted the cigarette, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had watched this scoundrel grow up and was well aware of his malicious disposition. A smile broke across his wrinkled, old face as he approached and conveyed his message. Tomorrow, the other two households in the village will have electricity connected. Soon, you will be the only one left without power. Would you like me to arrange for the electricity to be connected for you as well? As he spoke, he noticed the distinct marks on Zhao Qianzhi's otherwise handsome face. Not only scratches, but also clear fingerprints. Just yesterday, he had heard that Zhao's wife had clawed his face, and now, upon seeing it, the damage appeared quite severe. The slap mark seemed fresh, and the only person capable of inflicting such a bruise would likely be his wife. However, considering Zhao's notorious temper, one could only imagine the state of Chen Yun after being on the receiving end of his wrath. Nevertheless, this was a private matter, and even as the village head, it was not his place to comment. With a sigh, he lamented the unfortunate fate of such a fine girl, married to a rogue like Zhao Qianzhi. Upon hearing about the electricity connection, Zhao Qianzhi, who was still relying on candles at home, recognized the inconvenience and danger, especially with children around. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. Then, please arrange for the electrician to come by tomorrow and connect our electricity as well. When the village head heard Zhao's consent, he realized that the entire village would soon be electrified, bringing him honor when he attended meetings in town. He nodded with a smile. Ah, that's the spirit. I'll have the electrician come by tomorrow. With that, he took his leave. In the kitchen, Chen Yun, holding their child, overheard their conversation clearly. Deep down, she was reluctant about the electricity connection, as it would mean an additional monthly expense for electricity, and she had yet to find work. Where would the funds for the bill come from? As for the money brought home by her husband, she dared not spend a single cent, fearful of the day when it would need to be repaid in full. Once the village had departed, Zhao Qianzhi contemplated the electrician's visit the next day and realized it would be inconvenient for Chen Yun to manage the child alone. He knew he must stay home to keep an eye on things, yet he worried about the valuables in the mountains being discovered. After some deliberation, he turned and entered the house, heading to the east room to collect his tools. He then stepped outside, pausing at the kitchen door to advise the woman inside, who was tending to the child. You needn't wait for me for dinner. Just lock the courtyard gate when it gets dark. Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed a small iron shovel and made his way out. Starving, and with a distinct handprint upon his face, he stepped outside, striding towards the depths of the mountains beyond the village. His tall stature and long legs allowed him to traverse the terrain with remarkable swiftness. And within less than an hour, he reached the mountainside, locating the spot marked by the previous forager. Fortunately, the sun still hung high in the sky, and armed with the experience from yesterday's ginseng excavation, he approached the task with newfound efficiency. After digging a suitable hole around the ginseng, he retrieved his tools from his pocket and began the meticulous work. This particular ginseng was significantly larger than the one he had unearthed the day before, its roots more intricate and complex, prompting him to focus with heightened diligence. Unbeknownst to him, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, he switched on his flashlight, carefully extracting each delicate root. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of insects and birds resonated vividly. Immersed in his task, Zhao Qianzhi was entirely oblivious to a large snake, as thick as an arm, slithering from the underbrush, poised to strike. In an instinctive moment, he dodged just as the serpent lunged, only to realize, once he regained his composure, that the creature had vanished into the foliage. With the ginseng now revealing its full form, he needed only to remove a few remaining roots. To prevent a repeat of the earlier scare, he paused his work, wielded a shovel, and swiftly cleared the surrounding underbrush to ensure a broader field of vision before resuming his excavation. Meanwhile, at home, Chen Yun had secured the courtyard gate early to conserve candles, lighting only a single one within her room. After successfully lulling her daughter to sleep, she boiled water and carried it inside, securing the door latch and shedding her clothing. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow upon her porcelain figure. She took a damp towel and began to wipe her body. When Zhao Qianzhi returned, it was already late, the stars twinkling overhead. Finding the courtyard door locked from the inside, he adeptly climbed over the wall. Noticing the faint light seeping through the curtain cracks of the bedroom, he presumed she was still awake. As he reached to push the door, he discovered it was secured from within. Just as he was about to knock, he heard the sound of running water emanating from inside, prompting him to pause. He settled onto a stool, leaning back lazily against the wooden chair, stretching his legs. Reaching into his pocket, he extracted a cigarette, lighting it, and placing it between his lips. With his long, slender fingers, he rubbed his brow, squinting wearily at the expanse of stars above, taking a drag and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Inside, Chen Yun had finished drying herself and was about to don the clean clothes laid upon the bed when she discovered, to her dismay, that her daughter had wet them during her slumber, leaving a large stain on the bedding. With no change of clothes available, She approached the wardrobe and retrieved a freshly laundered men's shirt, putting it on and fastening the buttons, all the while holding a basin of water. Upon reaching the door and stepping outside, she perceived a faint glimmer of crimson in the darkness, accompanied by the pervasive scent of smoke. Realizing that an unfamiliar man had intruded into her home, she let out a startled scream. Ah! The basin of water she was holding at that moment tumbled to the ground. Leaning lazily against a stool, Zhao Qianzhi had not anticipated such a fright would befall her. Removing the cigarette from his lips and extinguishing it with his foot, he spoke in a deep, husky voice, "It's me." Through the dim flicker of candlelight, he beheld her slender form clad in an oversized shirt, its looseness revealing her delicate, pale legs. At this sight, he involuntarily swallowed hard. Striding forward, he crossed over the spilled water and, before her helpless figure, swept her into his arms, feeling her trembling softness, aware that she had been significantly frightened. With steady steps, he carried her back inside, placing her gently on the bed, and softened his tone to reassure her. "It's all right, don't be afraid. It was my fault. I thought you were still in the bath and didn't call you." His magnetic voice carried a hint of helplessness. Chen Yun, laid upon the bed, her raven hair framing her face, appeared utterly devoid of color from the shock. Her elongated, beautiful eyes shot a piercing glare at the source of her fright. Meeting her gaze, Zhao Qianzhi dared not linger in the room any longer. He turned and exited, collecting the fallen basin, filling it with cold water, and shedding his clothes until he was clad only in loose shorts. Standing in the yard, he began to wash himself with a towel. Meanwhile, Chen Yun on the bed gradually regained her composure. She had genuinely been terrified, believing a rogue had invaded her home while Zhao Qianzhi was away. As a lone woman, she felt utterly defenseless against a man. In that moment, panic had rendered her uncertain of how to react. Chapter 23. Power restored, calming her heart. She resolved to keep a hoe at the front door for self-defense, for Zhao Qianzhi, that scoundrel, often returned home late at night, leaving her vulnerable to potential intruders scaling the courtyard wall. Contemplating this, she glanced at her sleeping daughter beside her and gently lifted her from the bed. Placing her into the small cot, returning to her own bed, she rolled up the single mattress, which was now damp from her daughter's accidents. With no choice, she spread a straw mat over the wooden slats and prepared to make do with a less comfortable arrangement. Having set everything in order, she heard the sound of the door latch and immediately lay down on her side. As the steady, powerful footsteps drew nearer, she stiffened and pretended to be asleep. Fresh from his bath, Zhao Qianzhi stood bare-chested, clad only in damp shorts, striding towards the dilapidated wardrobe. He moved with care, opening it to retrieve a neatly folded pair of clean shorts. Exiting the room, he changed into them in the east room before returning to the bedroom, approaching the bed. Observing the wooden bed, which was merely adorned with a straw mat, he felt a surge of frustration. How could one possibly sleep under such conditions? Glancing at the figure lying on the bed, turned away from him, clad in that ill-fitting men's shirt, her delicate, pale legs were exposed. Under the dim yellow light, her form appeared exceptionally slender and fragile. He picked up the tattered blanket and casually draped it over her, then removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed. As he lay down on the hard surface, he distinctly noticed the person on the inside shrink slightly. Pretending to be unaware, he extinguished the candle beside him, rested one hand behind his head, and spoke quietly into the darkness, instructing her to accompany him to the town the following day once the electricity was connected at home, to procure some necessary household items. This home truly lacked everything, impoverished to the extent that there wasn't even an extra blanket. He couldn't fathom how she, a woman, had endured the winter with a child in such conditions. Chen Yun, feigning sleep, did not respond to his words, continuing to pretend as if she had heard nothing. Yet, she cautiously nestled deeper into the blanket. Despite the arrival of summer, the day and night temperature difference remained significant, and it was somewhat chilly to remain uncovered at night. In the darkness, listening to the steady sound of his breathing, she realized he had fallen asleep, and her stiff body gradually relaxed. Was it just her imagination? Or did this scoundrel seem like a different person? This thought quickly dissipated, as she reminded herself of the many grievances she had endured at his hands over the past 2 years. She could no longer allow herself to be deceived. For now, she desired nothing more than to raise her daughter in peace. The following morning, when Zhao Qianzhi awoke, the day had brightened considerably, and he found himself alone in bed, having no sense of when the person on the inside had risen. He had been exceedingly fatigued these past few days, and yesterday had been particularly grueling. Having gone an entire day without food. Supporting himself, he sat up, swung his legs over the edge of the bed, and retrieved a faded, worn-out shirt from the wardrobe, putting it on before pulling on his trousers and lazily making his way outside. Chen Yun, having prepared breakfast, set down her daughter when she saw him emerge and entered the kitchen to bring out steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables, followed by a small dish of stir-fried greens with meat, placing them on the stone table in the yard. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhao Qianzhi sat down at the stone table, reaching for the dark steamed bun and taking a bite. Perhaps due to his ravenous hunger, he found that the bun, despite its appearance, was not as unpalatable as he had anticipated. Chen Yun, having taken a seat beside him, noticed that he was eating her wild vegetable bun instead of the white flour buns. Her hand, which had just grasped the chopsticks, froze. How could he eat what she was meant to have? Seeing her put down her chopsticks, Zhao Qianzhi spoke, "You should eat this," as he handed her a white bun from the basket. He then glanced towards the chicken coop and added, "Let us stew the chicken for lunch." Chen Yun, holding the white bun he had pressed into her hands, snapped back to reality upon hearing his intention to slaughter the chicken, and firmly replied, "No." Realizing her reaction was too intense as he turned to look at her, she lowered her gaze and explained, "That old hen is still laying eggs. We can get one egg every day this way." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi did not press further, feeling bewildered at having found himself in this body. In just a few days, he had shattered so many of his preconceived notions. As two individuals dined, the village chief, Lu Xuan, accompanied by an electrician, arrived and noticed the meal on the stone table. A smile creased his weathered face as he marveled at how this impoverished household could still afford to enjoy meat. Early in the morning, such a splendid meal rivaled that of the renowned old Li's family at the eastern end of the village, famous for being a wealthy household. Li, a skilled carpenter, had gained fame across the 10-mile stretch of villages. Whenever a family celebrated a wedding, ordered a new bed, or commissioned a wardrobe, they invariably sought out old Li's services. Consequently, his family was considered affluent in the village, enjoying steamed buns made from fine flour daily, with occasional indulgences in meat. Countless young women aspired to marry into the Li family. In just a few days, Li's son would be returning from the city with a bride. A genuine city girl with a respectable job at a guest house, reputed to be light work with a handsome salary. This news filled Old Li with joy, as if his ancestors' graves were exhaling smoke, prompting the entire village to celebrate with a feast at their home. Zhao Qianzhi set down his chopsticks and bit into his steamed bun, noticing his daughter on the bamboo mat, her delicate arms and legs poised to tumble to the ground. He bent down, extending his long arms to gather her into his embrace. Chen Yun, seeing her daughter cradled in his arms, hastily set down her bun and rose to reclaim the child. Zhao Qianzhi evaded her outstretched hands, saying, "Continue eating." He then cradled the child with one arm while nibbling on a wild vegetable bun, leading the village chief and the electrician to the back of the house to connect the electrical wires. Lu Xuan observed in disbelief, occasionally glancing at Zhao Qianzhi, who had previously hoarded all the good food for himself, hardly ever having held the child since her birth. What had changed? He was now munching on wild vegetable buns while allowing his wife to enjoy the fine flour buns, and even voluntarily cradling the child. Such behavior was indeed perplexing. After Zhao Qianzhi took the child to the back, Chen Yun lost her appetite, feeling uneasy about leaving him with the baby. She followed him, keeping a watchful eye, fearing he might mishandle their daughter. Seeing the child drooling on his shirt, she approached, pulling out a clean handkerchief, tiptoeing to wipe her daughter's mouth. In response to her actions, the little girl in Zhao Qianzhi's arms waved her chubby arms and broke into a joyous grin. Sensing the child's excitement, Zhao Qianzhi was concerned she might lean back too far. He quickly raised his arm, gently supporting her from behind while tilting his head to gaze down at her. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chen Yun had followed him out, realizing she had come along without him noticing. He had intended to care for the child and allow her to have her breakfast in peace, but now she was right beside him, unable to relax. Leaning down, he offered the child to Chen Yun, saying, "Take her back to eat." Without a word, Chen Yun took the child from his arms and turned back towards the house. Beside him, Lu Xuan, witnessing the scene, felt as though the ruffian before him had been swapped with someone else, transformed into a composed and serious individual, devoid of the usual reckless demeanor. Although his attire was unremarkable, his tall stature and long legs commanded an unintentional aura of authority. instilling an unsettling pressure upon others merely by his presence. Were he to don more dignified clothing, one could easily mistake him for the scion of a wealthy family in the city. Half an hour had elapsed since the completion of the electrical work and the installation of the light bulb. After bidding farewell to the village chief and the electrician, Zhao Qianzhi took a steamed bun and began to nibble on it. During this time, he ventured into the east room to retrieve the ginseng he had unearthed the day prior. He wished for her company on his trip to the city, as he was uncertain about what to purchase and believed it best to have her discern the necessities. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, who was feeding a child rice porridge, cast a glance at the object he had placed on the table, resembling a radish. Perplexed, she raised her eyes to regard the man beside her, then returned her focus to her task. Zhao Qianzhi discerned that she was disinclined to engage with him, and after decades of solitude, he found himself at a loss for conversation with his nominal wife. He intended to propose that she accompany him to the city, where he could sell the ginseng and procure some household items, as he, being a man, was oblivious to what the household lacked. However, when he finally spoke, his words came out as a command rather than a suggestion. "You will accompany me to the city." Realizing the tone of his statement, he noticed that Chen Yun did not even spare him a glance. Her beautiful eyes were cast down, fully absorbed in feeding the child in her arms. Recognizing his abruptness may have displeased her, he felt a twinge of frustration. Interacting with women was far more taxing than negotiating at a table. He forced a stiff smile and attempted to clarify, "I wish to sell this and acquire some household supplies." Only then did Chen Yun pause her actions, her gaze returning to the object resembling a radish, which would hardly attract attention even if mistaken for one. Remembering the book he had purchased, she set down her spoon, picked it up for a closer inspection, and then sniffed it, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she turned to him and inquired, "Is this ginseng?" No sooner had she spoken than the child in her arms, meow meow, unexpectedly grabbed the ginseng from her hand, her delicate fingers gripping its roots with unyielding tenacity. Startled, Chen Yun hurriedly coaxed, "Sweetheart, let go." Seated on her lap, Meow Meow grinned widely, refusing to release her hold, even attempting to shove the item into her mouth. This caused Chen Yun considerable distress. Despite the child's small stature, her grip was surprisingly strong. Glancing at the man beside her, she noted his unperturbed demeanor, as if Meow Meow were clutching an inconsequential trinket. Redirecting her attention back to the child, she gently urged, "Darling, please let go," while trying to pry open the child's soft, white fingers. Upon witnessing Zhao Qianzhi, she pulled up a chair and sat down nonchalantly, suddenly remarking, "It's fine, let her play. If she breaks it, she can just keep it for chicken soup." Listening to his words, Chen Yun was certain that this item was ginseng, such a rare treasure that it could not be allowed to be damaged by her daughter. She picked up a small rattle drum from the table, typically used for play, and handed it to the child. As soon as the girl released her grasp, Chen Yun swiftly placed the ginseng on the table. However, despite her efforts, she noticed several roots had been detached, and while she felt a pang of heartbreak, she scolded herself for not being more vigilant with her child in her arms. With a hint of trepidation, she turned to Zhao Qianzhi and inquired, "Is it still sellable?" As she spoke, she handed him the ginseng for his inspection. Zhao Qianzhi did not miss a single nuance of her expression as he withdrew his gaze and placed the ginseng back on the table, responding, "It can be sold." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun finally exhaled in relief. Though still uncertain, she asked, "Where did it come from?" Zhao Qianzhi, without hesitation, replied truthfully, "I stumbled upon it on the mountain and dug it up." Chen Yun pondered, recalling the laundry she had done for him over the past few days. Indeed, his clothes were caked in mud, and his shoes were no exception. While tidying up, she had also noticed a book regarding the harvesting of ginseng. So, had he been venturing out early and returning late to dig for ginseng? Were all the substantial sums of money he had brought back from selling ginseng? It was hard to fathom that such a small item could truly be so valuable. Doubt lingered in her mind. Who would spend so much just for such a trivial thing? Amidst her skepticism, she absent-mindedly finished feeding the child, placing her in a small wooden cart before carrying the dishes to the kitchen. After she left, Zhao Qianzhi could not resist rising to embrace the soft, fragrant child. Seating her on his lap, his movements were slightly stiff as he began to play with her, lowering his head in gentle amusement. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yun returned to the main room, having tidied up the kitchen, and observed the sight of the man cradling their daughter. She spoke, "Let's go, I've finished cleaning." Zhao Qianzhi, still seated with the child in his arms, remained motionless, merely glancing at her attire before asking, "Do you not like the clothes I bought for you?" Hearing his question, Chen Yun glanced down at herself. The pants seemed to have been tailored from fabric when she was 18. After all these years, the color had faded to an indistinguishable hue, and the knees were visibly patched with a small piece of fabric. She could not recall the last time she wore new clothing. Now, as they were to go into town, she felt embarrassed that he might think her appearance would bring him shame. Without uttering a word, she turned and retreated into the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Opening the wardrobe, she retrieved a chiffon silk dress, caressing the smooth fabric. Although she had not inquired about its value, she was aware that these dresses were certainly not inexpensive. If he truly cared, it would have sufficed for him to buy her a practical set of durable clothing. There was no need for such extravagance. It was not only a waste of money, but also utterly impractical. Moreover, given her constant need to work, wearing a dress would be anything but convenient. After a considerable pause, Zhao Qianzhi saw the door swing open. As he raised his gaze, he momentarily froze. Chapter 25. Witnessing with one's own eyes. The dress she wore fit her exquisitely, perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Swallowing hard, he diverted his gaze from her unadorned visage. With its jet black hair and crimson lips, only to catch a glimpse of the fading bruise on her pale arm, causing his eyes to darken with an inscrutable expression. He then shifted his focus back, rising with the child in his arms to inquire, "Do you have the money?" His voice carried a hint of deep, husky timbre. Chen Yun, clad in her new dress, nodded awkwardly, unsure where to place her hands and feet, her gait slightly stiff as she followed him out the door. Turning to lock the entrance behind them, she hurried to catch up, attempting to take the child from him, but he deftly evaded her. A plump auntie, seated at the yard entrance and fluffing cotton, paused her work upon seeing Chen Yun in her fresh dress and pretty sandals. Initially suspecting her eyes were deceiving her, she soon confirmed her sight and greeted her with a smile. "Oh, Xiaoyan, looking so lovely. Where are you off to with your man?" Hearing the auntie's words, a subtle smile graced Chen Yun's delicate features as she replied, "Just a trip to the city." The auntie, momentarily taken aback, nodded with a grin, gesturing for her to hurry along, lest Zhao Qianzhi, that rascal, concoct another excuse to vent his anger on her. As the young couple's figures receded into the distance, the aunt let out a soft sigh. In recent days, she had not heard any quarrels between them, leading her to suspect that Chen Yun had resigned herself to the situation regarding her job. Even if she argued with Zhao Qianzhi, it would only result in his violent retaliation. Zhao Qianzhi, cradling the child, slowed his pace, allowing his companion to catch up. It took them over an hour to finally reach the town. Upon arriving at the station and purchasing their tickets, they discovered the bus was already packed, with many standing, making for a rather cramped environment. Noticing this, Zhao Qianzhi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to disembark and wait for the next bus. At that moment, a kind-hearted woman noticed them with the child and stood up, calling out to them, "Come sit here." Zhao Qianzhi, acknowledging her with a courteous nod, cradled the child with one arm while the other protectively encircled Chen Yun's slender waist, ensuring she was shielded from the unfamiliar man's touch. Once she was seated, he bent down to hand the child over to her. The ticket collector then took stock of the passengers on board and closed the folding doors of the bus. The vehicle lurched forward, navigating the uneven road toward the city. Throughout the journey, Zhao Qianzhi remained by his wife's side, his long arm resting across the seats in front and behind her, firmly establishing his territory. Even amidst the crowd, no other man could brush against the hem of her dress. His tall, statuesque figure made him stand out conspicuously in the bus. He often found himself gazing down at the child nestled in his wife's arms, nibbling on his own hand, and upon observing her calm demeanor, his eyes softened with tenderness. After approximately an hour's journey, the vehicle finally arrived in the bustling city, which was far more lively than the town, teeming with bicycles, motorcycles, and a few cars, causing the bus to crawl at a leisurely pace. After another 20 minutes, they reached their destination. Zhao Qianzhi bent down to take the child from his wife's embrace, cradling the little one in one arm while his long limb protectively shielded the person beside him as they navigated through the crowded throng upon disembarking. Once on solid ground, Chen Yun released her grip on his sturdy arm. With the streets bustling with pedestrians, she felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing they might become separated. So she stayed closely beside the man, her heart secretly troubled by the thought that he might harbor ill intentions and, under the pretense of selling ginseng, abandon their daughter. Sensing her unease, Zhao Qianzhi turned his head slightly and reassured her, With so many people around, hold onto my shirt tightly. Don't let us get separated. Without a hint of reluctance, Chen Yun grasped the hem of his shirt at his waist, feeling a measure of relief wash over her. It wasn't long before they arrived at a time-honored apothecary. Upon learning that he was there to sell goods, the proprietor, though initially surprised, donned a welcoming smile, stepped around the counter, and courteously inquired, "Let me see what you have." Chen Yun glanced at her husband, and then retrieved the carefully wrapped ginseng from the cloth bag. Laying it on the table, the owner examined it closely, weighing it in his mind, and fortuitously, a few wealthy businessmen interested in such fine products were present. "This is quality ginseng, though its appearance leaves much to be desired," he remarked, unable to suppress a hint of regret as he added, "It's a pity, truly. If it had been in better condition, given its age, it could fetch a splendid price." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun tightened her grip on the bag. Filled with self-reproach for not having noticed the child in her arms, which had caused her to inadvertently damage the ginseng by pulling off too many roots. Her fingers, gripping the bag, turned pale with tension as she anxiously asked, "Could you possibly provide an offer?" The proprietor, glancing back at the fair-skinned, beautiful young woman before him, and then at the man holding the child, perceived that the authority had clearly been entrusted to the young woman. Surprised by the stern demeanor of this seemingly strict husband, he withdrew his gaze and replied, "Let me take a look, weigh it shortly, and then I'll provide an offer. If it's suitable, you may keep the goods." He examined the ginseng carefully, then picked up a delicate scale to assess its weight, finding it to be as he had estimated. Subsequently, he extended his hand and, following customary practice, whispered a discreet price, one that would elude the understanding of ordinary folk, only comprehensible to those well-versed in the trade. "What do you think, young man? Is this figure acceptable?" As he made a cross gesture, Chen Yun's beautiful phoenix eyes quivered, uncertain of the price they were quoting. Instinctively, she glanced at her husband, who was holding their child. Noticing him nodding slightly in her direction, his fingers tightly gripping the cloth bag, she exhaled and said, "All right." The shopkeeper, with a beaming smile, carefully began to pack the items, replying, "Good. Please wait a moment. I will fetch your money right away." Watching the shopkeeper depart, Chen Yun felt a surge of anxiety. The damaged ginseng still held value. If only those few roots hadn't broken, would it not be worth even more? While her thoughts were in disarray, the pharmacy owner returned with the money. "Please verify the amount," he said. Chapter 26. Engaging in unlawful acts. We must refrain from any transgressions. Chen Yun received the money, still feeling a sense of unreality. Upon checking, she found 10 pristine 100 yuan notes, and lifting her gaze to the shopkeeper, she confirmed, "Yes, that is correct." She then carefully placed the money into the cloth bag. Once outside the pharmacy, Chen Yun's delicate hands clutched at Zhao Qianzhi's shirt at his waist, while the other hand held the bag tightly against her chest, her vigilance unwavering, fearing loss or theft. Every passerby appeared suspicious to her. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qianzhi, who was cradling their child, he led his wife into the mall and remarked, "Let us see what we lack at home. We can purchase a few items today, and I'll return another day to restock." Hearing his words, Chen Yun observed the array of pristine, bright items. Even without asking, it was evident that these goods were intended for the affluent townsfolk. Although they had earned a substantial amount today, the expenses of raising a child were manifold. Even if they were missing certain items, acquiring a few essentials in the town would be quite impressive. Pulling on his shirt to halt his advance, she spoke with a hint of urgency, "We lack nothing at home. Let us return quickly." With so much money tucked away, her heart was indeed uneasy. She had never possessed such a large sum at once, wandering the streets with it. Zhao Qianzhi, holding the child, paused and turned to her, saying, "Then let us buy an electric fan. We need to replenish the bedding as well." Usually compliant, Chen Yun replied in a tone that suggested negotiation. "With the weather warming up soon, we won't need bedding for now. In a few days, I'll have my mother make us 2 quilts after she finishes the cotton. It won't hinder us when autumn arrives." As for the fan, even the wealthiest family in the village, Uncle Li's, hasn't splurged on one, so we certainly cannot afford such extravagance. As she spoke, she kept a keen eye on her husband, fearful of saying anything that might displease him. Sensing her gaze, Zhao Qianzhi fell silent, realizing that purchasing household items today was not feasible. He simply replied, "Let us go then." Chen Yun was taken aback by his swift concession. Fearing he might change his mind, she quickly nodded in agreement and followed him out of the mall, both heading toward the bus station. By the time the two returned to the village, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As they approached the doorstep, Chen Yun spotted her mother standing at a distance. Surprised by her unexpected arrival, she hurried over and inquired, "Mother, what brings you here?" Chen, initially thinking she might be imagining things, finally recognized her daughter as she ran towards her, taking a moment to carefully examine her. It had been quite some time since she had seen that glimmer of light in her daughter's eyes. Chen was well aware that her daughter was strikingly beautiful, akin to the pampered girls from the city. However, in reality, she had always worn hand-me-downs from her elder sister. As a mother, Chen felt she had scarcely provided her with new clothes, and her daughter never complained, leaving Chen with a lingering sense of guilt toward her. Despite this, her thoughts were also occupied by the fact that they had 2 other sons, the 3rd and 5th, who were yet to marry and were already of marriageable age. But not a single suitor had come to court them. They hardly had the time to consider their already married daughter. Upon noticing the fading bruises on her daughter's arm, Chen's expression darkened momentarily. She cast a disapproving glance at her son-in-law, who was approaching with one arm cradling their child and the other carrying a large bag of goods. Zhao Qianzhi, upon hearing his wife call for her mother, addressed the weary-looking middle-aged woman before him with a simple, "Mother." Chen felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing him call her mother, as it had been over 2 years since her daughter had married him. And aside from requests for money, she had never heard her son-in-law refer to her in such a way. With an awkward expression, she replied, "Ah?" She quickly shifted her gaze back to her daughter, asking, "Where have you both been?" In a cheerful tone, Chen Yun responded while opening the courtyard gate. "We took a trip to the city." Chen nodded, entering the yard with her basket. She had come today primarily because she had overheard her eldest daughter-in-law discussing finances with her son the previous night, only to discover that the eldest daughter-in-law had come to demand money from Chen Yun. Considering that Chen Yun was already overburdened with household duties and had a child to care for, and that their family was struggling to make ends meet, Chen felt both anxious and angry at the thought of her daughter-in-law adding to her troubles. Yet, she was reluctant to confront her openly. Thus, she had waited until her grandchildren had eaten breakfast and gone to school before making her way over. Upon her arrival, she found the courtyard gate locked and learned from a neighbor that the couple had gone to the city early that morning. As a result, she had been waiting there, and time had passed until it reached this hour. If they did not return soon, she would have to leave, or else she might find herself walking home in the dark. Once inside, Chen Yun set down the bag of money she was carrying and quickly grabbed a thermos, pouring a cup of warm water and offering it to her mother, saying, "Mother, have some water." Receiving the cup, Chen drank it in one go and noticed her son-in-law sensibly seated in the shade of a tree, cradling the child. She took her daughter into the east room, lifted her shirt, and retrieved a handkerchief from a hidden pocket in her waistband, revealing a small sum of scattered coins inside. "Here, take this. In a few days, I will bring you more." As Chen Yun looked at the pile of coins being pressed into her hand, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Each coin, no matter how small, represented the countless hours she had toiled away making insoles, every cent hard-earned and precious. She returned the money, her voice choking as she said, "Mom, we are not in need of money at the moment. Please take this." Seeing her daughter's tear-stained eyes, Chen sure felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Having endured a life of poverty herself, she understood the bitterness of helplessness all too well. Unfortunately, her son-in-law was a lazy man, indifferent to earning a living, and often extended his hand for money. She forcibly pressed the money back into her daughter's hands, cautioning gently, "Take this. Look at how thin you've become. I brought 2 tails of meat. Remember to eat it tonight." Chen Yun wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, hurriedly returning to the east room with a cloth bag. "Mom, look, we really have money now," she exclaimed, shoving the pile of coins into her mother's hands. Chen sure was stunned upon seeing the heap of money in the bag, unable to believe her eyes. How much could this be? There was no trace of joy on her face, only a heart-wrenching disbelief. With tear-filled eyes, she grasped her daughter's hand and whispered, "Xiaoyan, we must not engage in any illegal activities or allow ourselves to be ridiculed. We cannot afford to be caught." At that moment, she recalled the words of her eldest daughter-in-law, who mentioned that Zhao Qianzhi had a substantial sum of money in his pocket and had repaid his debts on the spot. A chilling thought crept in, and with trembling lips and a quavering voice, she implored, "Xiaoyan, we must never resort to such actions. They cannot be concealed. If anyone finds out, you will bear the shame for life, and even Miao Miao will suffer the consequences." Her voice cracked as she spoke, fearful that her daughter, driven by poverty, might be led astray by her husband. Chapter 27. Divorce in an instant. She remembered the eldest daughter-in-law's words about Zhao Qianzhi's significant wealth. A dreadful notion surfaced, and she earnestly warned, Xiao Yun, you must not engage in such things. They cannot be hidden. If discovered, it would ruin your life. And Miao Miao would be subjected to scorn as well. Chen Yun, observing her mother's distress, realized there was a misunderstanding and hurried to explain. This money is from Zhao Qianzhi's earnings from digging ginseng. However, the words caught in her throat. She feared that revealing such information would lead her mother to inform the family, and soon enough, the news would spread, attracting many to the mountains in search of ginseng. This would create a dire situation of scarcity. At this moment, whether Zhao Qianzhi's actions were merely a fleeting impulse or if he would persist, she chose not to divulge anything that might jeopardize their current situation. Mom, please don't think too much. This money was earned by your son-in-law through honest labor. It's entirely legitimate. Upon hearing her daughter, Chen Shi, with tears in her eyes, responded with deep concern, what kind of work earns so much money at once, Xiao Yun? Please heed my advice and do not tread down that path of disgrace from which there's no return. She was filled with self-loathing for allowing her daughter to marry such a reckless man, who was not only lazy, but also mistreated Xiao Yun. Now, they are forcing Xiao Yun into despicable dealings, and the anguish wells up from within, disregarding all semblance of decorum. She calls out to the outside, Zhao Qianzhi, come in. Zhao Qianzhi, seated in the shade of a tree, hears his mother-in-law's voice and, cradling the child in his arms, rises and steps into the house. Upon entering, he is met with the sight of his mother-in-law, her eyes aflame with fury, while his wife stands silently beside her. Observing this, he inquires, Mother, what is the matter? Chen, with a fierce glare, looks at the individuals before her. In the past, she had endured in silence, merely wishing for him to treat Xiao Yun with kindness, often surreptitiously providing assistance, turning a blind eye to many things. But now, he shamelessly coerces Xiao Yun into doing things that are beneath her dignity, and she can no longer contain her wrath. You should divorce Xiao Yun. Today, I will take her back. Upon hearing his mother-in-law's words, Zhao Qianzhi's chiseled features betray no emotion. His dark, profound eyes merely cast a calm glance at his wife. Even after several days, the bruises on her arms remained starkly visible against her pale skin. Noticing her silence, after a lengthy pause, he nods and replies, all right. His voice is steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chen Yun, with her eyes cast down, allows her lashes to obscure her thoughts. This notion had surfaced in her mind countless times before. Yet she feared that returning to her mother's house with a child would make it even more difficult for her brothers to find wives. The small bed she once occupied had become a space for her eldest sister's books. Upon her return, not only would she and her child lack a place to stay, but she also worried that Zhao Qianzhi might spiral into madness, causing chaos at her family home. With so many concerns weighing on her, she had gritted her teeth and endured for this long. Seeing her son-in-law relent so easily, Chen stepped forward and took her granddaughter from his arms, addressing her daughter, come, let us return home. Her voice was loud and resolute. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yun followed her mother, and as they passed through the main room, she placed the money bag she had been holding on the table. Zhao Qianzhi picked up the bag and, stepping closer, grasped her delicate wrist, saying, you keep this. With her wrist held firmly by his strong hand, Chen Yun glanced at the money bag and chose not to protest. Suffering herself was acceptable, but her daughter deserved better. After all, raising a child would require ample resources in the future. Without uttering a word, she followed her mother and departed. Once they left, Zhao Qianzhi was alone in the house. On the way, Chen subtly hinted to her daughter, tomorrow, I'll have your sister look around the city. She knows many people. Perhaps she can help you find a suitable marriage partner, even if he is a bit older, as long as he is kind. Upon hearing her mother's words, Chen Yun instinctively replied, Mother, I do not wish to remarry. In this life, I am content with just Miao Miao. Chen cast a resentful glare at her daughter, thrusting the child she held into her arms and admonishing her. What nonsense are you spouting? As a woman, how do you intend to support this child without marriage? Chen Yun chose not to respond. She did not wish to quarrel with her mother at that moment. Yet, she had resolved within herself that even if she were to part ways with Zhao Qianzhi, she had no intention of seeking another partner. She silently contemplated that once she had saved a sufficient amount of money, she would move out from her parents' home and raise Miao Miao on her own. By the time they returned to the Chen household, The sun was nearly setting. Chen Dezhuang, seeing his mother and younger sister returning from the in-laws, removed the cigarette from his mouth and inquired, "Which scoundrel, Zhao Qianzhi, has bullied my sister again?" Chen glanced at her eldest son, who always acted as a mere afterthought. Every time he was supposed to confront Zhao Qianzhi, he would invariably retreat, behaving like a timid turtle. If the three brothers were to unite, Xiaoyan would not have to endure such mistreatment from her husband. "I have decided that Xiaoyan should divorce him. She will stay in your elder sister's room," Chen announced. The brothers had not yet divided their household, and both the third and fifth brothers were of marrying age, resulting in the entire family, young and old, living in close quarters. At this moment, Chen Dezhuang spoke up first. "Mother, you know how my elder sister is. She abhors anyone entering her room. If you let my sister stay there and she becomes angry and refuses to provide support, how are my wife and children supposed to get by?" Upon hearing her eldest son's words, Chen fell silent. No one understood the family's situation better than she did. Their only stable source of income was the eldest daughter's job in the city. She had always been strong-willed, competing fiercely in everything, even with her own younger sister. Consequently, over time, the entire family had come to accommodate her. This had inadvertently led Xiaoyan to develop a more passive disposition. Yet, Chen could not bear to witness Zhao Qianzhi, that worthless man, push her daughter into a dire predicament. Unable to express the unspeakable truths to them, she steeled herself and declared, "This matter is settled." She then gestured for Xiaoyan to take the child and return indoors. Chapter 28. Disdain. Xiaoyan silently carried the child into the house, which was precisely why she gritted her teeth and persevered. Unlike her elder sister, who had managed to secure a respectable position as a sales clerk in the bustling city with just a high school diploma, an occupation that was easy, clean, and dignified, not to mention well-paying, providing a steady $15 monthly to support the family, Xiaoyan felt inadequate. She had heard rumors that her sister was now dating a well-respected teacher. In contrast, Xiaoyan, lacking any such abilities, had married a man who often became a burden on the family, requiring their assistance. The thought of leaving Zhao Qianzhi and moving back home filled her with trepidation, though her family would not voice it. She knew it would be a considerable burden on them. This realization had made her hesitant to bring up the topic of divorce for an extended period. As the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly tense, a stylishly dressed woman, her hair styled in voluminous curls and lips painted a striking red, sashayed in on high heels, swaying her hips as she entered. Chen Dezhuang was the first to notice the newcomer, his eyes lighting up instantly. A broad, ingratiating smile spread across his dark face as he rose to greet her. "Little sister, you're back," he exclaimed, stepping forward to take the two large bags she was carrying. Sitting on the bench, Chen Shi lifted his head to glance toward the gate. Indeed, their eldest daughter had returned, looking resplendent and distinctly urban in her demeanor. She was now the pride of the family. With affectionate eyes, he remarked, "Why didn't you call ahead, Junjun? I could have sent your brother to pick you up at the village entrance." Chen Yun smiled gently and waved her hand dismissively. "I just wanted to take a stroll since it's been a while since I returned, to see how things have changed at home," she replied, her gaze sweeping over the dilapidated yard. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the city, she felt as though she had returned to a desolate, impoverished corner of the earth. Inside the house, the large dog, Ergo, hearing that his beloved aunt had returned, rushed out like a rocket, knowing there would be treats. The two boys eagerly surrounded Chen Yun, calling out, "Annie, Annie." Concerned that their grimy hands might stain her new dress, she sidestepped them, saying, "All right, go on. Your aunt has brought you candy and cookies." The mischievous children, upon hearing that there were indeed treats, dashed towards their father, rummaging through the two large bags he held. At that moment, Chen Shi brought over a clean stool to place before his daughter and inquired, "Is there something specific that brought you back, Junjun?" Just as Chen Yun was about to sit down, she caught sight of some stains on the stool, a flicker of disdain passing through her eyes. She refrained from sitting and turned to Qin Ma with a gentle smile. "Well, my boyfriend wants to visit our home, so please tidy up the place this evening. I've bought new clothes and shoes for Dad and for you and your brother as well. Remember to wear them tomorrow to look presentable." Hearing this, Chen Shi nodded eagerly. "All right, I'll make sure to clean the house inside and out, ensuring your boyfriend is pleased." Chen Yun merely offered a symbolic smile, not engaging further. If it were up to her, she would prefer never to step foot in this impoverished abode again. Inside the house, Chen Yun had just lulled her child to sleep when she heard the commotion outside, realizing her elder sister had returned. After tucking her daughter snugly under her blanket and discreetly placing some money beneath the pillow, she stepped outside and called out to the elegantly dressed figure, "Sister." Chen Yun, upon seeing her younger sister emerge, was taken aback to find her still at home. She acknowledged her with a simple mm. Her gaze fell upon the dress her sister wore, which was the most expensive and fashionable one from the shopping mall, so extravagant that she had hesitated to buy it for herself. How could her family, who barely scraped by, afford such a luxurious garment? As darkness enveloped the sky, she urged, "It's getting late. You should hurry back." At that moment, Chen Yun interjected, addressing his eldest daughter. "I don't intend for your sister to stay with Zhao Qianzhi anymore. I want her to live at home for now, and since you are rarely here, let her sleep in your room." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's expression instantly darkened. Showing no regard for her mother, she questioned, "I am not even married yet. Why are you so eager to drive me away? You want to empty my room for someone else?" Hearing the commotion outside, Chen Dazhuang hurriedly stepped out. Instinctively standing by his sister's side, he interjected, "Mother, it's rare for our elder sister to come back. Please do not provoke her. Let the younger sister and her child continue to stay in the small bed she used before marriage. I will pull the curtain later. It won't matter." Chen Yun cast a troubled glance at her younger daughter. Seeing her small face with raven hair and red lips uplifted in a soothing smile, her heart ached, and her eyes welled up with tears, fearing that if she lingered a moment longer, they would cascade down. She hurriedly turned and retreated to the kitchen to wash her hands and prepare dinner. Observing this, Chen Yun scoffed and turned to enter her own room. Upon seeing the child sleeping on the bed, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Just as she intended to leave, she caught sight of a cloth bag pressed under the pillow, feeling irritated at Chen Yun for placing such filthy items on her bed. She reached out and roughly yanked it out, intending to toss it on the ground when she sensed that it contained something. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find it filled with large sums of money, her eyes widening in disbelief. After counting the money, she was utterly shocked. Hearing the noise outside, she instinctively stuffed the money into her clothing pocket, then tucked the empty cloth bag back under the pillow. Outside, Chen Dazhuang assumed the role of the elder brother and addressed Chen Yun. "You know, our elder sister has lived in the city for a long time. The conditions there are quite poor. She must not be accustomed to it. I will help you tidy up the small bed for her and the child. You can sleep there for now." Upon hearing her brother's words, Chen Yun remained silent, nodded, and replied, "Understood, brother." When Chen Dazhuang entered the room, he noticed his sister emerging with a somewhat flustered expression. He intended to ask if she needed help cleaning her bedroom, but saw her hurriedly exiting instead. He decided to proceed with preparing the small wooden bed for his sister. Later that evening, after dinner, Chen Yun returned to her sister's bedroom, carefully cradling her still sleeping daughter, allowing her to rest in her embrace. She then reached for the cloth bag under the pillow. Upon grasping it, she sensed something was amiss. Setting her daughter down, she opened the bag only to find it utterly empty. The money had vanished without a trace. At this moment, a surge of panic coursed through her veins, leaving her utterly bewildered. She returned her daughter to the bed and meticulously inspected the cloth bag, confirming it was intact. She lifted the pillow and examined the bed, nearly appending it in her frantic search, yet still found no sign of her money. In that instant, she felt a chilling numbness in her limbs, disbelief washing over her. She distinctly remembered the substantial sum, securely placed in the bag under the pillow. She had thought, being in her mother's home without outsiders, that it would be safe, and she had let her guard down. But now, that considerable amount of money had inexplicably disappeared within the span of a mere meal in her own family home. Upon noticing that her youngest daughter had yet to bring forth the child, Chen was compelled to enter the room, as her eldest daughter persistently urged for a change of bedding and an early rest. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with a disheveled bed, which raised her curiosity. "What has happened here?" she inquired, moving closer to lift her granddaughter, who still lay upon the bed, slightly trembling. Instantly alarmed, Chen recalled the substantial sum of money she had witnessed her son-in-law place into her daughter's hands. Throughout their journey home, her daughter had clutched it tightly, never letting go. How could it possibly be lost at home? Think again, perhaps you have placed it somewhere else. We have had no outsiders in our house, and such a large amount of money cannot simply vanish. Chen Yun shook her head, asserting that she could not have been mistaken over the course of a single dinner. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she bypassed her mother to confront the family gathered outside. "Who among you has taken the money from beneath my pillow?" Her voice quivered with agitation. As her words echoed in the courtyard, the family turned to her, except for Chen Yun, who instinctively covered her pocket, her guilt preventing her from meeting her sister's gaze. At that moment, Chen's father, the head of the household, inquired, "What money?" Chen Yun did not respond to her father's question, instead surveying the faces of her kin. Her gaze finally settled on her elder sister, who bowed her head and clutched her pocket. Approaching her, Chen Yun forcefully pried her sister's hand away to retrieve a stack of money that confirmed it was indeed the sum she had lost. "This is the money I brought," she declared, her voice firm. With that proclamation, the family's eyes turned toward the one they held in esteem, disbelief etched on their faces. None could fathom that she would stoop to such an act. Chen Yun, feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny, was engulfed by a wave of humiliation and anger. Having been cherished in a patriarchal society, she had never endured such disgrace. Her made-up visage twisted in fury. She could not bear the thought of being branded a thief, which would jeopardize her esteemed position in the city. Overcome with rage, she struck her younger sister across the face. "Have you lost your mind? If you are truly in need, I can lend you money. How dare you make such baseless accusations?" Her voice was laced with hysteria. The sting from the slap left Chen Yun's cheek aching and numb. She had not anticipated such betrayal from a sister she had always held in high regard. Observing the unfolding scene, Chen's eldest son could not contain himself. "Sister, it's not my intention to criticize, but even if our family is in dire straits, you must not tarnish our elder sister's reputation. If this gets out, how will she ever hold her head high again?" Hearing his words, Chen's father cast a disappointed glance at his youngest daughter. Ultimately, no words were spoken. With a sigh, he squatted silently to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that his elder brother had spoken, Chen Laosan, as a man himself, hoped to rely on his elder sister, who worked in the city, for support in the future. With a hint of selfishness, he chimed in, "Little sister, quickly apologize to our sister. We are all family, and I believe she will not hold this matter against you." Observing that both his elder brother and third brother were supporting their elder sister, and glancing at his father, who was squatting silently to smoke, it was as if he, too, tacitly acquiesced to the accusation against their elder sister. At this point, it was clear that they did not believe him. Taking a deep breath, he spoke boldly. "Mother knows about this money. If I am speaking falsely, she can testify for me." He cast a glance at his mother, who had followed him out. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was thoroughly frightened and panicked, her face drained of color, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her hands nervously clutched the sides of her skirt as she struggled to appear composed. At that moment, Chen Shi wore a troubled expression. She understood well that the money found in Xiao Jun's pocket belonged to Xiao Yun. However, she had not anticipated that her strong-willed and proud eldest daughter would resort to such actions. Yet, with such a substantial sum of money obtained through dubious means, if revealed, it could tarnish her reputation and expose her to harsh criticism. In contrast, the eldest daughter, with a stable job in the city, could naturally save such an amount. And even if rumors circulated, few would slander her. Under the watchful gaze of her family, Chen Shi did not dare to glance at her younger daughter. Gritting her teeth as she spoke, "Xiao Yun, apologize to your sister. Let us consider this matter settled." Her simple statement left Chen Yun in shock, unable to comprehend her mother's words. How could she not grasp the meaning behind her mother's declaration? Before coming home, she had shown her the money. Why did her mother now speak differently? The courtyard fell into silence, with only Chen Yun exhaling a sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally relaxing. The once fearful expression on her face transformed into one of triumph, her eyes betraying an unmistakable mockery as she tucked a loose curl behind her ear. Although she was unaware of how her younger sister had acquired such a large sum, it was evident that even their mother, who could have testified on her behalf, was not on her side, indicating the money's dubious origins. Feigning generosity and consideration, she stated, "We are all family. I do not wish to escalate this matter unnecessarily." As she extended her hand, she added, "Now, please hand over the money. It is for my wedding and cannot be lent to you." Chen Laoda's wife observed everything that had transpired with keen insight, fully aware that this significant amount of money belonged to her sister-in-law. Chapter 30. Hearts swerved to the armpit watching her mother support the elder sister working in the city. There was no need for her to clarify matters for her younger sister. After all, it was clear to everyone that their family had long since tilted their hearts away from her. No matter how well the younger sister-in-law performs, this group of ungrateful wretches will never recognize Xiaoyun's virtues. Therefore, one must not be excessively kind, as it invites bullying. Among these individuals, even close relatives are included, often the ones who inflict the most severe injustices. The pain they cause runs the deepest. Yet, upon gazing at the younger sister-in-law, one can see her once bright phoenix eyes dimmed, and her exquisitely fair face now carries a hint of despair. Clearly, the actions of her family have left her heartbroken. One cannot help but feel a swell of sympathy for the younger sister-in-law. It is one thing for relatives to show bias, but to marry a man who is idle and unambitious is another matter entirely. Days filled with minor quarrels every 3 days and major disputes every 5 have rendered life unbearably difficult. At this moment, unexpectedly, a silent Xiaowu abruptly snatched money from Chen Yun's hand with a crude and forceful motion, causing her delicate wrist to redden instantly. Unfazed, he approached Chen Yun and handed her the money, saying, "Eldest sister, take this. Don't let anyone take it from you again." Realizing what had transpired, Chen Yun attempted to reclaim the money that did not rightfully belong to her. However, before she could reach out, Xiaowu pushed her to the ground. The pain made her eyes well with tears, yet it was the actions of her younger brother that truly shattered her spirit. Upon witnessing her youngest son's behavior, Chen Shi's eyes turned red with fury. She knew better than anyone that Xiao Yun was being wronged. Yet, she could not voice it, as she feared tarnishing her daughter's reputation. Handing the child she held to her eldest daughter-in-law, she confronted her youngest son, striking him and scolding, "Do you have no conscience? Have you forgotten how your second sister cared for you as a child, carrying you on her back and saving all the good food for you?" Faced with his mother's reprimands, Xiaowu stubbornly refused to relent, his gaze resolute as he retorted, "That was in the past. I never imagined she would change so much after getting married, to the point of stealing from eldest sister." After uttering these words, he forcibly shoved the money into his eldest sister's hands. The family tacitly accepted his actions, believing that the younger sister had falsely accused the elder. Thus, they fell into a silence, observing with cold indifference. This caused Chen Yun, still on the ground, to lose her composure and let out a derisive laugh. In that moment, all her years of selflessness and understanding seemed utterly ludicrous. Throughout her life, she had worn only the discarded clothes of her elder sister, while having her own room. She was relegated to sleep on a small wooden bed covered with a curtain. Despite being the top student in the family, she willingly relinquished her chance to attend her dream school under the family's subtle pressures for her sister's sake. Having been accommodating and selfless, she did not wish to burden her parents further and took on extra work to alleviate the family's financial strain, only to end up in this dire situation. Struggling to rise from the floor, she realized she could no longer endure the atmosphere of this household, fearing she might succumb to madness. As darkness enveloped the sky, Chen Shi saw her daughter, clutching the child, walking outside and could not help but pursue her, asking, "Xiaoyan, where are you going?" Chen Yun did not turn her head, silently cradling the child, engulfed by the inky darkness of the night. Within the household, a group of men, both young and old, showed no inclination to pursue her. Instead, they offered solace to Chen Yun, especially Chen Laoda, who, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "I once believed my younger sister to be gentle and sensible, never competing or quarreling. I never imagined she would turn out to be such a person. It is truly disappointing." Fu Laosan chimed in, "Indeed. Sister, do not stoop to her level." Chen Fu, the silent father, could no longer endure the conversation. He was acutely aware of his youngest daughter's character. Although he was unaware of the particulars, he could discern from his wife's reaction that she knew something, since she refused to speak. It must be out of fear of offending the eldest daughter, who contributed financially to the household each month. Otherwise, with such a large family, they would have long been reduced to destitution. He chastised everyone, "Go back to your rooms and sleep." In response to his words, the family, recognizing the wisdom of silence, promptly retreated to their respective quarters. Returning to her room, Chen Yun gazed at the thick stack of banknotes in her hands. As she counted the amount, she was astounded, covering her mouth in disbelief. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how her usually impoverished younger sister could possess such wealth. She recalled her mother's evasive and guilty demeanor. Had her sister engaged in some disreputable act that compelled their mother to shield her? Even if she knew the money belonged to her sister, was she too afraid to admit it? Upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. Her sister had always been fair-skinned and beautiful, radiating an extraordinary charm even without adornment. Her youthful skin seemed to glisten, and although the man she married was decent-looking, He was hardly a good character. It was said that he frequently solicited money from her sister, and it would not be surprising if he coerced her into compromising situations for financial gain. Setting aside her thoughts, she carefully tucked away the money she had just acquired and summoned her sister-in-law to tidy her room and remake her bed. Meanwhile, the Chen family, in pursuit of their daughter, were aware of her internal struggles and the injustices she faced, shedding tears in sympathy. Zhao Yun, it is not that I do not wish to help you. Even if you harbor resentment towards me, it matters not. I cannot bear to see you suffer in silence. Subject to other scorn. Chen Yun remained silent, her gaze vacant as she followed the shadows of the night, clutching her sleeping child, moving toward home. Once afraid of the dark, she now found no terror in the pitch-black night. The surroundings were tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the distant croaking of frogs from a nearby pond. Uncertain of how long she had walked with the child in her arms, she finally spotted the familiar village, each home aglow with twinkling lights. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming urgency to return home, quickening her pace. Even as sharp stones pierced her toes and drew blood, she felt nothing. At home, Zhao Qianzhi faced the impending divorce from his wife. Now alone with the child, he returned to his mother's house. Lacking culinary skills, and being utterly unacquainted with cooking over a clay stove, he could only satiate his hunger with two hard, unyielding steamed buns made from wild vegetables. At this moment, clad in loose trousers and bare-armed, his well-defined muscles and long legs adorned with a thick growth of leg hair, he surged forward, exuding an overwhelming masculinity. A refreshing breeze cascaded over him as if he were taking a cold shower, seemingly impervious to the chill. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, followed by the familiar call. Zhao Qianzhi opened the door. Chapter 31. A Sense of Injustice. Upon hearing that voice, Zhao Qianzhi paused momentarily, pondering how a woman could return so late in the absence of streetlights. While lost in thought, he tossed the towel into the basin and, with long strides, quickly approached the door. As he pulled down the latch and opened the door, the moonlight illuminated his wife's rosy lips and fair face, although he couldn't help but notice a distinct handprint on her left cheek. At this sight, clarity dawned. It was evident that she had suffered at her family home, returning in the dead of night while cradling a child. Without asking further questions, he extended his long arms and took the child from her embrace. In that moment, Chen Yun did not resist the man who often laid hands on her. She allowed him to take the child and walked into the house without looking back. Silently observing her daughter's retreating figure, Chen sure felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, fully aware of the injustice her daughter had faced. However, some words were better left unspoken, buried deep within. Redirecting her gaze to her son-in-law, she reflected on the treatment he had meted out to her daughter. A surge of anger threatened to overwhelm her, and she yearned to slap him, but she feared that if she acted on that impulse, he would unleash his fury on Zhao Yun in her absence. Suppressing her rage, she firmly stated, "If you dare to compel Zhao Yun into any disreputable dealings again, I will ensure that you do not escape unscathed." Having delivered her warning, she turned and departed without affording him a chance to respond. Left standing in the darkness, Zhao Qianzhi watched as his mother-in-law faded into the night, piecing together her words and the visible handprint on his wife's face. He surmised that it was the money he had given her that had caused this turmoil. He had intended for her to have some financial support during her difficult times, hoping that she could find solace at her family home for a while before returning. Yet, he had not anticipated that the money would not only fail to assist her, but would also lead her to feel such profound distress that she returned overnight. Child in tow. Contemplating this, his expression darkened, and clutching the child with one arm, he closed the courtyard gate. With long strides, he entered the house, where he found his wife, frail and slender, with her back to him as she bent over, wiping the cool mat with a towel. Unable to see her expression, he was uncertain whether she was angry. For the first time in decades, he experienced a sense of trepidation. He stepped closer and cautiously placed the child in her small bed, only then noticing that the dampness from his body had soaked her clothing. He spoke up. "I inadvertently wet the child's clothes." Chen Yun, efficiently wiping the cooling mat, spoke calmly without turning her head. "It's fine. I'll change her in a bit." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi inexplicably felt a sense of relief and responded, "All right." After saying this, he stepped outside. Only after he left did Chen Yun cease her actions, discarding the towel in her hand. A tightly wound tension within her could no longer be contained, and she began to quietly sob, covering her face. Beneath her skirt, her pale, slender frame trembled subtly. Outside, Zhao Qianzhi, clad in damp shorts, had just settled into a chair when he heard the muffled sound of her weeping from within the room. In an instant, a discomforting weight settled in his chest. He remained oblivious to the grievances she had endured at her family home. When she departed, she did so with such decisiveness, clearly wishing to escape this household. Yet, just a few hours later, she returned, bearing a vivid mark of a slap. Frustrated, he reached for a cigarette on the stone table, lit it, and inhaled deeply. His dark, cold eyes gazed up at the vast expanse of stars for a long while before he slowly exhaled the smoke. He knew that if this continued, lacking a legitimate business and suddenly acquiring a substantial sum of money would undoubtedly lead to unfounded speculations. Now, even her closest kin doubted her integrity, let alone outsiders. In this era, where women were still subjected to harsh scrutiny, how could she survive if branded with a tarnished reputation? Contemplating this, he removed the cigarette from his lips, extinguished it with his foot, and resolved to pursue a legitimate business endeavor the following day. Money must be earned honorably, allowing her, as the woman behind him, to hold her head high with confidence. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhao Qianzhi glanced down, noticing the cigarette but scattered around his feet. Once he confirmed that the weeping within had ceased, he rose, sauntering lazily back into the room, closing the door behind him. Treading lightly, he drew back the curtain and saw her lying on the bed, clad in a white tank top and floral shorts, turned away from him, seemingly asleep. A fleeting glance at the small bed revealed that the wet clothes he had caused her to wear had been changed. He then diverted his gaze, inexplicably relieved, and approached the wardrobe, retrieving a clean pair of shorts before changing out of his damp ones. With his bare torso, he climbed into bed, gently covering her delicate, pale frame with a thin blanket, then extinguished the bedside lamp before lying down. As his tall body settled beside her, the bed, already not spacious, felt even more confined. In the darkness, he failed to notice that his arm pressed down on a strand of her raven hair. Chen Yun, pinned beneath her hair, remained silent, eyes closed. Fully awake, she was unaware of why the man behind her would kindly drape a blanket over her, yet she was too weary to ponder it further. With a rigid body, she considered informing him about the money matters but lacked the courage to face his fury. In the midst of her struggles, feeling the steady breaths of the person behind her, she resolved to defer the revelation until the morrow. Before dawn broke the next day, she arose, careful not to rouse the sleeping elder and younger, and slipped into her clothes in the eastern room. Once he exited the bedroom, Chen Yun opened her beautiful, clear phoenix eyes. She had not slept a wink all night, tormented by the weight of the substantial sum of money that had been misappropriated by her family. Uncertain of how to broach the subject with Zhao Qianzhi, fearing that he might react violently upon learning the truth. At that moment, she wished to speak, yet dared not. She could only bide her time, hoping for an opportune moment or a time when his spirits were high, praying he would not be excessively angered. Emerging from his home, Zhao Qianzhi gathered his belongings, prepared a kettle of water, and set off into the mountains. With the experience of previous excursions, he ascended the mountain with remarkable agility, wielding a stick, methodically searching inch by inch. Chapter 32, Long-Term Plans. Meanwhile, at the Chen family home, the entire clan had risen early, neglecting their meals in their fervent preparations to welcome the future son-in-law from the city. Chen Yun was the last to awaken. While the rest of the family busied themselves for hours, she remained unhurried, finally emerging after dressing herself. Having received a significant sum of money the previous night, she felt no remorse in spending it freely. She first handed 50 yuan to the fifth brother, instructing him to procure 2 packs of fine cigarettes, 2 bottles of strong liquor, and canned meat. Receiving the money, the fifth brother was elated, his hands trembling at the generosity shown by his elder sister. "I understand, sister. I will go right away," he replied, pocketing the money and cycling out the door. In the kitchen, Chunshur overheard their exchange, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She had never anticipated that her beloved eldest daughter would engage in such behavior. How could she dare? That money belonged to Zhao Yun. She knew all too well the hardships Zhao Yun endured, yet here she was, shamelessly taking that money. The thought of Zhao Yun's despairing gaze from the night before twisted her heart in pain, keeping her awake through the night. She worried that if Zhao Qianzhi discovered the money had been withheld, he might resort to violence against Zhao Yun once more. Unable to pretend as if nothing had happened any longer, she untied her apron and said, "Eldest daughter-in-law, I shall visit Zhao Yun's home and aimed to return before noon. You are in charge here. Lu Wan immediately protested, indignant that she, the future daughter-in-law, would be left to toil in the kitchen while her future son-in-law visited. She cast a glance at her elder sister-in-law outside the kitchen, observing her demeanor akin to that of a wealthy heiress, completely disengaged from the daily labors of life. Believing herself to be of noble stature after a few years in the city, unable to suppress her disdain, she inwardly berated her, thinking, how dare she? Even taking her own sister's money, without fear of retribution? Disgraceful. Though her mind raged, she maintained a facade of politeness, smiling as she helped to untie her apron. Mother, I cannot bring myself to slaughter that old hen. You know my kind heart prevents me from such deeds. Deep down, I cannot bear to consume a hen that lays eggs. This hen provides us with sustenance daily. My two sons are at a pivotal stage of growth, and inadequate nutrition could adversely affect their height in the future. Upon hearing the words of my eldest daughter-in-law, Mrs. Chen paused her actions, realizing her intentions to abandon her responsibilities. Under normal circumstances, I would remain silent and never permit her into the kitchen, but I could not disregard Zhao Qianzhi any longer. Thus, I raised my voice and called out, Eldest, slaughter that old hen, and have your wife stew it for us. With that, I left the kitchen, not sparing a glance for my eldest daughter, hurrying towards the courtyard entrance. Chen Yun, seeing her mother about to leave, quickly called out to her, questioning, Mother, are we not preparing a meal? Where are you going? Mrs. Chen appeared not to hear her daughter's words, hastily exiting the courtyard without looking back. At that moment, Lu Wan emerged from the kitchen, feigning a smile, and remarked sarcastically, Mother must be worried about Zhao Qianzhi and is heading to her home. You know how her man is. If he finds out she has lost so much money, he might just kill her. As she spoke, her smile faded, her gaze fixed disdainfully on her heartless sister-in-law, who, upon hearing these words, sheepishly retreated indoors, unable to suppress a scoff. Though Mrs. Chen was advanced in years, her years of labor had kept her agile. Under the scorching sun, she hurried along, occasionally breaking into a jog, and reached her younger daughter's home in about an hour. Noticing the gate was ajar, she wiped the sweat from her brow and entered. Her eyes immediately fell upon her granddaughter, who was seated on a cool mat in the shade, happily gnawing on a wild vegetable bun. Her daughter sat by the well, washing clothes. Approaching her, Mrs. Chen inspected her daughter's face and the exposed skin of her arms and legs, relieved to find no signs of injury. She then called out softly, Zhao Qianzhi, her voice tinged with emotion. Chen Yun, scrubbing clothes on a washboard, seemed oblivious to her mother's words, not lifting her eyelids or pausing her work as if Mrs. Chen did not exist. Witnessing her usually dutiful daughter act this way caused Mrs. Chen great distress, knowing she had hurt her feelings the previous night. Fully aware that the money belonged to her, she could not help but explain, Zhao Qianzhi, I understand that you are upset. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yun halted her actions, looking up at her mother and interjecting, Mother, it's all right. You can return home now. I am quite busy here and cannot attend to you. In that moment, she truly did not know how to face her closest kin and lacked the courage to create a scene like her elder sister. She acknowledged her own pitiful existence, yet accepted that this was simply her fate, and she would bear it. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Zhao Qianzhi realized it was nearly noon, yet he had found nothing. He sought refuge beneath a great tree, leaned back against it, and unscrewed his water flask, tilting it back to quench his thirst, drinking nearly half of it in one go. During the interlude, I found myself uncontrollably reminiscing about her suppressed sobs I had overheard last night outside the house. I could only wonder what injustices she had endured at her family home that prompted her to stifle her emotions, only to unleash them in solitude. Reflecting on the matter, I realized it was partly my fault for not contemplating the situation more thoroughly. Nor did I anticipate that her family would misconstrue her actions as something ignoble due to financial misunderstandings. Yet, at this moment, I had conceived several promising business ventures, all of which were in dire need of initial capital. Once the funds were secured, I envisioned relocating my wife and children from the inconvenient rural life to the city, where we could establish a guest house. In the future, when the market fully opens, an influx of foreign investors will flood the tourism and hospitality industries, marking them as burgeoning sectors, alongside significant land development. In this age of opportunity, even the most unlikely can soar. I certainly did not wish to squander such a splendid chance. Bringing my thoughts back, I ventured deeper into the woods. The further I roamed, the denser the foliage became. Before long, I stumbled upon yet another ginseng plant nestled in the grass not far from a large tree. I must concede that in this era still predominantly focused on agriculture, such treasures hidden in the mountains remain largely undiscovered, presenting a lucrative avenue for prosperity. However, this was not a straightforward path to wealth. It required discretion and quiet accumulation of riches. Chapter 33. The money was taken by my elder sister. After excavating a large pit around the ginseng, I retrieved my tools and began the meticulous process of digging. Being deep within the mountains, surrounded by thick canopies, only a modicum of light filtered through, allowing me to escape the oppressive heat of the day. As I immersed myself in the task, I soon lost track of time, and when I finally unearthed the ginseng, the sky had already darkened considerably. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that this specimen was even larger than the previous one. Once I had tidied up, I descended the mountain and returned home, where darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. As I was about to secure the yard gate, Chen Yun, noticing a figure approaching in the shadows that resembled him, halted her actions. When he drew near and she recognized him, she noted the mud stains on his shoes and trousers. Understanding that he had ventured to the mountain again that morning, she shifted her gaze and advised him to lock the yard gate. As she turned to walk away, she prepared a basin of water for him to wash his face, placing a clean towel on the rack before heading into the kitchen. Upon reaching the stove, she lifted the lid from the pot to reveal the meal she had set aside for him, then carried it into the living room and placed it on the table. Once everything was arranged, she picked up a bamboo basket, sat nearby, and, under the soft glow of the lamp, began to knit a sweater for their child while her daughter remained asleep. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the yard, she contemplated the necessity of rising early the next day to prepare some food for him to take to the mountain. As for the substantial sum of money that had been misappropriated by his elder sister, she dared not divulge that information to him. Before long, Zhao Qianzhi entered, his damp hair cropped short, striding in with long strides. Approaching the table, he first pulled out the ginseng wrapped in cloth from his pocket, followed by the tools from another pocket, placing everything on the table as he inquired, "Where have you put the inkstone I purchased last time?" Chen Yun lifted her head to look at him, and then recalled the items he had purchased a few days prior. The bottle was placed in the east room, along with an inconspicuous black stone that resembled an inkstone, surrounded by a few red-eyed items. She thought it was merely a worthless stone and had placed it under the table to serve as a support for the table's corner. At this moment, his sudden inquiry about it made her wonder if it was something of value. She halted her actions, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice as she replied, "I used it to prop up the table." Zhao Qianzhi's hand, poised to pick up his chopsticks, froze mid-air as he raised his gaze towards his wife. Noticing the color draining from her face, her entire demeanor becoming tense. Realizing that his expression had been too rigid and had startled her, he averted his gaze, nonchalantly picking up a piece of scrambled egg and remarking, "Give it to me. I need to use it." His voice remained calm and devoid of emotion. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun hastily set down the bamboo basket and responded, "I'll go get it." With that, she turned and entered the bedroom. Before long, she emerged with the inkstone, having carefully inspected it to ensure it remained unscathed. Sighing in relief, she placed it on the table and said, "Here, take a look. It's fine." Zhao Qianzhi detected a note of caution in her tone and felt a pang of regret for having spoken to her so harshly earlier, scaring her like a frightened rabbit. Sometimes he wished she would be a bit more assertive, even if it meant enduring her slaps, with his face and neck bearing the marks. After all, he was a man. Even if he bore some scars, it mattered little, as long as she felt at ease. He made an effort to soften his tone, clearing his throat slightly. "Well, even if it were broken, it wouldn't matter. It's not valuable." The phrase "not valuable" reminded Chen Yun of the ginseng that their daughter had damaged, of which he had also claimed was worthless, yet it had fetched a considerable sum. Now, with him asserting the inkstone's lack of worth, did it imply that this inkstone was, in fact, quite precious? At that moment, she felt a twinge of frustration at her own ignorance, as if she were perpetually holding him back. Lowering her gaze, she discreetly studied him. Noticing that he showed no signs of anger, which eased her anxiety, she settled back onto the bench, picked up the sweater from the basket, and began to knit, saying, "During the day, Uncle Li came to our house, and he insisted that you must attend the feast tomorrow." Zhao Qianzhi, who had initially planned to head into the city the next day, acknowledged her words. "All right, you and the child can come with me." Without lifting her head, Chen Yun replied, "Just take 10 eggs. I want to be going with the child." Although she longed to attend, she feared being ridiculed for her gluttony amidst a crowd. Zhao Qianzhi discerned the underlying message in her words. Tomorrow's visit was primarily to bring gifts, and taking fewer would be inappropriate, rather than her reluctance to attend. Seizing the essence of her sentiment, he said, "That's fine, then bring more. I don't want to go alone." Chen Yun was taken aback by his response. Deep down, she truly wished for him to abstain from drinking. For every time he returned inebriated, she bore the brunt of his wrath, each incident adding to her injuries. Though he should have grown accustomed to it by now, these past few days, he seemed like a different person entirely. No longer did he hurl venomous words at himself, nor had he ever laid a hand on himself again, even after he had been dismissed from his job. Inciting a moment of frustration that left his face marred with scratches, he remained unperturbed, devoid of anger or ire. Each day, he ventured out early and returned late, seemingly indifferent to the whispers of those around him. Now, he surrendered all his earnings to her, and everything felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. While she could not ascertain how long this newfound disposition would endure, she no longer harbored any expectations. After all, just yesterday, she had yearned to escape this place. But the events of last night extinguished those misguided thoughts. For the first time, she felt a profound longing to return to this home. Regaining her thoughts, she lifted her gaze to the man voraciously consuming his steamed bun. His sharply defined features still bore that rigid intensity, yet for some inexplicable reason, she sensed a change within him, though she could not articulate what precisely was different. Perhaps it was the result of him earning money and refraining from violence against her, creating an illusion that should not have existed. Nevertheless, the matter of finances weighed heavily on her chest, suffocating her with anxiety. After much contemplation, she resolved to disclose the financial predicament to him. "The money you gave me yesterday was taken by my elder sister. The family believes it to be her money, and my mother knows it was from you." As she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. Striving to stabilize her composure, she pressed her trembling right hand with her left. Yet her sister had concluded that she had engaged in something unspeakable, deeming the money tainted, fearing that she would be disparaged before the family, denying that it was his gift. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi finally comprehended why she had appeared so lost the previous day. It was this very matter that had shaken her, and even after a day had passed, her hands continued to tremble. Chapter 34. The money will be reclaimed at this point. Even without asking, one could perceive the depth of her grievance and helplessness. His gaze turned intense and piercing as he set down his chopsticks, leaning back against the chair with his tall frame. His chiseled features bore an expression of earnest inquiry. "Shall I intervene?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's delicate and slender form quivered involuntarily, the color draining from her exquisitely beautiful face. Her pale fingers clutched her hand tightly, uncertain of his current disposition, as he showed no signs of anger. If he were to take action, given his past erratic and violent nature, it could lead to disastrous consequences for her family. The very thought of such a scene was unimaginable. She shook her head and murmured, "No, I will find a way to reclaim the money." Noticing her resolute demeanor, Zhao Qianzhi's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that his words had once again been misconstrued. Initially contemplating whether to stand up for her, he ultimately decided against it. Rising to his feet, he said, "Since I have given you the money, it is yours to manage as you see fit. The decision is yours alone." With that, he strode into the bedroom. His words left Chen Yun, still seated in her place, utterly bewildered. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes reflected a hint of daze as she slowly comprehended his implication. Was he truly not going to pursue the matter any further? Such a vast sum of money, withheld by his own sister, and he neither struck her nor expressed any anger, allowing the issue to dissipate so effortlessly? After a day and night filled with anxiety and discomfort, was this matter simply to be brushed aside? In that moment, a complex mix of emotions stirred within her. Her own sister had silently taken those funds for herself. Upon the revelation of the truth, not only did she lash out in embarrassment, but she also denied the very fact of her theft. This man, who would often resort to physical violence at the slightest provocation, now bestowed upon her an unexpected respect. It all felt so surreal, almost unbelievable. Although he sought to dismiss the incident lightly, she could not simply let it go. Raising a child required substantial resources. With her job now lost, she remained uncertain how long Zhao Qianzhi's newfound enthusiasm for digging ginseng would last. She could not afford to remain idle. Thus, every penny must be spent wisely. After a long day, Zhao Qianzhi, sated and refreshed, rinsed himself with cold water, hastily dried off, and collapsed into bed. Once he had fallen asleep, Chen Yun, noticing the early hour yet wishing to conserve electricity, lit a candle and resumed her knitting, eager to finish the sweater during her free time. As the candle burned low, she extinguished it, carefully removed her shoes, and climbed into bed beside him. The following morning, Zhao Qianzhi awoke to find Chen Yun had already risen, and upon glancing over to the small bed, he noticed their child was also missing, leaving him alone in the room. Meanwhile, Chen Yun had awakened before dawn to prepare breakfast for him, not having eaten a morsel herself, and after feeding their child, she took the little one back to her family home. When she returned, a distinct handprint marred her fair complexion. Yet, despite this, a joyful smile adorned her face, for she was determined to reclaim the money unjustly taken by her sister. Chapter 35. Jealousy. At that moment, chaos erupted in the old Chen household following Chen Yun's departure with the money. Chen Yun, who had worked in the city for several years, now regarded her family with disdain, her gaze almost perched upon her forehead. Deep down, she held a contempt for her family, who toiled endlessly in the fields, especially her younger sister Chen Yun. Ever since childhood, she harbored resentment towards her more beautiful sister, envious of her fair skin and the admiration she garnered wherever she went. Whenever she was around, Chen Yun felt as though she had never received a compliment on her own beauty. Now, with a respectable and stable job in the city, the villagers began to praise her for her capabilities, acknowledging her fashionable and attractive appearance. Meanwhile, that sister who had always been celebrated for her looks had, after marrying the ruffian Zhao Qianzhi from the neighboring village, found her life irrevocably mired in despair. It seemed as though the fortune teller's predictions had indeed come to pass. At the tender age of 15, a traveling fortune teller arrived in the village, praising the young maiden Chen Yun for her auspicious fate and abundant blessings, predicting that she was destined to become a wealthy matron. However, when it was the fortune teller's turn to read her own palm, he foretold a life of toil and mediocrity, devoid of the joys of descendants in her twilight years. In retrospect, these predictions seemed nothing more than fanciful nonsense. Chen's father, unable to tolerate his eldest daughter's unruliness any longer, emerged from the house, silently squatting at the gate, puffing on his pipe with a heavy heart. A man of integrity who had led a simple life for most of his years, he could hardly have anticipated that his household would be thrown into chaos by the antics of his two daughters. His eldest, a source of pride for working in the city, had stooped to petty thievery. Fortunately, the incident had transpired within the confines of their home, sparing them the embarrassment of gossip circulating among the villagers. Had outsiders learned of it, they would have been subjected to scorn and derision. Inside the house, Chen Shi, unable to bear the atmosphere any longer, emerged with tear-streaked eyes. Upon seeing her husband smoking quietly, her pent-up fury erupted, and she bent down to strike his shoulder, exclaiming, "You useless man, all you do is smoke. May it be your demise." With that, she collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably. Despite her blows, Chen's father remained silent, his dark visage etched with sorrow. In the interior, the fifth son observed the silence of his elder brothers and could no longer contain himself. He directed his words toward his increasingly frantic sister. "Sister, this isn't solely your fault. The money was indeed on your bed. How could you know it belonged to her?" At that moment, Chen Yun could not bear her family discussing money, her eyes blazing with fury as she screamed at the fifth brother, "Where have you been? Silence yourself." Chastened by her outburst, the fifth son wisely fell silent. Yet, rather than alleviating her anger, his compliance only served to intensify her frustration. Having endured such humiliation, she found it intolerable that her family, who had initially supported her, fell silent upon Chen Yun's insistence that her partner, Zhao Qianzhi, come to demand payment. The entire family suddenly resembled a gagged assembly, heads bowed in submission, no one daring to speak. Not only had Chen Yun absconded with her money, but she had also coerced Chen Yun into signing an IOU, mandating that she repay her 20 yuan as soon as her salary was disbursed each month. At that moment, Chen Yun realized that within her household, not a single man was of any use, all of them cowering in fear of the ruffian Zhao Qianzhi. This humiliation was a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 36. Who did it? Chen Lao San was the most astute among the siblings. He did not miss a single trace of the terrifying expression on his sister's face, understanding that she was still in a state of fury, and that any words would only deepen her frown. Thus, he chose to remain silent, striving to diminish his presence. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, Upon waking to find himself alone in the house, noticed that the chickens in the coop and the rabbits had already been fed. He wondered where his wife had taken the children so early in the morning. Entering the dim little kitchen, he lifted the pot lid to discover 2 large white buns and a plate of pickles waiting inside. After having a steamed bun, I noticed that there was still ample time left, so I took a leisurely stroll around the village. This hamlet, neither too large nor too small, is estimated to house at least 200 to 300 families. The disparity between the wealthy and the poor seems relatively minor, as nearly everyone resides in brick and tile houses, with only a few dilapidated households still living in earthen dwellings. My own family is among them, occupying one of the oldest mud houses. The interior is laden with dust, and during the day, faint rays of light seep through the roof. On sunny days, it poses no issue, but when it rains heavily outside, it feels as if it is drizzling indoors as well. I pondered that before the cold sets in, I must renovate our home, especially since there are many items that need to be added to our household. I must devise a way to secure a means of earning a living swiftly. Lost in thought, I found myself unconsciously wandering back home. Just as I settled into a chair in the courtyard and took out a cigarette, preparing to light it, I glanced up and saw my wife, Chen Yun, returning from outside with our child in her arms. Dressed in a faded floral shirt, her dark hair was tied back, revealing a delicate, fair neck, and her rosy face bore a hint of timidity. For a brief moment, illuminated by the sun, she appeared dazzling. She, still in her youth, should have been living boldly and carefree. Yet, she was forced into early matrimony, marrying the original owner of this body, enduring untold hardships and experiencing the bitter vicissitudes of life. As I stood there in a daze, Chen Yun walked in, and upon meeting my scrutinizing gaze, she seemed apprehensive. Fearing I would create trouble, she inquired, "I've put the food in the pot. Have you eaten?" Her question snapped me back to reality, and I responded affirmatively. As she approached, I noticed a clear fingerprint mark on her fair cheek. At this sight, my dark, profound eyes dimmed, and my chiseled features betrayed no emotion. I put the cigarette back into the pack and tucked it away in my pocket. Rising, I approached her, grasping her delicate jaw, and in a cold voice devoid of warmth, I asked, "Who struck you?" Seeing my grim expression, Chen Yun immediately became flustered, unsure of what had displeased this capricious man. When she heard my question, she responded evasively. I managed to retrieve the money. As she spoke, she freed one hand to pull out a wad of cash from her pocket, extending it towards me while cradling the child with the other. "Here." I cast a fleeting glance at the money she offered. "Is this why you were hit?" My tone remained calm and devoid of inflection, revealing no trace of anger or joy. Chen Yun was oblivious to the source of my ire. Compared to the violence I often displayed, this slap was relatively mild for her. She feared far more the prospect of being so impoverished that she could not even afford a few coins for the child. Therefore, this incident seemed trivial to her, and avoiding my piercing gaze, she replied indifferently, "Yes." Upon her acknowledgement, I withdrew my hand, and within my inscrutable eyes simmered a restrained fury. I swallowed hard, and in a deep, resonant voice, I spoke. "With the money entrusted to you, simply accept it. Purchase whatever you require without concern for financial matters henceforth." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun did not feign reluctance, but rather tucked the money into her pocket and disregarded him, cradling her child as she entered the house. Upon reaching the bedroom, she placed the child gently in the crib and subsequently closed the door behind her. Approaching the bedside, she bent down and reached beneath the bed, removing a brick to retrieve the concealed money. After counting it to confirm that not a single coin was missing, she placed the money from her pocket into the stash, carefully wrapping it before returning it to its hiding place beneath the brick. There was also a sum of money in the main room. Zhao Qianzhi had given her money on 3 separate occasions. Altogether, if she were to be frugal, it would suffice for her daughter's schooling. During this period, she could also engage in various tasks to earn a bit more, ensuring that their future would not resemble the dire straits of the past. Having organized these matters, she emerged in good spirits, lifting her daughter and planting a kiss on her soft, fair cheek. At that moment, the carpenter, old Zhang, with a face lined with wrinkles and an unmistakable smile, called out to Zhao Qianzhi, who was smoking in the courtyard, "Aji, why are you still at home? Hurry and bring your wife and child over for dinner. Everyone is here." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi deduced the speaker's identity and responded affirmatively. "All right." He then glanced at his wife, who was cradling their child as she stepped out from the house. Removing the cigarette from his mouth and extinguishing it with his foot, He approached and took the child from her arms, saying, "Let us go." Although Chen Yun felt quite cheerful at that moment, the thought of parting with so many eggs made her wince. After he took the child, she hesitated to enter the house to fetch the eggs. In times of financial hardship, she had struggled to afford rice porridge for her daughter, sometimes only managing to prepare a steamed egg after days of saving. Now, even though Zhao Qianzhi had earned a substantial amount from digging ginseng and entrusted it to her, she was still reluctant to squander it frivolously. She raised her eyes to express her reluctance, but upon meeting his deep, dark gaze, the words caught in her throat. She chose not to frown at him, instead lowering her eyes and responding meekly, "Wait for me a moment," before turning to enter the house. With a heavy heart, she gathered some eggs, placing them into a basket before stepping outside. By the time the couple arrived at old Zhang's home, a long table had already been set up, nearly filled with guests. They were all from the same village, and upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi arrive with his wife and child, they were taken aback. Who could forget how poorly Zhao Qianzhi had treated his stunning wife? Today, it seemed the sun had risen from the west, as he had finally brought his family out for a meal. Some could not help but whisper among themselves, recounting the incident from a few days prior when Zhao Qianzhi had been scratched across the face. No one had anticipated that the usually gentle Chen Yun possessed such a fierce side, capable of leaving marks on Zhao Qianzhi's face. A slightly older middle-aged woman, her face adorned with a cheerful expression, waved at Chen Yun, beckoning, "Xiao Yun, come sit over here." Chapter 37. Sober as a Judge. Due to the separation of the male and female seating, after Chen Yun handed the eggs she had brought over to Aunt Zhang, she reached out to take the child from Zhao Qianzhi's hands. Meanwhile, she feared that he might become intoxicated and return home to strike her. Unable to contain herself, she lowered her voice and gently advised him to drink less. With that, she embraced the child and settled down beside Aunt Lu. After Chen Yun sat, Aunt Lu cast a knowing glance at Zhao Qianzhi, who was seated among the men, observing his well-defined features marred by a few fresh scratches. Initially dismissing the rumors as mere gossip, it now appeared they held a kernel of truth. Redirecting her attention, she playfully engaged with the infant in Chen Yun's arms, noting the delicate, fair-skinned child who, despite being a girl of little monetary value, inexplicably garnered affection. It was only then that she noticed the pale yellow, fluffy tulle dress the child was wearing and inquired with surprise, "Oh, Xiaoyan, this little dress on your daughter must have cost quite a bit." Upon hearing Aunt Lu's question, Chen Yun adjusted the dress and replied, "I'm not sure. It was bought by Zhao Qianzhi." Although she was puzzled by his sudden generosity, purchasing several outfits for Miao Miao and even a dress for herself, she recounted how the first two outfits had been claimed by her sister-in-law. After learning this, Zhao Qianzhi had bought her two more dresses, but apart from wearing one for a brief outing to the city, she had not dared to don them again. Living in the countryside, where one often labors, wearing such expensive clothing not only proved impractical, but also raised concerns about damaging it. Her light-hearted remark about Zhao Qianzhi's purchases elicited incredulity from the women at the other table. They were all too familiar with the true nature of Zhao Qianzhi, a good-for-nothing, lazy and irresponsible, known throughout the village for his penchant for drunkenly beating his wife. The thought of such a man willingly buying clothes for a child seemed implausible to them. Many harbored doubts, suspecting that Chen Yun was merely trying to preserve Zhao Qianzhi's dignity. After all, their family was in such dire straits that only recently had they been able to afford electricity, while they had previously relied on candles for illumination. Some unspoken truths lingered in the air, as they feared offending Chen Yun by revealing their thoughts about her husband. At that moment, Aunt Lu, with a beaming smile, remarked, "If you ask me, when your Zhao Qianzhi isn't acting foolishly, he is actually quite a caring person, though he may be a bit wayward. He is undoubtedly one of the most handsome men around these parts." Her words were met with nods of agreement from the other women. Aunt Lu's assertion was not without merit. Zhao Qianzhi was indeed tall and well-built, exuding an air of vigor. The mere thought of Chen Yun's delicate frame being subjected to his exuberance left the women blushing. At that juncture, two elderly aunts bustling in the kitchen began bringing dishes to the table. There were fish, chicken, and pork. Such a spread would be considered exceedingly lavish in their rural setting. During the New Year festivities, few had the opportunity to indulge in such a lavish feast. Old Zhang, known as the wealthiest man in the village, truly lived up to his reputation. Zhang's sister-in-law, with a beaming smile, urged everyone to eat while the dishes were still warm. Meanwhile, at the men's table, a gathering of men had already commenced their drinking. Zhao Qianzhi, mindful of his wife's instructions to moderate his intake, abstained entirely from alcohol. The other men noticed a remarkable change in him. Once a man whose eyes sparkled at the sight of liquor, he now refrained from even touching a drop and spoke little, exuding an air of unexpected refinement. Even Zhang Shaoan, who returned from the city with a wealth of experience, found himself instinctively lowering his demeanor when conversing with Zhao Qianzhi. He sensed an inexplicable aura of authority emanating from Zhao, particularly from his piercing gaze. Despite his modest attire, Zhao carried a presence that surpassed any wealthy businessman he had encountered in the city. "Brother, your presence today brings me great joy. I shall drink. You are free to indulge as you wish," he exclaimed, raising his glass and draining its contents in one swift motion. Zhao Qianzhi reclined against his chair. His tall frame relaxed, with a cigarette in his left hand and a cup of tea in his right. He raised the cup slightly, taking a mere sip before setting it down. No one found fault with his actions, nor did anyone dare to criticize him. At that moment, the sound of a child crying emanated from the women's table. Recognizing the cry of his daughter, Zhao extinguished his cigarette in silence and approached his wife to take the child from her arms. "Let me hold her. You eat," he said gently. His action left the women in astonishment. It was a rarity for a man to tend to a child during a meal. After Chen Yun felt her arms were free upon handing over the child, she expressed her concern. "She might be fussy. It's hard to soothe her now. Perhaps I should take over." Hearing this, Zhao did not return the child to her. Though he was not yet entirely adept at holding a baby, he did so with more ease than before, and the child seemed to accept his embrace. He reassured his wife, "I understand. You eat?" Before returning to the men's table with the child, the group of men, upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi approach with the infant, instinctively extinguished their cigarettes at his glance. These were the very cigarettes they normally hesitated to indulge in, with the cheapest pack costing 80 cents. Meanwhile, Chen Yun managed to take a few bites of food after the child was taken from her, occasionally glancing at the men's table, with Zhao facing away from her. She could not see their daughter, but after listening carefully and confirming the baby had ceased crying, she felt a sigh of relief. Assuming the child had fallen asleep in her father's arms, a young woman seated to Chen Yun's left could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "My goodness. Sister Yun, how did you manage to tame him?" As she posed her question, the gazes of the other women turned towards Chen Yun, faced with their scrutinizing stares. Chen Yun forced a smile upon her face, her dark hair framing her red lips, and offered a brief response. Perhaps they feared that Meow Meow's cries would disturb the gathering. In truth, she herself was at a loss as to why Zhao Qianzhi had undergone such a transformation, yet there were certain hopes she no longer dared to entertain. This was not the first time such events had transpired. Similar occurrences had surfaced in the past, but he had never managed to sustain the change for more than a month before reverting to his former self. After enduring repeated disappointments, she had grown numb to the situation. Chapter 38. An unexpected visitor with no expectations, there would be no disappointments. If he could maintain this newfound demeanor, that would be splendid. If he returned to his old ways, she would simply grit her teeth and endure. At that moment, a young woman seated diagonally began to whisper, "Look, the future daughter-in-law of the Zhang family in this city isn't even half as beautiful as our Xiaoyan. How can someone from the city, who has never done any farm work, have such dark skin?" As her words left her lips, a chorus of women erupted into chatter. Chen Yun, however, refrained from joining their conversation, occasionally casting her gaze towards the men's table. She noticed that Zhao Qianzhi, who had initially donned a shirt, now wore only a white tank top, revealing his sun-kissed, muscular arms. Upon closer inspection, she realized that he had draped his shirt over their sleeping daughter, who lay across his lap. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. When he had come over to embrace their daughter, she had been too close to detect the scent of alcohol, only catching a faint whiff of tobacco. She had assumed he hadn't been drinking and had considered mentioning it, yet feared provoking his ire. To her surprise, he had indeed taken her words to heart. He had not been drinking. A wave of relief washed over her. This evening, she likely wouldn't have to worry about him becoming intoxicated and causing trouble. The meal continued until just past 1 in the afternoon, when the gathering finally dispersed. Chen Yun observed her daughter, cradled in Zhao Qianzhi's arms, still deeply asleep amidst the noise. She approached, extending her hands. "May I hold her for a moment?" But he evaded her outstretched hands and strode ahead with long strides. Noticing this, she withdrew her hands and chose not to insist, following him in the direction of home. Seated at the entrance, a plump aunt was weaving a bamboo basket, watching the young couple walk in tandem. The two, already a handsome pair, made for a pleasing sight, resembling a loving couple. Particularly striking was Zhao Qianzhi, holding their sleeping child. He truly looked the part of a father. The aunt mused silently about whether this scoundrel had genuinely reformed, as he appeared to understand the significance of cradling their slumbering daughter, an occurrence that was indeed rare. Upon seeing Chen Yun, she called out, "Are you heading to your Uncle Zhang's for a drink?" Realizing the aunt was at the entrance, Chen Yun smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, aunt." As she spoke, she was the first to reach the door, retrieving her keys to unlock it, allowing him to carry their child inside first. Zhao Qianzhi entered the house, cradling his child in his arms, and cautiously placed his daughter on the large bed. He removed the shirt covering her and pulled a blanket to cover her up, then turned and entered the eastern room to retrieve the ginseng he had dug up the previous day. After carefully wrapping the inkstone, he finally stepped outside. Upon emerging, he noticed his slender wife, struggling to draw water from the well. Today, he observed that Uncle Zhang's household utilized a much more convenient method, which required only a few presses to yield water. He resolved to acquire such a device in the future. He set his belongings down on the stone table, strode forward with long strides, and grasped the rope, saying, "Let me handle this." Chen Yun was taken aback by his sudden presence behind her. Her body stiffened as she felt his warm, solid chest against her back, the fresh and rich scent of soap enveloping her senses. A fleeting glance at his rolled-up sleeves revealed a strong arm, prompting her to silently slip out of his embrace. Zhao Qianzhi's long, well-defined fingers gripped the water rope effortlessly, lifting a bucket of water with ease. Soon, he had filled the water tank completely. Turning to his wife, he noticed her emerging from the house with the clothes he had changed out of the day before. His deep-set eyes momentarily flickered with emotion as he spoke. "I have something to attend to. Don't wait for me tonight." Chen Yun nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "All right." After his departure, a young and beautiful stranger stepped into the house. Dressed in vibrant attire with the latest fashionable curly hairstyle, her lips glistened as if freshly bitten. She wore a light-colored, fitted red dress complemented by high heels, moving with a captivating grace. As she entered the courtyard, she surveyed the surroundings with a hint of disdain, her gaze finally landing on Chen Yun, who was washing clothes. The striking beauty, with her fair complexion and exquisite features, was breathtaking. Observing Chen Yun diligently scrubbing a gray shirt, she quickly recognized it as Zhao Qianzhi's, deducing that this must be his wife. Previously, she had heard rumors that he had married a stunning woman, but she had scoffed at the notion, assuming that rural folk were unrefined and lacked worldly experience. She had not anticipated such beauty, had it not been for an encounter at the mall with Brother Qin, where she witnessed Zhao Qianzhi discreetly carrying a significant sum of money and purchasing 2 expensive dresses in one go. She would have remained oblivious to his wealth. After dismissing Brother Qin, she observed that he had also acquired numerous costly items for children and women's necessities. Initially believing the dresses were intended for himself, she had awaited his return, anticipating an apology for his absence, only to find him inexplicably vanished. Were it not for his money and those elegant dresses, she would not have stooped to this level. Suppressing her jealousy as she admired the striking figure before her, she tossed her hair flirtatiously and inquired, "Is Qianzhi home?" Upon hearing her voice, Chen Yun looked up, only then realizing her presence, and stood up, shaking the lather off her hands. How much she guessed her identity. Last year, during the birth of Miao Miao, it was unexpectedly revealed that Zhao Qianzhi had a mistress outside, rumored to be a city dweller, not only beautiful, but also well-dressed. She was the one Zhao Qianzhi held dear, but due to his family's poor circumstances, the woman's family disapproved, which is why they could not be together. It seems this person before her is indeed the one Zhao Qianzhi cherished, though she never anticipated that she would come knocking at their door now. Faced with this visitor, who was Zhao Qianzhi's mistress, there were no feelings of hatred, nor could she muster any affection. Her emotions were rather subdued. He has stepped out. "Is there something you need?" The calmness of the woman startled Lin Fong slightly. She could sense that the other had discerned her identity. Yet she did not react as fiercely as Lin had imagined. Instead, she approached and began to tear at her own clothing. It appeared that her relationship with Zhao Qianzhi was not particularly strong, thus rendering Lin Fong's 2 years of instigation somewhat worthwhile. Regaining her composure, Lin Fong adopted an air of haughty superiority as she seated herself upon the stone bench. "I merely came to have a look," she stated. her gaze laced with disdain as she scrutinized Zhao Qianzhi's wife from head to toe. Chapter 39. Is there another woman in your life? In this moment, as a fellow woman, she felt a genuine pang of jealousy towards the woman before her. A rural woman, with skin so fair and tender was one thing, but her face was exquisitely sculpted. However, seeing her tattered clothing brought a slight comfort to Lin Feng's heart. It was well known that all the money Zhao Qianzhi spent on her came from this foolish woman's arduous labor at the textile factory. Yet, she felt no sympathy. Instead, she deemed such a woman utterly useless. What good was beauty if she could not even keep her man in line? The hardships she faced were self-inflicted and had nothing to do with Lin Feng. As for Zhao Qianzhi, her feelings were conflicted. Despite her deep-seated disdain for his impoverished background, she was reluctant to relinquish a man with such commendable physical attributes. He was not only handsome, but also tall and well-proportioned, a man she could proudly present to her friends. Thus, she toyed with him, not only to ensure a steady flow of money, but also with the intent to discard him once she found someone more suitable, or even to take him back if necessary. However, after witnessing his fair and beautiful wife, she felt a sense of urgency for the first time, especially since he had not promptly gifted her upon acquiring wealth, nor had he entrusted any money to her. A vague sensation began to settle within her. He seemed to be slipping beyond her control. Therefore, she resolved that today, by any means necessary, she would wait for Zhao Qianzhi to return and clarify the situation. Chen Yun observed her sitting there, showing no signs of leaving, and chose to ignore her. She continued to the basin, bent down, and resumed washing her clothes. Lin Feng regarded this action with disdain, believing that no amount of diligence could win a man's heart, and could not help but sneer. Do you know how much my dress and shoes cost? She watched for a reaction, but upon seeing Chen Yun not even spare her a glance, she could not restrain herself and continued to speak to herself. These items are not expensive, merely a few dozen yuan. They were all gifted to me by Qianzhi. I have many such clothes at home. One day, I will ask him to sort out some that I no longer wear and bring them back for you. When Chen Yun heard her mention the clothes she no longer wore, suggesting Qianzhi retrieve them for her, her hands paused in washing. She was uncertain whether the two skirts in the wardrobe were indeed the discarded garments of this woman. If that were the case, Lin Feng, sensing her discomfort, smirked with satisfaction, having assumed she was entirely indifferent. It appears that this was not the case. She could somewhat infer that the expensive skirts were gifts from Qianzhi to the woman before her. With her objective achieved, Lin Feng lost interest in further engagement. As evening approached, Lin Feng observed the woman bustling about like a top, having finished the laundry, only to be interrupted by the awakening of a child, requiring her to hastily prepare formula. To save on electricity, she took advantage of the remaining daylight to cook dinner, finding her actions rather amusing. She certainly did not wish to live as this woman did. As darkness fell, her anxiety grew. She was increasingly uncertain whether Qianzhi was involved with other women. Suspecting his absence of late was due to his attention being diverted elsewhere. With these thoughts in mind, she questioned the woman, who was consuming coarse grain buns. Does he often return home this late? How do you manage being his wife? Upon hearing her question, Chen Yun did not even flutter an eyelid. Pretending not to hear and showing no inclination to respond, fearing that the woman might later report her to Qianzhi. She was acutely aware of how much Qianzhi valued his mistress. Provoking her anger could lead to severe consequences. Lin Feng, having waited for several hours and now feeling famished, had lost her patience and snapped at Chen Yun. I am asking you a question. Have you lost your voice? Her voice was laced with hysteria. At that moment, Qianzhi, returning from the city after selling ginseng and inkstones, hurried back, anxious for the safety of those left at home. Before he even stepped inside, he overheard her words. He entered with a measured stride, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth, and coldly addressed the unfamiliar woman. Apologize. His voice was frigid, sending a chill through the air. Upon hearing his magnetic tone, Lin Wan turned her face towards the newcomer, her sharp eyes glinting with recognition, a smile spreading across her beautifully painted face. However, when she heard his words, her expression momentarily stiffened. Especially when meeting his cold, unyielding gaze, a wave of dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. The man before her was unmistakably familiar, yet he felt utterly alien. Despite her previous transgressions, Qianzhi had never shown her such coldness. Today he seemed a stranger, leading her to doubt whether he had been replaced. Suppressing her grievances, her eyes welled with tears as she trembled and said, Qianzhi, I waited for you all day. Your wife scorned me, and I endured it. Yet upon your return, you treat me this way? The voice resonated with an endless sense of grievance, contrasting sharply with the previous arrogance displayed towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun had never anticipated that despite her forbearance, the flames of discontent would ultimately engulf her. She set down the coarse grain bun she had been nibbling on and raised her gaze to the man rushing in from outside, catching his attention. Regardless of his belief, she felt compelled to articulate her thoughts to avoid a brutal confrontation. I am acutely aware of how well you treat her. I dare not show her disdain. The irony in her words was so palpable that even she had not fully realized it. At this juncture, Lin Wan's eyes brimmed with tears as she approached Zhao Qianzhi, reaching out to grasp his hand, only to have him withdraw. This action sent a chill through Lin Wan. In the past, a mere touch of her hand would elicit a joyous grin from him. Now, in her overt attempt to connect, he had evaded her. Trembling, she questioned, Zhao Qianzhi, tell me, have you been seeing other women behind my back? Hearing her inquiry, Chen Yun could not suppress a laugh. To an unsuspecting listener, it might seem as though she were Zhao Qianzhi's legitimate wife. Disinterested in their emotional drama, she tidied up the dishes, scooped up the child with one arm, and made her way to the kitchen, leaving the two of them behind in the living room. Having been considerate enough to grant them privacy, she could only hope Zhao Qianzhi would manage to pacify his beloved. Otherwise, she feared he might later unleash his frustration upon her. Yet, the thought of the two dresses Zhao Qianzhi had brought home, potentially discarded by another woman, made her stomach churn with unease. It was disheartening that he could squander such a considerable sum on that woman while simultaneously demeaning her. Chapter 40. His beloved is upset, yet he does not pursue her. The feelings swirling within her were indescribably unpleasant, but given the reality of her situation, she felt compelled to endure. She understood all too well the harshness of life as a divorced woman with a child, subjected to the whispers of society and the predatory gazes of unscrupulous men. If she were to reach that point, she had no intention of seeking another partner. She would resolutely raise her child alone, fighting tirelessly for their future. Lost in her thoughts, she soon witnessed that woman rush out of the house, hands covering her mouth, sobbing softly as she hurried away. Was she unable to soothe her? Shortly after, Zhao Qianzhi appeared at the kitchen door, hands in his pockets, leaning casually against the frame, exhibiting no signs of anger. With the night so dark, he did not chase after her. He seemed unconcerned about her departure. Zhao Qianzhi's tall figure blocked the doorway as he surveyed the empty stove, noting that, unlike usual, no food had been left for him. His gaze shifted to his wife, whose expression remained impassive, her raven hair and crimson lips betraying nothing of her feelings. Satisfied that she was not angry, he finally spoke. Is there any food left? I am hungry. With that, he stepped forward and bent down to lift the child from her arms. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the thought that perhaps the last blow had indeed damaged his mind. How could he remain indifferent even when his heart was enraged? Instead, he seemed to have the leisure to inquire if she had anything to eat. Though she was reluctant to engage with him at that moment, the sight of her daughter, drooling and nibbling on her fingers in his embrace, prompted her to speak coldly. Wait a moment. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi, who was holding the child, did not leave but instead settled himself on a small stool. His tall stature made the tiny seat appear rather constricting, yet he had no desire to move. He simply wished to remain there until dinner was served. Meanwhile, Lin Fong, who had hurried out from her home, halted her steps not far from the door, waiting in vain for Zhao Qianzhi to pursue her. Frustration welled up within her chest as she struggled to comprehend his current indifference, as if he had transformed entirely. Memories of his gaze, once filled with tenderness and charm, now felt alien, cold, devoid of warmth. Turning back to glance at the small earthen house, illuminated by two flickering lights, she resolved that she did not want to spend her life toiling away like some women, laboring under the sun. Although Zhao Qianzhi had a handsome appearance, he lacked the means to provide the life she desired. Thus, she concluded it was best to sever ties here. With that thought, she averted her gaze and, stepping into her high heels, swayed her hips as she walked away into the darkness. In the kitchen, Chen Yun had initially prepared a meal for Zhao Qianzhi, but, in her anger, had refrained from serving it, opting instead to whip up a couple of wild vegetable pancakes for him. The household's provisions were running low. They would have to make do. She placed the dish on the table, bent down to take her daughter from his arms, and left the kitchen without preparing his wash water as she had before, instead heading straight to the living room and returning to the bedroom. After she exited with the child, Zhao Qianzhi finished washing his face and hands, finally taking a bite of the wild vegetable pancake. As he surveyed the dilapidated kitchen, he was surprised to find it tidily arranged. It was hard to fathom how she managed to juggle work and household duties all alone. After finishing his meal, he washed the plate, turned off the light, and stepped out of the kitchen. Upon entering the living room, he retrieved a wad of money from his pocket, which he had spent on ginseng and an inkstone, and proceeded into the bedroom. What greeted him was the sight of a woman reclining against the headboard of the bed. Clad in a breezy floral short-sleeved shirt, her lustrous black hair casually pinned back, revealing a swath of her snow-white neck. At that moment, she was intently focused on knitting a sweater, her delicate fingers skillfully maneuvering the yarn and needles. Beside her, their child sat, her damp little mouth gnawing at her chubby hand. In that instant, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him, one he could not quite name, strange yet not unwelcome. He took a step forward, placing the money on the table, and addressed her. "Here, take this. Please give me all the change you have. I have use for it." As Chen Yun, engrossed in knitting a sweater, heard his words, she lifted her delicate and beautiful phoenix eyes to gaze at him. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the thick wad of cash on the table, which was significantly more than what he had brought back on previous occasions. Withdrawing her gaze, she refrained from immediately reaching for the money. The arrival of her partner today served as a constant reminder that this man harbored affections for another woman. No matter how much she invested in this relationship, she knew she could never compare to any woman outside, not even to a single strand of their hair. It was evident that, despite their family's poverty, where they could hardly afford clothes for their child, he was reluctant to part with even a penny. Instead, he clandestinely took those funds to buy new clothes and shoes for another woman. To claim that she harbored no resentment towards him would be a lie. Even if he showed her disdain, it mattered little. But the fact remained that Miao Miao was his biological daughter, and yet he could be so cruel. Rather than squander money on other women, she resolved to keep it all for herself. Even if he chose to divorce her in the future and live with another woman, he would be unable to take a single cent from her. Setting aside the half-knit sweater, she rose from the bed, collected the thick stack of money from the table, and said, "You may leave for now. I will give you some change shortly." She was determined to conceal the location of her savings from him, fearing that he might develop ulterior motives and take all the household money for another woman. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi turned and exited the bedroom, remembering to close the door behind him. Once he was gone, Chen Yun counted the amount, then crawled beneath the bed to retrieve the money she had hidden there. After extracting some scattered bills, she neatly wrapped the larger denominations and returned them to their concealed spot. Once she had organized everything, she counted the small change in her hand. The household had no immediate financial needs. They had ample supplies of formula and rice porridge for their daughter, enough to last about a month. She set aside 5 yuan and then approached the bedroom door, opening it. Seeing Zhao Qianzhi sitting in the living room, exhaling clouds of smoke, she approached him and said, "Here, this is all that's left." Zhao Qianzhi observed every subtle expression on her face, removed the cigarette from his lips, discarded it on the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. He rose, waved away the smoke, and accepted the money, stating, "This is sufficient." Chapter 41. "Wife, I'm back. Please open the door." He pocketed the money and stepped outside, seizing the opportunity of the moonlight to head to the butcher in the neighboring village to procure some meat to enhance their meals. It was not solely for himself, as he could bear it, but his wife was exceedingly thin, especially concerning their child, who was not receiving adequate nutrition. He resolved to earn more money swiftly to truly support this family. Chen Yun, believing he had gone to pursue his departing lover, was disheartened, seeing his earlier indifference. She felt it took little time for him to seek out someone else again. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered softly, "A dog cannot change its nature." After securing the courtyard gate from within, she lulled her daughter to sleep, boiled some water, and carried it into the room, closing the door behind her. After a brief cleansing, she climbed into bed to sleep. Upon returning home after his shopping, Zhao Qianzhi discovered that the courtyard door had been securely fastened from the inside. How much disdain must his wife harbor for him to lock the door so swiftly upon his departure? The earthen walls of their courtyard were not particularly high. Coupled with his tall stature, he easily vaulted over and entered the yard with agility. Once inside, he proceeded to the kitchen, where he hung the meat from the beams. Upon emerging, he noticed that the lights within the house had been extinguished. Approaching the window, he gently tapped on the glass, mindful of not disturbing the sleeping child inside. He lowered his voice and softly called out, "Wife, I am back. Please open the door for me." Yet, after a moment, there was no response from within. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Qianzhi knocked again and called out, "Wife, open the door. I have returned." Still, silence pervaded the room. At that moment, his neighbor Su Wenxiang, perched on a stool and leaning over the wall, called out to Zhao Qianzhi, "Brother Qian, stop shouting. Your wife is likely in a deep slumber. Why not come over to my place? I'll have my wife fry some insects, and we can enjoy a drink together." Hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi, who had been poised to continue knocking, paused and responded thoughtfully, "All right." With his long legs, he effortlessly scaled the wall into the neighbor's yard. Su Wenxiang welcomed him inside and gestured for him to take a seat at the dining table. Though he seldom returned from his ventures in speculation, each visit brought home a significant sum, sufficient to ensure a prosperous life in the countryside, making his household one of the more affluent in the village. After Zhao Qianzhi was seated, Su Wenxiang beamed as he produced a bottle of white liquor. He unscrewed the cap and poured a bowl for his guest. "Brother, try this. I filled it at a tavern in the city. While it may not compare to what you find in stores, it is undeniably authentic and packs a strong punch." Zhao Qianzhi raised the bowl and took a couple of hearty gulps. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach with a burning sensation. He then picked up some peanuts with his chopsticks and remarked, "Not bad." Su Wenxiang, upon hearing his approval, grinned broadly and said, "I usually refrain from drinking, but today, out of respect for you, Brother Qian, I indulge a little." He then poured more liquor into Zhao Qianzhi's bowl. "I suspect your wife will come looking for you shortly." Zhao Qianzhi, not fully grasping the implication behind his words, shrugged it off and replied, "She is asleep. I'll manage the night in the yard." Su Wenxiang could not help but chuckle, realizing the remarkable change in his friend. He had heard his wife mention Zhao Qianzhi's transformation and had doubted it until now. In the past, Zhao Qianzhi's rough demeanor would have led him to force his way in if locked out. Yet now, he contemplated spending the night outside in such weather. While he would not succumb to the cold, sleep would surely elude him. Meanwhile, at home, Chen Yun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Initially angry, she feigned ignorance, intentionally refusing to open the door for him. Desiring to let him linger a while longer before rising to open the door, Zhao Qianzhi was unexpectedly surpassed by Su Wenxiang, who called for him to partake in a drink. The moment Zhao Qianzhi indulged in even a modicum of alcohol, he transformed into a troublesome entity. Fearing that he would become inebriated and cause a ruckus later, thus jeopardizing a peaceful night's rest, his anxiety intensified. Resolutely, he turned on the light, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. In the courtyard, he called out towards Su Wenxiang's residence. "Zhao Qianzhi, return to me." The wife of Su Wenxiang, who was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen, emerged. Standing atop a stool against the wall, she wiped her hands on her apron while beckoning Chen Yun, saying, "Sister-in-law, Changgu is drinking inside. Why not come and join us for a while?" Chen Yun, glancing at Su Wenxiang's wife, replied, "Do not allow him to drink too much. He becomes unbearable when intoxicated." With that, she approached the courtyard door, unlatched it, and stepped outside. Hastily, she arrived at Su Wenxiang's home and entered, finding Zhao Qianzhi with a bowl in hand, lifting it to his lips. Seeing him drinking sparked her annoyance. Her expression turned stern as she commanded, "Go home." Zhao Qianzhi's hand, poised in midair with the bowl, halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Wife, weren't you asleep?" Her sharp glare conveyed her displeasure, and without further words, she turned to leave. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Qianzhi dared not continue drinking. He set down the bowl and addressed Su Wenxiang. "Another time, I shall treat you." With that, he rose and swiftly pursued his wife. In the moonlight, he observed her icy demeanor, seemingly upset. "I merely returned from the neighboring village with some pork. I did nothing else," he explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun paused, initially believing he was off pursuing another woman. But realizing he had indeed been acquiring pork eased her misunderstanding, and her expression softened slightly. As he secured the courtyard gate, she instructed, "Wash up before coming in. You reek of alcohol." Heeding her words, Zhao Qianzhi fetched a bucket of water, took a cold shower, and brushed his teeth twice before re-entering the house. Upon entering, he found his wife turned away, lying on the inner side of the bed. Unsure if she was asleep, he treaded lightly, climbed into bed, and extinguished the light. In the enveloping darkness, he closed his eyes, inhaling the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from his wife. As a robust man, he found himself ill-equipped to resist such a lure. What initially felt like fatigue now transformed into an electrifying state of alertness, rendering sleep elusive. In this moment, he regretted not having consumed more alcohol. Perhaps then he would have drifted off effortlessly. Now, caught in this restless state, he felt profoundly uncomfortable, unable to sleep, his body buzzing with an unnatural energy, tossing and turning. At that moment, Chen Yun coldly remarked, "If you can't sleep, then get out." Instantly chastened, Zhao Qianzhi complied, forcing himself to settle down and hasten into slumber. Chapter 42. The flood approaches, yet before he could find sleep, the gentle patter of rain began outside, soon accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. In the next instant, the figure beside him turned, groping in the dark as they climbed out of bed. Zhao Qianzhi felt the smoothness of her skin. When he touched his calf, his breath momentarily faltered. After swallowing hard, he extended his long arms to turn on the light. Observing the slender figure exiting, and inquired, "What's the matter?" His voice carried a low, husky tone. Chen Yun ignored him, opening the door to the main room and rushing out into the torrential rain. Upon her return, she held a collection of pots and pans. Glancing up at the ceiling, she proceeded to place the containers on the floor beneath the leaks. Zhao Qianzhi lifted his gaze to the ceiling, at last comprehending her purpose for bringing those items inside. As the rain outside intensified, water began to drip within the confines of their home. After finishing her task, Chen Yun approached her daughter's small bed, peering up to ensure that her sleeping area remained dry before feeling reassured. She knew that with such heavy rain, sleep would elude her tonight. Zhao Qianzhi observed how her clothes clung to her delicate figure, the damp fabric accentuating her fair skin, while her dark hair stuck to her porcelain neck. Noticing this, he spoke up, "Change your clothes, you might catch a cold." Only then did Chen Yun realize her garments were completely soaked. She went to the rickety wardrobe, found an old shirt of his, and retreated to another room to change out of her wet clothing, donning his oversized attire. The trousers were excessively long, requiring several folds, and she secured the waistband with a piece of string. Once she had adjusted herself, she returned to the bedroom, found a stool, and sat beside her daughter's small bed, beginning to knit a sweater. Occasionally, she would glance at the bowls to check if they were filling with rainwater, then step out to empty them. Zhao Qianzhi noted that within their modest dwelling, there were 8 assorted pots and bowls, all designated to catch the dripping rainwater. Preoccupied with thoughts of earning money, he had entirely forgotten that their home had long since deteriorated. He pondered that the top priority for the next day would be to repair the roof. Otherwise, with heavy rain outside and a gentle drizzle inside, it would be unbearable. While he could endure the discomfort, his wife and child could not withstand such trials. He picked up a cigarette from the table, leaned against the doorframe, and gazed out into the pitch-black night, listening to the relentless downpour. After lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and, narrowing his deep-set eyes, slowly exhaled the smoke. In the time it took to finish a cigarette, his wife had already emptied the bowls twice. Extinguishing the cigarette, he returned inside and said to Chen Yun, "Go to sleep. I'll keep watch." Sitting on the stool, Chen Yun dried her hands with a towel and resumed her knitting. She had little faith in Zhao Qianzhi and was disinclined to engage with him. Her previous trust had only led to increasingly unfortunate outcomes. At this point, such circumstances had become second nature to her, and she had no intention of relying on him. Observing her indifference, Zhao Qianzhi stepped forward and took the knitting from her hands, feigning seriousness as he commanded, "Go to sleep." His tone carried a hint of rigidity. When Chen Yun looked up, locking eyes with his profound gaze, she was left bewildered by his erratic behavior. In the past, no matter how heavy the rain fell at night, he would sleep like a log, feigning deafness and refusing to even glance outside. I remember during my 9th month of pregnancy, there was also a torrential downpour. Having borrowed corn from my family, I struggled alone, burdened by my condition. As I hurried to gather the corn before it spoiled, when I called for him to assist me, he merely lay in bed, pretending not to hear. Ultimately, I completed the task alone, nearly stumbling several times in the process. Such incidents were far too numerous to count, and in my frustration, I found it difficult to pinpoint exactly what to resent. Bringing my thoughts back to the present, I lifted my daughter from her small bed and gently placed her on the larger one beside me. Lying down next to her, I closed my eyes and feigned sleep, listening to the sounds from the main room, reassured that Zhao Qianzhi was indeed pouring out the rainwater from the bowl. I felt a slight sense of relief, but the fear of him losing his composure kept me from sleeping soundly. It was only when the sound of the rain seemed to lessen that I succumbed to sleep. Zhao Qianzhi remained in the main room, periodically emptying the nearly full bowl of rainwater, busying himself countless times. In the pitch-black night, urgent sounds of gongs echoed, followed by frantic shouts. "There's been a flood. Wake up." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Qianzhi quickly rose from his stool and approached the door, confirming with intent that he was not mistaken. Grabbing a flashlight, he hurried into the bedroom, calling, "Wife, wake up, there's a flood." As he spoke, he reached the bedside and scooped up the blankets, wrapping our still sleeping child within them. Chen Yun awoke instantly, seeing him with the child, and hastily got out of bed. Without a moment to put on shoes, she followed Zhao Qianzhi outside barefoot. The rain continued to pour, mingling with the distant sounds of neighbors and the cries of children. The icy raindrops striking her skin jolted her awake. She observed his tall, sturdy figure, holding their child and wielding the flashlight as he strode forward. Though uncertain of where he intended to take them, she waded through the water that had risen to her ankles, soon reaching her calves. The water surged so rapidly that she could not afford to ponder. She could only trust this man, who was often unreliable. Zhao Qianzhi, sensing the swift rise of the water, halted and handed the flashlight to his wife, keeping their daughter cradled in one arm while grasping her hand with the other. "Hold on tight. We need to head to the mountain outside the village. It's the highest ground." Feeling his rough grip enveloping her hand, Chen Yun inexplicably found solace in his presence as she replied softly, "All right." Together, they trudged through the water towards the village outskirts. Thankfully, they had left in time. The water had not yet reached their waists as they exited the village. Zhao Qianzhi had ascended this mountain several times, thus familiarizing himself with the path. Accompanied by his wife and child, he climbed to a sufficient height, ensuring that no matter how severe the flooding, they would remain safe from its grasp. Only then did he release a sigh of relief, seeking refuge within a concealed nook. It was only upon halting that he noticed the child, swaddled beneath a blanket, had woken up at some point. He gently felt the blanket, relieved to find that she remained dry and warm. As dawn approached, his gaze fell upon his wife, who was shockingly barefoot. Her once fair and unblemished feet were now marred with numerous wounds, stained with blood. Upon witnessing this, he entrusted the child to her, removed his wife's damp shoes, and placed them on her feet, saying, "Stay here and wait. I will go down and assess the situation." Chapter 43. Hiding on the mountain at his words, Chen Yun immediately grew anxious. Upon leaving the village, the rapid rise of the water level had turned their home into chaos, filled with cries of despair. They encountered few people along the way, as many were likely at home salvaging their valuables. In the face of disaster, no material possession could compare to the value of life. Fortunately, Zhao Qianzhi, upon hearing the sound of the gong, had swiftly gathered his daughter and made his way outside. In his haste, they had left the door unlocked, taking nothing with them except the blanket wrapped around their daughter. Despite the urgency, they had not wasted much time. However, by the time they reached the mountain, the water had already risen significantly, making their ascent a prolonged ordeal. Now, he remained oblivious to the severity of the situation below. As he prepared to descend, his wife, fueled by concern, firmly grasped his clothing, asserting, "You mustn't go anywhere. Stay here." Zhao Qianzhi could sense his wife's anxiety and gently held her delicate wrist. Observing that the blanket around their child was now damp and no longer insulated, he realized they had left in haste, unprepared. At last, they had secured themselves in this relatively safe location. The opening was spacious and well ventilated, allowing them to stay comfortably for a time. He felt reassured that he could return home briefly to gather supplies. Otherwise, his wife and child would suffer from hunger and cold without adequate warmth. Meeting her gaze, he sought to soothe her, saying, "Do not worry. I can swim. I will be fine and return shortly." Chen Yun tightened her grip on his clothing, stubbornly refusing to let go. Zhao Qianzhi understood her fear. Despite her strength, she was still a woman. Extending his arms, he enveloped both her and their child in his embrace, explaining, "I need to go back. The waters will recede in at least half a month, and during this time, the child will need nourishment. The nights on the mountain grow cold. Without a covering, both you and the child will not endure." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun fell silent, burying her face in the warmth of his robust arms, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She had never anticipated that one day he would truly embody the role of a protector, shielding her and their child from the perils they had just escaped. It is difficult to fathom the dire circumstances that might have ensued had he not possessed such clarity of mind, resolutely cradling his child as he ascended the mountain. After a considerable time, Zhao Qianzhi finally released his beloved wife from his embrace. He then rose and traversed to the other side. Retrieving several pieces of dry firewood that he had previously gathered, he laid down some hay as a base and, after struggling with damp matches and breaking several, managed to ignite a fire. Periodically, he added dry grass until he confirmed the wood was ablaze, at which point he ceased adding more. In this moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful for having gathered this firewood at the cave entrance, thinking back to when he had considered spending a night on the mountain should it grow too late. Thus, he had prepared some hay and wood within the cave, never anticipating it would prove so useful now. Observing the fire crackling vigorously, he turned to his wife and assured her, "I have rested here before. It is relatively safe. You and the child must not wander. Stay here, and I will return for you shortly." Chen Yun nodded, holding the child, watching him descend the mountain. Outside, the rain continued to patter down, but within the cave, it was rather spacious. With the ground covered in hay, sitting beside the fire did not feel cold. After placing the child down, she laid the blanket that had wrapped her near the flames to dry. It then dawned on her that she was still wearing Zhao Qianzhi's shoes, having forgotten to return them. She removed her damp shoes and placed them by the fire to warm. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi descended the mountain barefoot, painfully pricked by countless thorns along the way. He found it hard to imagine the hardships his wife must have endured walking barefoot, yet she remained silent throughout. About half an hour later, still not at the bottom, the water had begun to rise. Observing the water level, he could hardly envision the devastation that must be occurring in the low-lying areas of the village. Likely, entire homes were submerged. Fortunately, their house was situated on a small hill in a flat area, and he surmised that he might still salvage some belongings. With a determined plunge, he swam toward the village. Along the way, he noticed several people taking refuge on tree branches, some wrapped in bed sheets, clutching their possessions tightly. As he continued onward, the air was filled with anguished wails intermingled with heart-rending cries. It was evident that the flood had caught many unprepared during the night. Zhao Qianzhi could not afford to linger. His sole focus was on returning home to assess the situation and gather whatever supplies he could take back to the mountain. He swam tirelessly, scarcely pausing, even upon witnessing the remnants of destruction around him. He understood well that in this era of scarce resources and inconvenient transportation, facing such calamities often meant surrendering to fate. His thoughts were solely on his wife and child. Upon reaching home, he found that the flooding was not as severe as he had feared. He pushed open the kitchen door and retrieved the pork he had purchased the previous day from the beam above. The food in the vat had been soaked and was no longer fit for consumption. He carefully gathered the few intact eggs and waded back into the house. He retrieved 2 cans of milk powder from the cupboard, then recalled the money his wife had discreetly hidden. After collecting it all and wrapping it securely, he placed the meat, eggs, and money into an empty milk powder canister. He meticulously packed a large bundle of valuable items from his home, ensuring he took everything useful before locking the door. As he waded out, he swam through the deeper waters, carrying his belongings on his back. The dawn had broken, yet the rain showed no signs of abating, continuing to pour relentlessly. Upon exiting the village, he encountered a crowd of people, some weeping and others wailing, each bearing their own burdens, their faces etched with sorrow. They were discussing their plans to leave the village, intending to seek refuge with relatives for a while. It was evident they too had surmised that the flooding would not recede anytime soon. The village was completely submerged, rendering it uninhabitable, and they could only temporarily escape until the waters receded and they could return. At that moment, a fellow villager, Yang Dan, called out to Zhao Qianzhi, inquiring about his family. "Brother Zhao, why are you alone? Where are your wife and child?" Zhao Qianzhi paused, finding a shallow spot to stand, and replied to Yang Dan, "They are on the mountain." Hearing this, Yang Dan glanced toward the nearby hill, recalling that he had grazed cattle there before but had never ventured higher up. Always feeling it was unsafe, he withdrew his gaze and asked, "We plan to leave the village together. Will you not bring your wife and child along?" Zhao Qianzhi surveyed the devastation wrought by the flood and responded, "We are still unaware of the extent of the disaster. I cannot take them with me. The child is too young for such upheaval." Upon hearing this, Yang Dan and the other villagers hesitated, contemplating the dire circumstances ahead, where food, shelter, and rest had become insurmountable challenges. For them, seeking refuge with relatives was the best option available. Ultimately, They decided not to delay any further and began to take action. As they departed one by one, a well-rested Zhao Qianzhi made his way to the riverbank, found a tree branch, and pulled himself out of the water. Barefoot on the muddy, slippery mountain path, he strode purposefully upward. He scarcely paused until he arrived at the entrance of a cave, where he spotted his wife and child, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Chen Yun was folding a dried blanket, and upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi return with his belongings, her eyes sparkled with joy. She could not help but approach him, asking, "What is the situation down the mountain? Is it severely flooded?" After unloading his belongings and shedding his drenched trousers and shirt, he stood clad only in loose-fitting shorts. Approaching the fire, he spoke to his wife. "Everything is submerged. Many are planning to leave the village to seek refuge with relatives for a while." His voice carried a hint of hoarseness from the sleepless night. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's face, with its dark hair and red lips, reflected concern rather than beauty. She had anticipated that the situation would be dire, but she never imagined it would escalate to such severity. At this moment, she was deeply concerned about her mother and had no idea how things were faring on that side. Zhao Qianzhi, observing his wife's grave expression, understood the source of her anxiety. Given the extent of the disaster in their area, it stood to reason that her mother's home, situated even closer to the reservoir, would be suffering even more. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearing they would only exacerbate her worry. Instead, he tactfully shifted the conversation, saying, "The empty milk powder tin is filled with meat, eggs, and the money you've hidden away." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun's attention was indeed diverted. She approached and picked up the lightest of the 3 tins. Extracting a large piece of pork, she then retrieved some eggs. To her surprise, at the bottom lay the money she had concealed, wrapped in oil paper that had kept it dry. She was perplexed as to how he had discovered her hiding place, which she had thought was secret from him. As she pondered this mystery, she considered where to safely store the money again, but was at a loss. Ultimately, she returned the money to the tin of milk powder. Afterward, she took Zhao Qianzhi's damp clothing and draped it over a makeshift rack to dry. Once these tasks were completed, she opened the military canteen and boiled the water within to prepare milk powder. Approaching, she took their daughter from Zhao Qianzhi's arms and began to feed her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi sat nearby the fire, contemplating their next steps. Residing temporarily in a cave was not entirely out of the question, yet the lack of food and clean water posed significant challenges. While these issues could potentially be resolved, he remained uncertain about when the water levels would recede. Moreover, he felt uneasy leaving the two of them alone in such a desolate area while he sought solutions. Snapping back to the present, he turned to his wife, who was cradling their child, and proposed, "Later, I will head down the mountain to assess the situation in town. You and the child stay here and wait for me. If the situation in town is not severe and vehicles can pass, we should consider moving to the city." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun cast a wary glance at the milk powder tin containing their money, fearing that he might abandon her and their child to seek solace with another woman. In these trying circumstances, while he might be all right on his own, she and the child could not afford to be without financial security. Without meeting his gaze, she continued to feed their child and stated matter-of-factly, "If you wish to abandon us to pursue your paramour, you are free to do so, but you must leave the money behind. We cannot manage without it." Zhao Qianzhi had never indicated an intention to forsake them. He sighed, recognizing that he had not provided her with a sense of security in the past. And under the current distressing circumstances, her suspicions were understandable. At this moment, if he were to descend the mountain, it would only fuel her anxieties. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the rain had ceased and the water in the canteen would suffice until the next day. He decided to act as if he had said nothing, adding, "You and the child remain here. I will see if I can catch some wild chickens to roast for our meal." Seeing him preparing to leave bare-chested and barefoot, Chen Yun could not help but interject, "Your shoes are drying." Zhao Qianzhi glanced at his wife, observing the injury on her delicate foot, and then averted his gaze, saying, "You wear them. I find it more convenient to go barefoot." With that, he ventured deeper into the mountains, exploring an uncharted territory. Along the way, he wielded a long stick to prod through the dense underbrush. Although he spotted a few wild chickens, they darted away with remarkable speed, making capture exceedingly difficult. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he stumbled upon a rabbit burrow and, with a spirit of experimentation, managed to catch 2 plump rabbits. On his return journey, While parting the grass, he discovered a chestnut-colored spirit herb nestled beneath a fallen tree branch, resembling a bowl in size. This serendipitous find felt like a windfall to him. In the current herbal market, such a treasure held considerable value, fetching a good price. After carefully handling the herb and weighing it, he estimated it could sell for at least 2,000 yuan. Returning to the cave entrance with his bounty, he found it was nearly afternoon. Chen Yun, seeing him approach with his haul, expressed surprise, as he had left with little hope of success. To her astonishment, he had indeed returned with something. Zhao Qianzhi approached his wife and proudly revealed his unexpected discovery. "Look at this. Isn't it splendid?" Examining the item in his hands, Chen Yun asked with curiosity, "Mushroom?" Zhao Qianzhi donned his dried clothes and explained, "This is lingzhi, a medicinal herb, and it's quite valuable." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt the item in her hands grow exceedingly hot, fearful of damaging it, and cautiously placed it beside the milk powder canister. She worried that if left unattended, their daughter might inadvertently mishandle it. Dressed and revitalized, Zhao Qianzhi bent down to scoop up their daughter sitting on the blanket. He then lay down on the thick hay, utterly exhausted from the previous night's lack of sleep and the day's exertions. As he closed his eyes, he quickly succumbed to slumber. Observing him drift into sleep, Chen Yun added more firewood to the flames. Chapter 45. Keeping watch though it was broad daylight. Being alone with her daughter in this desolate mountain was not without its fears, especially since, just before Zhao's return, their daughter had been crying incessantly, and no amount of soothing seemed to help. In this isolated wilderness, where silence enveloped them, the child's cries echoed hauntingly. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear during that time. Yet, she understood that she could rely solely on herself. Now that he had returned, even in silence, his mere presence brought her a sense of security that was difficult to articulate. Stealing a glance at the sleeping man, she noticed their daughter nestled in his arms, calm and quiet, clutching his neck. The surrounding area bore the marks of her small, delicate hands, leaving red impressions everywhere. Clearly, the man was utterly exhausted. Despite the child's persistent tugging, he remained deeply asleep, unperturbed. She stepped forward and gently lifted their daughter into her embrace. Placing her to one side, he skewered the rabbit he had brought back with a stick and set it over the fire to roast. As the meat turned a golden hue, he sprinkled a pinch of salt on top, instantly releasing a delightful aroma. Meanwhile, at this moment, many villagers had gathered halfway up the mountain, their eyes brimming with tears, lamenting the loss of their homes and food, and worrying about how they would survive in the days to come. The once bustling village was now submerged, with only the rooftops visible above the floodwaters. The disaster had struck in the dead of night, catching most residents in a deep slumber. When the patrolling security personnel sounded the alarm, the first instinct of the villagers was to rise and gather their valuables and essential supplies. This frantic effort caused many to be caught off guard as the waters rose, leaving them with too many belongings and nowhere to take refuge. Those unable to swim were forced to cling to tree branches for safety, while others, quick to react, led their families to higher ground, which was their best option. A small number of families chose to leave in search of relatives for shelter. Zhao Qianzhi slept soundly until the sun was nearly setting. Upon awakening, he gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, taking a moment to comprehend his situation. Not seeing his wife and child, he immediately sat up from the pile of grass. Looking outside the cave entrance, he noticed that dusk had fallen, and he faintly heard the sound of a child crying. He hurried towards the sound, and soon found his wife cradling their wailing child. Approaching her, he reached out to take the baby into his arms, expertly holding the child with one hand while inquiring, "What is the matter?" Examining the tiny, delicate feet, he noticed several large welts on the pale little legs. Chen Yun, with a calm demeanor, reached out to wipe the tears from their daughter's face and replied, "She must have been bitten by something." Hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi pursed his lips in silence, holding the child as he walked back. At the cave entrance, he surveyed the surroundings of the West Zhou, where the ground was strewn with dry grass, save for a clean blanket he had brought with him. It was indeed unsafe for the child to sleep in such a place. Observing the little one in his arms, who was now softly sobbing with red eyes and nose, he turned to his wife and said, "I will take her for a short walk nearby and return shortly." Chen Yun instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing their daughter in his embrace, her cries had ceased. The words of rejection caught in her throat transformed into a cautionary reminder, "It will be dark soon. Do not wander too far." Zhao Qianzhi obediently acknowledged her, understood. Holding their daughter, he strode into the woods, awkwardly entertaining the little one, eliciting a series of giggles from her. Chen Yun stood still, her heart laden with worry as she watched his tall figure retreat until it was no longer visible. After which she redirected her gaze. Bending down, she began to clean the cave with a makeshift broom, diligently shoveling out the ashes from the fire and scattering them in the corners to deter mosquitoes. Taking advantage of their absence, she tidied the cave thoroughly. Once again, the supplies and food were categorized and stored carefully, ensuring that nothing would go to waste. It was only until dusk that Zhao Qianzhi returned with the children in tow, a half bucket of water in his grasp. Upon their arrival, Chen Yun first scrutinized her daughter nestled in his arms, and then noticed the brimming bucket of water he had set down. Puzzled, she inquired about the source of his water and container, exclaiming, "The roasted rabbit meat over there is still warm." Zhao Qianzhi gently placed his daughter on a clean blanket, poured some water from the bucket into a basin, and washed his hands. He then picked up some rabbit meat from the rack and settled down, beckoning his wife, "Come, let us eat together." Chen Yun, having endured hunger since the morning, refrained from eating immediately after the rabbit was ready. Instead, she approached the basin, gazing at the crystal-clear water, pristine as if drawn from a well. In astonishment, she couldn't help but ask, where did such clean water come from? Zhao Qianzhi tore off a rabbit leg and, after she finished washing her hands, handed it to her, saying, "There is a pond nearby, but you must not go there. The water is quite deep." Although the pond was not large, peering into its depths revealed a dark, seemingly bottomless abyss, resembling a spring. Hearing his words, Chen Yun absent-mindedly nodded, gnawing on the rabbit meat and savoring each bite. At that moment, her mind was filled with worry for her mother and elder brother. Uncertain of their circumstances, in the aftermath of the flood, it was clear that everything in their home would be rendered unusable. With winter approaching, they would need to procure new supplies, which would entail considerable expenditure. Most importantly, their food stock would require replenishment. Although the money in the milk powder canister was sufficient, she hesitated to touch it unless absolutely necessary. Contemplating these matters, she couldn't help but glance at the man across from her, silently wishing he would refrain from any further foolishness. If he could manage that, she felt confident about enduring life together with their children. As darkness gradually enveloped the night, the mountains turned particularly cold. Fortunately, a fire was kindled at the cave's entrance, casting warmth within. Throughout the night, Zhao Qianzhi sat close to the fire, vigilantly watching over his sleeping wife and children until dawn. The recent torrential rains had caused widespread devastation. Shaoling village was among the afflicted, and being somewhat remote, the villagers were the first to spot the rescue team as it approached. Overcome with emotion, they rushed down the mountainside to greet the soldiers. The dispatch team consisted entirely of military personnel. The commanding officer placed down some rations and informed them that their current location was relatively safe, advising them to remain on the mountain temporarily. They needed to search the village for those in need of assistance before returning to evacuate them. Chapter 46. Priority evacuation. With the promise of the rescuers, the villagers felt a profound sense of relief. After distributing the rations, they began to eat. Throughout the afternoon, they gradually evacuated many elderly individuals and children from the village, while the younger and stronger residents remained behind for the final evacuation. Zhao Qianzhi initially intended to descend the mountain to assess the situation in the village. Upon reaching the halfway point, he encountered villagers seeking refuge from the flood. Among them was young Dan, who had planned to leave the village to stay with relatives, but as he and his companions ventured further, uncertainty consumed them. Consequently, they opted to return and shelter in the mountains. Upon spotting Zhao Qianzhi, young Dan excitedly approached him. "Zhao Ge, you're here too. Quickly, have your wife bring the children down. The rescue team will be arriving shortly to evacuate the women, children, and elderly first. The rest may have to wait until tomorrow." Zhao Qianzhi glanced down the mountain, recognizing that it would be best for his wife and children to evacuate. "All right, I will call them down immediately. If the rescue team arrives and we haven't descended yet, please ask them to wait a moment." Yang Dan nodded in agreement. "Okay, don't worry, Zhao Ge." Zhao Qianzhi turned and swiftly ascended the mountain. At that moment, Chen Yun was seated on a rock, playing with her daughter. Hearing the commotion, she looked up in surprise to see him returning so soon. "Why are you back so quickly?" Zhao Qianzhi stepped forward, taking the child from her arms. "The rescue team has arrived, prioritizing the evacuation of women, children, and the elderly. You need to take the child, bring along her milk powder, and some money." And evacuate now. Chen Yun paused, scrutinizing the man before her and sensing his sincerity. Although she was uncertain about where they would be evacuated to, she realized that as a woman with a child, carrying a large sum of money could pose a risk. Given his actions in recent days and his thoughtfulness in wrapping the child in a blanket the previous night, perhaps it was worth trusting him one more time. She gathered the child's milk powder and, turning to him, said, "You keep the money. Give it back to me later. Don't give it to that woman you fancy, or we will have unfinished business." Zhao Qianzhi obediently nodded, responding, "All right, you and the child get to safety first. I will find you later." As he spoke, he began to descend the mountain with the child in his arms. Chen Yun wore Zhao Qianzhi's shoes, which were too large and made walking cumbersome. Noticing her struggle, Zhao Qianzhi slowed his pace, allowing her to hold on to his shirt to ease her burden. After about 20 minutes, they reached the mountain's base. Upon learning that the rescue team had already arrived, Zhao Qianzhi carried the child and led his wife down. They soon saw many elderly and children boarding boats to safety. The last remaining boat was nearly filled to capacity. A few middle-aged women on the boat noticed Chen Yun and promptly made space for her, urging her to board quickly. Observing the situation, a member of the rescue team called out, "Ladies and children may board first. The rest will wait for tomorrow's evacuation." Zhao Qianzhi nodded in gratitude towards the rescue personnel. Once his wife boarded the rescue boat, he handed her the child, offering her words of encouragement. "Take good care of yourself and the child. I will seek you out tomorrow." Chen Yun, seated in the boat, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, at this moment, she felt a profound uncertainty, questioning the veracity of the words uttered by that despicable man. She could only hope that this time he would not let her down. The rescue team glanced at the couple. The man, tall and long-limbed, possessed striking features that exuded a commanding presence. The woman's beauty was exceptional, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Even clad in ill-fitting men's clothing, her graceful figure remained evident. It was surprising to find such a handsome couple in this remote, impoverished village. As the boat set sail, moving away towards the horizon, Zhao Qianzhi stood rooted in place, watching the diminishing figures of the mother and daughter until they vanished from sight, reluctant to depart. Yang Dan, unable to contain himself, spoke up. "Rest assured, Zhao Gu. I heard from the rescue team that all the evacuees from our village are gathered together, receiving communal meals, so they won't go hungry." Zhao Qianzhi nodded slightly, remaining silent. His thoughts drifted to the bite on his daughter's calf and the wounds on his wife's feet, stirring a sense of agitation. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Yang Dan. Subsequently, he lit one for himself and began to smoke. Yang Dan, holding the cigarette, hesitated to indulge, savoring its aroma instead. This brand cost 80 cents per pack. For them, even welding cigarettes were a luxury. Zhao Qianzhi stood there, smoking 2 cigarettes in succession before barefooted. He turned and headed back up the mountain. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he found himself alone. Despite having gone without sleep the previous night, he did not feel fatigued at this moment. He gathered his belongings and ventured into the mountains once more, hoping to test his luck again. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a treasure. In addition to one find, there was another not far away. He had to admit, this mountain harbored an abundance of valuable resources. He discarded his tools and began his labor. By nightfall, he had successfully unearthed 2 complete ginseng roots. He retrieved his flashlight from his pocket and retraced his steps back to the cave entrance. At this moment, he was entirely alone. He unscrewed his water bottle and took a few sips, gnawing on the rabbit meat his wife had roasted earlier. He speculated that his wife and child had already been relocated to safety. He resolved to descend the mountain early the next day, boarding the first rescue boat to find them. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, having consumed a bowl of porridge, requested some hot water to prepare milk powder for her child. She had been assigned to a large tent housing the women and children from her village. From them, she learned that the disaster had affected over 20 villages. Consequently, the evacuation task was substantial, placing immense pressure on the rescue personnel. Hence, priority was given to the elderly, children, and women, while robust young men remained behind as a support base, ready to assist in rescue efforts if necessary. Upon receiving this news, Chen Yun felt a sense of disconnection. Nearby, an aunt, noticing that she was clad in her husband's garments and wearing his shoes, couldn't help but express her curiosity about how a woman could escape with a child. "Zhao Yun, you managed to escape alone with the child? Where is your Zhao Qianzhi?" Chapter 47. He was among the first to evacuate. Chen Yun glanced at the child in her arms, who was happily drinking from a bottle. Retracting her gaze, she smiled at Aunt Wang and replied, "He is still on the mountain and won't be able to leave until tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang felt relieved that Zhao Qianzhi, despite his shortcomings, had some sense of responsibility to take his wife and child to safety during such calamity. With a nod of understanding, she said earnestly, "As long as he is safe, that is what matters. Being alive is more valuable than anything else." Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve. Her expression tinged with sorrow as she continued, "You may not know, but many lives were lost in this flood. The youngest son of old Li's family perished while trying to save the cattle. Such a fine young man, just married, with no children yet, and now he's gone." Chen Yun, upon hearing Aunt Wang's words, lowered her gaze, staring at her daughter in silence, unsure of how to respond. After experiencing such a harrowing escape, she realized that a woman with a child could hardly evade disaster when it struck. She couldn't help but wonder how Zhao Qianzhi was faring on the mountain that night. That night, Chen Yun barely managed to sleep, as the tent, though not overly large, was crowded with more than 10 people. Before dawn, her child woke up, and fearing that the baby might cry and disturb the others still resting, she took her outside the tent. Though she said nothing, she craned her neck, anxiously awaiting Zhao Qianzhi's return. As morning turned to noon, villagers began to arrive from the mountain, reuniting with their families. Yet Zhao Qianzhi's presence was still absent. Young Dan, spotting Chen Yun with the child, approached her and asked, "Sister-in-law, why are you here alone with the child? Where is my brother Zhao?" Upon hearing his question, Chen Yun's expression fell, and she inquired, "When did he evacuate?" Unaware of the gravity of her tone, young Dan replied casually, "Brother Zhao was among the first to leave. He should have arrived by now. This area is vast, and he might still be looking for you. Just wait a bit longer." His words plunged Chen Yun's heart into despair. That scoundrel had evacuated in the first batch, and now everyone else who had come after had found their loved ones. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. Given his past misdeeds, it was difficult not to let her imagination wander to darker conclusions. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, sitting on a rescue boat, was recognized for his height and strength. Upon learning that he could swim, he was taken by the rescue team leader and transferred to another boat, becoming a member of the rescue team. Upon departing from the rescue vessel, Zhao Qianzhi entrusted an elderly companion aboard to relay a message to his wife upon his return, reassuring her that he was participating in the rescue efforts to alleviate her concerns. The elderly man nodded without hesitation, agreeing to this task. Thus, Zhao Qianzhi followed the rescue ship to Xiaotao village, the domicile of his brother-in-law and mother-in-law, which had suffered severe devastation. Fortunately, the patrol team had raised the alarm early, enabling most residents to escape, although some were still trapped. The situation of the rescue was nothing short of harrowing. Numerous cattle, sheep, and pigs had drowned and were now floating on the water's surface, alongside several deceased individuals. In light of the circumstances, Zhao Qianzhi proposed a series of rescue strategies. Given the limited resources, the immediate priority was to evacuate the survivors and temporarily relocate them to the nearest safe area before organizing a more comprehensive evacuation. The rescue team leader found Zhao's plan feasible and consented to concentrate efforts within the village to locate those still trapped. As they proceeded, Zhao Qianzhi specifically requested a stop near his mother-in-law's home, casting a careful glance towards the west. Regrettably, the flooding was catastrophic. All surrounding houses were submerged, offering no signs of life. As they advanced a short distance further, a hoarse, feeble voice emerged from a tree branch. Upon hearing the faint call, Zhao Qianzhi turned his gaze in that direction and saw his mother-in-law clinging precariously to the branch, her complexion ashen, yet her spirit seemingly intact. He promptly ordered the vessel to move closer, and without hesitation, he donned a life preserver, leaped into the water, and rescued her from her precarious perch, bringing her aboard the rescue ship. Once aboard, he propped himself against the side of the boat, swiftly climbed in, produced his water bottle, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her, inquiring, "Mother, why are you alone?" Upon hearing her son-in-law's question, Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as she clutched the water bottle, her lips trembling. She could not reveal that her son and daughter-in-law had abandoned her during such a critical moment. In that dire situation, her son had acted out of necessity, assuring her that he would return after ensuring the safety of his wife and child. Yet, as she waited on the tree branch, he never came, and she could only hope for the well-being of her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. She held no resentment towards them, at her age, encountering such calamity. She only wished not to be a burden. Suppressing her emotions, she shifted the topic and asked, "What of Zhao Yun and the child? How are they?" Noticing her deliberate attempt to divert the conversation, Zhao Qianzhi chose not to press further and responded in kind, "They are both well. They were relocated to a safe area yesterday, while I remained to assist with the rescue." Upon hearing that her daughter and granddaughter were unharmed, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had never anticipated that it would be her son-in-law who would save her. The moment he had unflinchingly jumped into the water to rescue her was profoundly moving. Now, as she observed this son-in-law, she noticed he had transformed. He had become composed and steadfast, exuding an inexplicable sense of trustworthiness. If he could continue in this manner, she thought, it would not matter if Zhao Yun had to endure some hardships alongside him, as long as they could lead a fulfilling life together. As the search and rescue operation continued with great urgency, the rescue vessel helmed by Zhao Qianzhi quickly filled to capacity. The individuals were temporarily settled on a hillside at a brick factory outside the village. The elevated terrain and spacious slope allowed for a considerable number of people to wait for further assistance. It was here that Chen Shi spotted her son and daughter-in-law along with their child. Seeing that they were unharmed filled her with genuine joy, yet simultaneously, a chill crept into her heart. After all, she knew her son could swim well, and given the distance, he could have easily come to find her. When Chen Chong saw his mother being brought over by his brother-in-law, he was taken aback and hurriedly approached her, asking, "Mom, are you all right?" His gaze shifted to his brother-in-law, who wore the rescue team's insignia and appeared quite proud. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "How did you come to be involved in this work? Is Zhao Yun and the child safe?" Zhao Qianzhi, observing the beaming countenance of his brother-in-law, recalled the moment he had rescued his mother-in-law from a tree branch and finally grasped the expression of helplessness on her face. Those who enjoy this book can add it to their bookshelf. Heartfelt thanks. Chapter 48. A reunion. After confirming that they were safe, he turned to his mother-in-law, saying, "Mom, I must get back to work." Chen Shi nodded eagerly, waving him off. "Go ahead, be careful," as they watched the rescue boat fade from view. The villagers could not help but commend Chen Shi. "Auntie, that's your son-in-law. He looks so capable. You will surely enjoy the blessings of having such a son-in-law." Amidst the praise, the villagers expressed their admiration for Zhao Qianzhi, likening him to a blossoming flower. Chen Shi, hearing the villagers extolling her son-in-law, felt a deep sense of happiness. Meanwhile, Chen Chong, resembling a devoted son, assisted his mother to a flat area where they could sit. He pondered how his brother-in-law had become a member of the rescue team. Such a noble endeavor would surely be a point of pride to share in the future. He never imagined he would benefit from the glory of his seemingly inept brother-in-law. On the other hand, Chen Yun had scarcely eaten since morning. Although the food provided was free, it was also quite limited. She had taken only a small portion, deliberately saving some in case that wretched man returned and needed sustenance. As he had a hearty appetite. Now, however, he had not shown up, and she was left in the dark about his whereabouts. Feeling flustered, she cradled her child and sought solace in a quiet corner. Just then, a sharp, mocking voice pierced the air behind her. "Oh, why are you all alone here? Where's Zhao Qianzhi?" Chen Yun, already irked, turned to face the source of the voice and felt her irritation swell upon recognizing Zhao Qianzhi's insufferable paramour. She had no desire to engage, so she averted her gaze, adjusting the position of her child in her arms and gently patting their back to lull them to sleep. Linwan noticed that the woman was ignoring her, and the clothes she wore, including her shoes, were all from Zhao Qianzhi. It was hard to fathom what kind of life she had lived before. Such beauty and figure wasted at a young age, reduced to such a pitiful state. With a handkerchief in hand, she sat beside her and began to mock. "Look at you, so beautiful, yet you're with a pauper like Zhao Qianzhi. Apart from his height and decent looks, he is utterly lacking in substance, and his temper is notoriously foul. Any woman would likely think twice before marrying him." Hearing these words, Chen Yun, though aware of their validity, could not help but retort sarcastically, "If he is so worthless, why do you still spend his money? Are you not aware that he is married?" Lin Wan, unfazed, tossed her hair and shamelessly replied, "It's his choice to spend money on me. If you have the ability, why not stop him from giving me his money?" Chen Yun felt that conversing with her was a self-inflicted humiliation. With a cold expression, she picked up her child and headed toward her tent. Inside, it was chaotic. Several children were running around, and little Meow Meow in her arms was nearly asleep. Initially intending to set her down for a proper rest, it now seemed impossible. Thus, she continued to cradle the child and stepped outside. Observing the scene of families huddled together in conversation around her, she felt a sense of emptiness, her eyes swelling with unshed tears. Tightening her embrace around the child, she mentally cursed Zhao Qianzhi and his ancestors for good measure. Chapter 49. Where have you been these days? Yet, despite this turmoil, her anger and resentment remained unabated. Unbeknownst to all of this, Zhao Qianzhi was tirelessly engaged in a search, having scarcely paused for a sip of water from morning until now. The soldiers aboard the same rescue vessel were equally relentless, striving to waste not a moment in their efforts to evacuate those trapped. As night fell, they concluded a long day of labor, only to discover that the location where the rescuers were stationed was considerably distant from the safety point where the evacuees had gathered. This realization extinguished his thoughts of seeking out his wife and child. After hastily consuming some rations and drinking cold water, he sought a place to sleep, adopting the ground as his bed and the sky as his blanket. Soon, he was fast asleep, using his crossbody bag as a makeshift pillow. 3 days passed, and Chen Yun remained alone with her child in that place. Occasionally, she would wander westward, harboring a faint hope of encountering Zhao Qianzhi. One morning, due to a shortage of supplies, an announcement was made through a loudspeaker, urging everyone to gather their families and belongings and seek refuge with relatives or friends for a time. Alternatively, they could find nearby accommodations until the waters receded. Upon hearing this, many began to pack their things. Chen Yun, clutching her child, felt a sense of confusion. Her closest relatives were also within the disaster zone, making it impossible for her to seek refuge elsewhere. To venture to the guest house without a single penny in hand is utterly impossible. Presently, I observe everyone preparing their belongings, each laden with various bags as they begin to depart. I return to the tent with the intention of gathering my things before devising a new plan. However, upon entering, I discovered the place where I had stored my items was desolate. My child's formula was nowhere to be found, along with the remaining rations from the past few days. I hastily detained a departing individual, inquiring with a quivering voice, "Auntie, have you seen my belongings?" A gray crossbody cloth bag. That was indeed my daughter's sustenance, without the formula. What will she eat? The woman from the same village, Xiang, gazed at Chen Yun, her face pale with worry. For these days, she had been solely caring for her child, never having seen her husband, Zhao Qianzhi. Observing the child nestled in her arms, how could any woman fail to empathize with her plight? Though she initially hesitated to speak, fearing to offend someone from the same village, she ultimately voiced, "I believe I saw Aunt Wang packing it into her bundle. By now, she has likely left with her son. You should cease your search and prepare to go to relatives. I've heard they will be dismantling this place soon." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt utterly bewildered. She could endure hunger herself, but her child was still so young and could not be subjected to such deprivation. Struggling to suppress the tears welling in her beautiful phoenix-like eyes, she queried, "Auntie, did they head that way?" Seeing her distress, Xiang urged, "Zhao Yun, do not pursue them. You are but a woman with a child, while she is accompanied by her 3 sons. Even if you catch up, you won't be able to reclaim your belongings." With a heavy sigh, she concluded her warning. Chen Yun, however, was beyond listening. "Auntie, please tell me where they went. Without the formula, what will my child eat?" Xiang, upon realizing it was formula that was lost, initially thought it was rice porridge. Such an expensive item lost was indeed painful. Yet, the sons of Aunt Wang had long been accustomed to bullying in the village. A woman like herself stood little chance of reclaiming it. At that moment, Zhao Qian, having concluded his rescue mission early, arrived in a military vehicle. After a series of inquiries, he located the tent where his wife and child were temporarily housed. Lifting the curtain, he immediately spotted his wife cradling their daughter and called out, "Wife." Hearing his deep, husky voice, Chen Yun turned to the approaching figure. The accumulated grievances from days past suddenly poured forth as if she had found her anchor. She freed a hand to clench her fist and lightly pounded his solid chest, her eyes reddening as tears swelled. "Where have you been?" she demanded, her lips trembling. Zhao Qianzhi, having been struck lightly, did not feel much pain. He was perplexed by his wife's emotional state, noticing her eyes were red and appeared to be holding back tears. Helplessly watching her tears cascade, he felt at a loss for how to comfort her. Gently lifting a corner of his clothing, he carefully wiped her tears with a clean spot, sincerely explaining, I have been engaged in rescue efforts these past few days, and I had someone convey my message to you. Chen Yun seemed not to have heard his words. Indignantly cursing, "You worthless scoundrel. You promised to come see me and the child first thing in the morning, yet you've left us for days. Now the baby's formula is gone." Her voice trembled with a mix of sorrow and grievance. Zhao Qianzhi, deeply pained by his wife's tears, felt a sharp ache in his heart. Meanwhile, Gui Xiang stood by, utterly astonished. When Chen Yun struck Zhao Qianzhi, she couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension, her heart racing with fear that he might retaliate violently against Chen Yun. Her frail form could hardly withstand Zhao Qianzhi's wrath. Yet, to her disbelief, after receiving a slap, Zhao Qianzhi did not explode in anger. Not even a frown graced his brow. Instead, he tenderly wiped Chen Yun's tears and offered an explanation for his absence over the past few days. This shattered her preconceived notions of Zhao Qianzhi, a man notorious throughout the villages for his violent temper. It was common knowledge that he drank and abused his wife, yet today, she witnessed Chen Yun striking him. This was indeed shocking. Chen Yun brushed aside Zhao Qianzhi's hand as he attempted to comfort her. Turning to Gui Fong, she inquired, "Aunt, you mentioned that Aunt Wang and the others went that way. I'll send Zhao Qianzhi to chase after them." Gui Fong, regaining her composure, replied. Their entire family headed east. Understanding her words, Chen Yun turned to her husband. "They packed up your daughter's formula as well. Go retrieve it." Zhao Qianzhi nodded, removed the crossbody bag from his shoulder, and handed it to his wife. He then addressed Gui Fong. "Aunt, please watch over them for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he turned and stepped out of the tent. Inside the tent, Gui Fong's astonishment lingered. She could hardly believe that the man she knew as Zhao Qianzhi had behaved so differently. Her gaze fell upon Chen Yun as she tentatively asked, "Has your Zhao Qianzhi been possessed?" Hearing her question, Chen Yun suddenly realized what she had done in her haste over the missing formula. And after so many days without seeing him, she had impulsively struck him. Chapter 50, Retrieving the Belongings. She was acutely aware of the strength behind that punch, as her palm still tingled faintly. In front of others, she had struck that scoundrel, and he had shown no anger. He had done nothing wrong. On the contrary, he had contributed to a noble cause of rescue. It was merely a misunderstanding on her part, and she ought to have approached him with more clarity. At that moment, Gui Fong, clutching her chest, sank into a chair, her face pale with lingering shock. "Zhao Yun, you have no idea how terrified I was when you struck your husband. It nearly scared my soul out. Who knows what would have happened if he had retaliated?" Hearing this, Chen Yun felt a pang of regret for her overreaction and offered an awkward smile. In the past, if she had dared to confront Zhao Qianzhi in such a manner, she could only imagine the consequences. Upon reflecting on this, she began to explain, "I was simply too anxious earlier." Gui Fong shook her head, fully aware as a woman of the feelings of helplessness that accompany raising a child alone. However, the fervor with which he had struck Zhao Qianzhi suggested that he indulged her, for how else would Zhao Yun dare to confront him? The manner in which she had hit him indicated a certain familiarity. It was likely not the first time she had lashed out at her man. It is not difficult to imagine how much Zhao Qianzhi must have pampered Zhao Yun in private, for even the most lenient of men would struggle to tolerate such behavior from their wives. "You know, your husband seems to have changed quite a bit. When he isn't drinking and acting foolishly, he isn't too bad to you," Chen Yun mused. She recalled how he had transformed after that incident when he sobered up, and she spoke candidly. "But I wonder how long this change will last," her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing her words, Gui Fong wore a knowing expression, having heard whispers about Zhao Qianzhi's dalliances. Looking at the lovely Zhao Yun, with her fair complexion and bright smile, it was evident she possessed both beauty and domestic skills. Since her marriage, Zhao Yun had hardly needed to ask for anything. Such a virtuous wife is indeed a rarity. In the village, her reputation was impeccable. Speaking with the wisdom of experience, Gui Fong reassured Chen Yun, "Your husband may possess a handsome exterior that attracts attention, but given his youthful exuberance, he is easily dazzled by outside temptations. I suggest you keep a close watch on your finances and prevent him from spending unnecessarily. Let us see how those temptresses will pursue him then." Pausing to consider her next words, wary of being too harsh, she carefully adjusted her phrasing, adding, "You are young and beautiful. Should you ever seek to remarry, you could surely find someone admirable. Yet, men are often of a similar ilk. Perhaps the next one might be even less desirable than the current. Instead of that, why not train him well and put him to good use?" Gui's reminder struck Chen Yun like a revelation. She recalled the bag Zhao Qianzhi had left before departing. Placing the child down, she opened it and rummaged through. Upon unrolling the empty milk powder canister, she found it filled with a familiar bundle of money, which brought her comfort. She also noticed 2 ginseng roots tucked inside, though she wondered when he had harvested them. Indeed, as her aunt had said, could she guarantee that her next marriage would be better than with Zhao Qianzhi? Given that he was attempting to change and striving to improve their life, she decided to grant him another chance. Closing the bag once more, she sincerely addressed Gui Fong. "Thank you, Aunt. I will keep a closer eye on him from now on." As she cradled her daughter again, Gui Fong smiled, saying, "That's the spirit. There are no insurmountable obstacles, as long as a man's heart isn't utterly corrupted and he is willing to care for his family. We women must find a way to make our lives better." Not long after Zhao Qianzhi had stepped out, he returned, holding the lost cloth bag, which contained 2 heavy cans of milk powder for the child. Upon seeing him come back with the recovered items, Chen Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gui Fong observed that her presence was no longer necessary. They had recovered their belongings, and it was fortunate that it was Zhao Qianzhi who had found them. Had it been anyone else, those items would undoubtedly have remained lost. She stood up and addressed the young couple. "Well, I shall take my leave now. You two should tidy up and find a place to settle down as soon as possible." Chen Yun handed her child to Zhao Qianzhi, who cradled her. While she escorted Aunt Gui out of the tent, Zhao Qianzhi slung both cloth bags over his shoulders and carried their daughter out of the tent, turning to his wife and saying, "Let us head to the city's guest house and stay there for a while." His primary intention was to sell his goods. Lingzhi and ginseng, if not handled properly in this weather, would lose their market value. Chen Yun noticed that he had secured everything on himself and did not seem inclined to let her take anything. Given the chaos of the past few days, she had kept their daughter close, unwilling to let her out of sight even for a moment. Thus, the child felt as if she were an extension of herself. Her arms ached from exhaustion, and she resigned herself to allowing him to carry the child while bearing the burden. They made their way toward the throng of people, during which she inquired, "In the past couple of days while you were on rescue missions, did you encounter my mother or my elder brother?" Hearing his wife's question, Zhao Qianzhi replied reassuringly, "Don't worry, they are safe. The relocation site is a bit far from here." With these words, Chen Yun felt a sense of complete relief. As they reached the roadside, a military vehicle stopped upon spotting Zhao Qianzhi. The driver, Lieutenant Liao, called out to Zhao Qianzhi, "Comrade Zhao, where are you headed? I can give you a lift. It's difficult to find a ride with so many people around." He stepped out and opened the door. Zhao Qianzhi glanced at his wife and, seeing no objection, expressed his gratitude to Lieutenant Liao, saying, "Thank you. We're heading to the city to find a guest house for temporary accommodation." Lieutenant Liao smiled and replied, "No need for politeness. We owe you a lot for the smooth progress of our rescue efforts." As they spoke, he politely nodded at Chen Yun. Once in the vehicle, Zhao Qianzhi engaged in conversation with Lieutenant Liao, while Chen Yun quietly listened. It was the first time she had witnessed her husband interacting with others so gracefully, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a sense of maturity and composure. Chapter 51. Finding a guest house to stay in. After about an hour's drive, they arrived in the city. Due to the vehicle's ongoing mission, Zhao Qianzhi took his wife and child out at a bustling intersection. The streets of the city were teeming with people, a stark contrast to the attire of the 3 of them, who had fled the disaster overnight. Zhao Qianzhi held their child in one arm and took his wife's slender hand with the other. Pulling her through the crowd, they finally arrived at a quieter spot, where he turned to his beloved wife and said, "Let us first find a place to settle before we indulge in some nourishment." As he spoke, he noticed she was still clad in his clothing. The garment draped over her slender frame resembled a child adorning an adult's attire. Even the shoes on her feet were his. Witnessing this stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Contemplating, he resolved that once they were settled, he must procure a few garments for her. Chen Yun, sensing her husband's gaze, glanced down at her outfit and shot him an indignant look. "What are you staring at? Do you think I'm embarrassing you like this?" Her voice carried a hint of ire. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi realized she had misunderstood and quickly sought to clarify. "No, it's just that I feel sorry for you and the child. I intend to buy you both some new clothes." Chen Yun instinctively opened her mouth to refuse, intending to suggest he save his money. However, recalling how he had squandered their earnings on another woman, a wave of resentment washed over her. She shot him a displeased glance, freeing her hand from his grasp. and declared, "From now on, I will manage the finances. You are not to touch any money." Zhao Qianzhi, understanding her sentiment, nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall heed your wishes. Whatever you decide is fine with me." Seeing his compliance eased Chen Yun's heart a bit. She tugged at his shirt and said, "Let us proceed and see what lies ahead." The couple drew the attention of many passers-by as they walked. After some time, they finally located a guest house. The staff, upon observing their attire, frowned as they quoted the price. "It's 5 yuan per day, with a deposit of 20. Will you be staying?" The moment Chen Yun heard the cost, she instinctively wanted to pull Zhao Qianzhi away, believing it was a waste to spend 5 yuan a day just for accommodations. Even if they had money, such extravagance seemed unreasonable. Zhao Qianzhi halted her, this time disregarding her objections, and addressed the staff, "We will stay." With that, he handed the child to his wife, opened his cloth bag, retrieved the money, and after settling the payment, took back the child and received the room key before heading upstairs. Chen Yun followed him, her frugal nature making her feel that staying here was a loss. Yet, considering their child was so young and would have to endure hardships alongside them, she thought that even if not for herself, she must think of the child. Soon, Zhao Qianzhi found their room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a room with a bed measuring 1.5 meters wide, a 10-inch television, and a thermos. The bathroom was at the end of the hallway and was communal. Seeing the conditions, he felt a throbbing in his forehead. The situation was indeed quite dire, but then again, for 5 yuan a night, what could one truly expect? This realization strengthened his resolve to earn more money swiftly, aiming to provide a life free from want for his wife and child. Once inside, Chen Yun was surprisingly satisfied with the room, though she still felt it was too expensive and planned to seek a more affordable option the following day. Receiving the child from Zhao Qianzhi, she placed the little one on the bed and instructed him, "Please go fetch some water." Chapter 52. The significance of private savings. Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi grasped a basin and a thermos, preparing to exit the room. As he opened the door, he was met by 2 individuals standing at the threshold, each adorned with a red armband. The leading middle-aged woman, her face lined with severity, commanded, "Present your identification for verification." Fearing that her husband might falter in his response, Chen Yun rushed to the door, mindful that they had not brought their marriage certificate. In such circumstances, renting a room could lead to fines. She placed the child on the bed and, pushing past her husband, addressed the 2 officials. "Greetings, comrades. We are from Hangjiaguzi, having fled due to the flood. This is my husband. We left in haste, and he does not have his identification on him." The leading woman scrutinized the couple, noting their disheveled appearances, their clothes soiled with mud. Her gaze shifted to the interior of the room, where a child lay on the bed. Recognizing that they did not resemble a couple engaging in illicit relations, her demeanor softened. "Given your special circumstances, we shall overlook this matter. However, do remember to carry your identification next time you venture out." With that, the 2 officials departed. Chen Yun, relieved by their leniency, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, comrades." As she watched them retreat, she exhaled a sigh of relief and urged her husband, "Quickly fetch some water." With that, she turned back into the house, troubled by the need to find accommodation for the following day, anxious about encountering identification checks once more. Zhao Qianzhi, carrying the basin and thermos, made his way to the end of the corridor, first filling the thermos with hot water. He then set it down and splashed his face with water from the tap. Afterward, he filled a basin with cold water, balancing it in one hand while grasping the thermos with the other, and returned to their room. Once his wife had washed her face, she emerged with the child in her arms. They ventured to a nearby noodle shop. Upon entering, they ordered 2 bowls of noodles, along with a plate of cold dishes and beef. Chen Yun, noticing the quantity of food ordered, discreetly kicked Zhao Qianzhi under the table. Unfazed, he continued to engage playfully with their daughter, captivated by her fair complexion and lustrous, dark eyes. When the waitress, clad in a uniform, delivered their noodles, Chen Yun reached for the child. "Hand her here," she requested. Zhao Qianzhi, however, evaded her grasp and pushed the large bowl of noodles towards her. "You eat first. I'm not hungry yet." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun ceased her insistence and began to eat. At this hour, the restaurant buzzed with patrons, the air filled with conversation. Many were discussing the recent flood, lamenting over the lives lost due to the disaster. Observing his wife contentedly eating her noodles, Zhao Qianzhi took up his chopsticks and added a generous portion of beef into her bowl. Chen Yun, engrossed in her meal, was pleasantly surprised by his thoughtful gesture. Observing the surplus beef in the bowl, she lifted her gaze to her husband across the table. One could not help but wonder if he tended to his extramarital interests in a similar fashion. Instantly, a sense of discontent washed over her. She pushed aside the beef he had placed in her bowl and opted solely for the noodles. Having endured years of insufficient nourishment, her stomach had grown accustomed to modest portions, and soon she could eat no more. Gazing at the pale noodles, she pushed the bowl towards her husband and said, "Please eat. I can no longer manage." Rising from her seat, she navigated around the table and retrieved their child from his embrace. Zhao Qianzhi took the bowl and, using the chopsticks previously employed by his wife, began to eat. Recently engrossed in rescue efforts, he had not only toiled mentally, but also physically, leaving him unsatisfied. Thus, even a simple bowl of plain noodles tasted exquisite to him. Before long, he finished the remnants of his wife's noodles and proceeded to devour his own bowl. He polished off both plates of dishes in one continuous effort. Seeing that nothing had gone to waste, Chen Yun handed the child back to him and took out money to settle the bill. The total for 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of cold beef salad amounted to $3.20. This realization struck her with a pang of regret. Without engaging in any work, their expenses for food and lodging were swiftly accumulating to nearly $10. Consequently, when Zhao Qianzhi reached for money to buy a pack of cigarettes, he was met with a sharp glare from Chen Yun. Deprived of the funds needed for a smoke, Zhao Qianzhi, who had previously failed to comprehend the necessity of secret savings, now grasped the significance of having personal finances for a man. Unable to procure money even for a cigarette left him feeling diminished. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the bag slung over his wife's shoulder, which likely contained ginseng and cordyceps she intended to sell at the pharmacy. In that scenario, perhaps there would be some left over, allowing her to contribute less. But now, with her presence, any attempts at subterfuge were futile. They had arrived at a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy. Chen Yun took the child from him, positioning herself to request that he extract the contents of the crossbody bag. The shopkeeper, clad in a white lab coat, upon inspecting the goods, promptly summoned the owner. Upon emerging, the proprietor graciously ushered them into a courtyard behind the pharmacy. They settled around a stone table in the courtyard. The shop owner carefully examined the 3 items, engaging Zhao Qianzhi in conversation, attempting to glean information about his understanding of the mountain goods value. After thorough evaluation, he confirmed the quality of the items, noting their appealing appearance. Removing his glasses, he regarded the plainly dressed young man, recognizing his handsome features and the intellect reflected in his demeanor. It was evident from their exchange that he was well-educated, not a mere illiterate. Originally, he had intended to ascertain the worth of the goods brought from the mountains, perhaps to recruit individuals for patrols in the area. However, despite his probing, the young man remained unfazed. Eventually, he opted against negotiating aggressively and offered a price that was quite fair. For the 3 items, he proposed 1,800. Upon hearing the price, Zhao Qianzhi understood that this was the highest offer he would receive. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The deal was struck. Seated quietly beside him, Chen Yun remained speechless throughout, her raven locks framing a face that appeared composed, yet within her surged tumultuous waves of emotion. Although she understood the value of the item in question, she had not anticipated its pristine condition would render it so extraordinarily precious. The sum of money they had acquired could indeed allow for the reconstruction of 3 modest dwellings. As she contemplated this, she envisioned the day when the floodwaters receded, enabling her to renovate their home. No longer would she need to catch the rainwater with pots and pans during downpours. The proprietor accepted the goods and retreated to fetch the money. After confirming the amount, Zhao Qianzhi handed it all over to his wife. After entrusting their child to him, Chen Yun meticulously stowed the money in her crossbody bag. Chapter 53, Acquiring New Attire. Clutching the bag in one hand and gripping Zhao Qianzhi's shirt at the waist with the other, she stepped through the pharmacy's entrance. In her lifetime, this was the first occasion Chen Yun had encountered such a substantial sum of money, all in her possession. While elation accompanied her newfound wealth, a greater concern loomed, the fear that the purse cradled in her arms might attract the attention of unsavory individuals. Thus, as they made their way to the shopping mall, her demeanor remained taut, her vigilance unwavering, as she closely adhered to her husband's side. During this time, Zhao Qianzhi noticed his wife's evident anxiety. In crowded areas, he would free a hand to cradle the child, extending his arm to draw her close, shielding her from any potential jostling. In an era where holding hands in public was often frowned upon, Chen Yun paid little heed to the curious gazes of passers-by, fiercely protecting her purse as she spoke softly to her husband. Perhaps we should delay our clothing purchases today. The garments I currently wear can be washed and reused. The thought of wandering the streets with such a significant amount of money filled her with trepidation. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi cast a glance at her slender frame, clad in garments that were excessively loose and ill-fitting. His eyes then surveyed the bustling streets, where young women adorned in the latest fashionable styles exuded vibrancy and joy. Their outfits resplendent and their feet graced with chic footwear, each face illuminated by blissful smiles. In stark contrast, his wife, still in the bloom of youth and possessing an exquisite beauty, had long been deprived of any decent clothing due to their financial struggles. As her partner, he could not abide by the notion that she should dress like a frump, living a life of austerity. What others possessed, she too must have, and what others lacked, she should also possess. This was the essence of a man's duty to provide. Therefore, irrespective of the circumstances, he was resolute in ensuring that his wife and child acquired the necessary clothing and essentials today. Chen Yun, unable to resist her husband's insistence, accompanied him to the mall. As she gazed upon the opulent surroundings, memories surfaced of colleagues who had once spent an entire month's salary on a woolen coat there, a sum she had regarded as exorbitant. Simultaneously, she felt a pang of envy towards those unmarried women who could freely allocate their earnings towards their desires. For her, every penny earned was meticulously rationed to support her family. Zhao Qianzhi, disregarding the scrutinizing gaze of the attendant, selected 2 of the most fashionable chiffon dresses for his wife, urging her to try them on. Chen Yun, clutching a purse tightly in her arms, handed it to Zhao Qianzhi, who slung it over his shoulder. With the garments in hand, she retreated to the fitting room. Upon glimpsing the price tag, she was taken aback by the exorbitance. The cost of one dress could have purchased several outfits at the market. As she pushed open the door, intending to decline the fitting, she noticed the young salesgirl blushing as she covertly admired Zhao Qianzhi, who was cradling their child. Chen Yun was acutely aware that her husband, with his handsome features and tall stature, naturally drew attention, even in simple attire. Glancing at her own reflection and recalling her aunt's earlier remarks, she steeled herself, closed the door, and changed into the elegant chiffon dress. When she emerged, Zhao Qianzhi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and candidly complimented her. "You look stunning. It suits you beautifully." His words made Chen Yun's cheeks flush with warmth, and she shot him a playful glare. As she beheld her reflection, she could scarcely believe that the captivating figure before her was indeed herself. An older saleswoman approached, adjusting the belt around Chen Yun's waist, and with a hint of envy remarked, "This is our store's finest long dress. Your fair complexion and graceful figure make it a perfect fit." Chen Yun, lost in the mirror's reflection, remained silent, but through its glass, she caught sight of her husband, whose gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon her. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze and retreated into the fitting room. During her change, she overheard the older attendant exclaim, "Is this your child? She is truly beautiful." Zhao Qianzhi, hearing his child being praised, glanced down at the little one with tender affection and responded, "Yes, she takes after her mother." In the fitting room, Chen Yun felt her face flush with embarrassment, puzzled by her husband's behavior outside. After trying on the second dress, Zhao Qianzhi informed the attendant, "We'll take both." With the temperature dropping and the day's chill becoming more pronounced, he requested the attendant to wrap up a stylish outer jacket for Chen Yun. By the time she emerged again, the 2 dresses had been packaged and payment had been settled. As she stepped out, a wave of regret washed over her. As a simple country girl, she felt unworthy of such fine clothing and extravagant spending, pondering how it seemed incompatible with a life of frugality. Lost in thought, she was then ushered to a shoe store, where she purchased a brand new pair of leather shoes. In a matter of moments, she had amassed numerous items, something she would have never considered in the past. Reflecting upon it, she realized that this was the first time since their marriage that Zhao Qianzhi had lavished gifts upon her, leaving her astonished at his newfound generosity. It dawned on her that he must have indulged his mistress in a similar fashion. This realization caused a pang of discomfort in her heart. However, the hand that clutched the hem of his shirt remained steadfastly attached. After wandering for over an hour, they procured various necessities, including garments for the child. As twilight approached, the family of 3 finally returned to their lodging. Upon their arrival, Zhao Qianzhi promptly took a basin and towel to bathe. Inside the room, Chen Yun meticulously covered the sleeping child with a blanket. She counted the money, setting aside some for pocket expenses, while securely storing the remainder. When Zhao Qianzhi returned from his bath, he placed his soiled clothes into the basin, grabbed the soap, and headed to the laundry area to wash both himself and his garments. Exhausted from several days of restless nights, Zhao Qianzhi collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber, his tall frame nearly occupying the entirety of the narrow bed. After finishing her shower and hair wash, Chen Yun donned the new nightwear Zhao Qianzhi had purchased for her, her damp hair cascading over her fair neck as she bowed her head. Standing at the sink, she washed the clothes he had changed out of, unaware that a man lurked in the shadows, covertly observing her. Once she had finished washing, she carried the basin of clothes back to the door of their room, retrieved her key, and unlocked the door. A glance at the bed revealed both a large and small figure soundly asleep. After securing the door, she proceeded to hang the clothes to dry. During this time, she heard a knock at the door. Given the late hour, she hesitated to open it immediately, instead inquiring cautiously from behind the door, "Who is it?" As her words faded, there was no response from the outside. Only the persistent knocking continued. This unsettled Chen Yun, prompting her to glance at the man on the bed, who was sleeping as soundly as a log. Considering he had not rested well during recent rescues, she could not suppress her curiosity and asked again, "Who is it?" Yet, the person outside remained silent, their knocking unabated. Reluctant to awaken the man on the bed, she realized that the incessant knocking was untenable. Approaching the bedside, she gently nudged the sleeping figure and urged, "Wake up, see who is knocking at the door." Zhao Qianzhi, startled awake by her touch, opened his eyes to find his wife before him. He softened his gaze, his voice low and hoarse as he asked, "What is it?" He shifted slightly, thinking he had taken up too much space, leaving her little room to rest. Chen Yun pointed towards the door, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know who it is, but they keep knocking. I'm frightened. Please check." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi sat up, swung his long legs over the side of the bed, and approached the door. Just as he was about to open it, Chen Yun grasped his firm arm and cautioned him with concern, "Be careful." Zhao Qianzhi nodded and opened the door, stepping outside while ensuring to close it securely behind him. The figure outside, confronted by a bare-chested man significantly taller than himself, with a well-defined physique that suggested formidable strength, was momentarily taken aback. Startled, he attempted to flee. But in the next moment, his collar was seized, and he was forcefully slammed against the wall, the impact jarring his internal organs. Clutching his chest, he succumbed to an uncontrollable cough. Zhao Qianzhi, barefooted and long-legged, approached, bending down to hoist the man from the ground, pinning him against the wall. With a cold demeanor, he inquired, "What brings you here at this hour?" Upon hearing the question, the dark-skinned man reluctantly raised his head, meeting the icy, narrow gaze of Zhao Qianzhi, and stammered, I'm sorry, I knocked on the wrong door." Zhao Qianzhi scrutinized the man's flustered expression, which clearly indicated that the situation was far from a mere mistake. Tightening his grip around the man's neck, he demanded, "Speak the truth." The man's face flushed crimson as he struggled against the iron-like forearm, groaning painfully, "I'm sorry, brother. I made a mistake. I passed by the laundry room, saw your wife, and couldn't help but look a little longer, thinking she was alone. I promise I won't do it again. Please, spare me." As the man's voice quivered with palpable distress, Zhao Qianzhi's expression darkened. Beneath his slender, obsidian eyes lay a fierce intensity. Reports of voyeuristic perverts had frequently graced the headlines. He had heard of men who took pleasure in spying on women while they bathed or used the restroom. Yet, he never anticipated encountering such depravity in this simpler time. Foolishly, he had allowed his wife to wash and bathe in a bustling guest house without waiting outside, leaving her vulnerable to such predatory eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, who had been eavesdropping by the door, grasped the gravity of the situation. When silence enveloped the outside, her concern peaked, and she hurriedly opened the door, grasping her husband's arm, exclaiming, "Zhao Qianzhi, let go." Her voice trembled with fear, anxious that he might inadvertently end the man's life in a fit of rage. Upon hearing his wife's plea, Zhao Qianzhi clenched his jaw, suppressing the fiery anger that surged within him. Fearing that his wrath might frighten her, he reluctantly released his hold. Without support, the man slumped against the wall, collapsing to the floor, where he erupted into violent coughing fits. Witnessing this, Chen Yun mustered all her strength to drag Zhao Qianzhi back into the room and swiftly locked the door. She turned to him, commanding, "Enough, go to sleep." With that, she pushed him gently. Zhao Qianzhi settled onto the edge of the bed, casting a glance at his wife. Seeing that she was unperturbed by his earlier actions, he obediently lay down. Chen Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, extinguished the light, and navigated her way past him to the bed, placing their daughter closest to the wall to prevent Zhao Qianzhi from inadvertently rolling onto her in his sleep. Lying there, Zhao Qianzhi felt a wave of regret wash over him, unable to find sleep as self-reproach consumed him. In an era devoid of surveillance, one could encounter all manner of individuals. He should have been more vigilant in protecting his wife and child. After a while, estimating that his wife had drifted off, he propped himself up and quietly slipped out of bed. In the darkness, Chen Yun's voice pierced the silence, soft yet drowsy. "Where are you going?" Zhao Qianzhi, upon being called, halted his movements, turned, and approached the table. He poured himself a glass of water and remarked, "I am parched. Have a sip and you should rest." Chen Yun, with her eyes closed, shifted her position and replied, "After finishing your water, come to bed and refrain from seeking out distractions." Zhao Qianzhi remained silent, downing the entire jug of water in one go before returning to the bed and lying down once more. At that moment, Chen Yun found it difficult to sleep. The sensation of being observed was unsettling. It was hard to deny her discomfort, especially considering that this person beside her had reacted so intensely, likely believing he had been caught peeping while she bathed. During her laundry hour, she had noticed no one was around, unaware that someone was lurking to spy on her. Clearly, she needed to be more vigilant to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. The following day, before dawn's light broke, Chen Yun awakened from the heat. As she opened her slightly drowsy eyes, she was met with the sight of a solid wall of flesh. No wonder it was so warm. She realized she was enveloped in this man's embrace, with one of her legs wedged between his rigid limbs. This was not how she typically slept. And as confusion set in, she glanced up to see her daughter, who had somehow awoken, quietly perched in front of Zhao Qianzhi, her delicate little hands playfully poking his face. Yet, he showed no signs of waking. Propping herself up, she gathered her daughter into her arms and carefully stepped over him. Descending from the bed, when Zhao Qianzhi finally stirred, he found the room empty, his wife and child nowhere to be seen, leaving him bewildered as to when they had departed. This realization jolted him fully awake. He rose from the bed, bare-chested, and opened the door, intent on searching for them. Returning with breakfast, Chen Yun was engaged in conversation with a neighboring female college student when she spotted her husband emerging from the room, clad only in boxers and barefoot. Surprised, she inquired, "What are you doing dressed like that?" The college student, witnessing the scene, instantly blushed and hurriedly retreated into her own space. Zhao Qianzhi then noticed that his wife was carrying a bag of bread and 2 eggs, clearly having just returned from procuring breakfast. He reached out to take their child from her arms and asked, "Why didn't you wait for me to wake up to go buy breakfast?" Chen Yun shot him a glance, recalling how he had been sleeping soundly as if he were a dead pig, entirely oblivious to their daughter's antics that had left marks on his face. Now, he had awakened and emerged in his undergarments, oblivious to the fact that they were not in the countryside. The sight of him had startled the young girl next door, who, unaware, might have thought him to be indecent. Ignoring him, she entered the house first, retrieved the buns and eggs, and placed them in a lunchbox. She instructed the others, "Put on your clothes, wash your face and brush your teeth, and come to eat." Zhao Qianzhi closed the door behind them and sat down by the bed, admiring his wife's new dress, which cascaded to her ankles, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair ankles, perfectly complemented by her flat black shoes, creating an enchanting tableau. Chen Yun completed the meal preparations and, upon turning her head, noticed the person cradling the child, who remained motionless on the bed. Unable to contain herself, she urged, "What are you waiting for? The buns and eggs will get cold." Hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi finally placed the child gently on the bed. He donned his outer shirt and then slipped into his trousers. Grasping the wash basin, he opened the door and stepped outside. In the washroom, he deliberately glanced at the shower stall, which was shared by both genders. The presence of women bathing there indeed posed a risk of being spied upon. After taking a washcloth and carrying the basin back to their room, he opened the door to find his wife arranging the bedding. He set the basin down and took a bite of a steamed bun, stating, "I have something to attend to later. I might not return until the afternoon." Chen Yun, who was in the midst of making the bed, paused her actions, turned to glance at him, then resumed her task, and inquired, "Where are you going?" Chewing on the bun, Zhao Qianzhi replied honestly, "I plan to head back up the mountain and try my luck." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun neatly placed the folded quilt aside, turned to sit on the bed, and asked him, "How will you cross such deep water?" Zhao Qianzhi met her gaze and was about to explain his intention to approach from the other side of the mountain when, at that moment, the sounds of firecrackers and drums echoed from downstairs. He rose and moved to the window to observe the scene outside, then turned to his wife and asked, "What is that for?" Chen Yun picked up their daughter and approached the window, peering down before responding, "The newly constructed apartment building is opening for sales." Hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi lost interest and returned to the table to continue nibbling on his bun. At that moment, he noticed a black and white flyer on the table. The headline caught his eye. It was an advertisement for the apartment building downstairs, offering units at 500 yuan per square meter, including appliances and furniture. Realizing that his wife must have brought it, he thought about their dilapidated house with its leaking roof. Perhaps she yearned for a new home but felt hopeless about it, which explained her silence on the matter. Given the price of the housing, he believed that with some effort, he could soon provide a place for his wife and child in the city. After swiftly finishing his bun, he stood up and said to his wife, "Please give me some money for the ride." Chen Yun approached him, pulling out a handful of small bills from her pocket, and coldly remarked, "Don't waste money on unreliable people." Zhao Qianzhi understood precisely who his wife meant by unreliable people and instinctively protested, "It's not me. I didn't do anything." His words earned him a sharp glance from Chen Yun. He realized that no matter what he said, she would not believe him. Choosing to remain wise, he fell silent to avoid further upsetting her, lowering his head and saying, "I'm leaving now. If you and the child are bored, you could watch some television or take a stroll downstairs." As he departed, Chen Yun insisted he take the remaining buns, stuffing them into a cloth bag that he slung over his shoulder. Upon exiting, Zhao Qianzhi wasted no time in hailing a taxi back to town, then caught a fellow villager's tractor to reach the other side of the mountain. Indeed, the area remained unscathed by the flood. However, it was quite remote, lacking even a small path through the hills. He could only grasp a handy stick, tapping intermittently as he ventured forth with long strides, ascending the mountain. The deeper he traversed, the denser the underbrush became, further solidifying Zhao Qianzhi's belief that treasures could still be unearthed here. Consequently, he examined his surroundings with utmost diligence. As he passed a flat area on the mountainside, he stumbled upon the roots of a fallen tree, beneath which lay a dark purple-red lingzhi mushroom. Approaching it, he was astonished to find it larger than a ladle, adorned with several smaller ones atop. Such a naturally connected wild lingzhi was a rare and exquisite find. In all, he carefully extracted it with a small knife from his cloth bag. This would surely be a prized possession in a medicinal shop, and he felt certain it would fetch a handsome price. At that moment, he faintly discerned voices in the distance. Holding his breath, he listened intently, confirming his suspicion. This mountain had caught the attention of others. Perhaps these individuals were following in his footsteps. He securely wrapped the lingzhi and stowed it in his satchel, taking up his stick once more to delve deeper. A mountain of this magnitude, if it bore treasures, was bound to attract attention. Presently, he needed to earn enough capital to facilitate a transformation. Moreover, he never intended to amass wealth merely by scavenging the mountains. Nevertheless, he indeed required this venture to secure enough funds for future plans. Therefore, residing in the city would be more advantageous for his development, especially considering the current inconveniences of rural transport. After nearly 2 hours of exploration, he resolved to descend. The journey down was relatively smooth, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he encountered a man on a motorcycle heading to the town for errands. He accepted a ride with him for the first leg of his journey. By the time he returned to the guest house in the city, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. From afar, he spotted his wife, cradling their child, seated at the doorstep engaging in conversation with several other women. Upon seeing him return, Chen Yun noticed the bulging bag he carried, evidently filled with other items, rising with the child in her arms. She followed him into the guest house room. Once the door was closed, Chen Yun set down the child and poured him a cup of water, inquiring, "Has the water level receded back home?" She also observed that his clothes were dry, untouched by water. Zhao Qianzhi accepted the water she offered and, after gulping it down, replied, "I took a different route and did not go that way." Setting the cup down, he continued to explain, "The recent flood claimed many livestock. And even after the waters recede, we won't be able to use our household water for some time. I plan for our family of 3 to settle in the city for now. Chapter 56. Deciding on a home without prior notice. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun fell into silence, pondering deeply without uttering a sound. She had initially envisioned that if he could remain steadfast and diligent as he was now, they might renovate their home or even construct a new 3-room brick house once the water level subsided. In this life, Chen Yun does not yearn for immense wealth or grandeur. Her only wish is for her days to continue as they are now, raising her child in good health, which would bring her great contentment. Yet, the man beside her, after coming to the city, seems reluctant to return to the countryside. While it is indeed advantageous to establish a foothold in the city, the costs of living and accommodation are substantial. Neither of them possesses a job, nor do they have a single source of income to sustain their livelihood. Gazing at her still young daughter, she contemplates the possibility of having her mother come to help care for the child while she seeks employment, which might allow her to scrape by. However, she fervently hopes that this man will refrain from mingling with unsavory characters. Zhao Qianzhi, oblivious to his wife's thoughts, misinterprets her silence as disapproval and decides not to pursue the matter further. He plans to sell the lingzhi mushrooms the next day and then scout for suitable housing to settle down. After all, the guest house is bustling with people, and he feels uneasy leaving them there alone when he is absent. That evening, after Chen Yun finished her bath, she bathed her child as well. Throughout the process, Zhao Qianzhi remained just a few steps away, resembling a sentinel. His tall figure leaned against the wall, one hand in his pocket, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Lu Wan, a university student from next door, emerged from her room after her bath. She set down her basin and squatted beside Chen Yun, playfully engaging with the child in the water. "Little sister Yun, your baby is truly beautiful and adorable," she exclaimed, reaching into the basin to gently touch the child's fair little belly. Chen Yun glanced at her, then returned her gaze, smiling as she replied, "Don't let her gender fool you. She is quite feisty." She pointed to her husband, who was smoking not far away. "See that scratch on his face? It was this little rascal who did it." Unbeknownst to her, her wariness towards Zhao Qianzhi had diminished over time. In the past, she would become anxious if he held the child, fearful that he might harm their daughter. However, she had gradually come to believe that he might have truly changed, allowing her to consider letting him interact with the child. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Lu Wan instinctively looked at the man, taking in his sharply defined features before quickly averting her gaze. She had overheard the commotion in the house yesterday and was aware of the man in the guest house who behaved improperly, often peering into others' baths. As a young woman alone, she felt unable to voice her discomfort about such incidents, which led her to avoid him at all costs. Thus, when she learned that Chen Yun's husband had dealt with the man, she felt a sense of relief. This morning, she heard that the man had checked out of the guest house overnight. Pulling herself back from her thoughts, she spoke with an unmistakable tone of envy. "Sister Yun, you are truly fortunate. You have married well, and your husband treats you kindly." At her words, the smile on Chen Yun's face gradually faded as she chose not to engage further in the conversation. She lifted the child from the basin, wrapping her in a blanket. Zhao Qianzhi, having extinguished his cigarette, took long strides towards her, accepting the child into his arms as he walked ahead. Chen Yun disposed of the water from the basin and called out to Lu Wan as she gathered her belongings. They entered first, and she suggested that he finish washing the clothes and rest early. After saying this, she followed her man back to their room. Lu Wan smiled and waved at her, uncertain if she had misspoken. Clearly, it seemed that Xiao Yun's partner was very protective of her. Just look at what happened yesterday. Today he was guarding her while she bathed, never leaving her side. Moreover, the clothes she wore were all from upscale department stores, unmistakably expensive. It was puzzling that as soon as she mentioned that her man treated her well, her smile vanished. In her confusion, she carried a basin of water to the sink and began washing the clothes. Returning to the room, Chen Yun locked the door. Turning around, she saw Zhao Qianzhi lying in bed with the child, and after placing the basin down, she picked up his discarded shirt, preparing to wash it. It was then that she noticed a smudge of lipstick on the elbow of the sleeve. At this sight, she could hardly contain her laughter. She had thought he had gone up the mountain for a stroke of luck, only to discover he had deceived her. Clearly, he had gone to meet his mistress again. It was truly laughable that she had believed his lies. Zhao Qianzhi, lying on the bed, propped his head up with one hand, tucking the blanket around his daughter. He contemplated venturing into business. Given the current circumstances, There were signs of gradual relaxation. Once the market fully opened, it would present a genuine opportunity for profit. With the money he had, he could indeed make some small investments. However, his wife's ambiguous attitude posed a challenge. That evening, Chen Yun, in a fit of anger, did not utter another word to Zhao Qianzhi. The following morning, upon waking, she discovered that the scoundrel had already bought breakfast and left without her knowledge. At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi arrived at the large pharmacy. The staff recognized him and promptly took him to meet the owner. Upon seeing him, the pharmacy owner knew he must have brought goods and greeted him with a smile, inviting him to sit. When he presented his items, the owner's eyes widened in astonishment. He carefully examined the reishi mushrooms, scrutinizing the cut, and gained confidence in their quality. After setting them down, he pointed and said, "Young man, how about this price? If it works for you, I can get the money right away." Zhao Qianzhi shook his head and replied, "This item is rare and precious. I won't sell for less than this price." The pharmacy owner hesitated at the quoted price, initially expecting him to agree as he had last time. After all, this price was exorbitant for rural folks who dealt in mountain goods. However, he was taken aback that the price Zhao Qianzhi now demanded was nearly equivalent to his selling price. Logically, given the quality of the reishi, he could have haggled for a higher price. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine, I'll accept your price. I'll take the goods." Once assured of the deal, Zhao Qianzhi reclined in his chair, pondering that with this money, he could finally settle down in this place. Thus, he decided to act first and report later. Once he secured the house and everything was in order, he would inform his wife. Thus, having received his funds, he ventured to a modest apartment complex to view 2 one-bedroom units. After a careful comparison, he opted for the slightly larger of the two, which was devoid of any furnishings. Regarding the furniture, he intended to procure only the essentials, refraining from acquiring any additional items. In due course, when finances permitted, he could relocate to a different place. Consequently, he promptly settled on the final unit. Following the staff's instructions, Zhao Qianzhi was required to provide various documents and proofs. Given his rural registration, the process of acquiring property in the city was somewhat more intricate. Due to the peculiar circumstances in his village, he resolved to first transfer his household registration to the city. For 2 consecutive days, he left early and returned late, often coming home reeking of alcohol. Chen Yun assumed he had reverted to his old habits, particularly since he had been spending time with his acquaintances lately, resulting in her withholding any warmth from him. Nevertheless, she diligently washed his soiled clothes each day, ensuring they were spotless. However, Zhao Qianzhi was singularly focused on the household registration transfer. And although he noticed his wife's recent discontent, he paid it little mind. He planned to bring her a gift the following day to expedite the transfer, as any delay would hinder his upcoming plans and potentially cost him a significant amount of money. On this particular day, as he stepped outside, he soon spotted a familiar figure. Initially doubting his eyes, he scrutinized the figure and confirmed it was indeed his mother-in-law. She sat by the roadside, her face smeared with dust, staring vacantly ahead. Concerned, he crossed the street and approached her, calling out, "Mother, why are you here alone? Where is everyone?" Recognizing her son-in-law, Chen Yun quickly rose and forced a smile. "They've gone to your sister-in-law's family. I'm not accustomed to staying there, so I came out. What about you? Where are Xiaoyun and the children?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi grasped the situation and refrained from further inquiries, replying, "She is with the children at the guest house, which is conveniently nearby. You can stay with us for the time being." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's eyes welled with tears, brimming with emotion as she fought to hold them back. After days of wandering and experiencing the harsh realities of life, she never imagined that in her twilight years, she would find herself without any support. In her most desperate hour, it was this seemingly unreliable son-in-law who extended a helping hand. "All right, I won tea impose," she replied, her voice thick with emotion. Zhao Qianzhi sensed the unspoken sorrow his mother-in-law was desperately trying to conceal and, without addressing it directly, guided her back to the guest house. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door and called out, "Wife, open the door, mother is here." Inside, Chen Yun, initially puzzled by his swift return, was quick to respond when she heard his words. She set the child down and opened the door. The sight that greeted her nearly brought her to tears. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet her mother appeared significantly thinner, her complexion darkened, and she looked utterly worn out, her clothing seemingly unchanged for days. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhao Qianzhi discerned that the mother and daughter likely had much to discuss, and he kindly reminded them. Mother has yet to eat. Please let her have the steamed buns and porridge. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chen Yun guided her biological mother into the house, disregarding Zhao Qianzhi, while Chen Shi, with a smile, directed her words towards her son-in-law, saying, "Very well. You go on with your tasks." As she observed him closing the door behind him, she redirected her attention to her daughter, inquiring, "Why did you not acknowledge Qianzhi? Have you had a quarrel with him? Or has he struck you again?" Her gaze roamed over her daughter, noting not only the marks upon her, but also the vibrant color that had returned to her complexion. Dressed in a new skirt, she appeared far from the image of someone wronged, which brought a sigh of relief to Chen Shi. Given the recent calamities caused by floods, she had been preoccupied and had not had the opportunity to attend to her daughter. Now, seeing her daughter's improved spirits and the sparkle in her eyes, it was evident that life was treating her well. Chen Yun retrieved the steamed buns from the container for her mother, opting not to mention Zhao Qianzhi's involvement with another woman to spare her from unnecessary worry. Instead, she tactfully shifted the conversation, asking, "Did your sister-in-law force you out?" Upon hearing her daughter's question, Chen Shi quickly replied, "No, do not overthink it. I simply found it uncomfortable living in her family, with so many people. I preferred to move out." As she spoke, she glanced around the room. "How long have you been living here?" Chen Yun, peeling an egg with downcast eyes, was acutely aware of her sister-in-law's true nature and realized that her mother had clearly been left to fend for herself. Her elder brother was a man easily dominated, and he dared not utter a word against his wife. Resentment towards her brother bubbled within her. Suppressing her anger and dissatisfaction, she replied, "We have been here for several days now." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi, burdened with worry, blurted out, "This place must not be cheap, and it even has a television." Chen Yun placed the peeled egg into her mother's hands, saying, 5 yuan a day. With a sigh, she added, "If it were possible, I would rather not stay here. Paying 5 yuan daily for doing nothing feels like a loss. But for now, we have no other refuge, so we must make do." Chen Shi gasped at the price. 5 yuan a day meant they would spend dozens in just a few days. She had only a little over 20 yuan hidden away, uncertain if it would suffice for their lodging. Sensing her mother's apprehension and concern, Chen Yun reassured her, "Do not worry. We have enough money for both lodging and meals." Fearing her mother might misinterpret her words, she clarified, "Zhao Qianzhi earns his living through honest and hard work." Seeing her daughter so confident, Chen Shi finally relaxed, glancing at the egg in her hand. "That is good to hear. As long as you both live well, nothing else matters. But remember, life is long, spend wisely. When the children grow older, and should you wish for another son, there will be plenty of expenses to consider." At her mother's words, Chen Yun remained silent. With Zhao Qianzhi now involved with another woman, it was likely that their circumstances would become untenable, making the idea of having another child unfeasible, lest the child suffer alongside their parents. Chen observed her daughter's silence and, unable to fathom her thoughts, decided to offer some words of encouragement. "Xiaoyan, my dear, I believe that in the past, Qianzhi may have been quite a scoundrel, but through these recent events, I sense he has genuinely changed. Do not dwell on your concerns. Focus on building a good life with him." Chen Yun nodded, though she did not take her mother's words to heart, keeping certain matters to herself out of fear of causing her mother distress. As for Zhao Qianzhi, although he had been elusive lately, he spent his bathing hours nearby, cradling their child. Each day, he would engage with the child, and even when the little one cried and scratched his face, he no longer exhibited the impatience he once had or the urge to strike the child. Reflecting on this, she felt a deep internal conflict, as if she had become ungrateful. Previously, life had been arduous, with every meager wage spent on his extramarital affairs. However, after that fateful night of drunkenness, when he struck his own head, he awakened transformed. No longer did he inflict harm upon himself, but rather he sought closeness with their child and even ventured into the mountains to gather goods for trade. All the money he earned was handed over to her, leading her to ponder whether she should adjust her mindset. As long as he was committed to providing for the family, it mattered little how many mistresses he had. As long as the money came to her, that sufficed. Chen recognized that her daughter harbored concerns she was reluctant to voice. Taking her hand gently, she sighed silently. She understood that her daughter had endured considerable hardship since marrying Qianzhi. Yet, such is the plight of women, once married and with children. They often feel compelled to accept their circumstances, no matter how unsatisfactory their partners may be. Nonetheless, It was evident that her daughter appeared significantly improved compared to before. She seemed healthier, her complexion more vibrant, and her attire, as well as that of the child, reflected a newfound prosperity. Zhao Yun, please do not take my words harshly. Every man, no matter how admirable, possesses flaws. Sometimes, as women, we must turn a blind eye and simply carry on with our lives. Listening to her mother's counsel, Chen Yun nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, mother. Please, eat your meal. Despite her compliance, thoughts of Zhao Qianzhi's infidelities lingered uncomfortably in her mind. Upon exiting the guest house, Zhao Qianzhi first stopped at a shopping center to purchase 2 premium packs of cigarettes and liquor, which he then took to Director Wang's residence. Director Wang lived in a dilapidated tenement building where meals were prepared communally in the hallway. Upon seeing the gifts Zhao Qianzhi brought, his wife greeted him with a beaming smile, ushering him into their home, pouring tea, and inviting him to sit. However, Zhao Qianzhi did not take a seat nor mention the purpose of his visit. Instead, he politely expressed gratitude to Director Wang's wife for her husband's assistance, indicating that he had no other business to attend to. After a brief stay, he left, offering an excuse as he departed. Director Wang's wife accompanied him to the door and, once he was out of sight, returned inside. Upon a meticulous examination of the items that had been delivered, I was taken aback. I had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary, well-composed young man would bring with him such luxurious goods. Each item was nearly equivalent to a month's salary of my husband. In the past, whenever someone sought assistance, they would seldom approach my husband, opting instead for the connections of the influential Liu Kazhan. Despite my husband's higher official rank compared to Liu, he seemed unable to reap any benefits. Today, however, I finally experienced a taste of the superiority that comes with being a. I must inquire with my husband about what favor he had rendered to the young man that prompted such a considerate delivery to our home. After exiting Director Wang's residence, Zhao Qianzhi glanced at the time and took a vehicle back to the countryside, ascending the mountain to commence his search. In recent days, due to matters concerning the house, he had not visited this area. Today, seizing the opportunity of an early schedule and with just 2 more procedures left to complete the household transfer, he decided to tempt fate and venture up the mountain. Upon arrival, he had not expected much. However, after a short while, he stumbled upon a ginseng plant. And not far away, there was another. Such occurrences were not uncommon, instantly invigorating him and prompting a reflection on the abundance of resources in these mountains. He resolved that once the property transfer was finalized, he would make several trips to the mountains before the chill of winter fully set in. Due to the time-consuming task of extracting the ginseng, by the time he had managed to retrieve both specimens, twilight had nearly descended. He realized that even if he descended the mountain now, he would not return to the city guest house. In an era lacking in advanced transportation and communication, he could not convey his whereabouts. Reassured by the presence of his mother-in-law with his wife and child, he decided to spend the night on the mountain rather than venture back. He carefully wrapped the ginseng in the removed tree bark and moss. Placing it in his messenger bag, armed with a stick, he resumed his search. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the sounds of insects began to fill the air. He produced a flashlight from his bag, undeterred in his quest. Meanwhile, at the city guest house, Chen Yun awaited Zhao Qianzhi's return with mounting impatience. At this hour, he would typically have returned to dine with her and their child. As the minutes passed, her expression soured, and she turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, let's eat without him." Chen Shi glanced at the time. It was already 7 in the evening. She looked at her daughter and asked, "Does he often come home this late?" Chen Yun, with a pale but poised face, focused on draping another small coat over her daughter and replied, "No. He usually comes back early. He probably won tea return today. Let us not wait for him." Nodding in understanding, Chen Shi expressed her encouragement. "Be a bit kinder to Qianzhi. It's not easy for him to gather mountain goods for our livelihood. He might even have to spend the night out there. But as long as he is willing, he will persevere." Upon hearing her mother's words, Chen Yun paused, fully aware that upon his return from the mountains, he would likely be covered in mud. Subsequently, it struck her that for the past few days, there was not a speck of mud on his shoes or trousers. He certainly did not appear to have been to the mountains, and upon returning, he sometimes bore a faint scent of alcohol. Contemplating these thoughts, her beautiful eyes dimmed. That scoundrel was evidently up to no good. However, how could she confide such matters to her mother? Thus, she simply replied, "Got it, Mom." At that moment, Chen Shi finally revealed the happiest smile she had worn in recent times. Her son-in-law had finally grasped the value of hard work and earning money. Henceforth, she need not worry about her daughter enduring further hardships alongside him, and her heart felt a sense of relief at last. Chen Yun, cradling her child, accompanied her mother to a noodle shop across from the guest house, where they enjoyed a simple meal. When it came time to settle the bill, Chen Yun insisted that her daughter should not pay. She was uncertain whether her son-in-law's earnings had been handed over to her daughter, concerned that her daughter might run out of money and have to ask her son-in-law for more. She understood the bitterness of having to beg for money and the embarrassment of being denied. Thus, she discreetly retrieved the money she had wrapped in a handkerchief from her pocket and paid for the meal. On the way back to the guest house, Chen Yun could not help but notice her mother's calloused hands. Over the years, in addition to farming, her mother had spent every evening sewing shoe soles, with nearly all her earnings secretly supplementing her daughter. This endeavor had subjected her mother to considerable hardship at the hands of her sister-in-law. Despite such trials, she had never once spoken ill of her sister-in-law in front of her, nor dared to voice a complaint. Upon returning to the guest house, after placing the child down and locking the door, Chen Yun took out the money she had hidden and handed 2 10-yuan notes to her mother. "Mom, take this money for now. All the money he earns now comes to me, and I have funds to use." Chen Yun looked at the money her daughter pressed into her hands, her eyes wide with astonishment. She then glanced at the thick stack of cash in her daughter's possession. Just how much was that? At this moment, her heart was filled with a sense of unease, and she incredulously inquired, "Is all this money truly his earnings?" Her voice trembled with apprehension, fearing that her daughter might have been coerced by her son-in-law into engaging in some nefarious dealings to acquire such dirty money. If that were the case, she would risk everything to ensure her daughter divorced him. Chen Yun did not miss the shock and fear etched on her mother's face. Realizing her mother might be jumping to conclusions, she calmly tucked the money away. Had she not witnessed him sell ginseng and Ganoderma herself, she would not have believed those items could be worth so much. In rural areas, many are illiterate, let alone aware of the medicinal value of such rare herbs. Even if they stumbled upon them while gathering firewood in the mountains, they would merely dismiss them as wild grass or inedible poisonous mushrooms, unaware that such items could be exchanged for money. After securing the money, she turned to her mother and explained, "Mom, do not overthink it. It is not as you imagine. This money is indeed from his earnings selling mountain goods. I have accompanied him twice." Chen Yun glanced at the money in her hands and returned it to her daughter, her eyes glistening with tears and a sense of helplessness as she asked, "Xiaoyan, cease deceiving me. What mountain goods could possibly be so valuable? He has barely settled in for a few days. How could he have earned such a fortune? I was mistaken. I shall no longer pressure you to endure life with that scoundrel, Zhao Qianzhi. Let us depart. Henceforth, I shall take care of your child." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. She loathed her own impotence, lamenting that her beloved daughter had wed such a wretch as Zhao Qianzhi. Observing her mother's agitation, Chen Yun understood that a mere couple of sentences would hardly convince her that the money had indeed been acquired by that despicable man through his dealings in mountain goods. She had initially hoped that revealing her newfound wealth would alleviate her mother's concerns, but it had backfired. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would have refrained from disclosing the money. With Zhao Qianzhi absent, she dared not reveal to her mother the truth about the ginseng he had unearthed from the mountains. She knew all too well that her mother would relay the information to her elder brother and sister-in-law. Given her sister-in-law's insatiable greed, it would not be long before her maternal family learned of it. Once the news spread, everyone would rush to the mountains to dig for goods. And no matter how rare the items, human greed would ensure that nothing remained. Thus, she resolved to keep this matter concealed from her mother. "Mother, I confide in you. Please do not share this with anyone else." Upon hearing her daughter's plea, Chen's heart ached, yet she nodded, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. "Do not worry. Speak freely, and I shall have your brother reclaim all the injustices you have suffered." Chen Yun was acutely aware of her brother's character. Had he possessed even a modicum of courage, she would not have been so brutally mistreated by Zhao Qianzhi behind closed doors. Over time, she had come to realize that some matters could not be entrusted to others, not even to one's closest kin. Under her mother's watchful gaze, she fabricated a lie. "He is engaged in speculative dealings, which is why the money comes so swiftly. Otherwise, why would we be residing in a city hostel if not for him to facilitate his ventures?" After hearing her daughter's explanation, Chen ceased her tears, though still skeptical. She inquired, "Is it truly speculation?" Upon seeing her daughter nod affirmatively, she felt a modicum of relief. Reflecting upon her earlier impulsiveness, she recognized that she knew her daughter's character all too well. If coerced into such activities, she would likely prefer death. Now, observing her daughter's improved complexion and vibrant spirit, she could hardly believe she had been tormented. With clarity at last, she felt a sense of reassurance. Although her son-in-law's actions were not yet sanctioned, during their recent days of wandering, she had overheard city dwellers discussing the changing policies that would soon facilitate individual entrepreneurship, aimed at enhancing collective wealth and improving the standard of living for the people. Merely hearing such beneficial policies filled her with hope. Thus, her son-in-law's endeavors would likely be encouraged in the future. If he could seize the opportunity to earn more in the meantime, it would be all the better. Chen Yun, relieved that her mother believed her, picked up the 2 large banknotes she had set aside. "Mother, take this money." Chen resolutely refused, admonishing her daughter. "Earning a living is no easy feat for you as a couple, especially with the responsibility of raising children. As a mother, I find myself lacking in resources to assist you. It's crucial that you manage your earnings wisely, saving for times of need so that you won't have to bow your head and plead for help." Chen Yun ultimately decided to tuck away these funds. That night, Zhao Qianzhi remained awake on the mountain, drawing from his recent experiences in ginseng digging to ascertain the preferred growing conditions for this esteemed herb. Following his newfound knowledge, he succeeded once more in locating ginseng, significantly larger than any he had previously unearthed. This singular root demanded an entire night of labor, and only as the flashlight's batteries waned and dawn began to break did he finally extract the ginseng from the earth. The robust, intricately tangled roots were carefully wrapped in the bark and moss he had collected and placed into a crossbody bag. He then made his way down the mountain, whereupon he overheard voices. Initially assuming they were fellow treasure seekers, he soon realized that the 2 individuals were in search of a rare herb, known for its use in treating psoriasis. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he hurried to the town's bus station. At that moment, Yan, a corpulent man carrying a briefcase and intending to head to town, spotted Zhao Qianzhi and promptly approached him with a warm smile. "Ah, Qianzhi, what a coincidence. I was just about to head to the city to deliver some materials for you. It's fortuitous that we crossed paths here." Zhao Qianzhi regarded the man blocking his path, aware that the recent processes had stalled at his hands due to a lack of approval. It was evident that the items sent out yesterday had begun to yield results. Prompting him to inquire, "Is there something you need, Director Yin?" Feeling a pang of guilt, Yin quickly composed himself, having navigated the complexities of human interaction for years. He had never anticipated that this impoverished young man from the countryside possessed such remarkable capabilities. Establishing connections with city officials that allowed Director Wang to personally reach out to him, adopting an overly familiar tone. "Call me Yin Gu if you don't mind. I'm offering a high price for this. I'm preparing to start my own business." As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette from his bag, offering one to Zhao Qianzhi with genuine sincerity. "Brother, I owe you an apology for my previous shortcomings. In the future, feel free to come to me with any matters." Zhao Qianzhi accepted the cigarette, placing it between his lips. After Yin lit it for him, he inhaled deeply and released a cloud of smoke, his voice resonating with a deep, magnetic timbre. "Thank you, Yin Gu." Hearing this, Yin broke into a smile, perceiving the young man before him as a figure of hidden depth. Previously, he had been misled by rumors that painted Zhao as a village bully, a drunken brute with a penchant for violence. Yet, after this interaction, he discovered a maturity and composure that belied his years, especially in his measured speech and actions. He no longer resembled the unsavory character described by his detractors. If he was not mistaken, this individual was destined for greatness, far beyond the confines of his current life. "No need for thanks. From now on, we are brothers." Upon receiving the documents, Zhao Qianzhi, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, opened the folder and noted that everything was in order. He turned to Director Yin and said, "Brother Yin, you carry on with your work. I have matters to attend to and must return to the city. Let's plan for a drink another day." Director Yin chuckled and quickly nodded, waving him off. "Oh, go on then." Zhao Qianzhi made his way back to the city, not pausing for a moment to rest. He promptly delivered all the documents for the household registration transfer to the appropriate department. With all the necessary materials in place, the process went smoothly. In a week, he would be able to collect the new household registration booklet. Once he possessed the new booklet, his family of 3 would officially be registered in the city. Having completed this significant task, Zhao Qianzhi felt a tremendous weight lifted from his shoulders. Now, he merely awaited the collection of the household registration booklet to share the news with his wife, along with the information about their newly purchased home. He couldn't help but wonder if she would be angry upon learning of this. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he felt a wave of frustration. He entered a noodle shop, ordered a meal, and finally took his first bite since the previous day's lunch. While dining, he was captivated by the news broadcast on the television, which invigorated his spirits. He realized he must seize the current opportune moment to make a significant leap forward. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, he proceeded to the pharmacy. Having visited twice before, Zhao Qianzhi was now a familiar face there. The owner, upon seeing him, immediately recognized that he was bringing valuable goods and enthusiastically led him to the back. Without even offering him tea, the owner eagerly anticipated the treasures Zhao would unveil. When Zhao revealed the items, unwrapping the bark to expose a remarkably beautiful old ginseng, the owner's eyes lit up with uncontainable joy as he carefully handled the ginseng, inspecting it with great care. Once he confirmed that the item was intact, he finally set it down and went to pour Zhao some tea. Yesterday, a wealthy client had visited, seeking a superior quality old ginseng for his mother's health, stating that price was not a concern as long as the quality was exceptional. However, the owner's existing inventory did not meet the client's standards, making today's offering absolutely certain to satisfy him. Setting aside the tea, Zhao picked up the other two specimens, noting their flawless appearance. He marveled at his extraordinary luck. Such fine items were indeed rare and hard to come by. No one else visited the shop as frequently as he did with such remarkable goods. In an effort to secure the items he held, the owner inquired, "Name your price." "I will take all three." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi did not rush to respond. He calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip, feeling no urgency. As he discerned the owner's eagerness for the high-quality goods he possessed, clearly, he had already secured a buyer. The pharmacy owner, sensing Zhao's composure, began to feel anxious. He realized he had let his expression slip and was at a disadvantage. But with no time to dwell on that, he extended his hand and proposed a price. "For the three, what do you think of this offer?" Upon considering the price presented, Zhao Qianzhi recognized it as quite favorable. "With this sum of money, I can secure the storefront I spotted in the alley just the day before, and I can begin to prepare the necessary documentation for my individual business license. After a simple tidying up, the shop can be opened. However, the typical sources of goods do not attract much clientele, given the fierce competition. Therefore, I intend to explore the currently popular denim market in the southern region, as well as vibrant colored leather shoes. If I were to procure goods from there, the lengthy supply chain and high costs would significantly reduce profit margins." The pharmacy owner, noticing his prolonged silence, could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Brother, the price I am offering is the highest I can go. Any higher, and I would be unable to proceed." Zhao Qianzhi, snapping back to reality, set down his teacup and replied, "All right." Hearing him relent, the pharmacy owner instantly brightened, saying, "Great. Just wait here, I'll go fetch your payment." By the time Zhao Qianzhi exited the pharmacy, an hour had already passed. After a restless day and night, he took the money to the bank, deposited it, and organized the receipts before returning to the guest house. Upon his return, he discovered that his wife was not home. Only his mother-in-law was present, caring for the child. Chen, seeing her son-in-law covered in mud from his shoes and pant legs, remarked, "Qianzhi, you're back. Go wash up." Zhao Qianzhi had intended to embrace his child, but, realizing he was still in his dirty clothes and had not bathed, withdrew his hand and asked his mother-in-law, "Where is my wife?" Chen did not inform her son-in-law that Zhao Yun had gone out to find work. Instead, she replied, "She just stepped out for a moment. She will return shortly." Zhao Qianzhi thought little of it, grabbed his clothes, and carried a basin of water to the bathroom at the end of the corridor to wash. Worried about the inconvenience, Chen took the child and, upon Zhao Qianzhi's return from his shower, made an excuse to go out. After she left with the child, Zhao Qianzhi locked the door and went downstairs to open a room across the hall. Once everything was set, he collapsed onto the bed for some much-needed rest. In the evening, when Xiaoning returned from her job search, she saw her mother sitting on a bench outside with the child. She quickly approached, handed her mother the shopping bag, and took the child from her arms, asking, "Why are you outside? It's windy." As she spoke, she gently pressed her cheek against the child's soft face. Hearing her daughter's inquiry, Chen stood and replied, "Qianzhi is back, and he looks exhausted. I was worried the child might disturb his rest, so I brought him out for a bit." For a fleeting moment, Chen Ying's expression darkened. irritated that her husband had been wandering about for a day and night without a word. However, remembering her mother was present, she quickly regained her composure and said, "Let us head back." Chen then pulled her daughter down to sit beside her on the bench, saying, "Let us wait a bit. I can see that Qianzhi has been running around for mountain goods. He must be quite tired, as his eyes are bloodshot. He likely didn't get any rest last night, and the child's noise will surely disturb him." Hearing her mother's words, Chen Yun lowered her gaze to the child in her arms, remaining silent. Since that day when she gave him money, he never asked her for any more. If he were to indulge himself, that amount would hardly suffice for his lavish spending. Thus, it remains uncertain whether that rascal truly went to gather mountain goods. If so, she would buy some meat buns for him upon her return. His appetite was considerable, and she would need to prepare a bowl of noodles in addition to the buns. The mother and daughter sat side by side on the bench, engaging in a casual conversation. It was only when the night had completely enveloped them that they rose to return to the guest house. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Yun, cradling her child, called out to announce their arrival. Zhao Qianzhi opened the door, but after a prolonged silence, there was no response from within the room. Chen Yun handed the child to her mother and knocked on the door, calling out, "Zhao Qianzhi, open the door." Observing the situation, Chen's mother couldn't resist offering some advice, suggesting they wait a bit longer, as he was likely still asleep. Chen Yun, unwilling to delay, worried that the child might catch a chill outside. She continued to knock, her fair palm turning slightly red from the force of her strikes. The loud knocking eventually roused Zhao Qianzhi from his slumber. Bare-chested, revealing his well-proportioned physique, he donned a pair of loose shorts and ambled toward the door. Upon opening it, he found his wife standing there, her expression devoid of emotion, and he was oblivious to how long she had been knocking. He turned slightly and remarked, "I must have dozed off. I didn't hear you." His voice carried a deep, hoarse tone, suggesting he had not rested well. As Chen Yun entered the room, she noticed the mud stains on his discarded clothes, confirming that he had indeed been away in the mountains the previous day. This realization diminished her irritation considerably, and she picked up a food container, instructing him, "Put on your clothes. I will go get some food." Zhao Qianzhi took a clean shirt and put it on, saying to her, "I'll go." He then retrieved the key to the adjacent room and handed it to his wife. "I booked a room for my mother next door. Here is the key." Surprised, Chen Yun glanced at him, not expecting such thoughtfulness. She had initially planned to have him sleep on the floor if he returned that night. But now that a room was available, it was perfectly acceptable for her mother to stay next door, allowing them to seek work the following day. Noticing the bloodshot eyes that indicated he had been up late, she suggested, "You should sleep a bit longer. I'll go with Mom." Not allowing him any chance to argue, she closed the door behind her and went to the adjacent room. Upon entering, she discovered that the room was fully furnished and larger than the one they occupied, clearly not one that cost merely 5 yuan per night. Chen's mother, observing such a fine accommodation, felt it added to the couple's burdens. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she said, "Let us put the child in here tonight. I'll take care of him. Don't be too cold towards Qianzhi, since he is willing to work hard now. You should treat him well to avoid any rifts developing between you two over time." Hearing her mother's words, Chen Yun nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood, Mom." That evening, after Chen Yun finished her bath and laundry, she found Zhao Qianzhi standing nearby, cigarette in mouth, as he approached with the freshly laundered clothes and returned to the room. After hanging the garments to dry, he extinguished the cigarette, removed his outer shirt, and climbed into bed. Chen Yun noticed that the water stains on his feet had yet to dry and was about to admonish him to wipe his feet before getting into bed. However, the words caught in her throat as she recalled her mother's advice, and she swallowed her admonition. At that moment, with her child at her mother's side, she found herself momentarily at leisure. Being in the same room with him so early made her uneasy, fearing that this scoundrel might harbor ulterior motives. After taking a sip of water, she resolved to check on her child. To her surprise, she discovered that he had already fallen asleep, clearly exhausted. If he was so fatigued, why had he lingered in the laundry room for so long? Approaching him, she pulled aside the neatly folded quilt and covered him before stepping out the door. She went to the opposite room and knocked, calling out, "Mom, open the door." Chen's mother rose from her bed, approached the door, and upon opening it, inquired about her daughter's visit. "The child is asleep. Why are you up so late? Come back and get some rest. I need to rest as well." Understanding her mother's intention not to invite her in, Chen Yun felt a pang of realization. She did not wish for another child at this moment, as one was enough for now. Perhaps, in the future, If Zhao Qianzhi were to prove himself capable and their lives improved, she might consider having another. Turning back, she locked the door behind her, extinguished the lights, removed her shoes, and slipped into bed, lying on the inner side. Weary from a day spent searching for work, she soon succumbed to slumber. In the depths of her dreams, she felt a warm body lean against her, a heavy arm draping over her waist. Time passed, and in the dead of night, a hurried knock echoed from outside. "Qianzhi, Zhao Yun, wake up. The child has a high fever and has vomited." With her light sleep shattered, Chen Yun immediately awoke, recognizing her mother's frantic voice and the sound of her child crying. Propping herself up, she nudged Zhao Qianzhi, urging him, "Wake up, the child is ill." Her voice was laced with urgency. Awakened by her touch, Zhao Qianzhi opened his eyes, turned on the light, and quickly got out of bed. Barefoot, he rushed to the door and opened it, revealing his mother-in-law cradling the child, whose cries were heart-wrenching and whose face was flushed. Chen Yun hurried forward to examine her daughter, feeling her forehead and realizing it was burning hot. They needed to get to the hospital. Zhao Qianzhi reached out to take the child, glancing at his wife still in her nightgown, and instructed her, "Put on a jacket, grab some money, and let us hurry to the hospital." Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Yun swiftly donned the jacket he had discarded, grabbed her bag, and slung it over her shoulder, saying, "Let us go, I'm ready." As they made their way outside, she turned to her mother and assured her, "Mom, please keep an eye on things. We will return shortly." Chen wished to follow along, glancing at the doors of the two rooms, which were both left unlocked, leaving him no choice but to stay behind. Distracted, he failed to notice that the door to his daughter and son-in-law's room had also been left ajar. After suffering a theft and losing money, he hurriedly locked his own room, entirely preoccupied and neglectful of the state of the other doors. He then rushed downstairs, standing at the entrance of the guest house, anxiously waiting and hoping that his children were safe. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, who had been running around to handle the household registration process, had become well acquainted with the surrounding roads. Thus, cradling the child, he swiftly arrived at a nearby hospital. Being nighttime, there were few patients present. The on-duty doctor assessed the child's condition and, considering her tender age, recommended physical cooling and observation at the hospital. Following the doctor's advice, Chen Yun applied physical cooling to her daughter. It was only then that she noticed Zhao Qianzhi, holding the child, was bare-chested and clad only in shorts. Remembering to wear a coat before leaving, she realized he hadn't bothered to dress properly, instead carrying the continuously crying child as he walked ahead. His deep concern for the child's well-being was evident. His brows were tightly knitted, and he seemed unable to relax. Especially when their daughter cried heart-wrenchingly, one could see his hands trembling as he held her. Such genuine care and affection could not be feigned. Reflecting on this, she pondered that perhaps he was indeed changing, no longer dismissive of their daughter as a useless girl. He seemed willing to provide for the family with the money he earned, something she could scarcely have imagined in the past. She resolved to treat him with a bit more kindness and prepared to remove her coat. Zhao Qianzhi turned his face, sensing his wife's gesture beside him, and swiftly grasped her hand to stop her from unbuttoning her coat, his voice low and stern. "What are you doing?" Chen Yun looked up at him and replied, "You're not wearing a shirt. I'll give you my coat." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi glanced down at himself, withdrew his hand, and said, "It doesn't matter for a man whether I wear something or not. You should keep yourself warm." Chen Yun was taken aback by his response, especially since she still had a nightgown underneath. She halted her actions and leaned forward to touch her daughter's forehead. Although it was still warm, the child had stopped crying, which brought her some relief. She felt fortunate that he had returned tonight. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for what to do, unfamiliar with the area and unable to find anyone to ask for directions. At that moment, back at the guest house, Chen anxiously awaited the return of her son-in-law and daughter with the child. As dawn broke, through the dim light, she finally spotted two familiar figures. She hurried toward them, her heart racing, and asked, "How is she? Is everything all right?" Upon witnessing her mother's haggard and weary visage, evidently the result of a sleepless night fraught with worry, Chen Yun tenderly spoke to console her. "Everything is all right now. The fever has subsided." Hearing her daughter's words, Chen Shi finally exhaled a sigh of relief and echoed, "As long as everything is fine, that is all that matters." The group ascended the staircase together. As they approached, Chen Yun noticed her bedroom door ajar. Instinctively, she felt compelled to hasten forward to assess the situation. Zhao Qianzhi, cradling the child in his arms, focused intently on the infant, and, noticing his wife's impulsive move, swiftly restrained her, handing the child over with an authoritative tone. "Stay here, I will investigate." Receiving the child from Zhao Qianzhi, Chen Yun was on the verge of tears. Most of their money was concealed beneath the bedding, and the thought of a potential theft left her incredulous. With anxiety thick in her voice, she turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, did you forget to lock the door?" At that moment, Chen Shi stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scenario. She distinctly remembered locking the door, yet her thoughts had been consumed by the illness of her granddaughter, causing her to overlook the matter entirely. Zhao Qianzhi approached the door. Finding the lock intact, he pushed the half-open door wide, revealing the sparse interior of the room, which was in disarray, devoid of any hiding spots. Stepping inside, he noted the room had been ransacked. Even the 2 cans of baby formula that had been on the table were missing. Bending down, he retrieved his cloth bag from the floor, glancing inside to confirm that the deposit slip remained, though the spare cash was nowhere to be found. Exiting the room, he called out to his wife, who was still standing at a distance with the child, "Come here." Upon hearing her husband's words, Chen Yun hurriedly returned to the room. The sight that met her eyes was devastating. It felt as though the sky itself were collapsing. After handing the child back to Zhao Qianzhi, she frantically searched her hiding places, but after a thorough search, there was no sign of the money. Overcome with despair, she sank onto the bed, her gaze vacant and helpless as she turned to Zhao Qianzhi, exclaiming, "What should we do?" "The money is gone," tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Shi, who had followed them in, was nearly overcome by darkness at the revelation, nearly fainting from shock. Zhao Qianzhi remained relatively unfazed, understanding well that in this era devoid of surveillance, theft and financial loss were commonplace. Once lost, such items were seldom recovered. Fortunately, the deposit slip held little value for a thief. Only a portion of their cash had been taken. Yet, witnessing his wife's profound sorrow, he spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. "Let it go. It is but money." Chen Yun could scarcely accept this. She had labored for an entire month to earn a mere few dozen coins. Now, with her job lost, and Zhao Qianzhi having painstakingly earned a substantial sum through the sale of mountain goods for safekeeping, she felt she had failed in her responsibility to protect it. "How will we survive without money?" she lamented, covering her face as her fragile form trembled with emotion. Over 8,000 yuan. She had initially intended to use the money to renovate their new home, but since her husband wished to remain in the city, after much contemplation, she concluded that it would be feasible to stay in the city with this sum. As long as they could find a job and live earnestly, they could manage. However, now, all that money had vanished in an instant. Upon hearing of such a substantial loss, Chen Shi was left in a daze, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation, and began to beat her own head in despair. She could hardly believe that due to her own mistake, she had caused her daughter such a significant loss. Faced with his wife's sorrow and his mother-in-law's self-reproach, Zhao Qianzhi found himself at a loss for how to comfort them. Glancing at the disheveled bed, he could not place the child down. He could only cradle the sleeping infant in one arm while retrieving the savings receipt from the cloth bag, extending it towards his wife, and saying, "I still have some money here. Take it and use it." Chen Yun, hiding her face in her hands, wept uncontrollably, utterly oblivious to Zhao Qianzhi's words and the receipt he offered. At that moment, she simply could not accept that such a large sum had been lost. She was engulfed in grief. In contrast to Chen Yun's distress, Chen Shi felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against the wall in self-recrimination. She lamented her failure to secure the door properly before rushing out in a panic, inadvertently inviting trouble. She felt responsible for the loss that had befallen her daughter and son-in-law, and questioned how she could ever face them again. The more she pondered, the more she perceived herself as a burden to her children. Witnessing his wife's heart-wrenching tears, Zhao Qianzhi gently grasped her delicate fingers, softening his tone as he said, "Enough now, please stop crying. Keep this, and use it for now." Chen Yun, with her eyes swollen from crying, looked up at Zhao Qianzhi, whose other arm cradled their child. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes as she trembled and implored, "What are we going to do about that money? Can you please think of a way to get it back?" As she spoke, she instinctively clutched at his loose trousers. Deep down, she knew that the lost money was unlikely to be recovered, yet a flicker of hope lingered. Without responding to his wife, Zhao Qianzhi released her delicate fingers and presented the savings receipt before her, stating, "I still have some funds. You won't have to face hardship." Chen Yun glanced at the receipt, releasing her grip on his waistband to take it into her hands. She stared at it for quite some time, struck momentarily speechless by the amount listed. For a long while, she struggled to regain her voice, continuously wiping away the tears that fell from her eyes. Ensuring that her vision was not obscured by her tears, she lifted her damp gaze to Zhao Qianzhi's. Despite having lost such a substantial amount, she saw no reproach or disdain in his eyes. On the contrary, he was offering her this receipt. In that moment, she could not articulate the emotions swirling within her. But she managed to say, "Please take good care of this." The enormity of the sum made her hesitant to accept it again. Having lost such a large amount all at once had truly frightened her. Zhao Qianzhi was acutely aware of his wife's concerns. He gently wiped away the tear stains from her fair cheeks and spoke to her. "This was merely an unfortunate incident. Let's put it behind us." Chen Yun diverted her gaze, her eyes fixated on the deposit slip in her hands, concealing her thoughts from everyone around her. Observing the gradual calming of his wife's emotions, Zhao Qianzhi felt a subtle sigh of relief escape him. At that moment, he resolved to expedite the necessary procedures to vacate the guest house and settle into their new home. Only after ensuring the comfort of his wife and child could he confidently embark on the process of establishing his own business. With plans to open a storefront within the next couple of months, he straightened the bedding slightly and carefully laid the child in his arms onto the bed, confirming that she showed no signs of waking. He then retrieved his clothes from the disheveled floor, paying no heed to his mother-in-law's presence, and swiftly donned them. Bending down, he extracted a handful of coins from the fabric bag slung across his wife's shoulder and declared, "I will go buy breakfast. Please comfort Mom. She shouldn't blame herself for this. Money lost can always be earned back in the future. Let us not allow this to affect her health. It is simply not worth it." With that, he tucked the coins into his pocket. Upon hearing her husband's words, Chen Yun finally noticed her mother's state. She had been so consumed by her own distress that she had failed to consider her mother's feelings, delicately placing the deposit slip into her shoulder bag. With a voice tinged with the remnants of tears, she spoke, "Mom, please do not feel so upset. This is not your fault." Chen's mother shook her head, and as she watched her son-in-law step outside, tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. "It was I who locked the door securely, only to invite the thief," she lamented, breaking into sobs. While her son-in-law was present, she had restrained her emotions, fearful that her cries might provoke him further, potentially leading to harm against her daughter. Now that he had left, she could no longer contain her sorrow, crying out, "It is my advanced age that has caused such a significant inconvenience to you. Losing so much money." She pounded her chest in despair. At that moment, Chen Yun realized that the lock was indeed intact, indicating that the thief had not forced entry. From Zhao Qianzhi's reactions, it was evident that he had been aware of the entire situation from the start. Despite the substantial loss, he had not uttered a single word of reproach, nor had he displayed any signs of anger. Instead, he had consoled her, suggesting the money was inconsequential. Emerging from the guest house, Zhao Qianzhi approached a large tree, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. He struck a match and ignited it, taking a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke into the morning air. Leaning against the tree with an air of languor, he casually enjoyed his cigarette. Once the sun had fully risen and he had finished smoking, he sauntered to a nearby bun stall. After ordering several buns and a boiled egg, he returned to the guest house, carrying the breakfast he had purchased. Upon entering, he discovered that his wife was already tidying the room, while his mother-in-law sat on a stool, still weeping softly. Upon witnessing this scene, he placed breakfast on the table and spoke up. "Mother, please do not be disheartened. That sum of money is trivial. Let us have breakfast, and afterward, you should rest well in your room." Upon hearing her son-in-law's words, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How could such a significant amount of money be deemed trivial? She reflected on the 3 dilapidated, leaky houses they resided in. Had they not lost that money, it would have sufficed to construct a beautiful new home, with some left over for their daily needs. Now, due to her carelessness, everything was lost. Bowing her head in shame, she murmured in acknowledgement. "All right." Zhao Qianzhi nodded, glancing at his busy wife who had turned her back to him. "I have some matters to attend to. I shall step out for a while." Hearing that he was leaving, Chen Yun paused her tasks, turned her head, and inquired, "Where are you going? Will you be back tonight?" Her gaze fixed on her husband, anxious that he might not return. Zhao Qianzhi, caught off guard by her question, glanced at their child still sleeping on the bed. Fearing a repeat of the previous night's turmoil, he replied, "I need to visit the mountain, but I will return by evening." In the comments section, for some unknown reason, I am unable to leave a message. So I would like to express my gratitude to all the wonderful readers of this book. I have seen some of your comments and I appreciate you all. I will strive to write better. If you enjoy it, feel free to add it to your bookshelf and encourage me for updates. Upon hearing his assurance of returning, Chen Yun nodded slightly. Understood. With that, she redirected her focus to her chores. Unbeknownst to her, she harbored an unvoiced worry that Zhao Qianzhi might not return that night, fearing he might seek out his extramarital affair. In the past, she would have wished for him to stay away, dreading his return and the confrontation it would bring. Yet now, without realizing it, she found herself yearning for his presence. Zhao Qianzhi, oblivious to his wife's inner thoughts, took her question as mere conversation and did not dwell on it. Carrying his cloth bag and belongings, he stepped outside. However, instead of heading to the bus station, he made his way to the new house. Disdaining the act of deceit, he found himself instinctively lying to his wife, despite the opportunity to share the news about the new house. For reasons unknown, his mouth betrayed him at that crucial moment, uttering falsehoods instead. Accompanied by a staff member, he took the keys and unlocked the door. Once inside, he inspected the premises. The electrical wiring was functional, and there were no apparent issues with the doors, windows, or walls. However, cooking was not permitted within the unit. They were required to share a communal kitchen in the hallway. The bathroom facilities were also communal. These two inconveniences left Zhao Qianzhi feeling quite put out. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to accept it for the time being. He resolved to earn money in the future to procure a larger home, providing a better living environment for his wife and child. Exiting the new house with the keys in hand, he ventured to the furniture market. The expansive marketplace was filled with an array of furniture, including some rare leather sofas not commonly found elsewhere. He inquired generally about the prices of beds and sofas, estimating the expenses required for acquiring new furniture. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered a man and a woman approaching. At that moment, Lin Fong was adorned in a flamboyant chiffon dress, her makeup reflecting a Hong Kong style, with her arm linked to that of a portly man beside her. Upon seeing the tall and handsome figure approaching, her body stiffened slightly. To assert that she was entirely indifferent would be disingenuous. After all, over the past 2 years, she had become acutely aware of how exceptionally Zhao Qianzhi had treated her. Setting aside other considerations, his towering height, long legs, and strikingly chiseled features rendered him utterly impeccable, attracting a throng of blushing young women wherever he went. Yet what of it? He could not provide her with the life she yearned for. She had no desire to endure a precarious existence akin to that of his wife. The mere thought of his wife's impoverished condition and the arduous days stretching endlessly before her was utterly unbearable. Recalling her thoughts, she adjusted her expression and mustered a smile to greet him. "Zhao Ge, what brings you here?" she asked, tightening her grip on the arm of the man beside her, hoping he would refrain from being disagreeable and jeopardizing her own good fortune. Zhao Qianzhi cast a glance at the couple, his gaze ultimately settling on Lin Fong. Responding with a perfunctory acknowledgement, came to look at furniture, he stated in a voice imbued with magnetism, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lin Fong was taken aback by his reaction. Simultaneously, a sense of discomfort stirred within her. After all, whenever she had previously approached another man, he would invariably fly into a rage. Yet now, as she clung to another man's arm, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Uncertain of her own motives, she ventured to introduce her companion. "Zhao Ge, this is my boyfriend, Defy. He works as a section chief at the largest shopping mall, and we are preparing to get engaged, with plans to marry by the end of the year. In 2 years, once we have saved enough, we intend to purchase a property in Mingyang Garden." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi maintained his stoic demeanor, offering a curt response. "Congratulations, Defy." Gazing at the man towering over him, had heard of him but was meeting him for the first time today. As a man himself, he could not deny that the other's physical attributes were indeed impressive. Yet what of it? He was a city dweller with a respectable job, while Zhao was merely a country man, dependent on his wife for sustenance. A veritable weakling, hardly worthy of comparison. With a sense of superiority, he extended his hand and addressed Zhao. "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am Defy, Fong's boyfriend. If convenient, you are welcome to attend our wedding, which will be held at Wangjianji restaurant." As he spoke, his tone conveyed a sense of condescension. Zhao Qianzhi, with one hand in his pocket, disregarded the outstretched hand, replying simply, "We'll see." With that, he politely nodded to them and proceeded to walk past. Lin Feng turned to watch the tall figure recede into the distance, feeling as though this current incarnation of Zhao Qianzhi was so unfamiliar, as if she had never known him at all. She could not comprehend how he could have changed so drastically in such a short span of time. Amidst her confusion, she withdrew her gaze, noticing that her fiancé was displeased. It is evident that he currently stands as the most suitable candidate for marriage, should this opportunity be missed. One cannot be certain of finding another suitor who surpasses him in merit. With a humble demeanor, he gently reassured her, enough of being upset over trivial matters. Let us be on our way. Seeing her in this light, Defy felt a sense of satisfaction, allowing her to link her arm with his as they selected furnishings for their future home. Upon exiting the furniture store, Zhao Qianzhi retrieved a cigarette, placing it between his lips and igniting it, letting the smoke trail behind him as he walked back. He contemplated that once their furnishings were completed, he must promptly disclose to his wife that he had relocated his household registration. He hoped she would not become irate over this matter. Presently, with merely a handful of coins in his pocket, he found himself unable to accomplish much. The funds from his savings were intended for starting a business. Thus, he needed to devise a plan to earn additional money for purchasing furniture and essential household items. As the day waned, he fabricated a story about visiting the mountains, knowing that returning home early would surely result in inquiries. Thus, he settled on a park, perched on a stone bench, crossing his legs to pass the time. Meanwhile, Chen Yun at the guest house forced herself to remain busy throughout the day, for if she were to relax, the thought of the substantial amount of money lost would overwhelm her. Consequently, she washed the children's clothes, as well as Zhao Qianzhi's trousers, shirts, and shoes. After completing her tasks, she busied herself with various cleaning activities around the house. Observing her daughter's efforts, Chen, the mother, recognized the silent struggle her daughter faced. Despite her outward composure, she was deeply troubled. Feeling helpless, Chen could do little more than bear her own feelings of guilt and sorrow. As dusk approached, upon seeing her son-in-law return home, she instinctively glanced at her daughter, who had paused her work as if finding solace in his presence, and remarked, "Qianzhi, you must be tired." Noticing his clean shoes and the absence of dirt on his trousers, she surmised that he had lied about his whereabouts and likely sought out that other woman. This realization tightened the knot in her chest. Yet, she refrained from addressing this unspoken truth and inquired instead, "What shall we eat? I can go buy something." "Let us not have pickled vegetables today. Let us have something different," Zhao Qianzhi replied, oblivious to his wife's discontent as he stepped forward to take the food container from her hands. "Allow me to handle it." However, when he drew near, Chen Yun, fueled by a hint of defiance, swatted his hand away in irritation. Yet, she quickly recognized that she had no right to feel angry. Having lost so much money, he offered her the savings certificate for safekeeping without uttering a harsh word. The entire family relied on him for their livelihood, and to cause a scene would seem unreasonable and overly dramatic. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, she maintained a calm tone. "If you do not wish to speak, I shall manage the purchase myself." With that, she grasped the food container and made her way outside. During this time, he had primarily consumed steamed buns and noodles. Today, she resolved to change the menu. As darkness enveloped the sky, Zhao Qianzhi felt uneasy about her walking alone at night and hastened to follow her, disregarding her willingness, firmly taking the food container from her grasp. Chen Yun had not anticipated his following her and walked ahead in silence. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, Zhao Qianzhi followed closely behind, the two walking in silence until they arrived at a state-run canteen. Here, the meals were relatively inexpensive and varied, making it a common lunchtime spot for Chen Yun, who typically subsisted on a couple of steamed buns and a portion of pickled vegetables. The elderly woman serving the food had become familiar with Chen Yun, as she frequented the canteen daily. Noticing her rosy lips and white teeth, the woman couldn't help but engage in conversation, finding Chen Yun not only beautiful but also exceptionally kind. Thus, she learned that Chen Yun had come to the city with her husband and child to escape the floods. Had Chen Yun not mentioned it, one might easily mistake her for a city dweller, considering her fine clothing and striking appearance. As Chen Yun approached, the woman was about to greet her when she noticed a tall, handsome young man accompanying her. The pair stood together, exuding a sense of perfect harmony. Realizing this must be her husband, the woman cheerfully remarked, "Zhao Yun, if you plan to come by tonight, I will set aside some extra pickled vegetables for you. There's a crowd tonight, and the pickles have nearly run out. Perhaps you might consider something else." Hearing the aunt's words, Zhao Qianzhi felt a pang of realization. In his absence, his wife had been subsisting on pickled vegetables to save money. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of failure as a man, grappling with an indescribable mix of emotions. If only he had the means to earn enough to provide her with a sense of security, she wouldn't have to resort to such measures. Standing beside Zhao Qianzhi, Chen Yun smiled gently and replied to the woman behind the glass window, "We won't be having pickled vegetables tonight. Let's try something different." At the counter, Zhao Qianzhi selected a portion of braised pork, a serving of braised carp, and 2 side dishes. The woman occasionally glanced at Chen Yun's expression, noting her silent demeanor as she stood quietly by. Understanding the unspoken situation, she decided to take action. After tallying the bill and accepting the money Chen Yun offered, she discreetly slipped an egg into her hand, saying, "Take this to eat, but don't let your husband see." Taken aback by the woman's kindness, Chen Yun felt there must be some misunderstanding. In these challenging times, she offered 2 cents in return and said, "Auntie, I must be on my way." With that, she hurried to catch up with her husband. On their way back, Zhao Qianzhi slowed his pace to ensure that his companion could keep up without too much strain. Tentatively, he inquired, "What do you think of the city? Are you settling in well?" Upon hearing his question, Chen Yun lowered her eyelashes, their delicate strands casting shadows over her contemplative gaze. While the city had its merits, she longed to thrive here, yet the greatest obstacle remained the cost of living. She had attempted to find work, but had been unsuccessful. Without employment, both housing and food required money, not to mention the added burden of raising a child. She couldn't fathom why he was so determined to remain in the city after their arrival, with their child still young and dependent. The responsibility of caregiving fell squarely on her shoulders, leaving him to be the sole breadwinner. Although he had amassed a considerable fortune through the trade of mountain goods, the loss of a significant sum weighed heavily on his heart, especially when considering the savings he had previously accumulated. He envisioned a future where he could construct a new home, leading a life of abundance. Yet, the unfortunate events had unfolded, and the mere thought of that lost money caused him great distress. Zhao Qianzhi noticed his wife's prolonged silence and mistakenly assumed she did not wish to reside in the city. The keys in his pocket felt increasingly burdensome. Now that they had relocated their household registration and acquired a new residence, he found himself uncertain about the wisdom of his hasty decision. Having just suffered a financial setback, he feared that suggesting they settle in the city might be too much for her to bear at that moment. Therefore, he resolved to endure and first secure furniture before discussing their future. The couple lapsed into silence upon returning to the guest house. Chen Yun took up a basin to fetch water. Seizing the opportunity, Chen's mother grasped her son-in-law's arm, tears brimming in her eyes, and spoke with a choked voice. "Qianzhi, the loss of money is entirely my fault. Although Xiaoyun does not voice her feelings, she is deeply troubled. Could you take her out for a while to help soothe her?" Zhao Qianzhi paused, taken aback by his mother-in-law's words, realizing he had indeed overlooked this aspect amid his own concerns. For someone earning a mere few dozen yuan a month, that lost sum was indisputably substantial, particularly for rural folk whose annual income was minimal. Thus, his wife would undoubtedly struggle to come to terms with the situation. Acknowledging this, he turned to his mother-in-law and replied, "Understood, Ma." As he spoke, he noticed his wife returning with the water she had drawn. Taking the basin from her, he observed her formerly delicate hands now flushed red. His heart sank at the sight, and he fell silent, averting his gaze. After washing their hands, the three gathered around a small table for dinner. Chen Yun, preoccupied with her thoughts, barely touched her food. Once she saw her daughter awaken, she set down her chopsticks, picked up the child, and said, "I'm full. You all can just leave it there when you finish. I'll wash it up later." Zhao Qianzhi took note of everything and, after the meal, asked his wife to hand the child to her mother before leading her out of the guest house. Chen Yun followed him, uncertain of his intentions at such a late hour. The couple walked side by side beneath the dim glow of streetlights, their shadows stretching long behind them. Before long, they arrived at a bustling night market, alive with activity, the streets lined with myriad stalls. For Chen Yun, witnessing such a scene for the first time left her momentarily speechless. The seemingly endless expanse of the night market astonished her. In the countryside, people would have long since closed their doors for the night. She was unaware that the city's night was vibrant with so many people out and about. The overwhelming atmosphere of the market filled her with wonder. Amidst the throngs, Zhao Qianzhi extended his arm, drawing his slender wife close to him, shielding her from the jostling crowd. Seeing her with such sharply defined features, a rare smile gracing her lips. She lowered her gaze and explained to the person in her arms, "This is the night market, where you can buy food and various trinkets. Let us take a look inside." Chen Yun's attention was captivated by the myriad stalls lining the streets. Her curiosity piqued as she ambled along, taking in the novelty of everything around her. As they passed a barbecue stall, Zhao Qianzhi halted and turned to his wife, saying, "Let us try this." Upon hearing him, Chen Yun glanced up at her husband and, lowering her voice, replied, "I didn't bring any money when I left the house." Zhao Qianzhi, his gaze meeting hers, smiled gently and reassured her, "I brought some." He then gestured toward the stall and ordered a selection of food. Afterward, he led his wife to a vacant table where they sat down. While waiting for the barbecue, he noticed a nearby stall selling soda and stood up, preparing to buy some. Chen Yun grasped his shirt, asking, "Where are you going?" He looked at her, explaining, "I'm going to get 2 bottles of soda." He lifted his chin, indicating the stall not far away. Following his gaze, Chen Yun released her grip and said, "Hurry back after you buy it." The proprietor of the barbecue stall, noticing their interaction, placed down her items and playfully teased Chen Yun, whose raven hair framed her red lips. "You must have just gotten married. Your affection is palpable, clinging to each other so tightly." Chen Yun smiled but remained silent, her thoughts drifting as she observed her husband's tall figure weaving through the crowd, puzzled about her own feelings. During the time Zhao Qianzhi was away purchasing sodas, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a few puffs while occasionally glancing toward his wife. After a few moments, he extinguished the cigarette and returned to the barbecue stall with the open sodas, placing one in front of Chen Yun and saying, "Enjoy your meal." As he handed her a skewer, though he had rarely indulged in such food before, he was pleasantly surprised by the taste. To his dismay, however, he found the skewers to be rather spicy, a heat that was slightly overwhelming. He observed his wife, who savored her food with grace, her already rosy lips appearing even more vibrant. After finishing her skewer, she swiftly drank her soda, yet the heat lingered in her mouth and stomach. Noticing this, Chen Yun offered him her soda, saying, "Here, drink this." Accepting the soda, Zhao Qianzhi drank most of it, feeling some relief wash over him. Once they finished their barbecue, the couple continued their exploration of the night market. Even at 8 in the evening, the throngs of people were bustling, protected by Zhao Qianzhi. Chen Yun marveled at the sights and sounds, discovering for the first time the existence of such a vibrant night market for dining and entertainment. By the time they returned home, it was already past 10. After Chen Yun finished her evening routine, she intended to go next door to fetch their child. However, he was halted by Zhao Qianzhi, who, holding a basin and preparing to take a bath, turned to his wife and said, "Let mom take care of her, otherwise, I fear she will overthink things." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun realized that he possessed such a delicate sensitivity, a thought she had not even entertained herself. She responded, "Understood." As Zhao Qianzhi went to bathe, she picked up the clothes he had changed out of, inspecting them thoroughly and even sniffing them to ensure there were no unusual scents of women's perfume. Only then did her heart settle a bit. Unbeknownst to her, she had started to pay attention to Zhao Qianzhi more than she realized. When Zhao Qianzhi returned from his bath, he found his wife already lying in bed, her back turned to him, leaving him uncertain if she had fallen asleep. He treaded lightly, locked the door, turned off the lights, and climbed into bed. The once spacious bed felt increasingly cramped as he lay down. At that moment, Chen Yun was not yet asleep. Her mind wandered to the money she had lost, causing her great distress, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Oblivious to her plight, Zhao Qianzhi, having not rested well for several days, quickly drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, he faintly heard the sound of sobbing. Half awake, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Chen Yun, believing she had disturbed him, immediately stifled her cries. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly raised her head to glance at him through the dim light, relieved to see he remained undisturbed. She fought against her fatigue, forcing herself to push away her thoughts. Before dawn the following day, Zhao Qianzhi awoke to find his wife curled up in his arms. Noticing her swollen eyes, he realized she had cried secretly during the night. Understanding her sorrow stemmed from the lost money and the knot it had tied in her heart. He felt compelled to earn more swiftly. Otherwise, he feared her lingering sadness might lead to depression over time. He quietly slipped out of bed, dressed, and left the house. After a brief wash, he exited the guest house, purchased a few buns, and hurried to the bus station. By the time he reached the mountains in the countryside, it was already past 10 o'clock. With plans to return that evening, he wasted no time, taking his stick and wandering the mountains in search of valuable goods. Hours slipped by without any fortunate finds. Realizing time was running short and he might miss the return bus to the city, he hastily descended the mountain. The water levels had receded significantly in some areas, leaving shallow waters only reaching his calves. Faced with this situation, he recalled the belongings at home and turned back towards the village. Upon his return, he discovered many people had come back to the village, as they had nowhere else to stay. As he waded through the water back to his house, he opened the door to find the interior in a dismal state, covered with mud. In the empty room, he retrieved the salvaged items he had collected, finding them intact. After tidying them up and packing them away, he locked the courtyard and set off towards the town, intending to return to the city to sell these two items, hoping to purchase furniture and supplies for opening a shop. Upon perusing the comments section, it is evident that many have expressed their sentiments regarding the protagonist's earlier tribulations, which have molded her into a character marked by endurance and restraint. As the narrative unfolds, there will be a gradual transformation in her demeanor. As 67 discovered, the two keys to their home were not the only significant symbols. Departing from the village, they witnessed villagers sorrowfully burying their deceased livestock. Some stood at a distance, tears streaming down their faces, for these animals constituted their meager means of sustenance. A devastating flood had obliterated their sole source of income, leaving their homes in disarray, surrounded by muck, with all provisions rendered unfit for use. As winter approached, the necessity for new clothing and supplies loomed large, imposing an invisible yet immense burden upon these villagers, who have long been devoid of substantial income. Such dire circumstances naturally engendered feelings of despair and grief. Observing this plight, Zhao Qianzhi did not linger. He hastened his steps and exited the village. Upon reaching the town, he caught the last bus to the city. By the time he returned to the guest house, it was already quite late. Chen Yun had presumed he would not return that evening, and upon seeing him, her eyes, swollen yet beautiful, flickered with surprise. Noticing the mud caked on his trousers and shoes, she approached him, taking the cloth bag he had removed and hanging it by the door. Turning to him, she inquired with a hint of urgency, "Did you return to the village? Has the water receded?" Zhao Qianzhi removed his drenched, muddy shoes and stood barefoot on the floor. Internally conflicted, he realized that revealing to his wife that people had already begun returning to the village would compel her to insist on going back. As he unbuckled his belt and removed his trousers, he caught sight of her expectant expression, making it impossible to deceive her. Thus, he spoke candidly. "The water has receded significantly, and some have already returned to their homes. However, the houses are still inundated with mud, and many livestock have perished. The situation is far from ideal, and our child is still young. We cannot return just yet." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun naturally envisioned the dire aftermath of the flood. Nevertheless, she felt a glimmer of joy, for it signified that their return was imminent. She placed his discarded clothes into a basin of water and remarked, "It's all right. In a couple of days, I will find time to return and tidy up the house. Once the situation improves, we shall move back." Zhao Qianzhi was taken aback by her eagerness to return. Contemplating the necessity of swiftly preparing their new home and broaching the topic of relocating their household registration. Engrossed in washing his soiled garments, Chen Yun remained oblivious to Zhao Qianzhi's unease. After placing all the clothes into the basin, she looked up and asked, "Have you eaten? I will get you some food." Clad only in his undergarments, Zhao Qianzhi glanced at the remaining steamed buns and pickles on the table, responding, "This will suffice for me." As he spoke, he draped a clean towel over his shoulder. Carrying a soap box and striding with long legs, she opened the door and stepped outside, heading towards the bathing room at the end of the corridor. Chen Yun held a basin filled with the dirty clothes he had removed, locked the door behind her, and accompanied her to the bathing room to wash the garments. Hearing the commotion, Chen Shi, cradling her child, approached with curiosity. "Is Qianzhi back in the village? Is it possible to enter?" Chen Yun, absorbed in her task, turned her head at her mother's inquiry and replied, "He is back, taking a shower inside. The water hasn't completely drained yet, but it shouldn't be long before we can return." Nodding thoughtfully at her daughter's words, Chen Shi contemplated the necessity of returning home soon. Realizing that each additional day spent at the guest house would compel her daughter and son-in-law to contribute further to the lodging expenses. Shaking off her musings, she addressed her daughter, who was diligently washing clothes. "All right then, make sure to rest early. I shall head in first." After saying this, she carried the child back to her room. Chen Yun felt considerably uplifted upon learning that the water level at home had receded. However, her mind wandered back to the 2 keys she had discovered in Zhao Qianzhi's pants pocket while washing his trousers earlier that day. It was evident that they were not keys to their countryside home. The only plausible conclusion was that they were keys to the home he envisioned for them. She had not anticipated that their relationship had progressed to such a stage where he would entrust her with a key. No wonder he was so intent on remaining in the city. It appeared he wished to provide her with a home. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Lost in her reverie, she was oblivious to Zhao Qianzhi emerging from the bathing room and standing behind her. Zhao Qianzhi, leaning over his wife from behind, observed the flawless white neck revealed beneath her coiled hair. He swallowed hard, noticing the water overflowing from the basin, and reached out to turn off the faucet. "What are you daydreaming about? Once you're done, we should return," his voice deep and slightly husky. Startled by his sudden presence, Chen Yun shivered and finally realized he had been standing behind her all along. Sensing the warmth radiating from him, she nudged him with her elbow and said, "You go in first. I'll return once I finish washing." Zhao Qianzhi stepped back from his wife, retrieving the cigarettes and matches she had pulled from her pocket. With his long, sturdy legs, he sauntered to the door, leaning casually against the doorframe. He extracted a cigarette from the pack, placed it between his lips, struck a match, and lit one. After taking a deep drag, he lifted his head, slowly exhaling the smoke, idly waiting for his wife to complete the laundry. The other guests who had come in and out for bathing and washing had grown accustomed to such scenes. Noticing the increasing number of women coming to bathe and wash, Chen Yun hurriedly completed her task, concerned they might feel bashful. After handing him the basin, she led the way back to their room. Upon returning, Zhao Qianzhi hung the clothes to dry and, taking a steamed bun, settled onto a low stool, enjoying the bun paired with pickled vegetables. Seated on the bed, folding clothes, Chen Yun gazed at the towering figure of Zhao Qianzhi, who appeared rather comical and constrained perched on the diminutive stool. Suppressing a hint of amusement, she spoke. "While washing clothes during the day, I found 2 keys in your pants pocket and hung them on the hook behind the door." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi's heart sank. He had forgotten to retrieve the keys after placing them in his pocket yesterday. He took a hearty bite of his steamed bun and replied, "All right, understood." Noticing his lack of inclination to explain, Chen Yun felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. It seemed her suspicions were confirmed. He truly intended to establish a home with someone else here. With no desire to continue the conversation, she neatly placed the folded clothes aside, lifted the quilt, and lay down on the bed, turning her back to him. When Zhao Qianzhi finished eating, brushed his teeth, and prepared to retire for the night, he beheld his wife lying in the center of the bed. She had never behaved this way before. Today was different. Could she be upset? Confusion clouded his thoughts. He hadn't said anything wrong, so there was no reason for her displeasure. Puzzled, he lifted the quilt and nestled beside her delicate, fragrant form. As he settled in, Chen Yun felt the warmth emanating from him, and she instinctively curled closer to the wall, shrinking further beneath the covers until her pale face was nearly enveloped by the quilt, save for a few strands of dark hair that peeked out. Lying there, Zhao Qianzhi transitioned from mere speculation to certainty. His wife was indeed upset. Propping himself on one elbow, he observed the figure buried beneath the covers. With a playful smile, he gazed for a while before finally reaching out to tug at the quilt covering her. "Do you wish to return home? I'll be free the day after tomorrow. I can accompany you to the countryside." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun quickly pulled down the quilt, turning to meet his gaze, which sparkled with a hint of amusement. "Really? Then let us set off early the day after tomorrow. We'll have ample time to tidy up once we arrive." Zhao Qianzhi brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from her cheek and replied in a deep, resonant voice, "All right, as you wish. Get some rest." There was a note of helplessness in his tone. Feeling somewhat reassured by his prompt agreement, Chen Yun no longer buried her face in the quilt. After he turned off the light, she hesitated before speaking. "Zhao Qianzhi, please don't let me and the child down again." With that, she turned away, offering no further words. Although Zhao Qianzhi was bewildered by her abrupt statement, he responded cooperatively, "Okay." The following morning, Chen Yun awoke to find him still beside her. She gently removed his heavy arm resting on her waist, lifted the quilt, and slipped out of bed. Standing before the mirror, she gathered her hair into a ponytail with a rubber band, casually securing it at the back of her head. Feeling the chill in the air, she donned Zhao Qianzhi's outer coat and, carrying her washing basin and toothpaste, opened the door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Chen's mother, who had been awake for some time, heard the commotion from her daughter's room and emerged, cradling the child in her arms. As I pushed open the door, I was greeted by the sight of my son-in-law still deep in slumber, with my granddaughter nestled on the inner side of the bed. I quietly closed the door and hurried to the bathroom. Zhao Qianzhi awoke, roused by a sharp pang, and as he blinked away the remnants of sleep, his eyes fell upon the cherubic face of his beloved daughter. Uncertain of when she had been placed there, he gently touched the dampness of her cheek. His heart melted at the sight of her drooling and grinning with unabashed joy. With a voice still husky from sleep, he coaxed, "Sweet meow meow. Why not call out daddy for me?" Meow meow, perched at the head of the bed in her soft yellow ensemble, waved her tiny fists and babbled cheerfully in response. Upon returning from her morning routine, Chen Yun noticed their daughter's presence and then glanced at Zhao Qianzhi, who lay on the bed with clear bite marks on the left side of his face. The realization struck her instantly. He had been awakened by a playful nip. Setting down the basin and toothpaste, she addressed the man on the bed. "Once you're awake, do rise. I'll prepare breakfast shortly." Zhao Qianzhi cast a glance at his wife, noting that she wore his jacket, which made him aware of the significant temperature drop between day and night. It was time to procure warmer clothing for both mother and child. Today demanded urgency. After acquiring furniture, he needed to gather additional household items to ensure that his wife and child would feel at home in their new residence. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he shifted his gaze and propped himself up. He reached over to scoop up his daughter and, swinging his legs off the bed, said to his wife, "You both eat without me. I have errands to run." With one arm cradling the child, he retrieved the new house keys from behind the door and tucked them into a cloth bag. He contemplated the necessity of disposing of the items he held, converting them into cash before heading to the furniture market to select suitable furnishings, which would then be delivered to their new home. The entirety of these tasks would consume the morning, leaving the afternoon for other obligations. Once he had settled everything, he planned to take his wife back to their countryside home the day after tomorrow, allowing her to see their roots before visiting the new house. This way, he hoped she would lean favorably towards their new abode. Chen Yun refrained from questioning him, stepping forward to take the child from his arms, and noticed the absence of the keychain hanging by the door. Clearly, he had concealed it, likely intending to seek out a companion early in the morning. Suppressing her emotions, she replied nonchalantly, "Understood." After leaving the house, Zhao Qianzhi ventured into several sizable antique shops. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, appraised Zhao Qianzhi, noting his tall stature and youthful appearance, which, coupled with his modest attire, suggested he was not a man of wealth. However, having dealt with various antiques and individuals over the years, the shopkeeper possessed a keen and discerning eye, patiently detailing each item Zhao Qianzhi examined. About half an hour later, Zhao Qianzhi presented the treasures he had fortuitously acquired. The shopkeeper, donning his glasses, picked up the items from the table, scrutinizing them with great care. After his examination, he could hardly conceal his astonishment as he carefully set the items down and inquired, "Young man, are you considering selling this inkstone?" Upon receiving a nod from Zhao Qianzhi, he continued with keen interest. Having gained some confidence, he realized that the person before him was not one to be easily deceived, and thus he did not beat around the bush. Extending his hand, he quoted a price. "What do you think of this price?" Observing the figure presented, Zhao Qianzhi felt a pang of internal conflict. He had not intended to part with this item. Yet, the pressing need for funds was undeniable. After a brief hesitation, he spoke up, "Increase it by 2 layers. Upon hearing this, the shop owner hesitated, sensing that the other party did not genuinely wish to acquire the inkstone. The price he had just quoted was far above its market value. Such a fine item was rare and hard to come by. In the future, should a discerning buyer come along, they might pay tenfold the price offered. Nevertheless, contemplating the essence of conducting business, the owner eventually nodded. Agreed. The transaction was successfully completed, and Zhao Qianzhi, now clutching several thick bundles of cash, proceeded to the furniture market. He finalized the furniture he had previously admired and arranged for a nearby rickshaw to transport it to his new home. With a little extra payment, he ensured all items were moved into the house. The rickshaw carried a bed, wardrobe, sofa, and a small cot for the child. As the clean, bright house filled with furniture, the once empty space transformed into a cozy haven. After paying the rickshaw pullers, Zhao Qianzhi closed the door behind him. Observing the layout of the living room, he noted its modest size. However, it would no longer suffer from rain leaks. And it was sufficient for the three of them to temporarily reside comfortably. Entering the bedroom, he was quite pleased with the spacious 1.8-meter bed, topped with a comfortable mattress. Although the room was not particularly large, the bed occupied a significant portion of it. He opted for a two-door wardrobe with a mirror, positioned against the wall by the window, taking up minimal space. The child's cot was placed next to their bed for easy access during the night. Aside from these essentials, the room contained little else. With the primary furniture in place, he now needed to acquire some household items. A trip to the market was necessary to purchase bed linens and other necessities. He planned to return from the countryside the next day, bringing his wife and child to settle into their new home. Exiting the house, he locked the door and descended the stairs, heading to a nearby shopping center. Upon arrival, lacking experience, he shopped with the exuberance of a newly affluent individual, making impulsive purchases. The sales staff were taken aback by his enthusiasm and could not help but suggest he bring his partner or family members to assist with the shopping, as all items purchased from the store were non-returnable and non-exchangeable. Faced with the salespeople's advice, Zhao Qianzhi wished he could delegate the task to his wife. But he understood that if she were to shop, she would likely only buy the bare essentials, sparing no extra expense. Thus, he was determined to save money for future expenditures. When it came time to settle the bill, the total was just over 100. The shop assistant helped him carry his belongings out of the mall, and he promptly summoned a rickshaw to transport the items to his residence. Once he had deposited a mountain of goods inside, the living room was cluttered beyond measure. Having been occupied since morning without so much as a sip of water, he paced with long strides, navigating the disarray until he reached the sofa and sank into its embrace. His tall, statuesque form languidly settled into the plush leather seat. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, tilted his head back, and narrowed his eyes to gaze at the pristine ceiling, exhaling clouds of smoke. After finishing one cigarette, he glanced around, only to realize the absence of a watch rendered him unaware of the time. His new home required a multitude of essentials, various small items, pots, dishes, thermoses, clocks, and an array of miscellaneous necessities of life. Rising from the sofa, he ventured back to the mall, this time primarily to purchase clothes for his wife and child, along with any additional household items that came to mind. On his way back, he spotted a young girl by the bridge holding a sign seeking employment. For a modest fee of 5 yuan, he hired her to help tidy and clean his new home. The girl, freshly arrived from the countryside, was strikingly earnest. Upon entering the apartment, she was awestruck by her surroundings. She marveled at the beautiful, brand-new furniture, including a sofa that resembled a bed, items she had only ever seen on television, now laid out before her in reality. Overwhelmed by wonder, she quickly remembered her task, rolled up her sleeves, and declared, "Brother, I shall start cleaning the room." Zhao Qianzhi gestured for her to proceed, then reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs and enjoying a moment of leisure. The girl fetched a basin of water from the communal sink and began her cleaning. As she worked, Zhao Qianzhi succumbed to sleep, only to awaken later to the encroaching darkness. The apartment had undergone a remarkable transformation. The former chaos of household items was now neatly organized, the bed made, and curtains hung. The girl was diligently mopping the floor. Noticing the pristine state of the room, Zhao Qianzhi sat up, rubbed his face, and produced 10 yuan, offering it to the girl who was still mopping. "All right, it's getting late. You should head back." The girl paused her task, straightening her back and looking up at the stern yet handsome man before her. Blushing, she glanced at the money in his hand and replied, "I have no change." Zhao Qianzhi tucked the money into her coat pocket, insisting, "It's all yours. Keep it. No need for change." Upon hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed even deeper. The 5 yuan he initially offered was already generous enough for several days' earnings. She had anticipated he would give her 10. Setting down the mop, she said, "Thank you, brother. If it's all right, I can come back tomorrow to finish the cleaning." Zhao Qianzhi assessed the state of the apartment, rubbed his forehead with one hand, and replied, "No need." The young girl, observing his demeanor, nodded slightly, organized the mop, tucked her sleeves into her pocket, and departed. As she stepped out, Zhao Qianzhi promptly turned off the light, placed the money atop the wardrobe, locked the door, and returned to the guest house. Chen Yun, who was just preparing to go out for a meal, noticed his return and discreetly scrutinized him with her gaze. She then approached, stood on tiptoe, and adjusted the collar of his shirt, inquiring, "What shall we eat?" "I will go get the food." Her face, framed by dark hair and red lips, bore little expression. Zhao Qianzhi was taken aback by their late dining. It was evident they had been waiting for him to return. He took the lunchbox from his wife and stated, "You stay here, I will go." With that, he slipped his hand into his pocket, grasped the lunchbox, and strode towards the staircase. After his departure, Chen Yun glanced at the sleeping child on the bed and asked her daughter, "What were you checking just now?" Chen Yun, caught off guard by her mother's inquiry, wondered if her actions were so conspicuous. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she replied, "Nothing, just adjusting his collar." Recognizing her daughter's reluctance to divulge more, Chen Yun refrained from pressing further, understanding the complexities of young couples' affairs. As someone who had experienced the intricacies of relationships, she was aware of how handsome her son-in-law was and his newfound ability to earn money, which could lead to improper thoughts. "Take care, my daughter. It's ultimately for your own good." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Zhao Qianzhi surveyed the dwindling selection of dishes, ordering 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, along with a steamed egg specifically for his daughter. Just as he was about to leave the cafeteria, a sudden downpour ensued. Holding the lunchbox, he decided to wait at the entrance until the rain abated. Before long, he spotted his wife approaching through the darkness, sheltered beneath an umbrella. As she drew near, he stepped forward, accepting the umbrella from her hands. "In such heavy rain, you needn't come out to fetch me next time," he remarked, tilting the umbrella predominantly towards her side. "Where have you been today?" Chen Yun retorted, casting him a sideways glance. Perceiving the umbrella leaning towards her, she nestled closer, wrapping her delicate, pale arms around his lean, sturdy waist, pressing her body against his. She felt the warmth emanating from him, a stark contrast to the chill of the rain. Thinking of what Lu Wan had mentioned earlier, she could not help but inquire, "Where were you today? Why did you return so late?" Earlier in the day, she had encountered Lu Wan, a neighboring student returning from outside. Upon their exchange of greetings, she noticed Lu Wan's hesitance, though she initially dismissed it. When she attempted to fetch water, Lu Wan had detained her, leading her to her room to share that she had seen Zhao Qianzhi with a woman heading towards a rather nice apartment building. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun immediately associated the woman with Zhao Qianzhi's romantic interest and the unfamiliar key. However, Lu Wan's description, coupled with her observations of the woman's attire, indicated that she was clearly not the same person Zhao Qianzhi had been involved with previously. Upon his return, while adjusting his clothing, she noticed no trace of any woman's fragrance on him. Each day, he would bathe and sleep bare-chested, devoid of any peculiar marks. She chose to trust that he had no entanglements with other women, yet remained oblivious to the extent of Zhao Qianzhi's deceit. As Zhao Qianzhi found himself embraced by his wife, his thoughts wandered. Upon hearing her inquiry, he immediately grew wary. Casting a glance at the person nestled against him, he tightened his grip on the umbrella and fabricated a response, stating that he had merely been wandering about, contemplating starting a small business. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun's face, framed by her dark hair and adorned with crimson lips, revealed no excess emotion. She recognized his mendacity and understood that further questioning would yield no clarity. Consequently, she refrained from speaking, her anger manifesting as she instinctively pinched Zhao Qianzhi's waist. Startled by her grip, Zhao Qianzhi dared not utter a sound. Upon returning to the guest house, Chen Yun closed the umbrella and returned it to Lu Wan next door. That evening, after bathing, Zhao Qianzhi lay bare-chested on the bed, propping his head with one hand while playing with their child. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, seated on a stool folding clothes, failed to notice any erratic marks on his back. However, upon shifting her gaze, she observed the bruises encircling his waist, a vivid reminder of her earlier anger. Overcome with guilt, she realized she had pinched him too fiercely in her moment of fury. Had he been truthful, she would not have resorted to such actions. The following morning, Zhao Qianzhi was roused from slumber. Chen Yun, eager to return to her village, awoke shortly after 5, dressed, and prepared for the day. Upon entering the room to find him still asleep, she urged him to rise, exclaiming that it was nearly 6 o'clock. Noticing his continued lack of response, she nudged him again, prompting Zhao Qianzhi to finally stir. As he got up, Chen Yun went to check on their child with her mother, relaying a few instructions before waiting for Zhao Qianzhi to finish his morning routine. Once he was dressed, they departed the guest house together. The couple arrived at the bus station, and due to the early hour, the bus lingered for over half an hour before departing towards the countryside town. The journey was bumpy, taking over an hour to reach their destination. Upon arrival, Chen Yun spotted her elder sister, Chen Yun, who had not spoken to her since the incident at their family home. Choosing to ignore her, Chen Yun grasped Zhao Qianzhi's arm, intending to walk in another direction. However, Chen Yun, catching sight of a familiar figure, initially thought she was mistaken. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the tall man beside her sister, none other than Zhao Qianzhi. Despite the flooding at home, she appeared utterly unperturbed, striding forward in her polished shoes and calling out, "Zhao Yun." Hearing the voice behind her, Chen Yun feigned ignorance, continuing to pull her husband forward. Zhao Qianzhi, recognizing the voice, noted that it belonged to his wife's elder sister. Recalling the grievances she had endured at her parental home, her dark, elongated eyes dimmed slightly. Chen Yun hurried over and grasped Chen Yun's wrist, saying, "Zhao Yun, why are you ignoring me?" As she spoke, her gaze involuntarily roamed over her younger sister. She noticed that Chen Yun was adorned in exquisite leather shoes paired with a chiffon dress that could only be found in upscale boutiques. The transformation was striking. Her once dull phoenix eyes now sparkled with vitality, and her fair complexion radiated a healthy glow. Chen Yun was taken aback. How could her sister have changed so remarkably in such a short period? Their village had recently suffered devastating floods, particularly in the western region, leaving many homeless and destitute. Although the waters had receded significantly, the houses remained inundated with mud, rendering them uninhabitable for the time being. Consequently, the brothers were crammed into a rented guest house, incurring their own expenses for food and lodging. Frustrated, she had returned today to assess the situation at home, hoping to facilitate their return. To her surprise, she encountered her younger sister and her companion here. Chen Yun withdrew her wrist from her elder sister's grasp and addressed the person blocking her path with a cool, "Elder sister." Taken aback by Chen Yun's indifferent demeanor, Chen Yun momentarily faltered. She then glanced at Zhao Qianzhi beside her, pondering how their relationship had grown so intimate that they were walking hand in hand. Amidst her astonishment, Chen Yun stated, "We need to head back. We're leaving now." As she attempted to bypass her sister, Chen Yun quickly obstructed her path again. Given Zhao Qianzhi's presence and the lingering psychological impact from a previous incident, she hesitated, expressing her concern to her younger sister. "Do you know that mother has been missing for quite some time?" Confronted with her sister's renewed obstruction, Chen Yun replied, "Mother is with me. She's fine. I'll bring her back in due time." Chen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief at her words. Just as she was about to express her frustration, she sensed Zhao Qianzhi's cold gaze and hesitated, inquiring instead, "Wasn't your village also affected by the floods? Where are you staying?" In response to her inquiry, Chen Yun did not conceal the truth, stating, "We are staying in a guest house in the city. We came back today to tidy up a bit before moving back home soon." Overwhelmed by the revelations she had received in such a brief encounter, Chen Yun questioned in confusion, "A guest house in the city?" The psychological disparity struck her hard. The brothers were already struggling with the costs of their accommodations in town, and the thought of her sister residing in a city guest house seemed utterly implausible. Observing Chen Yun's attire, she began to suspect that Zhao Qianzhi might be involved in something unscrupulous, which could explain their sudden financial stability. Chen Yun, uninterested in further conversation, disregarded her sister and walked away, hand in hand with Zhao Qianzhi. As Chen Yun watched her younger sister's retreating figure, she marveled at the profound changes that had taken place. In the past, Chen Yun would never have dared to treat her this way. Surely, she does not believe that with Zhao Qianzhi supporting her, she can deliberately make herself appear foolish. Contemplating this, her mood soured instantly, leading her to neglect her younger brother when he approached, offering him little more than a scowl. Grabbing the soda he had purchased, she curtly remarked, "I just saw your second sister. She and that ruffian brother-in-law of yours are preparing to return to the village." Upon hearing his elder sister's words, Zhao Wu could plainly sense her displeasure and inquired, "Is it possible that my second sister has borrowed money from you again?" Chen Yun cast him a disapproving glance, remaining silent as she turned to head back, resolving to terminate their accommodations at the inn the following day. During this period, her finances had dwindled, especially as she observed her younger sister clad in garments far superior to her own, which stirred discomfort within her. At all times, it was imperative that she outshine her younger sister, for only then could she experience a sense of superiority. Now, witnessing her sister dressed better than herself, her heart was anything but at ease. Zhao Wu, observing his sister's demeanor, internally chastised their second sister. Her inability to assist was one thing, but the mere sight of her invariably dampened Chen Yun's spirits. He hurriedly caught up to her, attempting to console her. "Sister, do not stoop to my second sister's level. Her life is but a series of struggles. barely managing 2 dishes for a meal. Chen Yun reflected on Xiao Wu's words, her mind drifting to Zhao Qianzhi. That rascally rogue. Despite his handsome features and tall stature, he was nothing but a sloth, doing nothing but indulging in drinking and brawling. Considering her younger sister's previous predicament alongside her own impending marriage to a teacher, a respectable profession that promised a secure future, she could not help but feel a sense of relief. In comparison, she realized that her own fate was indeed more fortunate than that of her beautiful sister, which brought her a modicum of comfort. As Chen Yun ventured further towards the village, she noted the increasing depth of the mud along the path. In particularly treacherous spots, Zhao Qianzhi would simply scoop her up, setting her down again once the ground became more manageable. Initially, she felt a touch of embarrassment at being carried in broad daylight. Yet as they continued without encountering anyone, she surrendered to his embrace, allowing him to lead her forward. Approaching the village, she nestled against his sturdy back, gazing at the muddied and battered houses and roads left in the wake of the receding floodwaters. Before their return, she had anticipated a dismal state, but witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sentiment. No matter how impoverished or dilapidated, it remained her home, a sanctuary from the elements. Along the way, familiar faces from the village greeted the couple, their shared survival after the calamity, fostering a warm camaraderie. Upon reaching home, Zhao Qianzhi gently set her down upon the stone table in the courtyard, his tone turning serious as he cautioned, "Do not step down. The mud is quite deep, and there is little to tidy up at home." As she listened, Chen Yun realized the mud had risen above Zhao Qianzhi's calves. Noticing the fine beads of sweat glistening on his smooth forehead, she recalled that most of the journey had been spent in his arms. Save for the entrance into the village when she had insisted he carry her to avoid prying eyes. She called out to him, "Come here." Zhao Qianzhi, perplexed, stepped forward, wondering what his wife intended to do. He watched as she produced a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. For a brief moment, he was taken aback by her gesture. After she finished, Chen Yun tucked the handkerchief away and spoke, "In a while, when we return, I would like to have the house renovated. Otherwise, the winter will be even more arduous." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi returned to reality and replied, "I have something to tell you when we get home." Chen Yun, noticing that he neither agreed nor disagreed, found herself spiraling into thoughts of uncertainty regarding what he might disclose later. In that instant, she lost any desire to tidy up their mud-laden home. Zhao Qianzhi opened the door and stepped inside the house. He had returned hurriedly 2 days prior, and thus had not examined the interior closely. Today, he discovered that the floodwaters had risen a full person's height along the walls. Their house was situated on relatively higher ground. Yet some homes in the vicinity had fared far worse, nearly submerged by the deluge. Everything inside had been drenched, the furniture was in tatters, and there was nothing of value left to salvage. Consequently, there was little to tidy up in this home. After exiting the house, he locked the door securely. Chen Yun gazed at their dilapidated dwelling, initially intending to tidy it up, but now filled with an indescribable emotion at the sight before her. Avoiding Zhao Qianzhi's outstretched arms, she said, "Carry me." Upon hearing his wife's request, Zhao Qianzhi turned and, as she bent down, he lifted her onto his back, stepping out of the courtyard with a steady gait. Before departing, he made sure to lock the yard gate once more. Returning this time, he was uncertain when they would come back again. Thus, he felt little attachment to the place. In contrast, Chen Yun, resting silently on his back, occasionally glanced back. Once they left the village and reached the more accessible road, she dismounted. Unlike the joy she felt on their way back, she was now enveloped in silence, her rosy cheeks devoid of any smile. Upon arriving at the guest house in the city, they spotted her mother sitting beneath a willow tree, cradling a distressed child who was crying and squirming. Chen Yun hurried over, taking the child from her mother's arms, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Chen Shi, relieved to see her daughter and son-in-law finally return, sighed and replied, "She must have missed you. That's why she has been crying." Her voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Chen Yun's gaze remained fixed on her daughter, and when the child gradually ceased her cries, she turned to her mother and said, "While returning, we encountered my elder sister. The water at home has receded. It won't be long before we can go back." Hearing her daughter's words, Chen Shi nodded and stated, "I plan to return tomorrow." Chen Yun remained silent, glancing at her husband and noticing the mud on his calves. "Come on, let us go inside and wash up. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? After 1972, we resided here, And I have moved my household registration. Zhao Qianzhi nodded with slight hesitation, returning to the guest house and heading to the bathing room to wash off the mud from his feet and legs. Chen Yun observed her daughter, noticing that the shoes on her feet were hardly soiled. In contrast, her son-in-law had rolled his pant legs up high, revealing his lower legs covered in dried mud, prompting her to ask in confusion, "Did you not enter the village?" Chen Yun, cradling her child, glanced at the shoes that had been removed, caked in mud, and understood her mother's inquiry. She realized she needed to clean them later and replied, "On the way back, when the path was difficult, he carried me." Chen Yun could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming in disbelief, "He carried you back?" Chen Yun recognized her mother's tone and realized that her actions might seem overly dramatic. She had insisted on returning to tidy the house, yet on the journey back, she had been carried the entire way, her shoes remaining spotless. Upon arriving home, she had scarcely touched the ground. After all the commotion and spending money on transportation, she had returned without accomplishing anything, rendering the fare a mere waste. At this moment, Chen Yun grasped the situation. Living in the guest house with her daughter and son-in-law, she noticed a remarkable change in him. His temperament was no longer volatile, and he had ceased drinking. His actions and words were now marked by composure and discretion, exuding refined manners in every gesture. He had learned to be considerate, suggesting that brighter days were ahead for her daughter. With a gentle sigh, she spoke earnestly, "Seeing you two like this puts my mind at ease. You must treat Qianzhi kindly. He has changed so much. Do not let past grievances cause you to show him displeasure, understood?" Chen Yun nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand." Mom. Chen Yun wished to offer further counsel but refrained, reflecting on her shortcomings as a mother. That day, it was evident that Zhao Jun had taken Chen Yun's money. Yet she had failed to stand by her daughter and voice a fair defense, causing her to return home late, carrying her child through the night. Each recollection of that incident filled her with guilt. At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi returned from washing up, donning a fresh pair of shoes. He took the child from his wife's arms and said, "Let us pack our things. We are moving to another place." Without questioning, Chen Yun asked her mother to help gather her belongings, and together, they began to organize the essentials for their family of 3. Their possessions were few, and soon she had packed everything into a large suitcase, even including toothpaste and toothbrushes. Chen Yun, having little to pack, quickly finished as well. Zhao Qianzhi handed the child back to his wife, took the luggage, returned the room, and led them toward their new home. Along the way, Chen observed the pristine and orderly surroundings with admiration, marveling at the allure of city life. It was no wonder that his spirited daughter sought a partner from the urban landscape. Although her current boyfriend was not a city dweller, he was a teacher with a stable job, promising a secure future for them. Unbeknownst to her, they arrived at a new apartment building. Chen Yun, preoccupied while carrying the child, was uncertain about where this man intended to take them to live. Her confusion deepened upon encountering the brand new structure, leaving her puzzled about the purpose of this visit. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Zhao Qianzhi retrieved a key and opened the door, stepping inside first while she remained in a daze. He placed the bag he was carrying on the table and turned to find his wife standing at the entrance, holding the child, hesitant to enter. He approached her, gently taking the child from her arms, and spoke reassuringly, "I've transferred our household registration. This is our new home. We will live here from now on." With that, he guided her inside. Chen Yun allowed her husband to lead her into the house, feeling as though something was amiss with her hearing as she watched him naturally embrace the child and settle onto the sofa. Slowly, she turned her stiff neck to survey the bright and immaculate space. The sight of the brand new furniture, all so complete, felt surreal. She touched and examined everything, noting even the beautifully patterned floor tiles. Compared to their dilapidated, leaky farmhouse in the countryside, everything here seemed like a dream. At that moment, Chen Yun entered, equally astonished. She had expected that the best future for their family would lie with Zhao Jun, who had a job and a fiancé who was also a teacher, ensuring a bright path ahead. Little did she know that Zhao Yun had suddenly transformed into a city dweller, residing in such a clean and beautiful home. It was unimaginable how much money her son-in-law had earned during this time. After losing several thousand yuan without batting an eye, he handed Zhao Yun a deposit slip for safekeeping. Although she could not ascertain the amount, the expression on Zhao Yun's face indicated it was significant. Now, he had silently acquired property and even transferred their household registration without a word, showcasing his remarkable capabilities. The other young men in the family, each unruly in their own right, could certainly learn a thing or two from this son-in-law about seizing opportunities. With this in mind, she resolved to return home early the next day. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, seated on the sofa with the child, felt reassured that his wife would not be angry anymore, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He decided to start looking for a shop the following day to expedite the process of obtaining a business license. This would enable him to import a batch of trendy jeans from the southern market for sale. If they proved popular, he planned to contract a local garment factory to handle production, significantly reducing costs. Chen Yun entered the bedroom and gazed upon the immaculate wardrobe, which housed 2 brand-new woolen coats adorned with tags, alongside several neatly arranged outfits for the child. It was evident that this space had been meticulously tidied. Recognizing that Zhao Qianzhi would not have been able to organize such items, she turned to her husband, who was seated on the sofa cradling their child, and inquired, "Is this truly your purchased property?" Zhao Qianzhi shifted his gaze from the child to his wife, responding earnestly, "Yes, I refrained from telling you earlier, fearing you might not wish to remain in the city. I wanted to ensure everything was in order first." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun recalled his previous attempts at probing her sentiments, realizing that this was the underlying reason for his actions. Previously, she had been oblivious to the truth and had misjudged him. Their family was so impoverished that they could scarcely afford meals. How could it be possible for them to purchase a house? This realization struck her with the weight of her own misconceptions. He had tirelessly toiled to earn a living through mountain goods, expending considerable effort to facilitate the relocation of their household registration and the acquisition of a home, all accomplished by him alone. The remaining funds were entrusted to her care. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she had harbored unfounded suspicions about his fidelity and had even occasionally treated him coldly. Just contemplating this made her feel rather shameful. From this moment on, she resolved to place her trust in him, abandoning the previous pattern of incessant doubt and vigilance. Shaking off her thoughts, she leaned forward under his watchful gaze and gently took the child from his arms, settling beside him. With sincerity, she conveyed her feelings, saying, "The house is wonderful. I truly adore this place." Zhao Qianzhi was taken aback by her words, and the lingering concerns he had held dissipated in an instant. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he instinctively reached for a cigarette. However, upon noticing his wife and child present, he quickly tucked the cigarette away, stating, "I've only made some basic additions to the home. If there's anything lacking, please let me know, and I'll procure it when I have the time." Chen Yun sighed silently, glancing around at the furnishings and household items he had acquired, which were clearly of considerable expense. It was unlikely that a man of his stature would have purchased such items. He probably chose only the finest. She spoke up, "There's no need for that. I've looked around, and there is nothing essential that we require. If we find ourselves in need, I can take the child and procure what we lack." Zhao Qianzhi nodded in agreement, "All right." Yet, at that moment, Chen Yun remained in a state of astonishment, her gaze roving over the pristine and exquisite home. Not a speck of dust could be found, and the sofa was astonishingly soft. She could scarcely fathom the cost of the furnishings, let alone the price of the entire property. Everything within these walls left her utterly astounded. That evening, Chen Yun was unwilling to squander money dining out, especially as it marked their first meal in their new home. She had deliberately purchased flour, eggs, and meat, preparing a dish of egg and shredded meat noodles on the communal kitchen's coal stove. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi took stock of the remaining cash, deciding to acquire the shop the following day and begin the process of obtaining a business license. The next day, before dawn, Chen Yun gathered her belongings, expressing her intention to return to the village. Chen Yun was well aware of the circumstances at home. Now that the floodwaters had receded, she decided not to hold her daughter back any longer. Leaving her child with Zhao Qianzhi at home, she took her to the bus station. Along the way, Chen couldn't help but impart a few words of advice to her daughter. "Xiaoyan, please don't consider me overly talkative. Remember to keep an eye on your husband. He is now earning money, and with his handsome appearance, it is inevitable that he may attract attention from others. Be vigilant, and strive to have another healthy baby soon." In response to her mother's concerns, Chen Yun merely nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging her words. After seeing her daughter off on the bus, she headed back home, stopping to buy meat buns and congee for Zhao Qianzhi, who was still asleep. Upon returning to the town, Chen did not immediately go back to the village but instead waited at the entrance of her eldest daughter's factory. When Chen Jun finished her shift, her mother intercepted her at the factory gate. After saying goodbye to her co-workers, Chen Jun pulled her mother to a quieter spot, scrutinizing her closely before asking, "Mom, what brings you here?" Didn't I tell Xiaowu and the others to go back? You should head home. I've been too busy to return lately. Seeing her beloved eldest daughter, Chun felt a pang of disappointment. It was the first time they had met since such a significant event, and her daughter didn't even inquire about her well-being. The thought of being dismissed so easily was disheartening. Suppressing her sorrow, she replied, I came over specifically to ease your worries and to let you know that I am perfectly fine. Upon hearing her mother's words, Chen Yun immediately recalled the unpleasantness from the previous day. I saw Xiaoyan yesterday. She told me you were at a guest house in the city. And I asked Mom, have you been secretly giving Xiaoyan money behind my back? They are capable of working. How long do you plan to support them? Chun, sensing her daughter's misunderstanding, quickly denied it. I haven't given them any money. In fact, I've been relying on them for food and shelter these days. Chen Yun was unconvinced. If you aren't giving them money, considering their situation, how could they afford to stay at a guest house in the city? They are just putting on a show. Her tone was laden with dissatisfaction and disdain. Faced with her eldest daughter's prejudiced remarks, Chen spoke truthfully. Xiaoyan's husband has improved himself. He is now doing big business in the city and has even bought a house. You should see how well they are doing. At this point, she couldn't suppress a smile. Chen Yun, incredulous, failed to contain her expression, twisting her features as she raised her voice in disbelief. What are you saying? They were so poor they couldn't afford a meal. And now they bought a house in the city? Are you joking? Did you and Dad use all my allowance to support them? Her voice reached a higher pitch with each word. Chen was not surprised by her daughter's reaction. After all, she had never seen Xiaoyan in a favorable light. As a mother, she was acutely aware of her child's character. Had it not been for Chen Yun's stubbornness against marrying Zhao Qianzhi, it should have been her who ended up with him. The fact that Xiaoyan was struggling in her marriage was one thing, but Chen Yun's deliberate jabs made it all the more painful. Now, Xiaoyan is living well, yet she finds it unbearable. Amidst her doubts, she exaggeratedly remarked, I just left Xiaoyan's new house today. Now, her whole family possesses urban household registration, and her husband is about to start his own business. Soon enough, he will be a big boss. It won't be long before they can drive a small car. Her words ignited a furious blush on Chen Yun's face. She could hardly accept that her younger sister, whom she had always looked down upon, was faring better than herself. I refuse to believe it. You must accompany me to the city right now. I want to see it with my own eyes, she declared, dragging Chen Shi toward the bus station. Seeing her competitive eldest daughter react this way, Chen Shi was not the least bit surprised and said, Enough. Xiaoyan is your biological sister. If her life is flourishing, as the elder sister, you should be happy for her. Just look at how you present yourself now. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback by her mother's reprimand, perplexed by the fact that her mother had never spoken to her like this before. Did she now disdain the allowance she had given her sister simply because Xiaoyan was doing well? Meanwhile, in the city, Zhao Qianzhi initially intended to rent a promising storefront. However, during discussions, he learned that the other party wanted to sell the property as they were taking their child abroad. The owner inquired if Zhao Qianzhi was interested in purchasing the storefront, offering it at a remarkably low price. This revelation caught Zhao Qianzhi off guard. He had indeed set his sights on 2 high-traffic locations, but had ultimately chosen this one for various reasons. To his astonishment, the owner wanted to sell the property. And despite his meticulous financial planning, he found he lacked sufficient cash on hand to buy it. However, upon hearing the quoted price, he felt tempted. The space exceeded 300 square meters, and the price was undeniably attractive. Missing this opportunity would make it challenging to find such a suitable property again. Yet, the cash he had was insufficient. Combining it with the savings bond would certainly resolve the issue. He asked the owner to wait for him to gather the funds over the next 3 days. The other party, seeing his sincerity and knowing the price was compelling, readily agreed. At that moment, Chen Yun rolled up her sleeves, revealing a flawless, snowy white arm, as she sat on a small stool, cleaning Zhao Qianzhi's shoes from yesterday. Hearing the door open, she glanced up and, upon seeing him enter, returned her gaze to her task, inquiring, Have you eaten? I saved some food for you in the pot. Zhao Qianzhi settled onto the sofa, his tall frame lazily leaning back as he replied, I've eaten. I need to head out shortly. I might not be home for the next couple of days. Is that all right for you and the child? Chen Yun paused her shoe cleaning, looked at her man, and asked, Are you going to the mountains to gather goods and staying up there? Upon seeing him nod, she scrutinized him for a moment, then stood up, lifted her apron to wipe her hands, and turned to enter the house. Before long, she emerged with the previous savings bond. handing it to Zhao Qianzhi as she spoke. If you are in urgent need of money, feel free to take this. After all, there is plenty to eat and drink at home, and I have no use for it. You may take it for emergencies. Zhao Qianzhi stared at the bank deposit slip handed to him, momentarily taken aback, as he had never intended to touch her money. Throughout, he had not mentioned finances at all, yet she had perceptively noticed his urgency and proactively offered it to him. In that instant, he felt that the efforts of recent days had finally borne fruit. He extended his long arm, encircling her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace, burying his face in her form, inhaling her faint, delightful fragrance. In a deep, husky voice, he inquired, "Aren't you curious about what I need the money for?" Chen Yun did not anticipate such a sudden question. She cast her gaze down at the head nestled against her chest and remained silent, unable to muster any sweet words. She allowed him to hold her for a while. Noticing he was reluctant to let go, she gently pushed his shoulder and said, "All right, you should release me. I still need to clean my shoes. When Meow Meow wakes up, I won't have the time to do it." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi finally loosened his embrace and glanced at the deposit slip resting on the table. Contemplating, he realized there was no need to rush back to the countryside later. He resolved to secure a house tomorrow, as there would be plenty to occupy him in the future. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhao Qianzhi set out with the money in hand. No sooner had he left than Chen Yun, following the address given by her mother, inquired along the way and arrived shortly thereafter. Standing at the door, she found it hard to believe that her younger sister and her indolent husband could afford to acquire property here. With a rough estimate based on her meager monthly salary, she realized that even a lifetime of frugality would not suffice to purchase a home in this area. She raised her hand and knocked on the door, hearing a familiar voice from within, confirming it was indeed her younger sister. Before long, her sister opened the door, cradling a child in her arms. Chen Yun beheld her younger sibling, dressed in a clean and lovely dress, her lustrous black hair elegantly styled, revealing her fair neck. The vibrant glow on her face, framed by dark hair and red lips, made her truly resemble a city dweller. In her eyes, there was no trace of despair, and her attire was no longer the worn-out garments she had once avoided. Upon entering the house, she was struck by the high-end furnishings that adorned the room. A genuine leather sofa caught her eye, leaving her astonished at the expense. Venturing into the bedroom, the sight of a large, exquisite mattress left her in shock, stirring feelings of imbalance within her. When her own wedding was arranged, she had hoped to pressure her partner into upgrading their furniture. However, he insisted that the current furnishings were adequate and did not warrant replacing, deeming it wasteful. This disagreement had led to many private quarrels, and ultimately, she had compromised due to his family's circumstances. She had at least wanted him to agree to replace the wedding bed, yet he had remained non-committal, delaying his response. The thought of living with his siblings after marriage filled her with discontent. Yet, she found it impossible to find someone with better prospects than him. She could only hope that in the future, once they had accumulated wealth, they could establish their own household and live independently. Now, the younger sister, whom I once held in disdain, has settled into the very apartment I have long yearned for. Meanwhile, I remain unmarried, entangled in a myriad of trivial matters, with seemingly suitable suitors whose families are rife with complications, and they refuse to even furnish a modest home for marriage. Had I married Zhao Qianzhi back then, I too would be enjoying the comforts of an apartment now. The more I ponder, the heavier the discontent weighs upon my heart. Unexpectedly, my elder sister, with whom I have always had a contentious relationship, has come to visit. After placing her child down, she scrutinizes me with an impassive expression and inquires, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing her question, I averted my gaze and sank into the sofa. Fixing my eyes on my younger sister, I noted that her partner was absent, and with an air of haughtiness, I remarked, "So, you think that moving to the city makes you a true city dweller? You don't even offer a glass of water to your own sister upon her arrival?" Unlike before, I did not acquiesce to her words. I took a seat opposite her and replied, "There is no hot water at home." My sister, Chen Yun, immediately flared up, as the thermos was clearly on the table. Yet I brazenly lied. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she suppressed her anger and said, "I heard from Mom that your husband is in business. Perfect timing. Xiao Wu and the others are looking for something to do. I can send him over to help you out. You should mention it to your husband." In an instant, I grasped her intentions. I knew all too well how obedient Xiao Wu was to this elder sister. Without a second thought, I flatly rejected her offer. saying, "I don't need any help here, so there's no need for him to come." Upon seeing her ire rising, I stood up, denying her any chance to retaliate, and firmly stated, "If there's nothing else, you should head back. I need to go out to buy groceries and cook." Frustrated, she pointed an accusing finger at me, her face flushed with indignation. "Chen, what do you mean by this? Do you think that now you're a city dweller, you can look down on us? Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you would never have had the chance to marry Zhao Qianzhi." Upon hearing her words, I responded coldly, laced with sarcasm, "Indeed, I owe you that, or else I wouldn't have married him, nor would I be living in such a fine apartment." I cast a cursory glance around the room, deliberately provoking her, and added, "What is this? Given Zhao Qianzhi's current earning potential, it won't be long before we move into a villa and drive a car. Good days are still ahead." Chen Yun, not a fool, instantly discerned that I was intentionally baiting her. Yet, even in her awareness, her anger was palpable. Her long journey here was not intended for me to provoke her. As I surveyed the room filled with luxurious, pristine furnishings I had never encountered before, I couldn't help but think that, soon to be married, I could bring some furniture as a dowry due to my partner's family's less favorable conditions. In the future, once married, my in-laws would undoubtedly think twice before underestimating me. Upon contemplating these matters, she strode with an air of arrogance to the threshold of the bedroom, pointing disdainfully at the bed within. "Since you were so aware, everything obtained today is solely due to my efforts. One must understand the virtue of gratitude. That mattress and this set of sofas, since they appear satisfactory to me, consider them a wedding gift." Chen Yun was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her sister's audacity. With a stern expression, she retorted to her elder sibling, "Do you think this house is some sort of marketplace? Just because you desire something, must I provide it?" Chen Yun, perceptive to the derision glimmering in her younger sister's eyes, realized that her sister was no longer the pliable girl she once could manipulate. With no means to reclaim her demands, she could only storm off with her bag, fuming at the prospect of returning home to inform their parents, hoping they would chastise her sister for her lack of support for her family. Just because she had acquired a home in the city, she presumed herself superior. As long as she resided in the Chun household, she would ensure her sister remained beneath her. The future loomed long, and given her husband's limited abilities and earnings, it was only a matter of time before he squandered his gains. After her departure, Chen Yun settled back onto the sofa, taking a moment to collect her thoughts. This was, after all, her first act of defiance against her elder sister. In their family, opposing the eldest was tantamount to rebelling against the entire clan. Over time, an odd dynamic had formed. The eldest sister wielded the most influence, and anyone she disliked became a pariah within the household. Consequently, she found herself the least favored, effectively silencing her voice in matters of marriage in this era that championed romantic freedom. The audacity to speak so boldly today was largely fueled by the confidence bestowed upon her by Zhao Qianzhi. Each day felt like a dream. She resided in a spacious apartment and no longer feared leaks during rainstorms. Adorned in expensive garments purchased from department stores, her pantry brimmed with ample provisions, sparing her from the anxiety of uncertain meals. Thus, she had little desire to appease anyone, focusing solely on caring for her child and building a life with Zhao Qianzhi. Perhaps in the future, they could welcome another child, granting Miao Miao a younger brother. As for her elder brother and younger siblings back home, she felt powerless to assist them. "Everyone has their own fate," was a phrase she had often heard at home. Having experienced the ebbs and flows of familial affection, she now grasped the essence of those words. Gathering her thoughts, she took some money and left the house with her child. She intended to acquire various spices for cooking and perhaps procure some meat for her husband. Noting his newfound finickiness, he eschewed spicy foods, heavy flavors, and animal entrails. Previously, she had been unaware of his particular tastes. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi had successfully purchased the shop from its owner and was busy completing the transfer paperwork. This endeavor consumed the entire day. Once the documents were finalized and the title deed acquired, the remaining funds, though modest, would suffice for him to procure a new inventory. With this arrangement, he would soon be ready to open his business. Upon returning, he carried the transfer documents along with the newly issued household registration book. Now, this family of three has truly established their residence in the city. After returning home in the evening, he gazed at the spread of dishes on the table and addressed his wife, saying, "You need not wait for me. Please start eating without me. Just save a little for my return." Chen Yun, cradling her recently awakened child, approached the dining table and noticed his belongings laid out. She gently set down her daughter and picked up the documents, scrutinizing them with great care. With a slight smile gracing her rosy lips, she remarked, "Is this our new household registration?" She then cast a glance at her husband, who was washing his hands with his back turned to her. After ensuring the documents were properly stored, she entered the room. Once Zhao Qianzhi finished washing his hands, he leaned against the doorframe of their bedroom. Observing his wife as she tucked away the household registration book, he spoke to her, "With the funds from the savings account you gave me, I have purchased a shop and plan to start a small business in clothing. If you have time tomorrow, I would like to take you to see the store." Upon hearing her husband's words, Chen Yun felt a pang of concern. Neither of them had any experience in business. Would it truly be possible to recoup such a significant investment? With a heavy heart, she closed the cabinet door and, meeting his deep and handsome gaze, offered a light smile, saying, "All right, since I have nothing to do at home, I can keep an eye on the shop." Not wanting to dampen his spirits, she resolved to support him. After all, since the shop had been acquired, they would have to manage it diligently to avoid losses. As for the matter of her sister visiting during the day, she chose not to share it with him, wishing to spare him from additional worries after a long day's work. Unaware of his wife's thoughts, Zhao Qianzhi was pleasantly surprised by her lack of opposition to his business venture. During dinner, he noticed a delightful array of dishes on the table, well-balanced with both meat and vegetables. It seemed she had taken his previous complaints to heart and was no longer frugal with their meals. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhao Qianzhi took the child in his arms and accompanied his wife to the shop. The distance from their residence was considerable, requiring over half an hour of walking. Upon arrival, Chen Yun gazed at the expansive shop, her heart brimming with reflections. Not long ago, she had lived in a leaking house, and now, in the blink of an eye, they not only resided in an apartment, but also owned a shop. Each day felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream, fearing that one day she would awaken to find it all a mere illusion. Returning to the present, she observed her husband holding their child. His features no longer bore the harshness they once did. He was no longer quick to anger nor prone to violent outbursts. Instead, he exuded a calm and composed demeanor, handling matters with tranquility and patience. Approaching him, she stood on her toes to straighten his collar, which had been pulled askew by the child, and then gently took the baby from his arms, saying, "All right, you carry on with your work. I will take the child back home now. Remember to return early tonight." Zhao Qianzhi bid farewell to his wife, locked the shop door, and then proceeded to the government compound, seeking to inquire about the procedures for establishing an individual business. I arrived at the venue only to find it teeming with a multitude of people. Upon making inquiries, I learned that recent policy relaxations have prompted numerous state-owned enterprises to gradually shift their operational models. Those privy to insider information have already begun amassing funds, intending to take over the state-run restaurants where they work, with aspirations of transitioning to individual proprietorship. Consequently, all future revenue generated by these establishments would belong solely to the individual, and should profits flourish, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of substantial entrepreneurs. This new policy has ignited excitement among many young individuals, eager to seize the opportunity to transcend social strata. Hence, the throngs gathered here are awaiting information regarding the qualifications necessary to establish an individual business. Under the current conditions, many do not meet the criteria for commencement. However, Zhao Qianzhi, possessing a commercial property and venturing into the handcrafted service industry, is well positioned to augment labor resources. Thus, he successfully completed the registration process and is now awaiting approval of his relevant documentation, after which he will receive his individual business certificate. As he stood among a crowd of hopefuls, the few who had successfully obtained their certificates cast envious glances in his direction. Upon acquiring his documentation, Zhao did not return home immediately. Instead, he visited several small garment factories, seeking to understand the procurement channels. Unfortunately, most of these factories operate within a fixed distribution system, and he was unable to connect with the responsible parties. They do not concern themselves with sales volume. Their sole responsibility lies in production and sales, leaving the issue of inventory management to others. Thus, for an individual entrepreneur, sourcing products through these channels proved to be a formidable challenge. After visiting several factories, he managed to meet with only 2 factory heads. However, upon reviewing their clothing design sketches, he found them to be monotonous and lacking the unique styles he desired. Particularly, in his quest to order a substantial quantity of denim jeans, he discovered a complete absence of available sources, with some factories even unfamiliar with the concept of jeans. This scarcity of supply was one of the primary motivations behind his intention to wholesale denim jeans. Moreover, jeans are celebrated for their loose fit and durability, making them suitable for both manual laborers and salaried workers alike. Especially appealing to the youth, jeans are both fashionable and widely accepted, offering exceptional value for money. This makes them an excellent choice for contemporary consumers. Yet, the most daunting challenge remains. It is not a lack of market that concerns him, but rather a dearth of supply. Currently, denim jeans have gained immense popularity in the southern markets, while the northern regions have yet to embrace this trend, rendering the concept relatively unfamiliar to the local populace. If all else fails, he may have to embark on a journey southward to procure stock, transporting it back for sale. Though this process would demand considerable manpower and time, after a long day of running around, he returned home, took a shower, and lay in bed. Discussing with his wife his plans to source inventory from the south, he expressed his intention to wholesale denim jeans, and to ensure she understood the product, he elaborated on the characteristics and materials of denim jeans in detail, as Chen Yun meticulously stitched a cotton coat for her child. She paused upon hearing her husband describe denim fabric that resembled a batch she had previously worked with at the textile factory. Lifting her gaze towards her husband, who lay on the bed, she spoke. The textile factory I once worked at produced this kind of fabric. For some unknown reason, we had dozens of bags left unsold in the warehouse. Perhaps I could inquire about it. Then, you could have the garment factory process it according to the pattern. Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi instantly perked up, sitting upright on the bed to inquire. Is it because there was an issue with the quality that it remained unsold? Chen Yun, with a serious expression adorning her delicate, fair face, replied, No. The quality of that batch was excellent. There were absolutely no problems. If you want it, I can ask tomorrow. Just as she finished speaking, he cupped her face, his forehead pressing against hers, warm and soft. Realizing she had been kissed, Chen Yun playfully pushed against his solid chest, exclaiming, What are you doing, you rascal? The child is still watching. With a smile gracing his sharply defined features, Zhao Qianzhi, who had been troubled by the complexities of sourcing materials from the south, found the situation had resolved itself quite simply. Reclining back on the bed, propped up on one hand, he gazed at his beautiful wife, stating, I'll accompany you back tomorrow. If the fabric proves satisfactory, we can commence with a trial batch. Chen Yun nodded, returning to her task as she replied, Understood. After she finished sewing the sleeves of the coat, she noticed that both her husband and child had fallen asleep, unbeknownst to her. Leaning over, she gently lifted the child from the bed and placed them in a small cot nearby. Turning off the light, she felt her way back to bed. Just as she lay down, her husband nestled closer, his warmth palpable even through the fabric. Having grown accustomed to his restless slumber, she allowed his heavy arm to rest on her waist and, lulled by his familiar warmth, soon drifted into sleep. The following day, the couple returned to the textile factory in town with their child. The workers, nearly all familiar with Chen Yun and her husband Zhao Qianzhi, took notice as they entered. When Chen Yun led her husband to the factory manager's office, the passing workers began to chatter excitedly within the noisy workshop. Seated in the office of Manager Chen, a middle-aged woman, Chen Yun articulated the purpose of their visit. Adjusting her reading glasses, Manager Chen observed Chen Yun, who appeared vibrant and radiant, a stark contrast to the somber demeanor she had exhibited when she last worked there. It was evident that during her absence, she had thrived and had not endured hardships despite the recent calamities. Casting a meaningful glance at her husband, she thought that had it not been for little Yun's sake, she would not have entertained a meeting with the notoriously ill-reputed Zhao Qianzhi. Retracting her gaze, she said, Wait a moment. I will take you to see that batch of fabric. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Chen Yun discerned the disapproval that factory director Chen harbored towards her partner. She had previously overheard other co-workers discussing various matters concerning the director's household. It came to her attention that the director's spouse bore a tarnished reputation, having been imprisoned for a crime and, upon release, unable to secure employment, resorting instead to a life of drinking and disturbances. Consequently, Director Chen held a strong aversion to indolent men who neglect their families, particularly as her own partner had once been the subject of unflattering gossip. Under the table, she discreetly nudged him with her foot, preemptively speaking up. If the material is suitable, let us procure some to take home for trial. The nudged Zhao Qianzhi, understanding the cue, wisely fell silent. Director Chen nodded and retrieved a set of keys from his drawer, addressing Chen Yun. Zhao Yun, though we are acquainted, you are aware of the factory's regulations. Payment must be rendered prior to taking any goods. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing the director's words, Chen Yun glanced at her partner, who affirmed with a nod, prompting her to return her gaze and respond. Understood, no problem. With the keys in hand, Director Chen guided them toward the long pants section, leading them to the innermost part of the warehouse where numerous rolls of dyed fabric awaited. Zhao Qianzhi entrusted their child to his wife and unrolled one of the bolts. Scrutinizing it closely, after gauging its texture, he confirmed it was indeed suitable for making denim and of exceptionally high quality, making it wholly appropriate for the intended purpose. Noting the considerable stock of this fabric, easily in the hundreds of rolls, he felt assured it would suffice for their upcoming production. Turning to Director Chen, he declared, "We shall initially take 50 rolls." The director, surprised by this substantial request, directed his attention towards Chen Yun for confirmation. "Zhao Yun, the price per roll is not inexpensive for the average person. Are you certain you wish to acquire this many? Once the goods leave the factory, they cannot be returned." Chen Yun was well aware that the director was looking out for her interests, yet given her partner's insistence on 50 rolls, she trusted his judgment. Though she too felt that such a quantity was excessive, perhaps enough fabric for over 1,000 pairs of pants, she worried about the potential for unsold inventory, which would lead to financial strain with costs for materials and production looming large. After a moment of hesitation, she replied to Director Chen, "Very well, I understand. We will proceed with the order for 50 rolls as my husband suggested." Observing her acquiescence, Director Chen maintained a stoic expression but nodded in acknowledgement. He couldn't help but feel that Zhao Yun lacked decisiveness, always deferring to her husband's choices, and he worried that she might be taken advantage of, counting money for a man who might sell her out. The fabric in the warehouse had been stagnant for a while, and any opportunity to sell was welcomed from the perspective of a factory director. Of course, he was prepared to offer them the most favorable pricing. Returning to his office, he addressed the couple, "For the 50 rolls you desire, I can provide them at cost price. If you agree, I will prepare a receipt for you, and you can pay upon collection." In response to Director Chen's proposition, Chen Yun patted the fabric bag she carried and remarked, "We brought money with us today." Upon witnessing this, Director Chen paused momentarily, scrutinizing the couple with a vigilant gaze. This was no trifling sum. He had heard whispers of their past hardships, where the family's livelihood relied solely on the meager earnings from Zhao Yun's textile factory. As if that were not enough, all her hard-earned money had been squandered by Zhao Qianzhi. Now, after such a brief absence, producing such a substantial amount of money for fabric purchases raised suspicions. His gaze returned to Zhao Yun. Noting that she did not appear to be under duress, her delicate, pale arms bore no marks of harm. Then, there was her husband, Zhao Qianzhi, who, while cradling the child and speaking little, emanated an unfamiliar composure and restraint. His mere presence exuded an unspoken pressure. After a moment's contemplation, Director Chen lowered his gaze to calculate the fabric prices. In a short while, he pinned the calculated amount on a slip and handed it to Chen Ying. "Take this. If everything appears satisfactory, I shall escort you to Accountant Liu to finalize the order and retrieve the goods from the warehouse." Chen Ying accepted the note and scrutinized the figures. The price offered by Director Chen was indeed devoid of profit margins, rendering it exceedingly low. The total cost seemed appropriate. She cast a grateful glance towards him. Once assured of its accuracy, she handed it to her husband, saying, "Take a look." Zhao Qianzhi, still holding the child, did not reach for the note but instead replied, "As long as you find it acceptable, that suffices." Every gesture of the couple was observed by Director Chen, who noted their negotiations appeared to reflect a strengthened bond, seemingly genuine rather than feigned. He hoped Zhao Qianzhi had truly turned over a new leaf. This batch of fabric, akin to a half-purchase and half-gift, could yield substantial profits if utilized wisely. Subsequently, their party proceeded to the finance department, paid the necessary sum, and received the delivery slip before heading to the warehouse. Director Chen arranged for the factory truck to transport the packaged fabric, along with the family, to their store in the city. While they unloaded the goods, Chen Ying took the child to a nearby convenience store, purchasing several bottles of soda as a token of appreciation for the driver. After the unloading was complete and the driver departed, she gazed at the fabric stacked on the shelves. Producing a handkerchief, she offered it to her husband to wipe his brow, inquiring with uncertainty, "With such thick and sturdy fabric, will anyone really buy jackets and pants made from it?" Hearing his wife's question, Zhao Qianzhi smiled, wiped his brow, and downed the remainder of her soda in one go before responding. Later, I will sketch a draft. Tomorrow, I'll visit the garment factory to create a few sample sets for you to examine. Chen Yun remained somewhat skeptical, unsure of what sort of draft he could produce. Yet her serene demeanor persisted. Observing the once vast and empty store now filled with fabric, it seemed less desolate. Redirecting her gaze, she declared, "All right, let us go home." Zhao Qianzhi took the child from her arms, and after she secured the shop's door, the family of three made their way home. On his way, Zhao Qianzhi spent a few coins to purchase a pencil and some draft paper. Chen Yun, witnessing this, felt an urge to laugh but restrained herself, fearing it might hurt his pride, and thus remained silent. Upon returning home, seizing the moment when the communal kitchen was unoccupied, she took the seasoning bottles along with meat and vegetables to prepare a meal. Inside, Zhao Qianzhi sat at the dining table. His head bowed as he sketched a denim jacket and jeans on the draft paper. Considering the lack of elasticity in the fabric and the generally slender physique of people in contemporary society, he annotated the smallest size along with medium and large sizes on the paper. At this moment, Chen Yun, clad in an apron and with rolled-up sleeves, stood at the communal stove chopping vegetables. Passing by was a woman named Yang Tao, dressed in a striped long skirt, draped with a triangular white knitted scarf, wearing black shoes, and carrying a basket of groceries. Catching sight of Chen Yun, who was chopping meat with her back turned, she stretched her neck for a better view. Noticing eggs and green vegetables on the counter, remembering that she had cooked meat just behind her the previous day, she pondered curiously about what kind of work Chen Yun's husband did to afford such meals daily. She paused her steps and placed her basket down, observing the ingredients on the counter, then smiled and initiated a tentative conversation. "You must be the new resident in 606, right? I live next door in 607. Hearing her words, Chen Yun halted her actions and turned to the neighbor who was peering at her, misinterpreting her eagerness to cook. Flashing a smile, she replied, "Yes. I might take a little longer, so please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." Yang Tao, gazing at this fair-skinned, beautiful woman, noted that her complexion was so radiant it seemed to glisten, and her features were exquisitely lovely. Suppressing her envy, she responded courteously, "Oh, no rush. My husband comes home late from work. We're neighbors, and I see you're not much older than me. You can call me Yang Jia. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Chen Yun smiled and nodded. "All right, Yang Jia." With that, she redirected her attention to the meat. Yang Tao, observing her amiable demeanor and striking beauty, concluded that her husband must treat her well, and couldn't he help but inquire, "Sister, since you moved here a few days ago, I haven't seen your husband around. What does he do for work?" Taken aback by the question, Chen Yun considered their future neighborly relationship and decided to be candid. Placing the chopped meat into a bowl, she replied, "My husband runs a small business. He is usually busy by himself, returning home quite late. We should sit down for tea together sometime." Upon hearing that Chen Yun's husband was a small business owner, Yang Tao's eyes sparkled with understanding as she exclaimed, "Ah, small business owners are doing quite well these days, far better than my husband. These days, small businesses are incredibly lucrative. Whatever money is earned goes directly into their pockets. Much better than working for a state-owned enterprise. No wonder you have such good meals." Noticing that Chen Yun was about to heat oil for cooking, Yang Tao decided to excuse herself and headed home. Soon, Chen Yun prepared 2 dishes and fried 2 eggs in the remaining oil from the pan. As I observed the pot of millet porridge simmering on another coal stove, I returned home, holding the freshly stir-fried vegetables. Upon placing the dishes on the table, my gaze fell upon a draft sketch created by my husband. I lifted my apron and wiped my hands, then picked up the sketch to examine it. The design of the outerwear was simple yet stylish, and the cut of the trousers was both sharp and fluid. Though seemingly uncomplicated, there was an inexplicable charm to it. I never imagined my husband possessed such talent. The finesse of his drawing nearly rivaled that of a professional designer. Initially concerned about the potential waste of fabric, I now realized that the materials I had brought home today would surely not go to waste. Emerging from the bedroom, Zhao Qianzhi approached, wrapping his arms around my slender waist from behind. He leaned his tall frame slightly forward, resting his chin on my delicate shoulder, gazing at me with an intensity that deepened his already dark eyes. I could faintly catch the subtle fragrance emanating from him, and with a husky voice, he asked, "How is it? Is it all right?" Stealing a glance at him from the corner of my eye, I returned my focus to the task at hand, feeling the warmth of his presence and the weight of his head on my shoulder. I offered an honest compliment. "It looks good." Just as my words left my lips, we were interrupted by the sound of our daughter crying from within the house. Setting the sketch aside, I gently nudged his forehead resting on my shoulder and said, "Go get the pot." Zhao Qianzhi straightened up, his hands leisurely tucked into his pockets as he watched me retreat into the bedroom. Redirecting my gaze, I strolled with an unhurried pace toward the communal kitchen in the hallway. There, I encountered Yang Tao, who was washing vegetables. She cast a quick glance at the approaching man, tall, with long legs and distinctly chiseled features, his deep-set eyes exuding wisdom. As he drew nearer, an unspoken sense of authority accompanied him, making it clear that he was the head of household in Unit 606. Turning off the faucet, she smiled and inquired, "You must be from Unit 606? I'm your neighbor from 607. Upon hearing her question, Zhao Qianzhi politely nodded in acknowledgement. He approached the coal stove, lifted the pot lid to check on the simmering millet porridge, replaced the lid, and then returned home. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Tao couldn't help but marvel at the fortune of the woman from Unit 606. Her husband was not only handsome, but also financially secure. Such a life was enviable, and she felt a genuine sense of admiration. Once back home, Zhao Qianzhi set the pot of millet porridge on the table and put away the sketch. At that moment, Chen Yun emerged from the bedroom, cradling the child, and turned to Zhao Qianzhi, saying, "Later, after dinner, accompany me out for a bit." Zhao Qianzhi was taken aback. This was the first time his wife had actively requested his company. Although uncertain of the reason, he readily nodded in agreement. "All right." Chen Yun gently set the now-soothed child down and began to eat, casting a glance at her husband's attire. She realized that if he were to venture out for business, the outfit he currently wore would certainly not suffice. I have observed that some leaders, when inspecting, are always impeccably attired and exceedingly formal. I must select 2 rather formal outfits for him, along with a pair of leather shoes. After lunch, the 3 of them stepped outside. Chen Yun guided him to a shopping mall, leading him into a men's clothing store. Despite being aware of the exorbitant prices, he chose a pristine white shirt and a gray one, along with 2 pairs of dress trousers for him to try on. Zhao Qianzhi never anticipated that his wife had summoned him merely to purchase clothing for him. Watching her earnestly select his attire stirred an unfamiliar sensation within his chest, one that was strange yet not unpleasant. After entrusting the child to her, he took the garments she had selected and entered the fitting room. Before long, Chen Yun saw him emerge, adorned in the white shirt paired with black trousers. His already tall and slender figure was accentuated beautifully by the attire, showcasing his physique splendidly. Unable to suppress a few exclamations inwardly, she approached him, cradling the child in one arm, and gently adjusted his collar, saying, "Let us try the other one as well. If it suits you, we shall take both." Zhao Qianzhi obediently changed into the other outfit, and, not forgetting to show her, stepped out in it. Previously, his suits were custom-made, with shirts and ties delivered from high-end boutiques, selected by his personal steward. Thus, he had never experienced the act of selecting and trying on clothes in a store like this before. Chen Yun observed that both outfits fit him impeccably, and she requested the staff to calculate the total price, purchasing both sets for him. She then sought a pair of leather shoes that were neither excessively priced nor appeared cheap, ensuring he would not overshadow others during business engagements. The following day, after breakfast, Zhao Qianzhi, impeccably dressed, set out with blueprints in hand. He first visited the shop to retrieve a roll of fabric and subsequently made his way to 2 small tailoring workshops. The proprietors, upon learning that he was supplying the fabric for processing, expressed some hesitation, as they had never engaged in such subcontracting before. Ultimately, after negotiations, they enlisted a skilled worker on site to cut and sew the garments according to his provided blueprints. After assessing the total time required for the process, they estimated the fabric utilization, quoting him a processing price for 330 sets. They indicated that if he had further large orders, the unit price could be adjusted downward. Zhao Qianzhi calculated the estimated cost of a finished pair of trousers in his mind and did not attempt to haggle. Recognizing that the quality and efficiency of their work warranted the price, they promptly drafted a contract for handcraft processing and a confidentiality agreement, with 2 copies signed with their fingerprints, agreeing that the factory would collect the fabric from the shop the following day. The production period was set for 10 days, with payment upon delivery. Thus, he spent the entire morning finalizing the contract for the production of the trousers. In the afternoon, he casually sought out a location, and after dining, he proceeded to another tailor's workshop. As evening approached, he donned a custom-made denim jacket that fit him perfectly, tailored to his measurements. Future production would follow standard sizing: extra large, large, medium, and small, adhering to Hangzhou's size specifications. The factory owner, Li Dagua, had initially been skeptical about the fabric he provided, uncertain whether the rigid, non-soft material would yield an aesthetically pleasing design. To his surprise, the finished garments looked splendid when worn. If introduced to the market, they were likely to achieve impressive sales, as the fabric was thick, durable, and would undoubtedly appeal to a vast audience. Inviting him back to his office from the processing workshop, Li Dagua offered a cigarette with a smile and inquired, "Boss Zhao, for this batch of over 300 garments, I will process them for you free of charge this time. If all goes well, could you grant me the authorization for the branding you mentioned?" Seated on the sofa, Zhao Qianzhi, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised an intrigued eyebrow at the proposal. Earlier that morning, he had approached the Hongtao garment factory with a similar idea, but the owner had been rather conservative and did not budge. It was unexpected that Li Dagua was so eager to obtain the authorization. After a detailed discussion regarding their future collaboration, Zhao Qianzhi entrusted the production rights of the jackets to him, temporarily signing a 1-year agreement. During this period, the counterpart was prohibited from processing similar garments. Zhao Qianzhi had chosen to partner exclusively with privately owned tailoring workshops rather than state-owned factories, as the former typically handled smaller order volumes and exhibited greater flexibility. In pursuit of additional orders, they were inclined to lower prices and cater to demands, unlike state-owned factories, which operated with fixed sales channels and were indifferent to the volume of orders, working only when necessary, unlike private enterprises that thrived on productivity. After dinner, Chen Yun, dressed in a cotton vest, sat on the sofa, handcrafting a small quilt for their child. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up and was immediately captivated by the sight of her husband returning, adorned in the jacket made from the fabric they had ordered the previous day. Rising, she approached and took the jacket from him, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship and simplistic elegance. Although the material felt somewhat stiff compared to softer fabrics, it fit him impeccably. She noticed a small piece of cloth at the collar, intricately embroidered with their brand's logo, and turned to her husband, inquiring, "Is this the name of our brand's clothing from now on?" Zhao Qianzhi, lounging comfortably on the sofa, his tall frame relaxed, met her gaze and responded softly, "Yes. Once the individual business license is obtained, we will proceed with production." His voice carried a deep, husky tone. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun glanced at the clothes before hanging them on the rack behind the door. She then turned to him and inquired, "I left some dishes in the pot, along with steamed buns. Would you like me to bring them out now?" Zhao Qianzhi, who had indulged in some alcohol, had a slight haze in his elongated, dark eyes. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a healthy, tanned chest. One long arm draped over the edge of the sofa, while the other patted the cushion beside him as he addressed his wife. "No need. I've already eaten outside. Just sit with me for a while." Noticing his demeanor, Chen Yun approached, bent down to catch his scent, and then straightened up. "Wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, she returned with a cup of freshly prepared honey water, offering it to Zhao Qianzhi. "Drink this. I bought the honey for the child today. It cost 80 cents for a small jar." Zhao Qianzhi accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp, the mild sweetness soothing as it traveled down his throat. Chen Yun, having wrung a damp towel, came over to take the cup from him, placing it on the table. Although his expression remained neutral, she could sense his pleasant mood. Presuming today as business discussions had gone smoothly, she handed him the towel, saying, "Wipe your face and try to get to bed early." Taking the towel, Zhao Qianzhi wiped his face and, with a deep and resonant voice, replied, "In a few days, once the license is approved and the trademark is registered, we should be ready to deliver the clothes. Our shop will soon be open." He then turned his gaze towards his wife. "Aren't you going to persuade me? Aren't you worried I might lose everything?" Hearing his words, Chen Yun circled the table and sat beside him, picking up her needle and thread to continue her task. "I've endured houses that leaked and were drafty. What is there for me to fear? The store will open on the 80th, Chen Yun Clothing Company. Even if it doesn't go as planned, we can always return to our previous life. After all, we are still young. As long as we are diligent and hardworking, we need not worry about our future." Her words plunged Zhao Qianzhi into contemplation, leaving him silent for a long while. The living room fell into a tranquil hush. Chen Yun, focused on her work, was diligently sewing a small quilt, determined to make a few more thick pants and cotton jackets for her daughter before the weather turned cold. She worried that once the shop opened, she would have little time for such needlework. After some time, noticing his stillness, she turned to glance back and saw him with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He had been tirelessly occupied with work, scarcely finding time for rest. Once the shop opened, she could take their child to visit, allowing them to set up a place for cooking within the store. This way, he wouldn't be overwhelmed by the workload alone. Setting down her needle, she turned to him and gently nudged his arm, softening her tone as she said, "Don't sleep here. Go to bed." Zhao Qianzhi opened his narrow eyes, revealing tired, bloodshot irises. He rubbed his face with his hand and replied, "All right, I'll go take a shower first." With that, he stood, retrieved his clothes from the room, and carried a basin and towel with him. He strolled out leisurely towards the communal bathing area, while Chen Yun unfolded the neatly folded bedding, preparing it for use. While preparing a meal, I overheard a neighbor mention the weather forecast, indicating a change in the night with a drop in temperature. I retrieved a blanket and laid it on the bed. After arranging these items, I glanced at my daughter, still peacefully asleep, and gently tugged at the corner of her blanket before stepping out of the bedroom. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Qianzhi left early and returned late, diligently running back and forth to obtain a business license, during which he also forged several connections. On this particular day, he successfully acquired his individual business license and trademark registration. The custom-made rectangular sign was also affixed to the side wall of the store, concealed beneath a red silk cloth. Inside the shop, Chen Yun meticulously counted the remaining fabric, totaling 20 rolls. With ledger in hand, she settled at the rectangular table, meticulously reviewing the records of how many rolls were allocated to the shirt factory and the pants factory, based on utilization rates. She noted the quantities of garments to be delivered. She calculated the payable amounts for the finished clothing, marking the figures in red ink for ease of account settlement upon delivery. Zhao Qianzhi cradled the child in one arm while holding the purchased firecrackers in the other, intended for the grand opening. Upon returning to the shop, he placed the firecrackers in a vacant corner. Approaching the table, he stood behind his wife, observing her as she deftly worked the abacus beads. He spoke, "Tomorrow, we can deliver 100 pairs of pants and 50 tops." After finishing her calculations, Chen Yun set down her pen and looked up at her husband, inquiring, "Will the prices for the pants and jackets be a bit high? I fear that no one will buy them." In response to her concerns, Zhao Qianzhi reassured her, "No, once the fabric is used up and we need to reorder, the prices may not be as favorable as they are now. It would be unwise to raise prices later." Hearing his reasoning, Chen Yun nodded thoughtfully. The stock from the textile factory had accumulated significantly, and it was uncertain when it would be fully utilized. Especially since they had produced several hundred sets of clothing in one go, it could take months to sell out. Based on this pricing strategy, if the business performed well, selling a dozen or 20 sets would already be quite commendable. Zhao Qianzhi could easily discern his wife's apprehensions. No amount of discussion could replace the insights gained from actual sales performance post-opening. His goal was not retail, but rather to pivot towards wholesale, thereby swiftly penetrating the northern denim market and seizing the market opportunity. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Yun accompanied her husband to the store with their child. Shortly after their arrival, personnel from 2 garment factories delivered their goods in succession. As they checked the delivered items, they casually pulled aside a dozen pieces to verify quality and craftsmanship before settling the payment with one of the suppliers. The other supplier, having signed a contract, provided the first batch free of processing fees. At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi sat at the table, cradling the child and sketching designs for women's flared jeans, alongside several styles for men's flared jeans. Deciding to postpone matters, Chen Yun instructed the garment factory to work overtime to produce the remaining stock of fabric. Although the store had yet to open, passers-by couldn't help but peek inside, curious about the business. After organizing the merchandise, Chen Yun meticulously recorded the pants and tops in the ledger. Once she had washed her hands, she took the child from her husband's arms, saying, "It's getting late. I'll prepare dinner and bring it over shortly." Hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi put down his pen and looked at her, cradling the child. "No need to bring it over. I have matters to attend to later. It's inconvenient for you to carry the child. Just buy something for dinner. There's no need to cook." Chen Yun glanced at the draft paper on the table and then at him. Noticing his leaner frame and more pronounced brow, she replied, "Understood. You carry on. Come home early tonight." She resolved to head to the market later to buy a chicken to make nourishing soup for him. Holding the child, she exited the shop. After the mother and daughter left, Zhao Qianzhi focused on finalizing the draft before tidying up and heading to Wangjiang Garment Factory. After handing over the draft to the person in charge, he requested that a vehicle be arranged to collect the remaining fabric from the store. The following morning, before dawn, Chen Yun prepared herself and took the child along with her husband to the store. It was a momentous day for their grand opening. The owners of Wangjiang Garment Factory and Hongtao Garment Factory were present, along with several acquaintances of Zhao Qianzhi's who had ventured into individual entrepreneurship. They all came to lend their support and offer congratulations. The two factory owners arrived in their Santana sedans, initially believing the opening would attract few visitors. Upon arrival, they realized their assumption was mistaken. The place was bustling with activity. Some familiar faces in the crowd included department heads and directors, which astonished the two owners. As firecrackers exploded and drums resounded, Zhao Qianzhi took his wife's slender hand, and together they unveiled the red cloth. The name Chen Yun Clothing Company was prominently displayed before the gathered crowd. On this day, Zhao Qianzhi, dressed in denim attire and oversized shoes, appeared exceptionally tall and striking. Standing there, he resembled a living advertisement. The onlookers, a mix of men and women, surged into the store, with friends accompanying him to celebrate the opening. The responsibility of managing the store fell solely upon Chen Yun. The atmosphere was electric, with a majority of the eager customers being young men, alongside some young women from the same industry. The unique styles of clothing on display, particularly the fitted garments worn by the store owner, piqued their interest. They eagerly inquired if they could try them on. Observing the lively scene, Chen Yun called out, "Our denim jackets and pants are available for fitting. Please let me know your sizes, and I will fetch the appropriate ones for you. Our clothing is of high quality and very durable. You can wear them with confidence." Upon hearing that they could try on the clothes, the crowd began to call out their sizes, expressing their desire to try them on. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Chen Yun busily searched for sizes and collected payments. Soon, a long queue formed outside the fitting rooms. The owners of the two garment factories outside were astonished by the situation, realizing that this so-called denim apparel was destined for great success. They had not anticipated such overwhelming popularity. They prepared to return and work overtime to expedite the remaining stock, ensuring they could secure more orders. After Zhao Qianzhi bid farewell to a certain department head, he offered a token greeting to the others present. He entered the store with one arm cradling a child and approached his wife, who was busy searching for sizes. He said, "Let me handle this. You take the child and focus on collecting payments." Chen Yun retrieved a large denim jacket and a pair of pants, standing up to hand them to a young man. Only then did she have a moment to address her husband, saying, "No need, I'm not tired. I organized these clothes myself. And you wouldn't know where to find them, which would only waste time." She had anticipated good business, but never to this extent. The queue of people waiting to try on clothes had already reached the entrance, and a steady stream of customers continued to enter the store, filling her with joy. The shop, originally over 300 square meters, was now bustling with patrons. At that moment, two young men approached with denim jackets in hand, offering money to Chen Yun. "Boss, I want this jacket and these pants," one of them said. Chen Yun smiled as she accepted the payment, replying, "All right, let me get your change." She stuffed the money into her crossbody bag, pulled out some prepared change, and handed it to them. However, just as she finished giving change and had not yet bagged the clothes, several others clamored to try on the appropriate sizes. She quickly grabbed a bag and handed it to the men who had just paid, then bent down to search for more clothes beneath the cash register. Seeing this, Zhao Qianzhi realized he needed to hire 2 more workers, as the workload was only going to increase. He handed the child to his wife for her to watch, and then bent down to retrieve the requested sizes of clothing. From the opening of the store until noon, there was a constant flow of customers, with foot traffic remaining steady. By the afternoon, all the clothes in the shop had sold out. Zhao Qianzhi informed the disappointed customers that they could return the next day when a new batch of denim women's clothing would arrive. Hearing this, those who had not purchased anything departed. Chen Yun secured the child with a cloth strap around her body. The lively atmosphere of the store kept the child calm, allowing her to devote her energy to managing the shop. After bidding farewell to the last batch of customers, Chen Yun, exhausted, sat down in a chair, lifted Zhao Qianzhi's teacup, and drank the remaining water in one go. Her gaze fell upon her husband, who was sweeping the floor, and she said, "You should take a break too. I'll handle it in a moment." As she spoke, she gently removed the child from her body, now that the shop was empty, allowing her to safely place the child on a small wooden bed. She then closed the shop door. She retrieved an abacus from the drawer, removed the bag slung over her shoulder, and emptied its contents, revealing a substantial sum of money. Among the jumbled notes, she took out a 50 yuan bill originally intended for change. She then commenced the meticulous task of counting the scattered bills, which covered the entire surface of the table. It took her over half an hour just to ascertain the total amount. Afterward, she produced an account book, deftly maneuvered the beads of the abacus, and carefully calculated the cost of the garments sold that day. By subtracting the cost from the total revenue, she was left with the profit, a series of figures that left her momentarily lost in thought. After a while, once she had finalized the accounts, she put the money away. Noticing that the house had been tidied up by her husband, she turned to him and exclaimed, "Today, we earned quite a bit," her voice betraying an uncontainable joy. In response to her enthusiasm, Zhao Qianzhi merely smiled and remarked, "I'll find the time to hire a couple of workers soon. So you won't have to bear such a burden." Upon hearing him mention hiring help, Chen Yun instinctively replied, "No need. I'm not tired at all." Zhao Qianzhi, well aware of his wife's reluctance to spend money, reassured her, "Today is merely the beginning. It will only get busier from here on out. And the child cannot be with you all day long." A subtle blush crept onto Chen Yun's fair cheeks as she glanced towards the small bed where their daughter lay, realizing that her husband's concerns were indeed valid. Perceiving her slight embarrassment, Zhao Qianzhi deftly shifted the subject, saying, "All right, you take the child home first. I'll make a call to Manager Chen at the textile factory to arrange some personnel. They shouldn't clock out just yet, as I need to order more fabric." Recognizing the time was getting late, Chen Yun understood that reaching the town would take until evening. Fortunately, deliveries to the city were made from there, allowing her to bring him back. Nodding in agreement, she insisted, "Take all this money with you," as she handed him the entirety of today's earnings, more than sufficient to procure a large quantity of fabric. After accepting the money and bidding farewell to his wife and child, Zhao Qianzhi proceeded to the public telephone across the street and called the textile factory. Once the call concluded, he hailed a taxi to the town. Several small clothing store owners, having heard of the remarkable sales of the so-called denim garments, sought him out to inquire if they could procure stock from him for resale. However, upon discovering the shop was already closed, they had no choice but to depart, planning to return early the next day. As the workday drew to a close, Zhao Qianzhi's taxi arrived at the factory entrance. Thanks to Manager Chen's prior notification, the guard allowed him entry. Upon noticing that only Zhao Qianzhi had come, Manager Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of annoyance, yet she paused her tasks to invite him to sit. Recognizing the fabric he wore as that produced by the factory, she was astonished to realize that the thick, coarse materials could indeed be fashioned into clothing, and that the garments created from them looked exceptionally good when worn. There was no intention to exploit this opportunity for profit. It was merely essential that this batch of goods did not remain stagnant in the warehouse. Thus, the pricing was calculated based on the original fabric cost. He picked up the pre-written note and said to her, "Let us proceed to settle the payment and collect the goods." Zhao Qianzhi accompanied her to the cashier's office, and after confirming the amount, they went to the factory warehouse to retrieve the merchandise. During the loading process, Director Chen wore a serious expression and could not help but inquire, "Have the 50 rolls of fabric that were previously ordered already been utilized? Were they entirely transformed into garments?" Zhao Qianzhi met Director Chen's gaze and nodded, succinctly responding, "Indeed, I plan to focus on the business of denim clothing, and the demand will only continue to grow." His words took Director Chen by surprise, leaving her somewhat incredulous. She questioned whether there truly existed such a market for the so-called denim garments he spoke of. Despite her skepticism, the tangible money he presented made it impossible for her to disregard the business opportunity. Though her mind was rife with questions, she chose to remain silent, contemplating the remarkable transformation of this individual. In the past, Zhao Qianzhi was notorious for his reckless behavior, drinking excessively, mistreating his wife, and engaging in various distasteful antics. Yet now, he seemed like a different person, exuding an unexpected maturity in his demeanor and speech. Once the loading was complete, Zhao Qianzhi bid farewell to Director Chen and returned to the city with the delivery truck. After unloading the goods at his shop, he recorded the batch numbers and quantities in his notebook. Completing this task, he locked the shop door and, on his way home, stopped by the telecommunications bureau to purchase a telephone, requesting its installation in the shop the following day. This would facilitate future orders and communications with the garment factories, eliminating the need to navigate through a street just to relay a message. When he returned home, it was already past 10, nearing 11 o'clock. Chen Yun, still awake, yawned as she saw him come in. She lifted the blanket from her lap, set aside her needlework, and rose to greet him, gently taking the items from his hands. She opened the package to reveal the telephone. She placed it carefully on the table and said, "I saved some chicken soup for you. Please wash your hands, and I will serve it." Feeling hunger pangs for the first time as he heard his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi washed his hands and looked at the bowl of chicken soup on the table, which contained a chicken leg, alongside a plate of 2 vegetable dishes, his favorites, devoid of any chili. Pulling out a chair, he sat down and took a sip of the still warm soup, addressing his wife. "This time, I ordered 200 rolls of fabric. Tomorrow, I will call the 2 garment factories to have them each collect 50 rolls." Chen Yun settled onto the sofa, covering herself with a blanket and continuing her needlework, responding, "You can decide these matters. I will support your decisions." The vibrant scene from the opening day, where hundreds of garments sold out in less than a day, left her profoundly astonished, a shock that lingered within her, making it difficult for her to fully process the event even now. The following day, before dawn, Chen Yun awoke early, still drowsy, feeling the warmth emanating from her back. She shifted slightly, removing the heavy arm resting on her waist. As she rose from his embrace, a sharp pain coursed through her scalp. She tugged at the hair trapped beneath him, retrieved a hair tie from under the pillow, and deftly gathered her hair into a neat bun. Lifting the blanket, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed and stepped down. Approaching the small bed, she found her daughter already awake and lifted her into her arms, exiting the bedroom while carefully shutting the door behind them. Once the couple arrived at their shop with the child in tow, they discovered 2 delivery trucks from the garment factories waiting outside. Chen Yun stepped forward to unlock the shop door, inspected the first delivery, and upon deeming it satisfactory, accepted the second shipment as well. She then instructed both trucks to take away 50 rolls of fabric each. After meticulously logging the newly arrived stock, she also recorded the outgoing materials accurately. Zhao Qianzhi was busy sorting the delivered men's and women's clothing. While they were still engaged in their tasks, customers began to arrive. Chen Yun instructed her husband to continue organizing while she attended to the customers, cradling the child in her arms. Soon, the influx of patrons increased, prompting Zhao Qianzhi to hang up 2 sets of women's flared trousers and coordinate them with matching denim jackets on the wall, ensuring that the garments were prominently displayed for all entering the shop. Yesterday, several small business owners had reported brisk sales of their denim apparel, and today they arrived in unison. Before even stepping inside, they were astonished to find a line forming within. Having only heard rumors of such a scene, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. This bustling atmosphere was unprecedented for them since opening their shop, especially so early in the morning when many stores had yet to open. This realization solidified their resolve to wholesale some denim trousers for resale. Once inside, amidst the throng, they selected a few pairs of women's and men's jeans and were taken aback upon inquiring about the prices. They had assumed the garments would be inexpensive, explaining the crowd. Yet the price of a single pair of jeans equaled that of selling 2 jackets. The fabric felt rigid and far from soft, but seeing someone model it revealed an unexpectedly stylish fit. They finally understood the allure of these clothes. Novelty was secondary to the fact that they looked exceptionally fashionable when worn. In the bustling shop, Chen Yun stood at the counter, skillfully processing payments and assisting customers with their purchases. Her proficiency noticeably improved since yesterday. Whenever she noticed someone trying to cut in line, she couldn't help but loudly remind them to queue politely, assuring them that today's stock was plentiful. The couple worked in tandem. One focused on the physical tasks while the other engaged with customers and managed the finances, leaving no spare moments for other distractions. Even when the electrician arrived to install the phone, Chen Yun could only spare a moment to direct him to the table by the door for the installation. In the brief time she conversed with the electrician, 6 or 7 customers had already lined up to pay. Throughout the morning, the flow of customers in their store remained constant. A few small business owners from neighboring clothing shops, noticing the crowd had thinned, seized the opportunity to engage with Chen Yun, who was in charge of the cash register. "Do you wholesale your clothing?" one inquired. "We are from the Northern District and wouldn't interfere with your business." Upon hearing their words, a glimmer of joy flashed in Chen Yun's eyes as she glanced at her busy husband. This matter was beyond her authority. She needed her husband's approval. "Please hold on a moment. I need to consult with him," she replied, realizing that the counter was still bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Her husband was assisting some customers in finding clothes. Observing the situation, he wore a slight apologetic smile and addressed the women. "It's lunchtime. Perhaps you could dine first and return later? The store is quite hectic at the moment." The women understood the circumstances well. Being business owners themselves, they had never witnessed such a thriving store. Reluctant to leave, they feared missing the opportunity to discuss wholesale arrangements. One of the young women, taking the lead, smiled politely and said, "No rush. We can wait outside until it's less busy for a proper discussion." Chen Yun, seeing their willingness, said nothing further and continued attending to customers. During the brief moments when she found time to rest, she would sit down and feed her daughter, who was nestled in her arms. Her husband, however, remained tirelessly occupied, finally comprehending why he had intended to hire 2 workers. The store required constant attention. As noon approached, Zhao Qianzhi hung a lunch break sign at the door. Once all customers had settled their bills and departed, the couple finally found a moment to breathe. Zhao Qianzhi instructed his wife to oversee the store while he took a lunchbox to the noodle shop diagonally across the street. As he awaited his noodles, he lounged languidly in a chair, casually crossing his legs and puffing on a cigarette, letting the smoke swirl around him. He resolved that later, after closing the shop, he would seek out 2 workers to help manage the store. During his previous pass by Hanxiao Road, he had noticed a throng of people eagerly awaiting work opportunities each day. He planned to scout for 2 young, diligent workers so he could free up time to check on the production progress at the garment factory, ensuring the supply chain remained uninterrupted. From the styles sold that day, it was evident that customers had a particular fondness for bell-bottom trousers adorned with embroidery, while the men's styles showed little variation. Currently, the utilized space of the store was less than half of its total area. Other sections needed to be utilized as well. Meanwhile, a few women, unable to contain their sentiments, remarked to Chen Yun, "With such a flourishing business, how can you bear to take a break?" Holding her child, Chen Yun, aware that there were still goods and fabrics to manage and a cash register to secure, did not allow them to enter. Instead, she stood at the door with them, smiling, yet remained silent. She lowered her gaze, adjusting the fabric pouch around her daughter's neck and wiping away the drool from her mouth. After a rough calculation, it appears that more than half of the clothing and pants sold today remain in stock. Given the current foot traffic, the inventory in the store is likely to last until tomorrow at most. However, a precise assessment will only be possible after the evening when I manage the shop and conduct an inventory check. The dilemma is that if these garments are wholesale to them, our own store will be left with insufficient stock. The fabric that was requested from 2 garment factories this morning, even if delivered in batches, will still be limited in quantity and may not fully meet the demand. Contemplating this, I cautiously inquired, "How much are you planning to order? I need to inform my partner." Upon hearing this question, the group perked up, eagerly voicing their desired wholesale quantities. After stepping into the store, I retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a pen from the drawer and asked them to jot down their requests, which would facilitate the tallying of any surplus garments available for wholesale. As the others clamored to share their preferred styles and quantities, I took the paper from them. A momentary shock washed over me as I observed the extensive list. Was it truly the case that they intended to procure such a substantial amount on their first order? The remaining styles in my store were woefully inadequate to satisfy their wholesale demands. Yet, I refrained from disclosing this to them, fearing it might deter their interest. I could only wait for my partner's return and discuss the matter with him to determine the best course of action. The other shop owners, keenly observing me as I held a child, noticed my silence. One of them could not restrain themselves and remarked, "The quantity we wish to order is not excessive. As this is our first attempt at selling these garments, we simply wish to test the waters." Hearing this, I was taken aback. I had been astonished by their intended order, yet it seemed they considered it modest. Folding the note, I smiled and replied, "I understand. I will discuss this with my partner and get back to you." Their immediate responses were filled with enthusiasm. "All right. Sounds good." Approximately 20 minutes later, Zhao Qianzhi returned with a lunchbox. During our meal, I handed him the paper, my delicate, fair face betraying my delight as I relayed. "Several clothing store owners wish to wholesale garments from our shop, and here are their requested styles and quantities." I settled into a chair next to him. Zhao Qianzhi set down his chopsticks and glanced at the list briefly before turning to me, saying, "Let us eat first." Observing my husband's calm demeanor, I realized he must have anticipated such inquiries, which is why he had ventured to the textile factory late last night after closing the store to procure ample fabric. It dawned on me that he had everything under control. Reflecting on this, I recognized that I was finding it increasingly difficult to read my own husband. With these thoughts in mind, I picked up my chopsticks and began to eat the noodles, noticing that some customers were already waiting outside. Reclaiming his thoughts, he swiftly finished his meal, removed the sign, and welcomed the guests inside. The Hongtao Garment Factory and the Wangjiang Garment Factory, two struggling enterprises with scant orders, were now bustling with activity due to the influx of orders from Chen Yun Apparel. Boss Li of Wangjiang couldn't contain his joy. Feeling he had a discerning eye for talent and had seized the opportunity to obtain the processing rights from Chen Yun. Given the current sales volume, he anticipated that he would no longer have to worry about orders in the future. He estimated that in a few days, he would need to acquire additional sewing machines and hire more workers to prevent any supply shortages. Thus, he spent most of his day in the workshop, closely monitoring the seamstresses, periodically inspecting the garments to ensure their quality, anxious to avoid any mistakes. Meanwhile, at the clothing company, there was a constant flow of customers, making for a busy afternoon. Zhao Qianzhi closed the shop early. Although Chen Yun was perplexed, she refrained from asking too many questions. First taking off her daughter from her back. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, she quickly sipped some tea, retrieved the abacus and account book, and began calculating the day's revenue. With the stock of clothing dwindling, Zhao Qianzhi swiftly assessed the inventory, reported the figures to his wife, and asked her to record them in the ledger. He then washed his hands at the basin, dried them, and proceeded to the small bed. Bending down, he picked up his daughter and said to his wife, who was engrossed in her calculations, "I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back shortly." With that, he closed the shop door and stepped outside. He arrived at Hangqiao Road, and although it was somewhat late, many individuals were still lingering, ready to work. A crowd quickly gathered around him, eager to present their skills. Instinctively, Zhao Qianzhi raised his hand protectively around his child and addressed the approaching crowd. "I need 2 nimble women, no men." Upon hearing his preference, the throng of people dispersed. Zhao Qianzhi spotted a familiar face, the young girl who had helped him clean the other day, and waved her over. Yang Xiaomei, recognizing the kind man who had previously assisted her, hurried over with a bright, genuine smile on her slightly tanned face. "Big brother, I can do anything. Cleaning, laundry, cooking, childcare, you name it." Zhao Qianzhi regarded the young girl, sensing her confidence, and inquired, "My garment company is in need of workers. Meals will be provided, but no lodging. The salary is 60 a month, and the work will be demanding. Are you interested?" As he finished speaking, several women nearby expressed their willingness to work. Yang Xiaomei, realizing she had not misheard, felt a surge of excitement since he had previously rewarded her generously for just cleaning. She eagerly nodded and replied loudly, "I'm willing to work." Zhao Qianzhi acknowledged her enthusiasm with a nod and selected another young woman from the crowd with the same salary offer, bringing them both to his garment company. At this moment, Chen Yun had completed her calculations and, after verifying everything was in order, locked the account book securely in the drawer and neatly bundled the cash with a rubber band. Upon witnessing her husband returning home with their child, accompanied by 2 individuals, she placed the money down and rose to step outside. At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi was instructing the 2 newcomers, informing them to report for work at 8 o'clock the following morning. Just then, his wife emerged from within. "This is my beloved spouse, Miss Chun. She is primarily responsible for matters here, so do not hesitate to consult her if you have any questions." In unison, Yang Xiaomei and Zhang Fong addressed Chen Yun, exclaiming, "Boss lady, I am Yang Xiaomei, and I am Zhang Fong." Chen Yun was taken aback. Within a brief span, her husband had managed to find workers while holding their child. Upon hearing their titles for her, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and cast a playful glare at Zhao Qianzhi before smiling at the 2 women. "I appreciate your assistance in advance." The 2 women, relieved by her amiable demeanor, felt a sense of ease. After all, the matriarch of a household is often the most challenging to please, with some being quite harsh and difficult to approach. Conversely, male heads of households tend to be more genial. Yet, this couple was quite the opposite. The husband was stern and serious, especially when silent, which added to their discomfort and pressure. Thus, during their journey, both women had felt quite anxious. However, upon meeting the beautiful and kind boss lady, they were filled with joy. Noticing their reaction, Zhao Qianzhi remarked, "All right, you 2 may head home for now. Please return tomorrow morning at 8. After their departure, the couple entered their home. Chen Yun filled a kettle with water and poured it into a tea jar, offering it to her husband, her lovely eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Today's sales had doubled compared to yesterday's. Zhao Qianzhi took a sip from the jar, unable to suppress a smile at his wife's evident happiness. After setting down the jar, he informed her, the uniform wholesale price requires a 50% deposit up front, with the remainder to be settled upon collection in 3 days. Although Chen Yun harbored some doubts about the necessity of the deposit and whether the suppliers would indeed proceed with the wholesale, she nodded without hesitation, for she had immense faith in her husband. On their way home, Zhao Qianzhi took his wife to a seal shop, where they retrieved several stamps, purchased ink, and then headed home. During the journey, he elaborated on the stamps' purposes. The official seal would be used for signing contracts or for issuing receipts to wholesale vendors who had paid a deposit, serving as proof for collecting the goods and settling the balance. Listening to her husband's thorough and clear explanation, Chen Yun silently marveled at his adeptness in these matters. Even with her experience as a factory worker, she recognized that the internal processes were not as meticulously organized as her husband's approach. Zhao Qianzhi escorted his wife downstairs and handed her the groceries he had purchased from the market. Please go ahead. I will return shortly for dinner. There is no need to wait for me. Chen Yun received the dishes he brought over, but as she reached to embrace the child, he evaded her grasp. Watching him walk away with the child, she turned and ascended the stairs. Upon returning home, noticing the hour was late, she rolled up her sleeves, tied on an apron, and stepped out with her ingredients. Arriving at the communal kitchen, she found another household preparing a meal, and after exchanging greetings, she began washing the vegetables. The residents of this floor were well aware that Chen Yun and her husband were self-employed, and they treated the young couple with great warmth. Zhao Qianzhi took the child to the mall, where he selected a wristwatch for convenience when out and about. At the home appliance section, he noticed the limited selection of refrigerators, all from the same brand, leaving no room for choice. After inquiring about the price at the counter, he promptly ordered one. Once payment was made, he instructed 2 staff members to bring the refrigerator to the entrance. He then summoned a rickshaw to transport it back to their residence. Meanwhile, back at home, Chen Yun had already prepared the meal but chose not to eat first. Observing that her husband had not yet returned with the child, she locked the door and stood in the hallway, gazing downstairs. By chance, she spotted her husband carrying the child while directing others to bring up a large item. Approaching the doorway, she looked down and waited patiently. After a considerable time, she saw 2 individuals lifting a heavy rectangular box upstairs. Taking a position in the corner, she called out to her husband, "What did you buy?" Zhao Qianzhi, carrying the child, glanced at his wife and replied, "A refrigerator." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt a pang of concern. Not only was this item expensive, but she had also heard it consumed a significant amount of electricity. She pondered the potential monthly costs. Although they were indeed earning money, she was reluctant to spend it in such a manner. Casting a sharp glance at her husband, she hurried to unlock the door, allowing the men to bring the refrigerator inside. Meanwhile, Yang Tao, who was preparing dumplings next door, heard the commotion, brushed the flour from her hands, and stepped outside. Upon seeing the design on the box, she appeared astonished and approached to inquire, "Oh, Xiaoyan, is that a refrigerator?" Chen Yun looked at the approaching figure, nodded, and smiled in response. "Yes, Sister Yang." Yang Tao could not help but exclaim in excitement, circling the refrigerator several times before urging, "How wonderful! Quickly, let us see inside. There are no more than 10 households in our entire building with one of these." At her encouragement, Chen Yun picked up scissors and opened the box. The pristine double-door refrigerator was revealed before her eyes. She had only heard of such an appliance before, never imagining she would own one. Yang Tao reached out to touch it, but then withdrew her hand, realizing it was still dusted with flour. She turned to Chen Yun, expressing her admiration. "It's truly marvelous, albeit quite expensive." Her tone betrayed an unmistakable envy. Just as she was about to say more, she heard her child starting to fuss and hurried back home, concerned about her own dumplings. After her departure, Chen Yun closed the door, gazing at the refrigerator before her. She cautiously reached out to touch it. She had previously heard unmarried young women from the textile factory speak of such devices, but today was her first encounter. She had been told that placing food inside the refrigerator could preserve it for an extended period. Such items are typically not purchased by most households, as they are not only costly but also consume a significant amount of electricity once plugged in. Observing her partner emerge from the bedroom, she withdrew her hand and spoke. "All right, let's wash our hands and eat. The food is getting cold." With that, she entered the bedroom and noticed that their daughter had already fallen asleep. After closing the bedroom door, she stepped out and took a seat at the dining table. Zhao Qianzhi picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat into his wife's bowl, remarking, with the refrigerator, "We no longer need to visit the market every day. We can buy in bulk and save ourselves the daily trips." Chen Yun turned her gaze towards the refrigerator, then redirected it to her husband, responding, "Indeed. Having this makes things considerably more convenient. Even if we return late from the shop, we need not worry about a lack of food in the fridge." The following morning, as Zhao Qianzhi and his wife arrived at the shop with their child, they found Yang Xiaomei and her companions had already arrived, though they were unsure exactly when. Chen Yun quickly approached to open the door and couldn't he help but inquire, "When did you all arrive? In the future, it suffices to come on time. There's no need to arrive so early." Yang Xiaomei, with a rustic smile gracing her somewhat sun-kissed face, explained, "We consider ourselves late. Usually, we wait at the bridge to find work, needing to be there before dawn. If we arrive late, we miss out on any opportunities. Just the thought of no longer needing to wait at the bridge for work daily, while earning such a substantial monthly salary, kept them both awake with excitement." As Chen Yun opened the shop door, a delivery truck from the garment factory arrived promptly. Having never managed workers before, she instinctively began to check and verify the goods alone. Zhao Qianzhi, cradling their child, stood by observing. He had intended for his wife to take charge, believing it would serve as a valuable opportunity for her to hone her skills, thus enabling him to attend to other matters. Noticing that his wife was neglecting to assign tasks to the two newly hired workers, he approached her and, looking down at her as she counted the items, instructed, "Have them tally according to the delivery list. You can record the accounts." Chen Yun paused her work upon hearing her husband's words, rising to direct the two women, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "Xiaomei, please count the quantities of men's and women's clothing according to the delivery numbers, and check if the sizes correspond." Yang Xiaomei accepted the delivery slip, replying, "Understood, boss." She crouched down, glanced at the first item on the delivery list, the number of men's denim jackets, and began to count methodically. Seeing this, Chen Yun asked Zhang Fang to pull out the jackets counted by Xiaomei for inspection, checking for any flaws or asymmetrical sleeves that needed addressing. Once she had organized the tasks, Chen Yun found herself with some free time. Concerned about potential mistakes, she remained nearby, ready to address any discrepancies that might arise. With the assistance of two helpers, the counting process progressed swiftly, both women working diligently and efficiently. This greatly facilitated Chen Yun's efforts. She meticulously created a ledger based on the delivery notes. Subsequently, she instructed her two companions to display several sets of clothing styles. During this process, she briefed them on the selling prices of each garment, ensuring they could respond appropriately to customer inquiries. At that moment, several clothing store owners arrived, including some new faces. Within just 2 days, the popularity of denim apparel had garnered attention from many boutiques, all eager to procure stock for resale. Faced with the store owners, Chen Yun instinctively glanced towards her husband for assistance. Although he had taught her how to negotiate wholesale prices the previous day, the prospect of confronting so many individuals left her feeling somewhat lost. Observing her unease, Zhao Qianzhi signaled for her to lead the clients to a makeshift partition where they could discuss fabric. He initiated the conversation, briefly stating that wholesale orders would take 3 days to process, and then gestured for Chen Yun to take over the discussion. Despite feeling a bit anxious, Chen Yun managed to articulate the information her husband had shared with her, maintaining a composed demeanor. Lacking experience, she occasionally glanced at him while conversing with the store owners. After concluding her presentation, she noticed him nodding slightly in approval, which alleviated her tension. Throughout most of the time, he was engaged with their child, only occasionally interjecting to clarify details regarding the terms of the orders whenever she struggled to express herself. Knowing he was attentive provided her with a sense of reassurance, easing her fears of making mistakes that could lead to complications later. Before long, she heard her younger sister calling out, "Boss, there are customers waiting to purchase clothing. It's time to collect payment." Observing that her husband was already assisting her in processing the deposits for the orders, Zhao Qianzhi emerged from the makeshift area with the child in his arms. Approaching the counter, he found 3 customers waiting to pay, balancing the child with one arm. He accepted the payments while rummaging through the drawer for change. Meanwhile, Chen Yun diligently checked the printing paper, meticulously recording each item's quantity and deposit. She repeatedly counted the abacus beads to confirm that the unit prices and total amounts were accurate. Once satisfied, she requested the customers to sign the receipts. After extracting her stamp from her bag, she clearly marked the receipts and wrote the date, creating 2 copies, one for the store owners and one for her records. The clothing store owners, pleased with their transactions, departed eagerly, anticipating the arrival of their orders and the success it would bring. Chen Yun remained focused throughout the process, ensuring each transaction was precise to avoid any unnecessary complications. After completing all the orders, the wholesale clothing buyers gradually left. In the fabric area, she found herself alone. She withdrew a blue sheet of paper, reviewed the receipts, and summarized the total wholesale amounts. After recounting the total deposit amount and confirming its accuracy, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Sitting dazed at the table, she gazed in disbelief at the pile of money before her. Without having delivered the goods, those proprietors of clothing stores were surprisingly willing to pay a deposit of 50 solely based on a piece of paper. This was beyond her comprehension. Particularly astonishing was the fact that her partner, without any prior interaction with them, had anticipated their willingness to pay a deposit up front. The meticulous preparation of all these arrangements had facilitated the seamless acceptance of the orders. Now, all that remained was to hand over these clothing orders to the factory for production. When the time came, the wholesalers would be able to settle the remaining payment and collect their goods with just that slip of paper. Such a flawless operational process undoubtedly surpassed that of many enterprises. The cacophony outside finally pulled her from her reverie. She swiftly organized the registration slips, tucked the money into a cloth bag, exited the small fabric warehouse, and locked the door. Observing the bustling scene within the shop, she approached the counter where her partner was collecting payments. The wholesale amounts have all been recorded, she informed him. Zhao Qianzhi, busy counting the money, had taken to carrying their child in a cloth sling for convenience, mimicking his wife's approach. After hearing her words, he glanced at her and said, "Make a separate copy of the order without including the wholesale prices. I will take it to the factory later." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun promptly responded, "All right." She moved behind him, extending her arm over his shoulder to retrieve an order form from the drawer. Pulling up a chair, she sat beside him and meticulously transcribed the amounts, quantities, and sizes one by one. Once finished, she double-checked her work for accuracy, folded the document, and slipped it into her partner's denim jacket pocket, saying, "All done, you can go now." Rising, she leaned in to embrace the child he was holding. As Zhao Qianzhi finished counting the money, he shifted his body slightly, bending forward to allow her to take the child from him. He then removed the cloth sling from himself and handed it to her, saying, "I will come to pick you up in the evening. At lunchtime, give one of them some money to buy something to eat." Chen Yun, looking down while cradling the child in one arm and adjusting the sling with the other, urged him, "I understand, you should hurry." Zhao Qianzhi surveyed the shop, although the two had just arrived. Their youthfulness and agility allowed them to handle the numerous customers with confidence and efficiency. Redirecting his gaze, he noted that his wife had already begun to adeptly manage the cash register. He then circled around the counter, stepped through the crowd, and exited. Upon reaching the roadside, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to Wangjiang Garment Factory. Mr. Li, glancing at the numbers on the purchase order, couldn't help but grin broadly. Approaching Zhao Qianzhi, who was seated on the sofa, he lit a cigarette and spoke with a hint of flattery. "My friend, it seems you are on the brink of substantial wealth. Don't forget about me when you strike it rich." Leaning languidly against the sofa, Zhao Qianzhi exhaled a plume of smoke, his narrow, deep-set eyes narrowing as he regarded Boss Li, who had just taken a seat across from him. "Now that we are transitioning to a wholesale model, given the current state of your factory, you simply cannot meet the order demands. You might consider acquiring additional sewing machines and hiring a batch of laid-off workers from the garment industry." Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Boss Li's eyes. He had contemplated expanding his workforce, but had been apprehensive about the possibility of idleness. Now, reassured by Zhao's suggestion, he felt a newfound sense of certainty. "All right, my brother, I shall expedite this matter." Observing his enthusiasm, Zhao Qianzhi nodded in approval, finishing his cigarette before extinguishing the ember. He then rose and departed for the Hongtao Garment Factory, which was currently inundated with work due to the orders for denim apparel he had placed. Through several inquiries, Zhao managed to locate a clothing designer. However, upon reviewing her portfolio, he found her creations to be rather conservative, lacking the contemporary flair he desired. His initial intention was to diversify his offerings with floral shirts, silk scarves, and various women's accessories to complement denim jackets. Yet, he soon realized that finding a suitable designer was proving to be a formidable challenge. Lacking appropriate connections, he resolved to sketch some designs himself. intending to produce a portion at the factory to gauge the response. Nonetheless, selecting materials and styles would require considerable time. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was getting late and decided to return to the store. Inside, the shop was still bustling with customers. The concept of denim apparel remained relatively novel to many, particularly the youth, who often deemed the colors unappealing. The design silhouettes were rather monotonous, yet the flared jeans, once donned, exuded a unique sense of fashion. Furthermore, the fabric was robust, promising durability that would endure for years. Upon seeing her husband return, Chen Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She offered a polite smile to the queue of customers, saying, "Please bear with me for a moment." She then lifted her child from her arms and placed the little one into Zhao's embrace. "Hold her for a bit. I need to step out." With that, she hurried around the counter, one hand pressed against her abdomen, and exited. Zhao Qianzhi watched her slender figure retreating, seemingly headed towards a public space. Returning his focus to the task at hand, he busied himself with transactions. After a considerable time, Chen Yun returned, cradling their daughter. She settled at the counter, taking a sip from her tea mug. Although she had assistance today, her husband's absence left her feeling somewhat unsettled, especially since 2 customers had inquired about wholesale opportunities. The rush had been overwhelming, so she had taken their numbers, promising to contact them later. As dusk approached, the store finally quieted down. Yang Xiaomei and Zhang Fang, following the boss's instructions, began to tally the remaining garments and reported the count to the boss lady. Chen Yun sat at the counter, meticulously recording the day's accounts while calculating the figures with her abacus. Due to the significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, she found herself somewhat congested. Upon noticing this, Zhao Qianzhi gently set aside the child he was holding, removed his coat, and offered it to her, saying, "Put this on." As he draped the warm denim jacket over her fragile frame, Chen Yun, feeling the lingering warmth, graciously accepted it, laying down her pen and slipping it on. With the added warmth of the coat, she felt considerably more comfortable, her fingers deftly maneuvering the abacus beads with newfound agility. She pondered that for her outing tomorrow, she would need to bring along a thicker coat. Yang Xiaomei set down her broom, and, seeing that Zhang Fang had also finished her tasks, refrained from addressing the boss directly. Instead, she called out, "The boss lady has tidied up and cleaned everything." Hearing her words, Chen Yun raised her gaze and observed that the store was impeccably organized, with the remaining goods neatly arranged. Deep down, she felt immense satisfaction with the performance of both women that day. Thanks to their efforts, the store had not been overwhelmed. A smile graced her pale face as she addressed them. "All right, you both can head home now. Just be sure to arrive on time tomorrow, so you won't have to wait outside." The 2 women responded in unison, "Okay, sure." Before they departed, Chen Yun took some money and handed it to each of them as a supplement for their dinner. Once they left, only the 3 of them remained in the store. Chen Yun quickly completed her calculations, noted the accounts, and handed the ledger to her husband, saying, "Take a look. This side shows the store's profits, and this side reflects the wholesale deposits." Zhao Qianzhi glanced over the figures before returning his gaze. "All right, it's getting late. We should head home too." Observing his calm demeanor, Chen Yun felt a twinge of doubt. In just a few days, they had earned so much. Why did he show no sign of joy? It was as if the money was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Lost in her thoughts, she said nothing further, ensuring the doors and windows were secure before leaving with him and the child. However, her mind wandered, and she stumbled slightly, nearly tripping. In the next moment, a strong arm caught her around the waist, preventing her fall. Zhao Qianzhi, one arm cradling the child, paused and looked at his distracted wife, asking, "What are you thinking about? Pay attention to the road." Chen Yun glanced up at him, noting his serious expression. She reached out from the long sleeves to remove his arm from her waist and intertwined her hand with his sturdy one, saying, "I wasn't thinking about anything. Let's keep moving." Once home, Chen Yun busied herself with preparing dinner. Zhao Qianzhi placed the child in the crib and, while watching her, sat at the table sketching a design for a shirt. The peak hours in the communal kitchen had passed, and some patrons had already begun washing their dishes. Chen Yun chatted amiably with them while cooking. Over the past few days, she had been constantly carrying the child, leaving her back quite sore. Thus, after dinner, she quickly washed up and went to bed early. In the depths of her slumber, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her waist, bringing her a sense of ease. Exhausted and weary, Zhao Qianzhi struggled to keep his eyes open. He removed the warm towel and lifted his nightgown. revealing once flawless skin now tinged with a delicate pink where the towel had rested. In the evening, while calculating accounts, he noticed himself occasionally massaging his lower back. After lying down, he touched the smooth skin at his waist and clumsily began to knead his back, observing her deep slumber with no signs of waking. He continued for a while before withdrawing his hand, turning off the light, and succumbing to sleep. The next day, when Chen Yun awoke, the daylight was already bright. The person who had been in bed with her had long since risen, leaving no warmth in the space beside her. She threw off the covers and got out of bed, feeling that after a night's rest, the ache in her back had lessened considerably. Opening the door and leaving the bedroom, she found breakfast laid out on the dining table. Approaching, she picked up the note left behind and learned that her husband had already gone to the store, taking their child with him. After changing her clothes and washing up, she consumed 2 buns and an egg before heading to the shop. Upon her arrival, she discovered her younger sister and others had already begun counting the newly arrived garments. She stepped forward, taking the account book from her husband's hands, and glanced at the child nestled in his arms. She could not help but acknowledge that he was becoming increasingly adept at caring for the child, who seemed quite content in his embrace. "Why didn't you wake me?" Zhao Qianzhi lowered his eyelashes and glanced at his wife, skillfully diverting the conversation. "In a moment, I need to accompany the delivery truck to the garment factory. I'll take the child with me and should return by noon if all goes well." Hearing this, Chen Yun expressed her concerns. "What if he starts crying and interrupts your discussions?" Zhao Qianzhi looked down at the obedient child in his arms, who was nibbling on his tender little hands, and smiled. "It's nothing to worry about." His deep, magnetic voice carried an unintentional note of affection. Seeing his demeanor, Chen Yun refrained from further objections and began documenting the quantities of clothing. Zhao Qianzhi took a taxi to Hongtao Garment Factory, where he presented the shirt sketches to the owner and proceeded to the warehouse to select materials. Due to limited fabric, he chose a striking red floral chiffon and agreed on pricing and quantities. He also selected 2 other vibrant fabrics with pleasing textures for handkerchiefs to be sold together. He changed the payment method from daily to a monthly settlement, aligning with Wang Jiang's approach. The payment for this month's goods would be settled by the 15th of the next month. After establishing this new cooperative arrangement, Zhao Qianzhi, preparing to leave with the child, asked the owner to keep an eye out for any fashion designers. As Chen Yun Clothing Company continued to grow, it was essential to have their own designer to regularly update the brand's clothing styles, adapting to the ever-changing trends favored by the youth and ensuring market relevance for further advancement. After leaving Hongtao, he made a stop at Wangjiang to check on the production situation, observing the bustling sewing workshop and ensuring that the wholesale goods would not be delayed. He finally took a taxi back to the store. As Zhao Qianzhi approached the store, he noticed a considerable increase in customers compared to previous days. Nearby shops appeared idle, with owners seemingly at leisure. Upon seeing Zhao returning with a child in his arms, they greeted him warmly, whispering among themselves in admiration of his apparent earnings. Entering the store, he navigated through the throng and reached the counter. Chen Yun, noticing his return, quickly returned the change to the customer in front of her and turned to Zhao. "You can handle the transactions. I'll prepare the order forms for them." She then called upon a few clothing store owners, retrieved her keys, and entered the fabric room. As the morning progressed, the owners witnessed the tremendous demand for jeans and denim jackets. The originally planned wholesale quantity had doubled unexpectedly. However, when Chen Yun noted the ordering price, she hesitated for a fleeting moment while writing it down. The clothing store owner, keenly observing her reaction, cheerfully explained, "I'm far away, so I'll order more at once to avoid the hassle of multiple trips." He patted his crossbody bag reassuringly. "Don't worry, I have enough funds for the deposit." Suppressing her excitement, Chen Yun looked at the person opposite her and spoke in a calm manner. "These goods may take about 7 to 8 days to arrive. When they do, I'll call you. Please provide your store's landline number so I can note it down. Does that sound acceptable?" Upon hearing this, the clothing store owner nodded eagerly. "Yes, that works perfectly." The other store owners, witnessing the substantial order Chen Yun was placing, silently resolved to increase their own orders. As peers in the industry, they surmised that such a large order was likely intended for secondary wholesale. Notably, the demand for denim apparel had surged recently, with many garment factories unable to supply these items, and some lacking even the fabric necessary for denim production. This particular store was the only place offering such garments, leading to an exceptionally thriving business. Chen Yun worked swiftly on the orders today. Once she found herself alone in the small storage room, She tallied the amounts and order quantities, confirming everything was accurate. Staring at the substantial wholesale figures and the deposits collected, she found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions at that moment. After suppressing her exhilaration, she meticulously transcribed a separate order form without the wholesale prices. Once completed, she locked the fabric storage and returned to the counter, where Zhao Qianzhi was still processing transactions. Ignoring the queue, she eagerly presented him with the order forms. Here are today's wholesale styles and quantities. As she spoke, she scrutinized his sharply defined features, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Zhao, however, merely glanced at the figures without much interest. The numbers differed significantly from the actual wholesale amounts, especially given that many company regulations were still in the early stages of establishment. One must proceed gradually, delineating the responsibilities of finance, warehousing, procurement, marketing, and design. With a composed demeanor, he turned to his wife and explained. Inside the drawer lay a notebook containing the contact numbers of 2 factories. These figures would be evenly divided between them, and the documentation would be delivered later, allowing her to make the necessary arrangements. His magnetic voice revealed no trace of joy. His nonchalant demeanor left Chen Yun perplexed, unable to fathom why his face betrayed neither shock nor elation. In her confusion, she leaned forward, opening the drawer to retrieve a small notebook, flipping it open to find the noted numbers. From the vigorous lines of digits, she located the telephone number of the garment factory owner. She picked up the phone and dialed, meticulously relaying the extracted order quantities and sizes. After confirming the details without error, she concluded the call and contacted the other factory. The garment factory owner, amidst the cacophony on the line, could sense the bustling atmosphere of the shop. With the orders in hand, she hastened to the workshop to ensure the subsequent orders were promptly produced. By late afternoon, Zhao Qianzhi contemplated the necessity of hiring someone for the cash register, realizing that he needed to gradually entrust certain responsibilities to his subordinates. Taking a moment, he pinned a recruitment notice on red paper and affixed it prominently on the wall by the shop entrance, ensuring it was visible to passers-by. After closing the shop, Chen Yun, on her way home, adjusted her coat and glanced at the woman beside her, cradling a child, unable to suppress her curiosity. Is there something I could improve upon? Please tell me, and I shall amend it. Zhao Qianzhi met her gaze and realized she was referencing his decision to recruit an accountant. Surprised by her misunderstanding, he withdrew his gaze and clarified, "You are doing splendidly. However, in the future, the number of wholesalers will only increase, and the business will become busier. Many matters must be meticulously categorized and assigned to responsible personnel. Moving forward, your focus should be on learning how to manage the staff here." At his words, Chen Yun momentarily froze, engulfed in confusion. These considerations had never crossed her mind. In that fleeting moment, she recognized the depth of understanding in the man beside her. His insights seemed to transcend those of many others. While she reveled in her daily earnings, he was already contemplating how to standardize operations and progressively enhance the clothing company. At that instant, she felt profoundly superficial. Utterly lacking in comprehension, her thoughts operating on a plane far removed from his. She wondered if, in his eyes, her limitations appeared laughable. Withdrawing her gaze, she remained silent on the way home. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi pondered the fabric procurement, deliberating whether to request the textile factory to produce more. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in his wife's demeanor. That night, as Chen Yun lay in bed, despite her exhaustion, sleep eluded her. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of seizing the opportunity to acquire some books to enrich herself. Otherwise, could she truly be worthy of Zhao Qianzhi in the future? The more she pondered, the less sleep she found, tossing and turning in bed. In the darkness, she recalled Zhao Qianzhi's deep, resonant voice. "What's wrong? Is your waist sore?" As he spoke, his long, slender fingers reached out to press against the small of her back. "Tomorrow morning, apply some ointment," he suggested. Chen Yun remained silent, feeling the unfamiliar kneading at her waist. It seemed she had felt this way the previous night as well. She had thought it was merely fatigue or a dream, but in reality, he had been there to assist her. She had never mentioned to him her aching back from the past couple of days, yet he had noticed. No wonder he had insisted on bringing the child with him today. Throughout the day, the child had hardly let her hold him. Although he spoke little nowadays, his silent, thoughtful actions enveloped her in warmth. Growing up in a large family with many siblings, she had learned early on how to win her parents' affection. Unlike her older brother and younger siblings who received more attention due to being boys. In that household, she had been the one who toiled without complaint. Her feelings often overlooked. Reflecting on these thoughts, she buried her face into the pillow and, with a nasal tone, murmured, "All right, my waist doesn't hurt anymore." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qianzhi paused his movements but did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he pulled her closer, saying, "Sleep now. We can discuss everything tomorrow." His voice was laced with a deep weariness. The following day, when the couple arrived at the store, they found a crowd of about 10 people waiting at the entrance, all eager to apply for the accounting position. Among them were both men and women, some even former employees from state-owned enterprises. They had been drawn by the attractive salary offered in the job listing and the knowledge that their store's denim apparel was currently in high demand. Through Zhao Qianzhi's words from the previous night, Chen Yun experienced a profound transformation in her mindset. While he conducted interviews, she arranged for Xiao Mei and others to sort through the new clothing arrivals. Meanwhile, in the Chen family's rural home, Chen Yun, with tear-stained eyes, pointed an accusing finger at her family. "I have sent money home for years. I don't care. When I marry, we must have a proper mattress." Chen's father, smoking a cigarette, squatted silently in a corner, while Chen's eldest brother wore a sullen expression, also silent. Money was easy to earn, but nearly impossible to part with. Chen Yun observed her family members, each resembling a mute at that moment, starkly contrasting the lively scenes from when she used to give them money. Since returning from the city, her outburst was intended to pressure them. If they were unwilling to contribute towards a proper mattress, then they should go to Xiao Yun's home and protest. Why should she have to face the prospect of living in a dilapidated house with her partner's entire family, while Xiao Yun enjoyed a city apartment and a comfortable mattress? Chen, who seldom spoke, watched her eldest daughter create chaos in their home these past few days. Unable to hold back her tears, she raised a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, feeling that life was becoming unbearable. Their home was a mess, barely managing to clear a space for sleeping. Her daughter insisted on a Simo mattress as part of her dowry, as if she were possessed by an obsession. Sniffling, Chen could no longer contain her emotions and spoke up. "You see our family's circumstances. Besides, when your sister Xiaoyan got married, we provided nothing." Before she could finish, Chen Yun, in a fit of anger, hurled a thermos bottle. The loud crash echoed as the inner container shattered, spilling hot water everywhere. With her hands on her hips and a fierce expression, she vented her frustration at her mother. "How can you compare me to her? How much have I contributed to this family over the years? I don't care if you can't afford it. Go to her house and bring back that Simo mattress. I want it." Chen's father, with a grim expression, tapped his smoking pipe and reprimanded her. "Enough of this commotion. Hurry to the factory and get to work. Let me discuss this matter with your brother." With the household in such disarray, they could only call Xiaoyan back. She was always the most sensible and obedient. He would ask her to discuss with her husband about bringing back the mattress for Chen Yun's dowry. Upon hearing her father's words, Chen Yun realized he would seek out her younger sister. Satisfied that her objective had been achieved, she grabbed her bag and departed. As soon as she left, Chen's father instructed his wife, "Take some money and go to town to call Xiaoyan back." Upon hearing this, Chen understood he had set his sights on Xiaoyan. Her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "I tell you, if you dare to ask Xiaoyan for anything, none of us will have a peaceful life." In stark contrast to the chaos at home, Chen Yun was bustling in a crowded store, wishing she had the ability to clone herself. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi, considering the store's situation, planned to acquire the adjacent shop for office and meeting purposes. Although he had such intentions, he did not rush into it, cautious to avoid underpricing. After finalizing an accountant, he selected another staff member to handle the cashier duties, allowing his wife to take a temporary break. With 2 additional hands, their 300 square meter store was only separated by a small room for fabric storage. They planned to divide a small room later that evening for the cashier's use. After reviewing the ledger and checking the fabric usage, he briefly briefed his busy wife before taking their child and heading to the textile factory in town. Upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi this time, factory director Chen no longer regarded him with the coldness of previous encounters. She had already discreetly inquired and learned that Zhao Qianzhi had indeed established a clothing company with 2 garment factories assisting him in production. Furthermore, she had heard that his clothing line was currently thriving. Upon receiving this news, although it seemed incredulous, the remarkable transformation of an individual in such a brief span of time was indeed astonishing. After he settled down with the child in his arms, he personally poured tea for him. "What quantity of fabric do you intend to order this time?" Naturally, Zhao Qianzhi noticed the change in Director Chen before him and surmised that she must have inquired through someone. If that is the case, the matter becomes considerably simpler. He straightforwardly articulated the purpose of his visit. I desire all the fabric in your warehouse and additionally request the production of 500 more rolls. Hearing this, Director Chen, who had just taken a seat, doubted the reliability of her hearing. Raising her gaze towards Zhao Qianzhi, she observed that he did not appear to be jesting and cautioned him. You have seen the stock in my warehouse. Is it feasible for you to consume that much in one go? Her tone was laced with skepticism, while she too wished to swiftly clear out that inventory. She was uncertain whether this individual possessed sufficient financial capacity. Zhao Qianzhi discerned her doubts and, without reservation, assured her, that batch of fabric, based on our current sales and wholesale of garments, will be exhausted within 2 months. I am willing to pay for the goods in advance, so you need not worry about that. His words genuinely astonished Director Chen. She had anticipated the success of his clothing company, but had not imagined it to such an extent, nor that he could produce such a substantial amount of money without a hint of hesitation. It seemed he had indeed been earning quite well recently. Given his financial prowess and business prospects, she was, of course, more than willing. A contract was quickly drafted for his signature and seal, followed by a receipt for him to take and settle the payment. Zhao Qianzhi then proceeded to Hongtao Garment Factory and Wangjiang Garment Factory with the delivery truck, meticulously checking the fabric to ensure that the subsequent orders would not encounter shortages. By the time he completed his tasks and returned to the shop, it was already late afternoon. The child had finished eating and was now asleep. Upon arriving at the shop, he observed the cash gleaming on the counter. He then made his way to the small room designated for fabric storage. He found the already cramped space occupied by 7 or 8 individuals, all there to wholesale garments. Chen Yun glanced at him and the child upon his return, then resumed her focus on accountant Yan, who was preparing the orders. She felt a tinge of unease, as these quantities were to be sent for production, fearing that her initial unfamiliarity might lead to errors in sizes or batches. Any mistake could jeopardize the entire delivery. Observing this, Zhao Qianzhi, cradling the child, stepped outside, tacitly endorsing his wife's actions. That evening, in the communal kitchen, several women were chattering animatedly about the recent sensation known as denim clothing, which was selling exceptionally well. They were contemplating a group outing to see it for themselves, with the intention of purchasing a set to emulate the youth and follow the trend. Upon seeing Chen Yun returning with groceries, they called out to her, "Xiaoyan, come here." Chen Yun approached with her items and inquired, "Sister Yang, do you need something from me?" Yang Tao gazed at Chen Yun, increasingly charmed by her rosy lips and bright smile, and responded with a beaming expression. "Xiaoyan, we plan to visit the Chen Yun clothing company soon to purchase a denim jacket. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, but then she smiled and replied, "Chen Yun clothing is actually owned by my family. The store tends to be quite busy during the day. If you come in the afternoon, it will be less crowded." The group, upon hearing her revelation, displayed varying degrees of astonishment. They had only known that her family operated a small business and had not inquired further, assuming it was merely a modest enterprise. They never imagined that her family owned such a large clothing company. Given its recent popularity, even they had heard of it, which spoke volumes about how well the garments were selling. Yang Tao was the first to react, exclaiming, "Xiaoyan, you are quite the hidden gem." The others chimed in, teasing Chen Yun, whose cheeks flushed slightly from the attention. As time was slipping away, and with concerns about Zhao Qianzhi returning home with the children before dinner was ready, they decided not to linger. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi was at the store, having instructed the carpenter to bring a load of timber using a tricycle. Taking advantage of the non-business hours, he measured the dimensions and began to create a small room within the shop. The following day, the store experienced an unprecedented surge in customer traffic. Many individuals, seeing their friends adorned in denim apparel, found it uniquely stylish and flocked to make purchases. This led to a bustling scene both inside and outside the store. Today, a clothing store owner who had come to pick up merchandise was utterly astonished by the sight. After much effort, he finally squeezed into the store, armed with his receipt, and made his way to the small partitioned area. There, he found a middle-aged woman handling transactions and learned she was the newly appointed cashier. After verifying his order and settling the remaining balance, he laboriously carried 2 large bags of clothing out of the store. Once outside, he sought a quieter spot to catch his breath, feeling regretful for having ordered too few pieces. Observing the overwhelming popularity of denim clothing, He surmised that his limited stock would likely sell out within 2 to 3 days. Especially upon retrieving his goods, he noticed that the fabric storage room was nearly filled to capacity, not accounting for the considerable pile of garments outside. It was impossible to estimate just how high the day's revenue would soar. Inside the store, Chen Yun stood atop a stool, calling out, "Please take your time. Those trying on clothes, kindly form a line. We will be open until 8 this evening." Zhao Qianzhi, entering to attend to some errands, spotted his wife precariously balanced on the stool. Concerned that she might fall if someone inadvertently bumped into her, he navigated through the crowd, reached her side, and said, "Get down." With that, he extended his long arm around her slender waist and gently lifted her down. Having plans to travel out of town, Chen Yun noticed their child nestled in his arms, sound asleep. Observing the bustling atmosphere, she remarked, "We have an exceptionally large number of customers today." Zhao Qianzhi lowered his gaze and carefully cradled the sleeping child in his arms, gently handing her to Chen Yun. "Please take her outside to rest for a while. I can manage here." His magnetic voice carried an undeniable authority. Chen Yun accepted the child and squeezed her way through the crowd, eventually settling on a bench outside the shop. Not long after, she noticed a significant quietude within the store, followed by a stream of people emerging in an orderly fashion to form a line at the entrance. Chen Yun, puzzled by this unexpected turn of events, wondered what Zhao Qianzhi had done inside to prompt the customers to willingly step outside and wait. Cradling the child, she stood and peered back into the shop. The previously chaotic space was now less than half as crowded. It became clear which patrons were waiting to try on clothes, which were poised to check out, and those leisurely selecting garments, no longer jostling for space. Witnessing such a transformation stirred a sense of indignation within her. During his absence, she had nearly lost her voice trying to maintain some semblance of order. Yet, in just a few minutes after his return, he had restored tranquility, even compelling the customers to willingly wait outside. The shop was no longer a disarray. Xiao Mei and her sister swiftly searched through the racks for clothing styles and sizes with newfound efficiency. Once order was reinstated, Zhao Qianzhi made his way to the accountant's small office. Accountant Yin was counting the money when she heard the door unlock. Lifting her gaze upon seeing him, she called out, "Boss, please wait a moment." She paused her task to neatly bundle the counted cash with a rubber band, recorded the amount in the ledger, and placed the money in the drawer, instinctively locking it afterward. Zhao Qianzhi took a seat opposite her and motioned for her to remain seated when she began to rise. He picked up the ledger on her desk and glanced over the recorded wholesale deposits. A long list suggested there were around 20 orders. Given the current wholesale situation, both factories could meet the demand. However, it would be challenging should the volume increase significantly in the future. Setting down the ledger, he bypassed pleasantries and inquired directly about matters related to her accounting expertise. Pleased with her fluent responses and the suggestions she offered, he found her insights quite valuable for reference. As he pondered, his long, elegant fingers habitually tapped against the table. He resolved to inspect vehicles in the coming days, recognizing their necessity for future tasks. "Over the next few days, I've assigned Qian Liang to assist you with daily bank errands. You may take a taxi, and the company will reimburse the fare," he informed her. Hearing this, Accountant Yin felt a wave of relief wash over her and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, boss." The work here was manageable for her, and she quickly adapted to the pace. Her monthly salary had more than doubled compared to her previous job, fueling her enthusiasm for the tasks at hand. After a day of diligent work, it was hard to fathom that this was merely a fledgling clothing company. Yet it was generating such considerable revenue. Merely by examining the magnitude of each wholesale transaction, it becomes evident that this sum surpasses that of several long-established apparel companies. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before the team expands. However, one wonders if the remarkably composed young proprietor can maintain control of the situation as he currently does. Zhao Qianzhi exited the accounting office with today's wholesale list in hand. Approaching the counter, he picked up the phone and placed calls to 2 garment factories to relay today's order list, arranging for production scheduling. After hanging up, he noted that the most ordered item was the flared denim jeans, with styles currently being rather limited and a designer yet to be secured. He must swiftly find a suitable designer with a unique perspective and avant-garde ideas. It is imperative to elevate this brand. Thus, relying solely on basic denim apparel is insufficient. Continuous innovation in other clothing styles is essential to meet market demands. Consequently, during dinner, he broached the subject of a forthcoming journey with his wife. assessing whether she could manage the children and oversee the company alone. Chen Yun, taken aback by his announcement, realized that she had unconsciously become reliant on him. Upon learning that he would be away for 10 days to 2 weeks, a wave of apprehension washed over her, fearing her inability to cope in his absence. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, with reddened eyes and a sense of grievance, complained to her partner, "Wasn't it agreed that we would host the banquet at a city restaurant? Why the sudden change of heart?" She had already boasted to her relatives about their grand wedding plans. Now, with her partner retracting his decision, she worried about how to face her family. In response to her grievances, Mr. Wen remained unfazed, though a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes as he calmly replied, "There is no need for a lavish wedding. The money saved can be put towards a new home." Hearing this familiar argument, Chen Yun felt a surge of frustration. Almost to the point of tears, she felt as though she was being coerced into compliance. Even before marriage, she had no say in matters. The thought of what life might be like post-marriage was daunting. With tears streaming down her face, she insisted, "I've compromised on furniture and appliances. But this banquet must be held in the city, otherwise I won't marry." With that, she stormed off without a backward glance. Mr. Wen observed her retreating figure. Choosing not to call her back or pursue her, he mounted his bicycle and rode off to school, feeling that his partner was rather superficial. He believed that a wedding did not require excessive extravagance. Such displays were merely a waste of resources. His parents already looked down upon her family and disapproved of her assertive nature as a woman from the countryside. Consequently, he felt compelled to oversee everything, even dictating the terms of the banquet. Convinced that simple gatherings in the alley with a few tables for friends and family would suffice without the need for a grand restaurant affair. After all, their combined incomes could hardly bear the costs of such a lavish celebration. Upon returning to her dormitory, Chen Yun threw back the covers and wept bitterly. She had once believed that marrying a city dweller would elevate her from her humble origins, transforming her into a golden phoenix. Friends and relatives had envied her fortune. But now, as her wedding approached, her fiancé was failing to fulfill his promises. Even the banquet arrangements seemed to be handled with indifference, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Especially disheartening was the fact that her younger sister, who had once seemed less accomplished, had now become a city resident, amplifying her sense of injustice. No matter what, she resolved to reclaim some dignity through her wedding ceremony. The next day, early in the morning, the garment factory delivered a shipment. This time, the delivery included floral shirts, Western-style scarves, and various styles of denim clothing and trousers, significantly more than usual. Some shop owners, eager to get their hands on the goods, arrived before dawn to wait at the store entrance, desperate to be the first to sell the new merchandise. As Xiao Mei and her colleagues began to sort through the items, the anticipation was palpable, with eager shopkeepers standing nearby, ready to pounce. Chen Yun arranged the newly arrived floral shirts according to her husband's preferences, pairing them with denim outfits and hanging them on the wall. The shop owners, noticing the fresh stock, were keen to seize the opportunity and acquire some items for resale. However, upon inquiry, they learned that the current stock was only enough for a day's sales, and wholesale orders would require a deposit. Many hesitated, fearing that committing to an order might result in unsold inventory. Once the cashier arrived, the eager shopkeepers hurriedly presented their slips, ready to settle their accounts and collect their goods. Although they admired the floral shirts, they had never sold such vibrant designs before and were apprehensive about their marketability. Thus, they chose to observe the store's performance before making any commitments. After the inventory was fully checked, Chen Yun, wishing to maintain retail operations, instructed Qian Liang to move the goods to a vacant space at the store entrance. They quickly set up a temporary platform to facilitate the distribution of the wholesale items. While she busied herself with the deliveries, customer foot traffic began to swell in the store. To prevent a repeat of the previous day's chaos, she instructed Qian Liang to create a sign for orderly queuing at the entrance. Every customer who waited in line would receive a complimentary handkerchief. With the new stock on display, the combination of floral shirts and denim trousers proved particularly appealing, leading to a frenzy of purchases from eager customers. Observing the success of the floral shirts, the shop owners waiting outside quickly completed their transactions and rushed to place orders for the vibrant garments. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi arrived with his child at a grand restaurant to assess the menu offerings. This recommendation comes from Director Wang, and currently, a significant number of state-owned enterprises are undergoing transformation. He mentioned that the pricing here is exceptionally reasonable, and the establishment is intended for receiving foreign guests. boasting high standards of decor. Once taken over, it promises profitability. Thus, I contemplated visiting to assess the prospects, as I would not mind seizing the opportunity to acquire it. Upon arrival, I was guided by a server to a dining table where I took my seat. The server, expressionless and holding a sign, coldly inquired, "Sir, what would you like to eat?" There was no hint of warmth in her tone. Casting a cursory glance around the lavish restaurant, I noticed only a sparse scattering of tables occupied. The occupancy rate was dismally low. Observing the servers in clusters, idly chatting with a lackadaisical demeanor, I was taken aback when my server, without even presenting a menu, asked me what I would like to eat. I chose not to engage in a debate and casually requested a couple of the restaurant's signature dishes. Before long, the ordered dishes arrived at my table. I initially hoped for a swift kitchen service, but after sampling the dishes, I set my chopsticks down, unwilling to partake further. What I had envisioned as a potential investment turned out to be less than favorable. Should I decide to acquire this establishment, the lackluster service and the mediocre quality of the signature dishes would necessitate a complete overhaul. New personnel would need to be recruited and trained, and a capable head chef must be found. Meanwhile, I still had responsibilities at the clothing company that I could not entirely relinquish. The initial investment here would be substantial, requiring considerable human and material resources. At that moment, the manager in charge noticed me, cradling a child, and his expression shifted slightly. He pulled a nearby server aside to inquire about my arrival time. Upon learning I had been there for a while, he felt a wave of apprehension, realizing that my visit was likely an evaluation that he could not afford to fail. With a beaming smile, he approached to greet me. "Mr. Zhao, when did you arrive?" He then glanced at the dishes on my table and immediately recognized that Wang Zhuzi had slacked off, letting his apprentice handle the cooking. This apprentice was inexperienced, merely a half-baked chef, capable only of managing simple patrons. However, I was not just any customer. I could very well become his employer in the future. I had heard from my brother that my so-called cowboy outfit business was thriving, and I was not only youthful but also possessed a keen business acumen. Aligning myself with him would undoubtedly yield fruitful rewards. Yet, given the current lapse in service, I pondered how he could ever place his trust in me again. Internally, I cursed Wang Zhuzi, though my face maintained a facade of ingratiating smiles. As I scrutinized the somewhat portly middle-aged man before me, I noticed a resemblance to Director Wang. It dawned on me that this was one of the reasons he wished for me to take over the establishment, further solidifying my resolve to decline the offer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I departed, cradling the child in my arms. After finishing the task of collecting today's merchandise, Chen Yun felt utterly exhausted, her back aching as if it belonged to someone else. As she stood up, her eyes sparkled momentarily, and she leaned against the table for support. Taking a moment to regain her composure, spotting Zhao Qianzhi returning with their child in his arms, she inquired, "How did the restaurant look?" Meeting her gaze, Zhao Qianzhi shook his head in response. "The initial investment was too substantial. It's not worthwhile." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun nodded thoughtfully and took their daughter from his embrace, settling down on a bench with the child in her arms. "When are you heading out?" "I'll prepare your luggage in advance." Zhao Qianzhi approached her and reclined beside her. Having had little rest the previous night, his tall figure slouched lazily against the bench as he rubbed his forehead and replied in a deep, husky voice, "I'll let you know once it's confirmed." "It's still uncertain at this point." Chen Yun shifted her gaze from the child to the man beside her, noticing the fatigue etched in his stern brow. She reached out and gently touched his slightly tousled hair, feeling the roughness of his buzz cut. "You should go home and catch up on some sleep. The shop doesn't need you right now. I can manage." With that, she withdrew her hand. Zhao Qianzhi closed his eyes, hands tucked into his pockets, and murmured, "No need. I'll just rest here for a bit." Seeing his state, Chen Yun refrained from saying more, not wanting to disturb his peace. He had hardly slept the previous night, seemingly engrossed in sketching clothing designs. These tasks were beyond her capability to assist. The floral shirts in the shop were based on his designs, which had been sent to the garment factory for production. When the shirts arrived, she was initially taken aback, worried that such flamboyant pieces would not sell. However, when paired with simple denim, they looked surprisingly appealing, not at all overpowering. The sales performance today had been exceptionally promising. Originally, those wholesalers had no intention of placing orders, but witnessing the bustling sales in the shop, they eagerly began to place their orders. The shop was now abuzz with activity, while she found it remarkable to be able to sit here and converse with him. This was what he referred to as management. With proper planning and organization, they could earn an income without being overwhelmed by constant busyness. Just then, Li Liang, dressed in a white shirt and holding a briefcase, hurried across the street towards them. Zhao Ge, Zhao Ge. He called out to the meditative Zhao Qianzhi before noticing Chen Yun beside him and politely greeting her, sister-in-law. Recognizing Li Liang from the village, Chen Yun recalled that he had secured a job in the city thanks to his high school diploma. She was unaware of the specifics of his job, as she seldom saw him. She knew, however, that he always returned home with a well-groomed appearance, bringing numerous city goods for his mother. Surprised to see him here, she sensed he had something to discuss with her husband and remarked, "You two carry on. I'll go check inside." As he spoke, he rose with the child in his arms and entered the shop. Zhao Qianzhi opened his narrow, profound eyes, the red veins beneath them revealing signs of sleeplessness. He reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it empty, recalling that in the past few days of caring for the child, he had not dared to smoke and had discarded them. Li Liang, with a smile, nodded at Chen Yun and, after she departed, plopped down beside Zhao Qianzhi. He opened his bag, retrieved a cigarette, and eagerly handed it to him, exclaiming, "Brother Zhao, I inquired about the matter you asked me to, and it turns out the compound is indeed set to be relocated. Once vacated, the premises will remain intact without any demolition, available for sale or sublease." Zhao Qianzhi lit the cigarette, taking a deep drag before slowly exhaling the smoke, and nonchalantly inquired, "Is there anyone else keeping an eye on this place?" Li Liang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I haven't managed to find that out yet. Should I go and probe a bit more? But honestly, for such a large space, it would take quite a bit of strength to manage." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi nodded thoughtfully. Currently, this location could suffice. But once the wholesale volume increased, it would no longer be a matter of small-scale operations. With various departments' personnel all planned out, the space would soon prove inadequate. Just the fabric warehouse alone required substantial room. The shops on either side had shown no inclination for sale or sublease, indicating that he needed to prepare alternative plans. Previously, when handling the household registration transfer, he had encountered Li Liang. Now, he asked for his assistance in surveying the area for readily available properties. First and foremost, the space must be ample, and the building must meet his requirements, significantly narrowing down the selection range. Thus, several large compounds were quite suitable. He had Li Liang inquire further. That particular compound spanned a substantial area of 1,000 square meters, with 2 floors and closely spaced rooms. If he were to take it on in the future, he would need to connect several units. As he reflected, halfway through his cigarette, he returned to the present and spoke in a low, husky voice. "Once you have your answers, refrain from disclosing any intentions regarding leasing or purchasing." Hearing this, Li Liang immediately grasped the rationale behind Zhao Qianzhi's request and responded with a slight nod. "Understood, Brother Zhao." Zhao Qianzhi tucked the cigarette back into his mouth without uttering another word, appreciatively patting him on the shoulder. There remained much to be done, and he truly needed a capable assistant by his side, and Li Liang was an excellent choice, insightful and adaptable in his work. Future business engagements would flow smoothly. However, given that Li Liang had a stable job, it would be inappropriate to ask him to join his endeavors. After finishing his cigarette, Li Liang extinguished it and glanced at the watch that Zhao Qianzhi had gifted him. Noticing the time was late, he spoke up, "Brother Zhao, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. We'll be in touch." With that, he hastily grabbed his bag and departed. In the following days, the clothing company found itself exceedingly busy, necessitating the temporary hiring of 3 additional workers. 2 were assigned to retail operations, while 1 was tasked with wholesale sales and inventory management. The influx of retail customers reached its peak daily, prompting the need to notify those in line of a limit in the afternoon, lest the store be unable to close on time and conduct an inventory of the day's sales and stock. Meanwhile, the number of individuals seeking wholesale purchases continued to grow. Fortunately, Accountant Yin was quick to adapt, managing tasks with remarkable efficiency and precision. Each day, he was able to accurately tally the wholesale orders and prepare a detailed list for Chen Yun. On this particular day, Chen Yun sat alone on a bench at the entrance of the store, playing with her child. Although the store was bustling, her presence was no longer required for daily operations, as everything was delegated to the staff she had hired. Her role had now become merely to oversee the store. Recently, Zhao Qianzhi had traveled far for work, leaving her and their child at home, which felt somewhat empty without him. She was still adjusting to his absence. During the day, Her responsibilities at the store were light, limited to reviewing accounts and addressing minor unexpected issues. Lin Fong, as always, adorned in heavy makeup and carrying a small bag, was in line at the back of the queue, inching her way forward. As she neared the entrance of the clothing company, she caught sight of Chen Yun, seated not far away with her child. At first, she thought she was mistaken, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed her. Chen Yun was no longer the disheveled figure Lin Fong remembered from their previous encounters. She was transformed. Clad in the latest trendy flared jeans, black leather shoes, and a chiffon floral top layered with a light blue sleeveless vest, she exuded an aura of elegance. Her long, dark hair was secured with a hairband, and her porcelain skin glowed even more brilliantly under the sunlight. The image of her cradling the child presented a stark contrast to her former self, as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Is she the boss now? Lin Fong thought, disregarding the fact that she had already waited over 20 minutes in line, and approached Chen Yun. Upon reaching her, she crossed her arms, adopting a condescending stance. Deep down, she looked down on Chen Yun, perceiving her as merely a pretty face, incapable of managing her own husband. With an unfriendly tone, she inquired, "What are you doing here?" As she spoke, she glanced around, failing to spot Zhao Qianzhi. Chen Yun raised her eyes to meet Lin Fong's gaze, her beautiful phoenix-like eyes revealing a flicker of displeasure. She then lowered her gaze to entertain her child, ignoring Lin Fong's presence. Lin Fong, incensed by this disregard, could not help but retort sarcastically, "What's this? Have you finally reached an impasse with Zhao Qianzhi? You look so glamorous now. Have you found yourself a wealthy patron?" Upon hearing Lin Fong's scornful words, Chen Yun lifted her gaze, her brows knitting together as she coolly replied, "If you are here to purchase clothes, kindly wait your turn. If not, I must ask you to leave this place immediately." Her tone and demeanor momentarily stunned Lin Fong. From our previous encounters, I discerned that she was a malleable and submissive character. It had only been a short while since we last met, yet her entire demeanor had transformed. Her tone and attitude were decidedly domineering. Unwilling to be intimidated by her haughty manner, I lifted my chin slightly and cast my gaze down upon her, delivering a scornful remark. "Am I mistaken? Or have you now taken up the role of a server in this establishment?" After uttering those words, I hastily covered my mouth, exuding an air of petty triumph. "Oh, I doubt the owner of this establishment would employ a woman accompanied by a child." Upon hearing my remarks, Chen Yun shot me a look of disdain, as if she were regarding a fool. Unbeknownst to me, during these past days, she had been subtly taught many things by her man. She had indeed come to realize that all his endeavors were for the sake of their family, especially during their days at the guest house, following an unfortunate incident involving voyeurism. Each time she bathed, he stood guard nearby like a sentinel. So much had transpired during that time, from the significant matters of losing money, purchasing a home, and starting a clothing company, to the trivial complaints like her recent back pain. He had been attentive to every detail, even applying warm compresses while she slept. Whenever he was present, their child was always nestled in his embrace. Amidst these series of events, her mindset underwent a profound transformation. Through these experiences, she gained clarity on many aspects of life. While she dared not make sweeping statements, her understanding of Zhao Qianzhi deepened. His heart was wholly devoted to her and their child. All his relentless striving was for the benefit of their household. Thus, upon encountering this woman, she felt no urge to overthink matters. She was confident that Zhao Qianzhi would never be attracted to someone like her. Therefore, engaging in conversation with her seemed an utter waste of breath, and she had no intention of sparring verbally for the sake of pride. Lin Fong, undeterred, noticed the disdain in Chen Yun's eyes, and her irritation boiled over, prompting her to exclaim, "You, a woman from the countryside. Shouldn't he think that donning fashionable attire makes you a city dweller? Clutching a child while loitering at someone else's establishment. What exactly are you attempting to achieve?" Her voice was loud, and her words invited ample speculation from those in the queue, drawing their attention toward the unfolding drama. Seeing Lin Fong's outburst, Chen Yun refused to indulge her. Rising with the child in her arms, she approached the entrance of the store and called out to the cashier, "Qian Liang, could you step outside for a moment?" Qian Liang apologized to the customers, requesting their patience, before swiftly making his way around the counter. Upon reaching the door, he inquired, "What is it, Madam Boss?" Chen Yun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fong and instructed him, "This woman is causing a disturbance. Please ask her to leave." With that, she re-entered the shop, securing the child to her back before returning to the counter to finalize the transactions. Lin Fong stood in a daze, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. Had the cashier truly addressed Chen Yun as Madam Boss? Upon glancing at the signboard at the entrance, emblazoned with the name Chen Yun Clothing Company, an overwhelming sense of confusion enveloped her mind. She struggled to comprehend the situation. Was the owner of this bustling denim apparel store truly the very woman she had encountered? How could that be? Just as she grappled with her bewilderment, Qianliang politely interjected, "Excuse me, please leave this place. Your presence is disrupting our business." The onlookers, eager for amusement, cast disdainful glances towards Lin Fong, whispering and pointing fingers. Acutely aware of the collective scrutiny, Lin Fong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After shooting a fiery glare at Qianliang, she fled in humiliation. Once she had distanced herself, she paused, gasping for breath and clutching her chest. Replaying the events in her mind, she resolved to return and inquire about the true identity of the owner of Chen Yun Clothing. If Zhao Qianzhi had indeed struck it rich, she could not afford to overlook this lucrative opportunity. She recalled how Zhao Qianzhi had once shamelessly pursued her, lavishing her with gifts, and she was well aware of his affection for her. This realization bolstered her confidence. She believed that with but a single word from her, he would be compelled to divorce Chen Yun and marry her. In that scenario, she would assume the role of the proprietress, rendering Chen Yun irrelevant. The mere thought of such a future filled her with uncontainable joy. Meanwhile, the Chen family was embroiled in chaos due to a disagreement over a bed. Chen's father reluctantly acquiesced to his eldest daughter's demands, yet found himself lacking the funds to purchase a new mattress. He resolved to send his two sons to the city to retrieve the one from Zhao Yun's home. The most pressing concern was the son-in-law. Chen knew all too well the man's temperament. When angered, he would show no regard for familial ties, offering no respect whatsoever. The Chen family was not one to provoke. Otherwise, he would have dispatched his sons long ago to fetch the bed. Ultimately, swallowing his pride and under the cover of secrecy from his wife, he accompanied his sons into the city. In their quest, they asked numerous people for directions, but struggled to locate his younger daughter's residence. Having seldom ventured into the city, they found it overwhelmingly vast. As darkness descended, the trio reluctantly sought refuge in a guest house, squeezing into a single room for the night. At the break of dawn, they vacated their lodgings before first light, continuing their search and inquiring at every opportunity. Eventually, they succeeded in pinpointing the location. Father and son stood before the attractive building, hesitant to approach. Little Five scratched his head and queried, "Dad, do you really think my second sister, who seems so meek, actually resides in such a fine place? I find it hard to believe." Chen's father disregarded his youngest son's inquiry, glancing at his eldest before advising, "Why not go ahead and take a look? We can't afford to make another mistake." The previous day's wanderings in the city had revealed its stringent regulations. They witnessed someone casually discarding a cigarette, but only to be reprimanded by an official in a red armband and fined 50 cents. This incident instilled in them a palpable sense of trepidation, making them increasingly cautious in their actions. Now, even as they stood at the foot of the building, they hesitated to ascend. Chen's eldest son, hearing his father's words, nodded resolutely. "All right, you all wait for me here. I will go take a look." With a hint of nervousness, he rubbed the sweat from his palms against his trousers and ascended the stairs, glancing back twice. Upon reaching the upper floor, he encountered someone descending and instinctively stepped aside, allowing them to pass before continuing his ascent. Upon arriving at his designated floor, he took out a slip of paper, located the corresponding door number, and raised his hand to knock. After a brief pause, just as he was about to knock again, the door swung open from within. Upon seeing his younger sister, he broke into a wide grin. "Finally found you," he called out to the people below, gesturing for them to come up. As he observed his father and younger brother approaching, he turned back and said, "Yesterday, Dad, my younger brother, and I came into the city but couldn't find you because we were unfamiliar with the route." At that moment, Chen Yun did not exhibit the joy of reuniting with family. She was acutely aware that if her father and older brother had no issues, they would not have traveled such a distance to find her. With a pale face and devoid of any expression, she inquired, "Is there something you need from me?" Chen Laodao noticed that his sister had no intention of inviting him inside, so he rubbed his hands together and peered into the room. Upon seeing the interior, clean and bright, with a sofa, his eyes widened in astonishment. He finally understood that his older sister had been causing quite a ruckus since her return. It seemed that his younger sister was living quite well now. She certainly did not appear to be a country bumpkin anymore, dressed in a manner that made her look more sophisticated than many city dwellers. Her complexion was radiant and healthy, and he lowered his voice to ask discreetly, "Is your husband home?" He glanced into the room once more. Chen Yun, observing her brother's demeanor, chose not to disclose that Zhao Qianzhi was absent and instead asked again, "What brings you and Dad here unexpectedly?" Chen Laoda, noticing that his sister had no intention of letting him in, could not help but furrow his brow, displaying his displeasure. Suppressing his voice to avoid alarming her husband inside, he expressed a hint of grievance. "Dad, my younger brother, and I have come to find you without having a warm meal since yesterday. Can't you at least let me in for a glass of water?" During their conversation, Chen Fu and Xiao Wu had already made their way upstairs. Chen Fu looked around the immaculate hallway, marveling at the cleanliness that city dwellers maintained. Even the corridors were so tidy. Upon spotting his youngest daughter, he cleared his throat intentionally, clasping his hands behind his back. Holding his pipe and adopting a demeanor befitting an elder, he cast a glance at his daughter and strode confidently into the room. Despite her reluctance, Chen Yun could not prevent them from talking at the threshold. She followed behind and shut the door gently. Once inside, Chen Fu was utterly taken aback. He had previously thought that the guest house was quite clean and luxurious, but upon seeing his daughter's residence, he grasped what true cleanliness, brightness, and luxury meant. As he settled onto the sofa, his body sank into the cushions, startling him into quickly supporting himself. Adjusting his posture, his murky eyes surveyed the room once more. Such a large space, and it only accommodates the three of them. It truly seems wasteful. This spacious living area, separated by a cloth curtain, could easily fit 3 beds. The house has been inundated, rendering many belongings unusable, thus providing an opportune moment to relocate to the city. A large family can comfortably reside here without issue. Shifting his gaze, he looked at his young daughter, adopting a father's authoritative tone. "Your brother and I are hungry. Whatever is available at home will suffice for us." At that moment, the youngest child had already seized a bun from the table and began to munch on it, murmuring, "This is actually a meat-filled bun, incredibly delicious. And it's so juicy." As she spoke, she set aside 2 more buns, distributing one to her father and one to her elder brother. Chen Yun glanced at her watch, anxious about the impending store opening, and turned her attention to her suddenly appearing father and brother. "Dad, I have matters to attend to. Did you come for a specific reason?" Chen's father, gnawing on the meat bun, lifted his eyelids and shot an irritated glance at his daughter. "What matters could you have? Where is your husband?" "Since entering, I have yet to see him. He must not be home. As long as he is absent, things will be much easier." Chen Yun was now certain that their visit held ulterior motives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have repeatedly inquired about Zhao Qianzhi. He has stepped out and should return shortly. Upon hearing this, Chen's father, eager not to linger, swallowed the last morsel of his bun and cleared his throat before speaking. "We are here primarily for 2 reasons. Your elder sister is getting married and needs a memory foam mattress. Our family is currently experiencing a famine and lacks the funds to provide for her. I intend to take your mattress back as her dowry to prevent her in-laws from looking down on her." He paused momentarily. "Secondly, discuss with your husband about our plan to move in here. We would like you to convert the master bedroom into 2 rooms. Your mother and I will occupy one, while your elder brother and sister-in-law take the other. You can partition off a section of the living room with a curtain for yourselves." His tone was not one of negotiation, but rather of directive authority. Hearing this, Chen's elder brother's eyes sparkled with greed as he surveyed the attractive abode. He could hardly dream of living in a city dwelling. If they could settle here, it would be nothing short of splendid. Indeed, he was fortunate to have such a father. Chen Yun stood rigidly, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded her father and brother. In just a few casual remarks, they had decided the fate of the furniture painstakingly acquired by Zhao Qianzhi and the disposition of the house. To them, what did their daughter and sister truly represent? Previously, when she had been mistreated, they feigned ignorance and never intervened. Now that Zhao Qianzhi had achieved success and purchased a home in the city, they were back, seeking their share. The meager familial bond she had once felt dwindled to nothing as they planned to take her memory foam mattress and divide the house without her consent. "That bed belongs to my family. By what right do you think you can take it for her dowry? Moreover, this house was purchased by Zhao Qianzhi. Did you obtain his consent before planning to move in?" The moment her words escaped her lips, the Chen family, comprising 3 members, was rendered speechless. Following the tumult of 97. Zhao Qianzhi's return was unexpected. No one anticipated that she, typically so compliant, would dare to challenge the most authoritative elder in her household. For a brief moment, the room was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Chen Yun maintained an expression of indifference, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Her tone laced with a hint of coldness as she dismissed them. Eldest brother, take father and the youngest back. I have matters to attend to and shall not entertain you. At this juncture, Chen Fu, having regained his composure, glowered with fury upon his weathered, dark face. What? Now that you possess a modicum of wealth, do you no longer regard your father? I have only just arrived, and you are so eager to cast me out. In the face of her father's rebuke, Chen Yun remained as tranquil as a still pond, no longer instinctively opting for compromise as she once did. She had come to realize that in the eyes of her father and brothers, they never considered her perspective. Their sole concern was whether the eldest daughter possessed a comfortable bed, fearing disdain from her in-laws. They were intent on relocating to this house, brazenly appropriating what rightfully belonged to Zhao Qianzhi and herself, relegating her family of 3 to a curtained-off corner of the living room. Thus, every consideration stemmed from their own viewpoints, never once contemplating how their actions might render her uncomfortable. Even though the family was now financially stable, and Zhao Qianzhi lavished care upon her and their children, the actions of these relatives left her feeling disheartened and sorrowful. They were not deserving of even the slightest sacrifice from her. Even when she offered assistance, they perceived it as their due, perpetually demanding more. Having come to this realization, she spoke up. Father, when you contemplate moving my family's bed to provide dowry for my sister, did you ever regard me as a daughter deserving of fair treatment? Have you considered what we shall sleep on once you take our bed? Observing a fleeting look of discomfort cross her father's face, she couldn't suppress a cold laugh before continuing. You have never contemplated whether I might face Zhao Qianzhi's ire or disdain. To you, my grievances are inconsequential. You perceive them as merely my fate. Chen Laoda turned his face away, silent, while Xiao Wu hung his head, saying nothing. They were acutely aware of the hardships she had endured, yet had never thought to extend her a helping hand. Chen Fu, his face flushed with embarrassment and rage, retorted, So, now that you've acquired some courage, you intend to dredge up old grievances? Today, I shall have that bed moved. He commanded his 2 sons to go inside and retrieve the bed. Upon hearing their father's orders, Chen Laoda and Xiao Wu rose to comply. Seeing this unfold, Chen Yun chose not to engage in further discussion. Instead, she turned, grasped a kitchen knife, and brought it down heavily onto the wooden table with a resounding thud. Her gaze swept over the 2 preparing to enter the room. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with authority. If anyone dares to touch it today, I shall fight to the bitter end. This unexpected action truly startled the 3 individuals within the room, particularly Xiao Wu, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of terror as he stared incredulously at his second sister before him. At that moment, she appeared strikingly unfamiliar, as if he had never known her at all. Chen Fu also found this behavior of his youngest daughter utterly unanticipated. Her defiance was astonishing. Casting a glance at the knife embedded in the table, her demeanor suggested she was indeed prepared to fight fiercely. His weathered, wrinkled face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at his daughter, chastising her. You are nothing but unfilial. I have toiled tirelessly to raise you, and this is how you repay me? Chen Yun remained unmoved, her gaze cold and unwavering as she faced her father. The concept of filial piety had lost all significance for her. No matter how dutiful she might have been, in his eyes, it was expected, and he had the audacity to order her away. Chen Laoda could hardly believe that his little sister had transformed into such a person, so assertive that he scarcely recognized her. She dared to retort against their father and wield a knife. Diverting his gaze, he turned to their father, who was evidently equally enraged. The 3 Chen family members, brimming with confidence as they set out to retrieve the bed, never anticipated they would return empty-handed. The journey back was marked by a profound silence among them. Upon reaching the bus station, Xiao Wu could no longer contain himself and remarked, Dad, without a mattress. How will I explain this to my elder sister? Chen Fu, already seething with frustration, felt his anger surge upon hearing his youngest son's question. He kicked Xiao Wu's backside and scolded him. I have raised each of you with great difficulty. Do you think I owe you something? If there is no mattress, let her decide whether to marry or not. Though he spoke in such a manner, his heart remained troubled. After all, his eldest daughter was marrying a teacher, a person from the city. In the village, The respectable occupation of his son-in-law brought him a sense of pride. He felt compelled to fulfill his eldest daughter's wishes and provide her with a proper mattress. Having never encountered such an item, he was unaware of the differences between it and an ordinary bed. For now, he could only wait until they returned to town and consult with the carpenter to see if he could craft one, promising to settle the debt later when times were not so dire. After the departure of the three, Chen Yun, who appeared composed, found her hands trembling uncontrollably. She sank helplessly to the ground, covering her face as she wept bitterly. Following this brief release of emotion, she swiftly regained her composure. Her eyes slightly swollen as she cradled her child, gathered her belongings, and hailed a taxi to the clothing company. Upon arrival, she discovered that customers and wholesale buyers were already present, all waiting at the entrance. Several employees were outside, counting the bulk of garments delivered from the factory that day. Seeing this, she hurriedly handed the keys to Qian Liang, instructing him to unlock the door. She greeted the clothing store owners, explaining that she had been delayed due to personal matters and asked them to wait a moment. These savvy businesswomen, noticing her reddened eyes that bore the traces of tears, chose to remain silent. They all depended on her clothing company for their livelihood, so a slight delay was inconsequential to them. They graciously reassured her, "It's all right. We just arrived not long ago." Now, Zhao Qianzhi is already on the return train, having concluded his affairs expeditiously. He wasted no time purchasing a ticket for that very day. He was anxious about his wife managing alone with their child. His brief excursion had afforded him some insight into the outside world, and he intended to expedite the acquisition of that large courtyard. Presently, the designer had identified two suitable candidates. Once the clothing company was gradually refined, he planned to advertise it in the newspapers and expand into wholesale. This location would serve exclusively as retail, while the courtyard would be designated for wholesale operations. He aimed to entrust the management of the clothing company to two trustworthy individuals, allowing his wife to oversee matters with their child. This arrangement would enable him to prepare for ventures into other physical industries. Zhao Qianzhi returned, and the past few days had been tightly scheduled, leaving him little opportunity for rest. Leaning back in his seat, he briefly closed his eyes. Upon the train's arrival, he wasted no time hailing a taxi to the store. From a distance, he noticed a long queue outside. At that moment, Chen Yun was cradling their child while carrying two lunch boxes, preparing to fetch their meal. As she stepped out the door, she was greeted by Zhao Qianzhi, who sported a neat crew cut, donned a white shirt paired with jeans, and carried a brown-green canvas bag, striding towards her. The sight of him caused her eyes to well with unexpected warmth. Although he had only been away for a few days, it felt as though he had been gone for an eternity. During his absence, she had felt an emptiness within, especially at night, when the bed seemed disproportionately vast and desolate. Hastening her steps while holding the child, she soon approached him. "Didn't you say you would be back in a couple of days? Is everything settled?" Zhao Qianzhi set down his bag, bent slightly, and gently took the child from her arms, simultaneously placing a kiss on her fair cheek. "Yes, it's all done," he replied, creating a bit of distance between them. His gaze lingered on her porcelain face, noticing a hint of redness at the corners of her eyes, and he inquired in a low voice, "Have you been crying?" His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Chen Yun felt her face flush with embarrassment at being publicly kissed by him, fearful of being judged as improper, and shot him a disapproving glance. When he asked, a flicker of panic crossed her beautiful eyes. She hesitated to disclose the family matters that had arisen, deeming them trivial and wishing to spare him any distress upon his return. With a slight awkwardness, she fabricated a response. "No, everything is fine. Why would I cry? You should hold the child and rest for a moment. I will go get the food." Without waiting for his reply, she walked briskly across the street, anxious that he might perceive something amiss. Zhao Qianzhi watched his wife's retreating figure, then redirected his attention to the child in his arms. He picked up his bag and settled onto a bench outside the store. Cradling the child with one arm, he unzipped the suitcase with the other, retrieving a small toy and placing it in his daughter's hand. In his haste, he had brought back two of the trendiest plastic hair clips from his trip and a simple camera to capture moments of their child's growth. "I purchased several different styles of corduroy garments for her. Among them, I intend to have one redesigned by a tailor. Taking into account the local conditions in the northern region, I plan to have a batch produced for trial sales. Currently, the selection of clothing in the store is woefully limited, and it is imperative to expedite the design of additional styles for wholesale, especially with winter fast approaching." The trend remains firmly in favor of handcrafted cotton jackets, typically worn beneath an outer layer. In this densely populated market, the demand for outerwear and trousers is unimaginably high. After some inquiries in the cafeteria, Lin Wan finally discovered that the owner of the clothing company is Zhao Qianzhi. Upon learning this news, she was incredulous yet filled with exhilaration. She felt confident that if she expressed her willingness to be with Zhao Qianzhi, he would undoubtedly divorce Chen Yun without hesitation. This would mean that she could become the owner of the clothing company herself. As she reveled in her thoughts, she spotted Chen Yun coming to get her meal. Lin Wan set down her chopsticks, stood up, and blocked Chen Yun's path, crossing her arms and regarding her with an air of superiority. With a disdainful glance, she appraised Chen Yun from head to toe. From now on, she would dress even better and more stylishly than her, with an exaggerated toss of her hair, showcasing her ostentatious plastic pendant earrings. She conveyed a sense of bravado. "I will reclaim Zhao Qianzhi, just you wait." Seeing her demeanor, Chen Yun understood that Lin Wan had learned of Zhao Qianzhi's newfound success. The audacity with which Lin Wan, an unmarried young woman, spoke of reclaiming him was astonishing. "Do you realize that if I were to shout out now about your improper conduct, you would face dire consequences?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Wan's face drained of color, her expression turning pale with fury, yet she found herself speechless. Noticing her distress, Chen Yun chuckled softly and walked past her toward the serving window. Yang Zhaodi, who had accompanied Lin Wan, approached her, sensing her unease. "What's wrong? Who was that person you were just speaking with?" Lin Wan, trembling with anger, managed to reply. "Zhao Qianzhi's wife." Upon realizing that the woman was indeed Zhao Qianzhi's spouse, Yang Zhaodi couldn't help but glance back at her, disbelief evident in her eyes. The woman was not only beautiful, but also possessed a figure that was perfectly proportioned in her genes. She bore no resemblance to the rustic, coarse village woman Lin Wan had described. Her exquisite features, unadorned yet refreshingly elegant, would captivate any man with discerning taste. Returning her gaze to Lin Wan, Yang Zhaodi couldn't help but advise, "Perhaps it's best to let this go. I believe you should consider marrying your current partner. While he may not be as prosperous as Zhao Qianzhi, he treats you well." Lin Wan's eyes were filled with a bitter resentment as she contemplated Zhao Qianzhi, who was tall and handsome, and now successful, free from the anxieties of life. This was the existence she had always yearned for. Shaking off her hand, she declared defiantly, "Why should I give up? I refuse." With that, she turned away without a backward glance. When Chen Yun returned with the meal, she found Zhao Qianzhi playing with their daughter. Upon witnessing this scene, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Approaching the father and daughter, she set down the takeout box and said, "All right, hand her over to me. You should eat first." As she reached out to take their child, Zhao Qianzhi evaded her grasp and replied, "You eat first. I'll hold her a little longer." Hearing his words, Chen Yun withdrew her hand and sat down on the bench, picking up the takeout box and using chopsticks to eat while occasionally glancing at the pair. As she neared the end of her meal, she spoke up, "That Lin Wan contacted me." Lifting her gaze, she discreetly stole a glance at Zhao Qianzhi. Noticing his lack of reaction, she continued, "She said she wants to take you back." Zhao Qianzhi, still cradling their child, settled next to his wife. "Is that why you've been crying? I'll handle it. It won't happen again." Chen Yun nodded, refraining from elaborating. At that moment, she chose not to embellish the image of that woman in her husband's eyes. Although she was unsure of what he meant by handling the situation, she had not encountered Lin Wan since that incident. Meanwhile, the demand for Chen Yun Fashion's denim apparel surged. Despite the fact that they were not the sole sellers in the market, long lines formed outside their store daily, as eager customers flocked to purchase the highly sought-after items. The retail prices of the denim clothing were uniformly negotiated during wholesale transactions, ensuring that market prices remained stable without disruption, resulting in excellent sales across all clothing stores. Consequently, the number of people seeking to wholesale increased significantly. One day, after several days of negotiations, Zhao Qianzhi finally secured a spacious courtyard that had become available. The two-story building had previously served as a dormitory for employees, now vacated as they relocated to new accommodations. Although somewhat dilapidated, the structure remained functional. The ground floor was designated for fabric storage and wholesale, while the upper floor would serve as an office. Standing at the entrance, Zhao Qianzhi, a cigarette dangling from his lips and his narrow eyes squinting, surveyed the expansive courtyard, contemplating a sensible plan to utilize the space effectively to avoid waste. Beside him, Li Liang, carrying a briefcase, cautiously inquired, "Brother Zhao, I would like to work alongside you in the future. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi raised an eyebrow, removed the cigarette from his mouth, exhaling a plume of smoke before asking in a deep, resonant voice, "Have you made up your mind?" Li Liang nodded earnestly, responding, "Yes, I've made my decision." Observing his determination, Zhao Qianzhi entrusted him with the responsibility of overseeing the renovation of the two-story courtyard, as he felt uneasy delegating such a task to anyone else. After dealing with matters here, he plans to visit Hongtao Garment Factory to assess the production situation. Recently, he has received feedback from his wife regarding the continuous delays in order deliveries. She has tried to contact Mr. Liao, the owner of Hongtao Garment Factory, but he has never answered the phone. His assistant always responds, providing vague answers without explaining the reasons for the delays. Today, he seizes the opportunity to come and take a look, but upon arrival, he finds that Mr. Liao is absent, and only the factory manager is present. He intended to inspect the garment workshop, yet was informed that it was not very convenient. Initially, he thought there might be other reasons for the delay in garment delivery, but now it seems that the other party is deliberately avoiding him, intentionally stalling the orders. Without lingering any longer, he departs. Upon reaching Wangjiang Garment Factory, Mr. Li, upon learning of his visit, joyfully welcomes him into his office and reports on the daily production capacity since they added new sewing machines. He confidently assures that they have dropped other small processing orders to focus entirely on expediting the Chen Yun clothing order. Observing Mr. Li's enthusiasm, Zhao Qianzhi, exhaling a puff of smoke, casually inquires whether they could handle doubling the current order volume. Taken aback at first, Mr. Li soon appears troubled. "Brother Zhao, I must be honest about our factory situation. Doubling the volume would be quite challenging. I fear it may delay the delivery. Perhaps you could give me some time to consider alternative solutions?" Zhao Qianzhi nods thoughtfully. Relying solely on other processing factories presents too great a risk. Without a long-term contract with Hongtao, if they were to suddenly withdraw, it could lead to a complete failure to deliver goods to the wholesalers. While he could seek out a couple more factories, there are no guarantees that such issues wouldn't arise again. It is paramount to never allow one's lifeline to rest in another's hands. That is the safest course. Regaining his focus, he requests the contact number of the sewing machine supplier. Returning to the main courtyard, he finds Lu Liang and instructs him, "Please obtain a processing license. For now, do not concern yourself with matters here. I will handle them." Lu Liang, sensing the change in Zhao's strategy due to some issue, responds, "All right. I will take care of it first thing tomorrow morning." Acknowledging this, Zhao Qianzhi glances at the blueprints, counting the number of rooms on the second floor. He decides to allocate a significant portion of the originally planned office space on the second floor to establish a small garment workshop temporarily. As for the production staff, he will post a notice tomorrow to recruit experienced workers from garment factories that have faced layoffs, ensuring the factory can commence operations once the premises are ready. After finishing his tasks, he returns home, finding it already past 10 o'clock. After putting the children to sleep, Chen Yun, dressed in her pajamas and a knitted cardigan, sits on the sofa, knitting while watching television. Hearing the door open, she turns to look and glances at the clock on the wall. Setting her knitting aside, she rises to greet him. "Have you eaten? I left some food in the pot for you." As she speaks, she takes his coat and hangs it on the hook behind the door. Having had a bit to drink, Zhao Qianzhi strides over to the sofa and takes a seat. With one hand deftly fastening the buttons of his shirt, he cast a fleeting glance at the half-knitted black sweater on the sofa. Retracting his gaze, his elongated, jet-black eyes settled upon his approaching wife. Accepting the cup of water she offered, he placed it on the table with a graceful motion. Extending his long arms, he enveloped her in a warm embrace, burying his face against her, his voice low and husky as he murmured, "Hold me for a moment." Chen Yun lowered her head slightly, catching a whiff of him. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in alcohol. She reached up to touch his prickly crew cut, saying nothing, simply allowing him to hold her. The following morning, Zhao Qianzhi left the house before dawn. When Chen Yun awoke, she found that his presence was already absent. She had grown accustomed to his early departures and late arrivals in recent days. After tidying up and finishing her meal, she took the children to the store. Upon arrival, Xiaomei promptly reported that the shipment from Hongtao Garment Factory was once again insufficient. After entering the store, Chen Yun dialed Hongtao Garment Factory to inquire about the situation, but her calls went unanswered. After several attempts with no response, she set the phone down and instructed Xiaomei, Please have accountant Wen check the amount due for wholesale today, and have Xiaomei look into the warehouse to see what stock we have left. Report back to me shortly. The delay from Hongtao's side meant that many wholesalers would be unable to receive their goods on time. Zhao Qianzhi had been leaving early and returning late recently. Though he and T mentioned it, she suspected it was related to this issue. At present, she needed to stabilize the wholesalers. She could not allow them to feel a sense of crisis, as the repercussions would be too great. Meanwhile, at Hongtao Garment Factory, Liao Jianhui glared at the fabric in his hands and erupted at the procurement officer. What on earth have you brought me? I requested fabric suitable for jeans. Not this rubbish. Observing the booming success of Chen Yun apparel, he yearned to produce and sell his own garments, but he found himself devoid of suitable materials. If the situation became dire, he would have to inflate the prices, demanding 3 times the processing fee from Zhao Chong. He speculated that it would take Zhao a considerable amount of time to find a more suitable manufacturer. He intended to capitalize on the opportunity, profiting handsomely while hastily sourcing appropriate fabric to replace it. With his experience in producing denim apparel, although he had signed agreements regarding the styles, he could easily make adjustments once he acquired the right materials. For his own factory, this was a straightforward task. With such substantial profits in sight, how could he be content merely to act as a subcontractor? Resolving himself, he barked at the person searching for fabric, no matter what it takes. Get me a batch of denim fabric quickly, or you can forget about working here. Faced with the boss's reprimand, the responsible party felt helpless. Many textile factories were unwilling to produce such items. They typically manufactured fabrics for long-term supply, and this singular type of material was not something they wanted to attempt. Not only was it time-consuming to develop, but the costs were also considerable. The fabric they had found was already the closest to denim. Yet the samples produced did not meet the design and fit of denim apparel. "All right, boss, I'll inquire further," came the response. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang once more, undoubtedly a call from the proprietress of Chen Yun Apparel. By now, the goods dispatched that morning had likely been tallied. Currently, their factory solely relied on orders for denim apparel from her company. Thus, the items they required had long been prepared. The frequent discrepancies in delivery quantities or delays were merely tactics to underscore their factory's significance. It was not yet the opportune moment to negotiate a price increase. That could wait until Mr. Zhao made his 3rd visit to discuss the adjustment of processing fees. In any case, he was assured of profit. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that he had not entered into a long-term contract with her. Meanwhile, at the shop, Chen Yun entered accountant Wen's small office, finding her diligently calculating the quantities of goods to be collected by the wholesalers using an abacus. After waiting for a brief moment, Chen Yun inquired as soon as Wen paused her calculations, "How many goods are still owed to the wholesalers today?" Accountant Wen closed the ledger documenting the goods and replied, "Including what was owed yesterday and the day before, we have a total of 12,000 sets outstanding." Upon hearing this figure, Chen Yun promptly exited her office. She proceeded to the small materials warehouse, picked up a notebook, and reviewed the inventory of garments. The numbers here, excluding today's incoming goods, could indeed suffice for the moment. However, if the situation at Hongtao Garment Factory remained unchanged tomorrow, they would find it increasingly impossible to meet the demands of each wholesaler. Moreover, the orders from wholesalers continued to grow larger each day. She resolved to inquire about the status at Hongtao Garment Factory once Zhao Qianzhi returned home tonight. If the situation proved untenable, they would need to swiftly find a replacement factory. Otherwise, the backlog with the wholesalers would only escalate. On Zhao Qianzhi's end, he arrived early at the sewing machine manufacturing plant to inspect the premises. After calling in a skilled seamstress to test a dozen machines, he confirmed their functionality. Having negotiated a favorable price, he placed an initial order for 120 sewing machines, scheduled for delivery to the staff quarters on Beha Road the day after tomorrow. His substantial order left the factory's manager elated. Upon learning that he was the owner of Chen Yun Apparel, the manager was taken aback. The recent surge in denim apparel sales among the youth had been remarkable. His own 2 children had purchased denim trousers and shirts, noting the fabric's durability and fashionable appeal. He had assumed the owner would be an older individual, only to discover that such a young entrepreneur had achieved such thriving success. Upon returning to the staff quarters from the sewing machine factory, Zhao Qianzhi observed that work had commenced on the 2nd floor to create open spaces, while the walls on the ground floor were being energetically painted. After inspecting the situation, it was evident that, at the current pace, the walls planned for the garment workshop could be entirely dismantled within 2 days. The remaining tasks would involve painting the walls and reinstalling the window glass. Descending to the ground floor, he took out a cigarette and began to smoke, contemplating that once the production license was obtained, they could hang the sign and recruit some laid-off skilled workers from garment factories to commence production. At present, a rough estimation suggests that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, production could commence in approximately half a month. It has become imperative to enlist someone to oversee operations at the Hongtao garment factory. Casting aside his cigarette, he extinguished the ember and donned his immaculate leather shoes. He made his way to the roadside, hailed a cab, and proceeded to the store. Chen Yun was engaged in discussions with a wholesaler, relaying that the timeline for incoming goods would need to be extended. Upon hearing her announcement regarding the delays in wholesale clothing deliveries, a throng of wholesalers grew anxious and began to inquire about the situation. In response to their queries, Chen Yun could only explain that the volume of wholesale orders had surged, and the factory was currently unable to meet the demand. They were intensifying production efforts and would strive to resolve the issue promptly. After calming the wholesalers, she was momentarily surprised to see Zhao Qianzhi arrive, as he had not visited in some time. Pointing to a child being held by Zhao Jia nearby, she said, "Please hold the child for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Zhao Qianzhi nodded and took the child from the warehouse staff. He stepped outside, seated himself on a bench, and observed the wholesalers meticulously counting their received goods. The retail side remained bustling, with customers queued up, eagerly waiting to enter the store to view the clothing. After explaining the special circumstances to the wholesalers, Chen Yun exited the store and sat beside Zhao Qianzhi, lowering her voice to inquire, "Have you checked on the situation at the Hongtao garment factory? They seem to be either delaying deliveries or falling short on quantities. This cannot continue. With the increasing wholesale orders, such delays will be detrimental to us." Leaning back in his chair, Zhao Qianzhi playfully engaged with their daughter. Upon hearing his wife's concerns, he turned to her, noticing the changes she had undergone in recent days. Most matters concerning the store no longer required his attention. Redirecting his gaze, he replied, "We can hold on for another 2 weeks at most. I plan to allocate a significant portion of the second floor of the employee dormitory for our own garment factory. After 2 weeks, we should be able to produce clothing smoothly. Therefore, I need you to assign someone from the store to monitor the goods at Hongtao garment factory." Taken aback by his words, Chen Yun realized the reason behind his recent busyness, as she had noticed substantial expenditures in the accounts. It dawned on her that establishing their own garment factory would alleviate concerns about Hongtao's lack of cooperation. "All right, I will arrange for someone to go there first thing tomorrow morning," she affirmed. With the preparations for their own garment factory underway, a sense of relief washed over them. No longer would they have to worry about potential issues arising from Hongtao's operations. It was undeniable that her husband was adept at addressing problems with remarkable timeliness, thereby eliminating future risks. The following morning, the owner of Hongtao learned from the workshop supervisor that someone from Chen Yun Apparel had come to oversee the shipment. Liao Xiongwei had initially assumed that it was Zhao himself who had come to supervise, only to discover that it was merely one of his store employees. This left him perplexed, as he had recently postponed the shipment of numerous goods. Even when dispatching, the quantities often fell short. One would assume that, given the substantial stockpile Zhao had amassed, he would be frantically seeking his assistance like an ant on a hot pan. Yet, why had he not come personally to urge him for the goods? Despite his confusion, he chose not to dwell on it. He resolved to continue waiting for the Chen Yun Garment Company, anticipating that Zhao would eventually approach him, pleading for expedited production at a higher price. With such a colossal demand, Zhao would dare not offend him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qianzhi had acquired a worker dormitory complex, which was now operating in disarray. As he contemplated raising prices, he was already in the midst of establishing a temporary garment factory. Construction was set to commence soon, with plans to allocate a portion of the space for production. The following morning, Zhao Qianzhi had dispatched individuals to plaster recruitment notices for out-of-work seamstresses throughout the alleys. The advertisements clearly stated the salaries, along with the stipulation for meals, but not housing. Once the notices were posted, many skilled seamstresses were eager to seize the opportunity, drawn by the lucrative wages. That day, the worker dormitory was inundated with applicants. In the courtyard, work commenced as Zhao Qianzhi had arranged for a table to be set up at the entrance, accompanied by 2 chairs, transforming it into an impromptu registration site, to prevent any opportunistic interference that could lead to a shortage of labor during production. He temporarily borrowed 2 sewing machines from nearby residences and provided fabric for applicants to demonstrate their skills on site. The line of applicants seemed endless, a scene that was utterly astonishing. Many onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle at a factory recruitment, gathered to watch. This fervor persisted for 3 days. Those responsible for interviews meticulously recorded names and issued stamped slips from Chen Yun. The formal work certificates would be distributed when the factory officially commenced operations. Within a mere 3 days, after thorough screening, all positions were filled. Additionally, Zhao Qianzhi secured high salaries for a factory manager and workshop supervisor, both of whom had previously held leadership roles in state-owned garment factories to ensure efficient management once production began. Throughout that week, Zhao Qianzhi devoted himself to the new garment factory, managing on less than 5 hours of sleep each day. Whenever fatigue struck, he would smoke a cigarette to invigorate himself. As the sewing machines arrived, they were gradually stacked on the ground floor. The second floor's concrete had just been laid, and the walls freshly painted, requiring 3 days to dry before being occupied. During this time, due to Chen Yun's discussions with wholesalers regarding shipment delays, everyone understood the overwhelming demand for denim apparel and empathized with the stock shortages. Rather than causing unrest, each wholesaler increased their order quantities to ensure sufficient stock for their stores. Meanwhile, at Hongtao Garment Factory, Liao Xiongwei, despite nearing completion of his outstanding orders, had yet to see Zhao, the owner. He had not received any orders from Chen Yun Clothing, which made him feel increasingly anxious. Without orders from Chen Yun, his workers would be left with nothing to do. The more he pondered, the more his anxiety grew, compelling him to pick up the phone and call Chen Yun Clothing Company. Meanwhile, Chen Yun's accountant, Chen Liang, glanced at the incoming call from the office phone. The boss's wife had specifically instructed that any calls from Hongtao Garment Factory should not be answered. Seeing that it was indeed that number, he disregarded it and continued with his work. After Liao Xiongwei hung up the phone, he found it difficult to remain still. However, upon reflection, he realized that no matter how capable his boss Zhao may be, it was currently quite challenging to find a suitable garment factory that could handle such a large volume of orders. He suspected that Zhao was merely playing mind games with him, so he decided to wait a little longer. As he waited, the grand opening of Chen Yun Garment Factory arrived. This event was even more extravagant than the previous opening of Chen Yun Clothing Company. Hundreds of employees, dressed uniformly and donning hats, stood in neat rows in the courtyard. Numerous wholesalers arrived to congratulate them, bringing an abundance of trendy plastic flowers that adorned the surroundings. The air was filled with the resonant sounds of drums and the deafening crackle of firecrackers. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Zhao Qianzhi held his wife's delicate hand as they posed for photographs, pulling down a red fabric curtain together. The name Chen Yun Garment Factory was unveiled before everyone. Family members of the workers gathered at the entrance, clapping and cheering. Boss Li from Wangjiang couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration at the sight. It had been such a short time since the opening of Chen Yun Clothing Company, and now they were celebrating the launch of Chen Yun Garment Factory. The rapid pace of development was astonishing. Having been among the first to benefit from Chen Yun's success, he was well aware of how well his company's jeans and other clothing styles were selling. This had not only revitalized his struggling garment factory, but had also allowed him to experience a surge of prosperity. With a joyful smile, he wanted to congratulate the couple, but found no opportunity to do so. Many leaders were present, clearly showing their support for Zhao's new garment factory. Policies were shifting, favoring young entrepreneurs to create revenue and increase employment opportunities. At that moment, he genuinely felt that Liao, the owner of Hongtao Garment Factory, was short-sighted. With such a lucrative business opportunity, he seemed to be sabotaging himself. Instead of pursuing a promising venture, he resorted to deceitful tactics, jeopardizing his future. Meanwhile, Chen Yun whispered a few words to Zhao Qianzhi before stepping away from the crowd to retrieve her crying daughter from someone else's arms. She took her to the second floor and entered the boss's office. The room was simply furnished with a mahogany desk, a chair, and a sofa. Nothing more. She sat down on the sofa with her daughter, placing her gently down, and took out a clean diaper from her shoulder bag to change her. Downstairs, Zhao Qianzhi stood on the platform and, after delivering a few brief remarks, invited a certain leader to the stage to give a congratulatory speech. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Boss Liao, who had hurriedly driven over upon receiving the news, exited his vehicle and squeezed through the crowd. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering where he had been all this time. Upon seeing the Chen Yun Garment Factory, he was utterly bewildered completely unaware that Zhao had established a garment factory. He hadn't even been invited to the opening celebration. If it weren't for the grand scale of the event, he might still remain oblivious. As he approached the grand courtyard, he was halted by the security personnel at the entrance. Realizing the predicament, he quickly explained, "I am a partner of your boss Zhao, here to congratulate him on the opening of the garment factory, though I have arrived a bit late." The security staff scrutinized him from head to toe before gesturing towards the registration book on the table. "Please register here." Liao Xiongwei glanced around the courtyard, swiftly took the pen, and quickly inscribed his name in the visitor's log. With no further issues, he hastened into the courtyard. Spotting a familiar face in the crowd, he pushed through and seized him, demanding, "Boss Li, when did you arrive? What does this mean for Boss Zhao?" Boss Li looked at the suddenly agitated Liao, amused by his frantic demeanor. "Now you're in a flurry. Where were you earlier? When you were trying to pressure Boss Zhao, you avoided him. And now you're worried about the delayed shipments." He greeted him with a feigned smile that masked a deeper amusement. "Ah, it's Boss Liao. Just arrived, I see." Liao Xiongwei, perplexed by Boss Li's demeanor, was at a loss. Zhao's garment factory was now established. What business would he have with him in the future? Why was Boss Li seemingly unperturbed? He pulled him aside to a quieter spot. "I say, Boss Li, why are you not the least bit anxious?" Feigning ignorance, Boss Li wore a bemused smile and asked, "What seems to be troubling you, Boss Liao? Why did you pull me over here?" As he observed Liao's mounting agitation, he found it increasingly amusing. Liao Xiongwei rubbed his mouth thoughtfully, then reached into his pocket for a cigarette. After lighting one and taking a drag, he exhaled a plume of smoke and could no longer contain himself. "Brother Li, Zhao has opened his own garment factory. What will happen to us now? Why are you so unconcerned?" Hearing this, Boss Li's smile widened, his amusement unabated. He recalled the day Zhao Qianzhi had come to discuss the doubling of orders and whether he could handle it, sensing that it was a subtle test. Zhao, more acutely aware of the productivity of labor than he was, had anticipated the swift increase in orders and had advised him to prepare with additional sewing machines and staff. Now, without any prior warning, the mention of doubled orders was clearly a probe into his intentions. "The production capacity of my factory is beyond discussion. However, when it comes to channel sales and the current trends that captivate the younger generation, it is evident that the individuals around me possess a rather limited perspective, hindering their development. Otherwise, we would not have descended to a state of idleness. Nowadays, engaging in processing for others not only generates profit, but also conserves unnecessary labor costs. Why would one not embrace such an opportunity?" Recollecting my thoughts, I smiled and candidly shared with Liao Xiongwei. "When I first collaborated with Boss Zhao, we signed a long-term partnership agreement. Given the current sales of his clothing, it does not impact my end." I paused momentarily. "To be frank, my brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I've heard that your garment factory has been exceedingly busy, to the extent that Boss Zhao's orders cannot be fulfilled. Were it not for this, my own factory would not have been able to accept so many additional orders, which are now scheduled 2 months out." This revelation caused Liao Xiongwei's pupils to flicker, rendering him momentarily speechless, his mind buzzing. After a considerable pause, he comprehended that Boss Zhao had begun preparations even before their first meeting. Anticipating any potential betrayal on his part, the subsequent assignment of a colleague to monitor him was merely a precautionary measure. Now that Boss Zhao had cleared his orders, he held no further business with him. Liao, oblivious to the underlying currents, had reveled in his own assumptions, eagerly awaiting Boss Zhao's visit to negotiate a price hike. In that instant, he felt utterly foolish. Observing his demeanor, Boss Li retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, gazing at Zhao Qianzhi mingling with various leaders. Dignified and composed as he ascended to the second floor to tour the garment workshop, he calmly addressed the bewildered Liao Xiongwei. "Do not underestimate Boss Zhao's youth. Despite our lengthy collaboration, I have always found him inscrutable. He consistently stays several steps ahead of others. One must not be too superficial, or else the path ahead will narrow." Upon hearing these words, Liao Xiongwei's vision gradually regained focus. Following Boss Li's gaze, he saw Zhao Qianzhi among the crowd, standing out like a crane among chickens. Coming from humble beginnings with nothing to his name, he had established a clothing company in a remarkably short time. Today, denim apparel has become the epitome of contemporary fashion. To achieve such orderly success speaks volumes of his exceptional capabilities. Meanwhile, he had been blinded by a fleeting business boom, naively believing he could seize a lucrative opportunity. In retrospect, he realized how hopelessly foolish he had been. Dressed in work uniforms, the employees, under the guidance of the workshop manager, ascended to the second floor, entering a clean and brightly lit garment workshop. Hundreds of sewing machines were meticulously arranged within the space. Every meter featured a window adorned with pristine glass, allowing sunlight to flood the interior. Several rows of light bulbs hung from the ceiling. In preparation for production, a team of tailors had finalized their samples over the past few days. Once seated, the sewing machine operators were ready to commence their stitching, having completed their onboarding training during this period. Due to the piece rate system in place, the more one produces, the greater the remuneration. However, this is contingent upon passing quality inspections. Any substandard products necessitate reworking or disposal, which ultimately impacts their wages. Consequently, everyone strives to minimize errors during the work hours from 10 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon. Throughout this period, Chen Yun predominantly remained in the workshop. Currently, the garment company is inundated with wholesale orders that are overdue for delivery. Today marks the inaugural day of production for their own brand. Concerned about whether the garments meet the shipping standards, as failing quality checks would render these items unsellable, she seeks reassurance. Accompanying her is Yang, the workshop director, who has tasked the section chief with tallying the day's production figures while personally inspecting the completed garments. Upon confirming that the workmanship meets shipping standards, he feels reassured and presents the production data to her. "Madam, take a look. This is our total production for today, 103 units. Is there something you need?" Chen Yun, upon seeing the compiled figures, finally breaks into a joyful smile and instructs the workshop director, "Good. Conduct further inspections to ensure everything is in order before storage." The wholesalers have already located the garment factory, while the clothing company adheres to her husband's initial plan of engaging in retail alongside pre-sales of new styles. This side focuses primarily on production, wholesale, and design. Observing her satisfaction with the current production progress, the workshop director promptly responds, "Very well, I will arrange for additional inspections." Returning to her office, Chen Yun receives her daughter from an employee and says, "Thank you for your help. You may return to your duties." Glancing at the clock, she notes it is getting late. Today, being the opening day, many people have come, and Zhao Qianzhi will likely be occupied with social engagements for quite some time, prompting her decision to leave without waiting for him. While preparing to take a taxi home with her child, she spots the owner of Hongtao Garment Factory lingering at the entrance. He had previously stalled orders and refused to take her calls, resulting in significant delays for numerous wholesalers. Were it not for Zhao Qianzhi's decisive action in establishing the garment factory, the situation could have been far worse. Choosing to disregard him, she evades his presence and takes a taxi home. Upon arriving, she notices Xiao Wu squatting at the entrance. After their previous encounter during the bed relocation incident with her older brother and father, she had not heard from him again, assuming they would no longer wish to associate with her. Approaching, she looks down at him and inquires, "Dad, did you send him?" Hearing her voice, Xiao Wu looks up, his gaze tracing from her new shoes to her jeans. Upon meeting her expressionless countenance, he realizes how much she has changed. The once submissive and timid demeanor is now replaced with an air of confidence that makes her seem almost unrecognizable. Rising from the ground, he beams and calls out, "Second sister." Upon her opening the door, he stepped inside. Although he had visited once before, he was still taken aback by the astonishing cleanliness and brightness of the place. To his surprise, he noticed that his second sister had even purchased a television. Curiously, he glanced around, spotting appliances he had never seen before. Chen Yun gently placed her daughter on the sofa, removed her coat and hung it by the door, then turned to put on an apron and asked, "Is there something you came to discuss today?" Xiao Wu withdrew his gaze from his surroundings and looked at his now indifferent sister. It was no wonder their father had scolded her for lacking gratitude. Having prospered, she seemed oblivious to extending a helping hand to the family. Indeed, his sister had undergone quite a transformation. Sitting on the remarkably soft sofa, he observed his niece drooling and gnawing on her delicate fingers and spoke up. "Eldest sister is getting married the day after tomorrow at Hongyue Grand Hotel, which is not far from here. They reserved 10 tables. Our parents asked me to let you know, so please remember to attend." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun momentarily paused in tying her apron. She had not intended to go, and it was unexpected for the family to send someone specifically to inform her. She decided to wait until Zhao Qianzhi returned to discuss whether he would accompany her. "All right, I understand. It's getting late. You should head back, or you might miss your ride," she replied. Xiao Wu was taken aback by his sister's insistence that he leave, feeling a sudden stiffness. She had always been the kindest to him. Before her marriage, she had saved a portion of her earnings to buy herself nice things after assisting the family. He could hardly believe she was now treating him with such indifference. Perhaps she was still upset about the incident with the mattress he had tried to move last time. In the end, he didn't move it. After all, they were siblings. Why was she so upset over a mere bed? After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Sister, could you lend me some money? I wish to gift eldest sister a pair of gold earrings for her wedding. Chen Yun, thinking she had misheard, moved to sit across from him on the sofa and asked, Xiao Wu, how old are you this year? Confused, Xiao Wu replied, I will be 18 soon. Chen Yun nodded, cradling her daughter, and said, Xiao Wu, you are not a child anymore. While I appreciate your desire to gift something to eldest sister, it is unreasonable to ask me for money when you have none yourself. I am not indebted to you, nor am I obligated to give you financial support. She paused, contemplating the multitude of thoughts she wished to express, but ultimately refrained. Instead, she continued, Xiao Wu, in this world, do not rely on others simply because they have money. It is futile. One must be strong and self-reliant. No one will support you for a lifetime. You should think about earning your own money and starting a family, rather than expecting others to assist you in finding a spouse. After her words, Xiao Wu was left speechless, unable to refute her statement. Indeed, he found himself lacking in funds at present. The fare for even stepping out was requested from my elder brother. However, this is quite common in rural areas. Every household operates under similar circumstances. Before the family divided, we shared meals and contributed to household chores. Was that not a normal occurrence? Why then? Has the situation changed with my second sister? I understand that her husband has become prosperous, and she looks down upon our family. There is no need for her to say anything. I do not wish to accept this money. Upon hearing these words from Xiao Wu, Chen Yun felt a chill in her heart, realizing that their thoughts had diverged significantly. During these days spent in business with Zhao Qianzhi, she had learned a great deal, and her perspectives had gradually shifted. This naturally formed an insurmountable chasm between them, making it impossible for her to alter his views, no matter how much she spoke. In his eyes, it would only portray her, as the elder sister, as heartless. If she were to assist him, it would lead to an endless cycle, with them believing that any help given was a mere obligation. Fortunately, she was indifferent to these thoughts, free to think as he wished. Rising while holding her child, she remarked, All right, it's getting late. I want to keep you for dinner. You'd best return home promptly. Xiao Wu felt a lump in his throat. Convinced that his father's criticism was entirely justified, his second sister was indeed ungrateful. Now that she was living so well, his elder sister was married, and he had intended to gift her a pair of gold earrings. Yet the second sister was too stingy to give him any money. Without a backward glance, he opened the door and departed. Descending the stairs, he turned his head upward, noticing she had not followed. Frustrated, he made his way home in the dark. It was nearly 8 o'clock. In the courtyard, Chen Fu, who was puffing on a welding cigarette, paused upon seeing him return and inquired, Why didn't you stay over? Why are you back so late? Xiao Wu, holding back his frustration, kicked at a small stool and complained, My second sister is too stingy. She didn't even offer me a meal and sent me back, lecturing me in the process. Chen Shi, who was spinning cotton, halted her work upon hearing her son's words and retorted, After the ruckus you caused when you moved the bed to her house last time. It's a blessing she didn't throw you out today. What more could you expect from her? Feeling unjustly treated, Xiao Wu protested, It was just a mattress. We are siblings. Does she really need to be so calculative? He plopped down onto his seat, grumbling. Moreover, now that she is doing well thanks to her husband, shouldn't she lend a hand to the family? You haven't seen how well she is living. Her house is filled with appliances I've never even laid eyes on, and she wears the latest fashions from the city. I asked her for some money to buy gold earrings for my elder sister, and she refused. His tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Chen Shi picked up a wooden stick from beside her and struck her son's head sharply. What audacity, you have to ask her for money to buy your sister gold earrings. Your second sister has always doted on you. After all these years, how have you treated her? If you dare to complain again, I'll make sure to silence your mouth. Hearing his son's grievances, Chen Fu puffed away at his cigarette, deep in thought. In order to purchase that so-called Sealy mattress for my eldest daughter, I went to the carpenter's to have one custom made, which has already caused quite a famine in our household. In the end, when my eldest daughter saw it, she complained that it wasn't a real Sealy mattress. Regardless of the circumstances, my eldest daughter has married into the city, and henceforth, I hope my son-in-law will provide some support to the family. As for my second daughter, she appears to be unreliable. I no longer expect her to assist our family. Without the backing of the old Chen family, it remains to be seen how Zhao Qianzhi will treat her. Only then will she understand who her true support is. Inside the house, Chen's eldest daughter-in-law lowered her voice and instructed her husband. When Zhao Yun marries, who knows what fortune she might find in the city. This time at the wedding feast, make sure to curry favor with him. The man from our younger sister's family is merely a struggling teacher, still living under the same roof with a large family. What wealth can he possibly have? Hearing his wife's words, Chen's eldest realized the truth. Indeed, Zhao Yun's family was not doing poorly at all. If Zhao Qianzhi were to lend a hand, they wouldn't need to rely on that small plot of land anymore. However, upon reflecting, he asked, "Have you previously caused a stir at Zhao Yun's house?" Upon hearing her husband's inquiry, Chen's eldest daughter-in-law's face momentarily displayed discomfort, and she replied in a sharp and sarcastic tone, "Isn't it your mother who secretly took our family's money to give to her? I'm just worried that our son won't find a wife in the future. Now, the entire family hasn't split up yet, sharing meals from the same pot, and all the family money is kept in her hands. Naturally, she perceives the earnings of others as her own." Observing his wife's demeanor, Chen's eldest realized she had not been kind to Zhao Yun behind the scenes. It was no wonder that she now looked down on her family after achieving success. Tomorrow, go to the town and buy Zhao Yun a nice outfit. She's a city dweller now and dresses well. Do not purchase anything cheap. Though reluctant, upon hearing her husband's words and realizing they would still rely on Zhao Yun's husband in the future, she ultimately gritted her teeth and nodded, saying, "Understood." Upon Chen's eldest seeing his wife acquiesce, he, knowing her character, felt uneasy and cautioned her further. Zhao Yun is no longer the same as before. When you see her, do not give her the cold shoulder as you did previously. Be kind to her. Feeling her husband's reminders, Lin Wan became somewhat irritated and kicked him in annoyance. No matter how she thought about it, she felt uncomfortable. She could not comprehend how a rogue like Zhao Qianzhi could become prosperous in such a short time and establish a family in the city. Now, the most disregarded person in the old Chen family had become a sought-after figure. The old man outside still hoped for support from the younger sister. The man she married appears to be a city dweller, but with so many issues in that family, they are relying solely on a teacher's meager salary. How could life possibly be easy? After marrying, she might find herself worse off than her younger sister. Although Zhao Qianzhi is a bit of a scoundrel, his family does not burden him, nor does he have malicious in-laws. At worst, he might just get beaten up by Zhao Qianzhi occasionally. Life may be tight, but it's not unbearable. Look how prosperous it has become. The eldest sister has taken her husband to the city to live. How wonderful. Deep down, I genuinely envy Chen Yun for her remarkable fortune. Inside the house, Chen Yun, who is preparing for her upcoming marriage, has taken a leave of absence. She meticulously folds the satin bedspread adorned with vibrant red floral patterns, gazing at the large red character of happiness pasted on the window. Listening to the borrowed cassette music from her co-workers, she hums a cheerful tune. After much persuasion, her fiancé finally agreed to host the wedding banquet at a grand restaurant in the city. The relatives on her side hail from the countryside, having little exposure to the world. Now, not only is she marrying into the city, but she is also holding the wedding banquet there, which is surely a first in the entire region. At last, she feels she has regained some face, her heart brimming with joy. She is even more relieved to finally leave this dilapidated home behind. Soon, she will truly be a city dweller. At that moment, Zhao Wu lifted the curtain and entered, saying, "Elder sister, I have already informed the second sister about the venue for your banquet." Chen Yun felt a surge of pride upon hearing this. She turned to sit on the bed and looked at Zhao Wu. "Tomorrow, accompany me to the city again. I wish to buy a pair of fashionable jeans." My co-workers all got theirs from Chen Yun clothing. Although the clothes that had been soaked in floodwater could still be washed and worn, she had no desire to keep them. From now on, she would be a city person, and those clothes no longer befitted her identity. She did not wish to be labeled a country bumpkin. Zhao Wu nodded, but then recalled what the second sister had said before leaving, and tentatively inquired, "Elder sister, you won't abandon me, will you?" A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Chen Yun's face as she secretly wished to distance herself from this family, wanting no ties to these men. How could a married daughter be responsible for them? Yet, she could not openly express this sentiment. Quickly regaining her composure, she smiled brightly and replied, I am your sister. If I do not care for you, who will? Now, stop overthinking and go to sleep. Xiao Wu caught every subtle expression on his elder sister's face, and his heart sank further. Perhaps, as the second sister had said, no one could be relied upon. With a forced smile, he replied, "All right, then elder sister. You should rest early too." Meanwhile, Chen Yun was preparing some dumplings to eat. After coaxing the child to sleep around 8 o'clock, she sat alone on the living room sofa, watching television and knitting a sweater. As it approached 10, she heard a knock at the door. "Sister-in-law, open the door. Brother Zhao is drunk." Chen Yun quickly set down what she was doing, adjusted the triangular scarf draped over her shoulders, and, after ensuring everything was in order, responded, "Coming." Upon reaching the door, she opened it to find Li Liang struggling to support the already intoxicated Zhao Qianzhi. His tall and imposing figure made it difficult for Li Liang to maintain his stance. Seeing this, she quickly stepped aside to assist on the other side, laboriously guiding him toward the bedroom. Once they laid him on the bed, Li Liang discreetly removed Zhao's suit jacket and exited the bedroom. He turned to Chen Yun, who followed him out, to explain. "Sister-in-law, today I am in high spirits, so I, Brother Zhao, indulged a bit more than usual. Later, please take care of him a little more." Hearing his words, Chen Yun responded with polite courtesy. "All right, thank you, Lingzhi. It's getting late, so you should head back and be careful on the road." After seeing him off, she securely locked the door. Entering the bedroom, she gazed upon the figure sprawled across the bed. He had become noticeably lean from the recent busyness, likely having neglected proper meals. Approaching him, she bent down to loosen the slack tie around his neck, placing it on the bedside table. She knelt beside the bed to remove his leather shoes, then stood up to shift his long, stiff legs onto the mattress. Leaning down, she painstakingly unbuttoned his shirt, struggling to lift him, hoping he would assist in taking it off. After several attempts, he remained motionless on the bed. Gently tapping his face, she spoke. "Sit up a bit and take off your shirt. It won't be comfortable to sleep like this." At her urging, Zhao Qianzhi opened his narrow eyes, the redness from sleepless nights evident, and with a dazed demeanor, he propped himself up and removed his shirt before collapsing back onto the bed. In a low, raspy voice, he murmured, "I had a good time today and drank a bit more. I will be more careful in the future." Chen Yun recognized this as his attempt to explain himself. She unfastened his belt, removed his trousers, and covered him with a blanket, sitting sideways on the bed. Gently stroking his head, she comforted him like a child, saying, "I understand. It's all right. Sleep now. I'm not angry." She had witnessed the hardships he had endured in recent days, particularly with the demands of the garment factory, which required drafting regulations, training employees, and managing various chaotic tasks, all handled by him. Each night, she remained unaware of his return time, waking to find him absent. If not for the reassuring presence of his arm draped across her waist at night, she would have doubted whether he had even come home. Now, under his diligent efforts, the garment factory had successfully opened and commenced production. With the current output, if they continued to strive, it would not be long before the backlog of orders would be addressed. Seeing him close his eyes, she quietly left the room, returning shortly with a damp towel to wipe his face. After tidying the clothes she had removed from him and sending them for washing, she too lay down early to sleep. The following day, the couple rarely found the opportunity to share breakfast together. With the clothing company now running smoothly, most of her energy was focused on the garment factory, so Chen Yun accompanied Zhao Qianzhi there. Upon arrival, Zhao Qianzhi embraced the child, stepping out of the taxi. His polished leather shoes made a firm contact with the asphalt. His attention was entirely devoted to the child in his arms. These past days, with his early departures and late returns, he had scarcely held the child. Now, with a little breathing room, he cherished the rare moment of holding the sweet-smelling baby and playing with her. Unbeknownst to him, someone was jogging towards him. Before dawn, Liao Xiongwei, who had been waiting there, excitedly approached upon seeing Zhao, exclaiming, "Boss Zhao." After settling the payment, Chen Yun circled around the vehicle, noticing the situation. She carefully took her daughter from Zhao Qianzhi's arms, avoiding Liao Xiongwei, and promptly entered the courtyard. Stopped in his tracks, Zhao Qianzhi retrieved a cigarette, bowed his head to light it. He took a deep drag, lowered the cigarette, and slowly exhaled the smoke, his expression stoic, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. As he coldly inquired, "What is it?" Seeing his demeanor, Liao Xiongwei fidgeted with his hands, his expression awkward. Overnight, stubble had emerged on his face, rendering him disheveled as he scratched his head and timidly asked, Is it possible for Boss Zhao to come in and discuss? As he spoke, he felt a chill from Zhao's piercing gaze, a suffocating sense of pressure emanating from the young man for the first time. How foolish was he to have considered taking advantage of him? After a night of torment, he was now filled with regret. Not only could he not find suitable fabric, but he also could not produce denim garments. With the factory lacking his orders, he had sunk to a point of having little to do. With so many workers idled, how could he sustain them? Boss Zhao, could you grant me another opportunity? I assure you that such delivery issues will never arise again. Chen Yun, having taken the child upstairs, grew anxious for Zhao Qianzhi's well-being. Noticing Li Liang's arrival, she called out, "Lingzhi, please keep an eye at the factory entrance. Your brother Zhao is speaking with the owner of Hongtao Garment Factory." Hearing her words, Li Liang quickly grasped her concern and replied, "All right, I'll go check." Chen Yun stood on her toes, peering over the courtyard wall, catching a glimpse of her man smoking. She entered the office with the child, pondering that without their orders, Hongtao Garment Factory would likely be idle. She feared that he might not handle the situation well and resort to extreme measures. Given Zhao Qianzhi's physique, if he were to act out, he would gain little from it. After approximately 10 minutes, while reviewing yesterday's reports with the child in her arms, she heard the door creak open. Turning her head, she saw him enter with a hint of surprise, asking, "Have you finished?" Zhao Qianzhi approached, bent down to take the child from her embrace, and replied, "Yes." He then exited the office with the child, heading towards the design department to check for any new drafts. Early in the morning, Xiao Wu was ushered into the city by his elder sister. After some inquiries, they finally located Chen Yun Apparel Company. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the long queue outside. He could not comprehend why so many people were waiting to purchase clothing. Had it not been for his sister accompanying him, he would have been working in the fields by now. At that moment, he understood why so many envied city dwellers. Their lives appeared so comfortable. Standing in line, Chen Yun tiptoed to peer inside. She had come prepared, borrowing some money from her co-workers, fearing that she might not have enough and end up in an embarrassing situation. She had heard from her colleagues that the place also engaged in wholesale, run by a young couple with a child. Before arriving, I initially thought her words were exaggerated. However, upon witnessing the multitude of people queuing to enter the store, I finally comprehended that my co-workers' claims were indeed not embellished. While waiting to enter, my excitement soared, observing individuals emerging from the shop, each one clutching new garments. I silently vowed to purchase an additional outfit if my finances permitted, to alternate my wardrobe. The young man behind me, Xiao Wu, could not contain his complaints, exclaiming, "Sister, this denim jacket is appealing, but the line is excessively long. By the time it is our turn, we will have to wait at least another half an hour." The first young woman behind him, hearing his lamentations, interjected, "Today's foot traffic is relatively manageable. Most wholesalers have gone to the factories to collect goods. On other days, there are even more wholesalers here." As the conversation unfolded, the queue began to engage in lively chatter. Once inside the store, Chen Yun was drawn to an embroidered denim jacket and a pair of flared pants. After selecting her size and trying them on, she admired her reflection in the mirror. Thoroughly satisfied, she promptly decided to purchase the outfit along with a scarf. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, observing the steep price of the ensemble, glanced down at his patched-up trousers, contemplating the fact that he had nothing suitable to wear for the wedding tomorrow. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Sister, may I go somewhere else to find a cheaper pair of pants?" Having completed her purchase, Chen Yun, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Xiao Wu, wait until next month when I have enough money. I will get you 2 pairs then. For now, let us refrain from buying anything more. I still have other expenses." Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in understanding and remained silent. After exiting Chen Yun Apparel, Chen Yun took him to a mall, where she bought her partner's brother a fountain pen and her sister the trendiest hair clip. She also purchased gloves and shoes for her partner's parents. Having exhausted all the borrowed money from her co-worker, she finally led Xiao Wu toward the bus station. After a day of shopping, Xiao Wu's throat felt parched, yet he had not indulged in the city's cheap soda. Throughout their journey, he reflected profoundly. He watched his sister purchase those gifts for her in-laws without a hint of hesitation, realizing that his desired trousers were, in fact, less expensive than a single pen. In that moment, he understood that although his sister's words might be harsh, they were undeniably sincere. Enlightened, he resolved to seek employment rather than continue laboring endlessly in the fields. Noticing Xiao Wu's silence while carrying the bags, Chen Yun, once they boarded the bus, reassured him. Xiao Wu, today I simply did not have enough money. I promised to buy you 2 new pairs of pants another day. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wu shook his head and replied, no need, sister. The clothes I have are still wearable. Chen Yun smiled brightly, speaking in an almost childlike tone. All right. Our Xiao Wu is so understanding and obedient. The child has gone missing, and Xiao Wu fell silent, gripping a heavy object with one hand and gazing through the car window at the bustling crowd outside. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to earn money through work. He no longer wished to live a life reliant on others for financial support, especially now that his second brother had entered a romantic relationship. If marriage ensued, and if his sister-in-law were as formidable as the eldest brother's wife, it would not be long before they divided the family assets. When that time arrived, what would he do? Penniless, with only a meager share of collective farmland to his name, he felt a deep sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, Chen Yun was entirely preoccupied with her own thoughts, oblivious to her younger brother's plight. She eagerly anticipated the reactions of her in-laws upon receiving the gifts she had sent them. As she would soon be living under the same roof with them, she was keen to foster good relations. Once she saved enough money, she planned to purchase a house and escape their cramped living conditions. On the other side, Chen Yun had reviewed the reports and calculated the pressing orders at hand before heading to the sewing workshop. Observing her colleagues immersed in their tasks, she approached one of the sewing machines and picked up a completed garment. After inspecting it thoroughly and finding no faults, she moved to the other side, casually taking a pair of finished trousers for review, which also met the standards for sale. Although it was only the second day of work, given the current pace, she felt assured about future output. After setting the clothing down, she exited the noisy sewing workshop. That evening, the couple returned home early with their child. Yet, as they approached their doorstep and reached the stairwell, they were met with the sounds of distress. Upon arriving in the hallway, they found a crowd gathered outside Sister Yang's home, comprising neighbors from nearby. Zhao Qianzhi was instructed to take the child home first, while she made her way to the door of Sister Yang's house, where people were tightly packed inside and out. The wails of Sister Yang echoed from within. Lowering her voice, she inquired of a nearby neighbor, Aunt Zhang, what has happened? Zhang Ho-hot, upon seeing Chen Yun, sighed deeply and lamented. Those wretched human traffickers have abducted her second son, Ernyo. The police have been notified, and a report has been filed. We must wait for news. Her tone was laden with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun felt a chill run down her spine. Just days earlier, she had seen a missing person notice in the newspaper featuring a young woman who had vanished while working in the city. Ernyo was merely 5 years old. The thought of such a young child falling into the hands of traffickers was too horrifying to contemplate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation at Sister Yang's home and feeling powerless to assist, she chose to leave and return to her own house. Upon entering, she found Zhao Qianzhi reclining on the sofa, playing with their child. After closing the door, her mood somewhat dampened. She said, the little boy next door, Ernyo, has gone missing. We must keep a closer eye on Miao Miao from now on. Hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi shifted his gaze from the child to her and asked, when did he go missing? Have you checked the train station or the bus station? In this era of underdeveloped transportation, devoid of surveillance, automobiles and trains have become essential means of transit. If one does not miss the golden hour, perhaps one might still find what was lost. Yet, the odds remain a mere 50-50, as recovering anything is not a simple endeavor given the dense population. Upon hearing Zhao Qianzhi's words, Chen Yun momentarily froze. Indeed, if a child were abducted by traffickers, they would undoubtedly use a vehicle to escape. She turned and exited her house, heading towards Sister Yang's home. After approximately 10 minutes, the corridor was bustling with commotion as neighbors, armed with flashlights, prepared to band together in search of the child. Subsequently, Chen Yun pushed open her door and addressed Zhao Qianzhi, who lay on the sofa. You stay here and watch the child while I go with the neighbors to the nearby bus and train stations to look for Ernyo. The hour was still relatively early, and she noted that Sister Yang was on the verge of tears. Chen Yun empathized deeply, as mothers themselves. They shared a profound understanding of that anxious, helpless, and desperate feeling, akin to the sky collapsing. In recent days, Zhao Qianzhi had been returning home quite late. Sometimes, Chen Yun would prepare meals herself, while Sister Yang found it challenging to manage the child alone. Each time, she would take Miao Miao to Sister Yang's house for assistance. Now, with Ernyo missing, she could not remain indifferent, particularly since the neighbors were familiar with Ernyo, finding him would be somewhat easier. Upon hearing that they would search the train and bus stations, the group spontaneously banded together, believing the odds of success would be greater. Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi sat up, concerned about the late hour. He approached her and said, "I will go with you." Chen Yun hesitated momentarily, but did not refuse. The presence of another offered an added glimmer of hope. Grabbing a flashlight, they set off towards the nearest bus station. Along the way, she suddenly recalled that her elder sister was hosting a wedding banquet at a grand restaurant the following day. Logically, she should have returned home today to see if there was anything she could assist with. However, with the factory just having resumed operations, her presence was crucial. Although she had initially not intended to go, her family had sent Xiao Wu specifically to inform her. Given that, she felt compelled to attend and mentioned, "Tomorrow, my sister is holding a wedding banquet at Hongwei restaurant. If you have no plans, would you accompany me? I do not wish to go alone." Walking alongside her, Zhao Qianzhi wrapped the sleeping child in his coat. After hearing her words, he replied, "All right." Chen Yun was not surprised by his agreement. He had never countered her requests lately. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a relatively small bus station nearby, primarily serving long-distance routes. As it was night, operations had nearly ceased. Inside the bus station, darkness enveloped the area, and it appeared deserted, with an eerie silence prevailing. Holding the flashlight, she tentatively called out, "Nyo Nyo." In response, a muffled groan echoed from a distance. Zhao Qianzhi swiftly grasped his wife to prevent her from advancing, handing the child over to her. "Stand back. I will take a look." After receiving the child from Chen Yun, I initially thought the source of the earlier noise was a couple sneaking out for a clandestine rendezvous. Witnessing his demeanor, I felt a surge of nervousness and fear, cautioning him to be careful. While speaking, I held the child tightly, not forgetting to illuminate the area with a flashlight. Through the dim light cast by the flashlight, Zhao Qianzhi bent down to pick up a stick from the ground. The moment he pushed aside the pile of grass, a figure darted out. He discarded the stick and skillfully seized the individual by the collar, forcefully pinning them to the ground. Meanwhile, the child ran towards Chen Yun, clutching her leg as if she were a safe haven, and burst into loud, wailing cries. With one arm holding the child, Chen Yun recognized it was Nyo and fixed her gaze on Zhao Qianzhi, inquiring, "Zhao Qianzhi, are you all right?" As she attempted to approach, Zhao Qianzhi halted her, uncertain whether there were other accomplices nearby. Fearing that his wife might inadvertently place herself and the child in danger by calling for help, he urged, "Stay back, I am fine." Hearing his words heightened Chen Yun's anxiety, fearing for his safety. In her desperation, she remembered that other neighbors were nearby and called out loudly, "Nyo is here, we found him, hurry." At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi pressed the individual firmly down on the ground, removing his jacket to bind their arms behind their back. Subsequently, with remarkable strength, he lifted the person and dragged them aside, securing them to a utility pole. At this juncture, several neighbors, having heard Chen Yun's cries, approached with flashlights in hand, gathering around in no time. Upon realizing Nyo had truly been found, they began clamoring to notify others, including Nyo's family. During this commotion, someone spotted the bound individual at the utility pole and recognized them as the kidnapper of Nyo. They hurried to a nearby shop to call the police. A few young men, brimming with anger, approached the person tied to the pole and unleashed a flurry of punches. Observing that the situation was under control, Zhao Qianzhi walked over to his wife and said, "All right, let us go home now." Chen Yun scanned him up and down, relieved to see he was unharmed. And her tense nerves finally relaxed. It dawned on her that her legs had gone weak from fear, rendering her momentarily immobile. She had been genuinely terrified for his well-being and regretted her impulsiveness. Noticing her unease, Zhao Qianzhi took the child from her arms and wrapped an arm around her waist, soothingly saying, "It's all right, everything is fine now." At this moment, Nyo clung to Chen Yun's leg, refusing to let go, no matter the attempts to pry him away. Yang Tao, having rushed over upon hearing the news, spotted his child and, after delivering a couple of firm slaps to his backside, pulled him into an embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "You scared me half to death." Soon after, the police arrived, briefly assessed the situation, and handcuffed the individual bound to the utility pole, taking them away. A throng of people made their way back home, and by the time they arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock. Shortly thereafter, Yang Tao arrived with Nyo and her husband, bearing a basket brimming with eggs to express their gratitude. "Xiaoyan, thank you, and Qianzhi. If it weren't for you two, I truly feared I would never find my Nyo." Her voice resonated with profound appreciation. Nyo had accompanied her to the market, and in merely a moment, he vanished. She cried out aimlessly in despair, yet he remained elusive. Upon hearing the news, her family joined the search, and it was not until darkness fell that they managed to bring her home. Upon returning, staring at her child's clothes, she could only weep, utterly at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Xiaoyan had come to suggest checking the train station and bus station, where hope seemed more promising. The neighbors, upon hearing her plight, rallied to assist in the search. It was through their collective efforts that Nyo was rescued from the clutches of human traffickers. The thought of what could have transpired had he not been found was unfathomable. He could have been taken far away, perhaps never to be seen again. Acknowledging her gratitude, Chen Yun glanced at Zhao Qianzhi, realizing that without his suggestion, she might never have thought to search at the train or bus stations. Redirecting her gaze to Yang Tao and her husband, she reassured them, "It's all right, Sister Yang. What matters is that Nyo has returned." Yang Tao wiped her tears with her sleeve, gently stroking her frightened child's head, and spoke resolutely to Chen Yun, "That won't do. From now on, you shall be our Nyo's godmother. Without you too, our family would have been lost." Her voice faltered again with emotion. At that moment, Chen Yun felt a lingering sense of dread. The situation had been precarious, and had the traffickers had accomplices, Zhao Qianzhi might not have been able to manage. Grateful that no harm had come to Nyo, her heart still fluttered with unease. After sending the couple off, Zhao Qianzhi consumed 2 cans of beef and a cold bun before heading off to freshen up. The following morning, early at dawn, a black Santana sedan pulled up to the dilapidated courtyard of the Chen family. The groom, dressed impeccably in a suit adorned with a bright red flower pinned to his chest, awaited. Inside, Chen Yun donned the latest fashionable red headpiece, her face adorned with makeup and her lips painted a bold red. She wore a striking red woolen coat, paired with newly purchased flared jeans and shiny shoes. As the deafening sound of firecrackers erupted, she stepped out of the house with her head slightly bowed, a shy smile gracing her lips. Chen Laosin joyfully scattered wedding candies, prompting villagers and children alike to swarm and snatch up the treats. After the Chen couple placed their daughter into the Santana, they enlisted some young men to transfer the newly crafted bed, wardrobe, and several sets of bedding onto a bright red truck. Once everything was loaded, the cacophony of firecrackers signaled a lively departure from the village. Chen Laoda, along with Xiao Wu, organized relatives and respected elders from the village to join them in a borrowed tractor, all squeezing into the vehicle to head towards the town. After departing from the town, they boarded a bus bound for the city's restaurant. Within the crowded vehicle, Xiao Wu was the most taciturn. Ever since that day he returned from the city with his elder sister, he seemed transformed, losing his previous vivacity and cheerfulness, as if he had matured overnight. Upon arriving at the city restaurant, he took a seat at the family's main table under the curious gaze of the waitstaff. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Chen Shi seized a moment of quiet to pull him aside and inquire, "Wu, what has been troubling you these past couple of days?" Hearing his mother's question, Xiao Wu initially intended to ask for train fare to seek employment in the south. However, observing the calluses on her hands, he realized that with his elder sister's recent marriage, she had been working late every night. He surmised that her meager savings had likely been entirely devoted to supporting his sister. With this thought, he shook his head and replied, "I'm fine. Let us go in. The family from my sister's in-laws should be arriving shortly." Meanwhile, in the narrow alley, there was no room for a car to enter. Chen Yun had to alight from the vehicle outside the alley, following Wen Chongqing into a dilapidated courtyard at the far end. Inside the courtyard, only a few red paper cutouts shaped like double happiness characters adorned the space, devoid of any silk decorations at the entrance. Beyond that, there were no signs of festivity whatsoever. Upon witnessing this scene, her heart sank. She had specifically paid someone to decorate the venue, fearing that the family would skimp on expenses, yet it appeared this was not the case. The relatives of the Wen family looked down upon Chen Yun, the country girl, and upon learning of her insistence on holding the banquet at a grand restaurant, their disdain only grew. Consequently, their faces bore no expressions. Wen Chongqing seemed oblivious to the discontent on his beloved's face, urging her to kneel and perform the bowing ritual. Despite her reluctance, Chen Yun understood that this was not the time to raise a fuss, for it was her wedding. Aware that this was her in-law's way of asserting dominance, she gritted her teeth and, suppressing her grievances, completed the bowing ceremony. After the family rites were concluded, they proceeded to the restaurant, where they found their relatives already seated. A group of young boys, having never encountered such an opulent place, were frolicking and playing in the main hall. Suddenly, she overheard her sister-in-law rolling her eyes and muttering under her breath, "A bunch of uncultured country folk." Hearing this, Chen Yun felt her face flush with embarrassment, regretting having invited her chaotic relatives. Now she found herself in a position of disgrace among her in-laws, unable to voice her discontent. She feigned ignorance and followed Wen Changqing to the main table. Upon seeing their eldest daughter's mother-in-law, Chen Shi and her husband quickly rose from their seats, faces brimming with smiles as they greeted her. The Wen family merely managed a perfunctory smile in response, then disregarded the elderly couple still standing and took their seats. Chen Shi, aware that her son-in-law's father had passed away early, understood well the struggles of a woman raising 3 children alone. She attempted several times to engage the mother-in-law in conversation, only to be met with cold indifference, fully aware that she was being looked down upon for her rural origins. After all, during the engagement of the 2 children, she had not attended, and only her son-in-law was present. Beneath the table, Chen Yun kicked her mother, feeling that her mother truly lacked grace and did not know how to uphold dignity in her in-laws' home. Observing her family, each one donned attire that unmistakably suggested they were rural folk visiting the city, lacking anyone who could enhance her standing. As the dishes were served, Wen Shi, maintaining an air of superiority, smiled mockingly at the Chen couple and remarked, "In-laws, do indulge yourselves. After all, in such a prestigious establishment, you may not have the opportunity to return." Hearing these words, the Chen couple could only manage an awkward smile, at a loss for a response. It was Little Five who unexpectedly interjected, "My second sister's family also resides in the city, and I don't see them with their heads held high." Instantly, Chen Yun's expression darkened, and she admonished Little Five, "What are you saying? Show some respect and apologize to my mother-in-law." Little Five glanced at her elder sister, noting that when her mother-in-law had insulted their parents, she had not come to their defense. All she had done was speak a truth, and now her sister turned against her. Having just married, her elbow was already bending outward. One could only wonder how things would unfold in the future. It appeared that her second sister's words held some truth. In this world, wealth dictated respect. "My apologies, Andy. You city folks shouldn't hold it against a country girl like me." At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi, clad in denim and cradling a child, leaned out from a taxi and stepped down. The attendant at the entrance, mistaking the couple for patrons, led them to the second floor. Chen Yun, noticing the banquet was set in the lobby, informed the attendant, "No need. We are here to attend the banquet. Isn't Zhao Yun sweeping the streets in the city?" As the couple approached the main table, various aunts and uncles were taken aback upon seeing Chen Yun, their eyes wide in disbelief, hardly daring to recognize her. They could scarcely comprehend how, in such a short span, Zhao Yun had undergone such a remarkable transformation. She radiated vitality, no longer resembling the pallid, worn-out figure they once knew. Even her attire was evidently expensive, and her demeanor was more refined than that of city dwellers themselves. Immediately, the guests began to murmur amongst themselves, "Is that Zhao Yun who just passed by?" One aunt inquired, "Didn't T. Zhao Jun say that Zhao Yun was struggling to make ends meet in the city? Just look at her outfit. One would think she is the daughter of a capitalist." Yin Ho Hot, also bewildered, shook her head and replied, "I don't know. Yesterday, Zhao Jun told me that her partner found Zhao Yun and her husband a job sweeping the streets, and they were living quite a hard life." Another chimed in, "I don't see Zhao Yun as a street sweeper. Just look at her clothes. Those are the latest fashion in denim and a jacket only available in high-end malls." An older relative of Chen Yun could not help but interject, "I agree. The man holding the child beside Zhao Yun is her husband, Zhao Qianzhi, isn't he?" Yin Ho Hot lifted her head, stretching her neck to gaze at the couple who had just taken their seats. She had been so focused on observing Zhao Yun that she had not paid close attention to the man beside her, who was cradling a child. Now, with a mere glance at his silhouette, she recognized the impressive physique unmistakably. Retracting her gaze, she nodded toward the group and acknowledged them. It was indeed him. At this moment, a wave of confusion washed over everyone as they pondered how Chen Yun and her husband seemed so different from the circumstances described by Zhao Jun. They had heard directly from Zhao Jun that Zhao Yun's family had been displaced due to flooding, their home on the verge of collapse. Zhao Jun, feeling pity for her sister who had been uprooted with a child, had asked her partner to help find Zhao Yun and her husband a job sweeping the streets in the city. At this moment, Yin Ho Hot had pieced together much of the story. She was well aware of her niece's character, one prone to jealousy and keen on competition, often seeking to undermine Zhao Yun. Observing Zhao Yun's radiant demeanor, as though she had been transformed, it was evident that she had been well cared for. Yin Hohot surmised that Zhao Yun's husband had prospered, enabling them to move to the city for a better life. As the elder sister, she could not bear to see her sibling thrive and resorted to spreading rumors behind her back. Meanwhile, after Chen Yun seated herself, her gaze fell upon the middle-aged woman occupying the main seat, who exuded an air of arrogance. It was clear that this woman looked down upon her maternal family. Out of politeness, Chen Yun forced a faint smile and introduced herself. Aunt, I am Zhao Yun, the second younger sister of Chen Yun. She gestured towards her companion. This is my husband, Zhao Qianzhi. Upon hearing her words, Wenshi instinctively scrutinized the couple, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. She recognized this as the second sister of the city dweller Xiao Wu, noting that her appearance was indeed far superior to that of Xiao Jun. Yet, being a mere street sweeper, it was rather puzzling how she managed to present herself so well, likely spending a considerable amount to appear akin to a city dweller. As for her companion, he was handsome and tall, but according to Xiao Jun, he was a lazy man fond of drinking and fighting. Rural folk, she thought, often liked to inflate their status, making one believe they were affluent city dwellers. What a family of oddities. If it weren't for her own son being of an age where his peers were already becoming parents, she would never allow him to marry a woman from the countryside, like Chen Yun. As she withdrew her gaze and watched the dishes being served one after another, she picked up her chopsticks and, with an air of superiority and disdain, remarked to the Chen couple, "Please, enjoy. These are delicacies you seldom encounter." As a teacher, Wenshi could not miss the veiled sarcasm in her mother-in-law's tone. Aware of her discomfort regarding her son's choice of a rural bride, she chose to remain silent, allowing her mother-in-law to vent her grievances harmlessly. After all, she herself felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It would have sufficed to host a simple banquet at home. Yet Xiao Jun insisted on celebrating at a grand restaurant. The savings she had painstakingly accumulated would now be spent on entertaining these guests, a clear display of extravagance. Chen Yun's gentle smile faded upon hearing the other's sarcastic tone. She glanced at her strong-willed elder sister, who, in front of her in-laws, dared not utter a single word. This struck her as quite amusing. At home, her sister was anything but subdued. With her domineering presence, everyone had to yield to her, or else the household would be thrown into chaos. Chen Yun, sensing her younger sister's gaze, felt utterly humiliated in the presence of both her in-laws and her own family. With an awkward smile, she picked up her chopsticks and served a large chicken leg from the platter onto Wen's bowl. Adopting a somewhat demeaning and conciliatory tone, she said, "Mother, please try the chicken leg." Wen, holding her chopsticks, showed no intention of eating. Today, she aimed to establish some rules for the new bride in front of everyone, making it clear who held the authority in the Wen household. She picked up the chicken leg again and returned it to the pot, saying, "Xiao Jun, this is better suited for your family. We in the city don't have these chicken dishes every day, maybe just a few times a month." Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Chen Yun forced a smile, replying, "Please enjoy it. My parents don't particularly fancy these." Manager Wang, descending from the second floor, was aware of the gathering but dismissed it, considering it an ordinary family affair. As he casually scanned the crowd, he spotted Zhao Qianzhi at the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had heard from his brother that Zhao had recently made a name for himself in front of high-ranking officials, who were quite pleased with his youthful accomplishments. His garment factory had already created over 100 job opportunities. It seemed there were plans to publicly commend him soon, using him as a model to encourage young entrepreneurs to pursue private ventures. Previously, due to some issues in the kitchen, discussions about leasing a restaurant had come to a halt. Now, with no one interested in taking over and no business prospects, even his staff faced layoffs. He hastily instructed the kitchen to prepare an additional signature dish for his table. My son has quite the connections in the city. After giving these instructions, he pondered, worried about potentially botching this opportunity again. Anxious, he personally went to the kitchen to oversee the chef as he prepared the meal. The banquet was meant for 10 at a table, yet the bride's relatives were crammed together with 15 people, making it rather congested. However, as simple country folk, they were grateful for the opportunity to dine in the city and did not fuss over the details. Everyone was enjoying the meal, especially the children at their table, who were lively and cheerful. In contrast, the atmosphere at the main table was rather awkward. Chen Yun and Wen Chongqing, The newlyweds made their rounds for toasts. Chen Yun merely wanted to go through the motions, intending to return to the factory after the meal. Noticing Zhao Qianzhi had hardly eaten, she took the child from his arms, as he had only consumed 2 cans of food the night before in search of Ernyo. Do eat a bit more. You didn't have dinner last night. This remark fell upon Wen's ears, twisting into a notion that the couple was so impoverished they could scarcely afford a meal, deepening their disdain for them. Although the couple appeared quite respectable in their attire, one might mistakenly believe them affluent. Consequently, their demeanor towards Chen's couple was particularly frosty. Xiao Wu observed everything with a sense of indignation, feeling that his parents lived too humbly, their existence a source of frustration. In stark contrast, the second brother-in-law now exuded a composure that resembled a transformation. In his eyes, there was only room for his children and the second sister. Everything else seemed irrelevant. He radiated an air of detachment and self-assuredness that could not be feigned. Merely sitting there, he overshadowed the eldest brother-in-law, making the latter appear rather small-minded, especially when the elder brother and sister-in-law sought to curry favor by inviting him to drink. He merely raised his hand symbolically, lifting his glass without consuming a single drop. His indifference was palpable, a manifestation of an elevated status that commanded a sense of distance, evoking an aura that discouraged approach. This further solidified his resolve to venture out into the world, unwilling to remain a figure of ridicule from the countryside. He aspired to emulate the second brother-in-law, possessing sufficient confidence to care solely for those he cherished, living life unperturbed by the judgments of others. At that moment, a waiter presented a platter of exquisite specialty dishes. Upon seeing it, one was startled, exclaiming, "We did not order this dish. It cannot be charged to us." The waiter, aware of the distinguished guests at the table, smiled courteously and explained, "This dish has been specially sent by our manager for one of the esteemed guests at this table." Upon hearing this, joy blossomed on Wen's face. He had previously been unaware of his son's remarkable connections. It was quite impressive that his son knew the manager of such a prestigious restaurant, who would graciously send over such a splendid dish, especially with relatives and friends present, enhancing his sense of pride. He felt a renewed embarrassment for his son marrying a woman from humble origins, casting a disparaging glance at his less fortunate in-laws. With a slight lift of his chin, he gestured towards the exquisite dish and remarked, "In-laws, as you can see, our Chongqing has extensive connections in the city. Even during our banquet, the restaurant manager sends us dishes. Your daughter, Xiaojun, marrying into our family is truly an elevation for her." The Chen couple quickly responded with forced smiles. "Indeed, our eldest son-in-law is a respected teacher. His connections and character are beyond reproach." While they conversed, Zhao Qianzhi picked up a chopstick full of vibrant red meat and brought it to his mouth. The flavor was sweet, yet not overwhelming. The meat tender and exceptionally fresh, perfectly cooked. This dish stood out amid a table of otherwise overly greasy or excessively salty offerings. He placed a portion into his wife's bowl, encouraging her, "Try this." Chen Yun cast a surprised glance at the person beside him. Throughout the meal, he scarcely touched his chopsticks, rarely taking a second bite of any dish. Clearly, the complimentary dish served later suited his palate. Curiosity piqued, he picked up his chopsticks and brought the food to his mouth. A glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. It was his first experience with sweet meat, and he marveled at how delicious it could be when prepared this way. Indeed, it was quite delectable. Wen's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. After all, this was a dish gifted by the restaurant manager. How could it not be exquisite? As his son returned from toasting, he quickly served him a portion of the newly presented dish and added a generous chicken leg to his bowl. Addressing his seated son enthusiastically, he exclaimed, "Chongqing, do try this dish. It was sent by the restaurant manager, your good friend." Her loud voice drew the attention of relatives and friends nearby, who began to praise Wen Chongqing for his capabilities and extensive connections, remarking that Chen Yun would surely enjoy a life of ease by associating with him. Wen relished these compliments, relishing the effect it had on her pride. It felt gratifying to see her son bringing her honor, allowing her to stand tall among their kin. Seated, when Chongqing appeared perplexed, he had no recollection of knowing any restaurant manager. The reservation had been made through a friend, without which they would not have secured a table. Realizing it might be due to that friend's influence that the manager had sent a special dish, he chose not to elaborate further and simply enjoyed his meal. As he felt the warmth of the alcohol flush his cheeks, his mother, noticing his rosy complexion, felt a pang of concern and promptly moved 2 meat dishes closer to him, urging him to eat more to ease his discomfort. Chen Yun, having also indulged in some wine, felt a wave of dizziness but was simultaneously elated. She had finally married into the city and embraced her new identity as a city dweller. Sipping hot water, she observed her younger sister clad in a plush coat she had seen in the mall, too expensive to even touch, let alone try on. The jeans her sister wore were from Chen Yun's boutique, displayed as a sample on the wall, upon inquiring about the price. She had deemed them too costly and opted for a more economical choice. Today, her sister's outfit seemed far more extravagant than her own, and she pondered the implications of this. Just as she was about to express her frustration, she felt a chilling gaze and stifled her words, forcing a smile instead. Zhao Yun, you must live well in the future. I cannot support you forever. When you earn money, be prudent and avoid spending on clothes that do not suit your status. Hearing her elder sister's remarks, Chen Yun glanced down at her attire. The plush coat had been a gift from Zhao Qianzhi, while the jeans were a new release from the store, which she had tried on to find the perfect fit. There was no deliberate adornment. I was simply dressed in my everyday attire. Lifting my gaze to my elder sister, I noted that although she wore a smile, it was evident how dissatisfied she was with me at that moment. She has always been this way. Regardless of the number of people present, whenever she felt displeased, she would publicly utter unkind remarks, leaving me in an awkward position. In the past, I had indulged her, not wishing to become an adversary within the family, but now, I had no reservations left. I was particularly averse to being misunderstood, especially during her wedding, where I did not want to overshadow her. Just as I was about to retort, I heard a cold inquiry from someone beside me. "Oh, what have you done for my spouse? Pray, enlighten me." Although I had been preoccupied lately, I was not entirely oblivious to the happenings concerning her family. I had preferred to let her handle those matters on her own. However, now, this sister-in-law was openly provoking me, indicating that the lesson I had imparted previously had not sufficed. Friends and relatives at the neighboring table perked up, eager to discern the unfolding drama. After all, the disparity between the two sisters' marriages was stark. The elder sister, Zhao Yun, not only possessed talent, but was also wed to a city dweller, a teacher no less. In contrast, the strikingly beautiful Zhao Yun, with her amiable disposition, had married a good-for-nothing slacker. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Zhao Qianzhi, Chen Yun's smile momentarily faltered. She became acutely aware of the many eyes fixed upon her table. Her mind raced to recall any instance in which she had assisted her younger sister, struggling to remember any supportive gesture. It is my fault. We are sisters, after all. The notion of helping or not helping seems overly formal. Let bygones be bygones. My only desire is for your future happiness. Observing this, Wenshi thought her daughter-in-law rather lacking in ambition. Glancing at her younger sister's husband, she found his imposing demeanor somewhat intimidating. Had she not known in advance that he merely swept the streets for a living, she might have been genuinely intimidated. Unable to contain herself, she interjected. You two must not earn much sweeping the streets each month. Living in the city and raising children requires financial stability. Do not put on a facade. Just look at how well you are dressed. Upon hearing Wenshi's remarks, Chen Yun's expression soured. She directed her gaze toward her elder sister. Knowing full well that she was the one behind the insinuations about her and Zhao Qianzhi sweeping the streets. It wasn't that she felt ashamed of the job. It was her sister's behavior that was infuriating, showing no regard for her dignity. Who said we are sweeping the streets in the city? As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned toward Chen Yun, taken aback. She had not anticipated the conversation would veer in this direction. Nor did she expect her sister to voice such a question publicly. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. Fearing the truth might unravel, she quickly addressed her younger sister. All right, Zhao Yun, working as a street cleaner in the city also categorizes one as part of the working class. There is no shame in honest labor. Let us eat, for we have a spread of delicacies that we seldom enjoy. As these words escaped her lips, though none voiced it, the onlookers silently judged Chen Yun, considering her actions rather ungrateful, given her sister had secured her a job in the city. She showed no gratitude and even denied it, disdainful of the shame associated with her work. Given that her partner was present, no one dared to utter a word against her. At that moment, Zhao Qianzhi placed his teacup on the table with a measured force, raising an eyebrow and questioning in a dark tone. So, it was you who spread the word that my wife and I are sweeping the streets in the city? The moment these words escaped his lips, Chen Yun's complexion turned pale as she met his icy gaze. Her lips trembled, longing to explain. Yet with so many eyes upon her, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, the tale of her and her husband sweeping the streets had originated from her own mouth, leaving no room for denial. In her heart, she couldn't help but resent her sister. She had never dared to rebut her in the past. Now, since moving to the city, her sister seemed transformed. Speaking with newfound assertiveness, refusing to provide her with a mattress, she now publicly humiliated her, showing no regard for her elder sister's position. Teacher Wen had heard disquieting rumors about this brother-in-law, and, seeing her beloved's face pale with fear, became increasingly convinced of his poor character. As the atmosphere reached a palpable tension, she felt compelled to intervene. At that moment, Manager Wang approached with a smile. Having gathered information beforehand, he knew that today's banquet was hosted by Zhao Boss's sister-in-law. Given this connection, he politely greeted the newlyweds. Congratulations on your union. I am the manager of this establishment. Are you satisfied with the banquet today? Upon learning that he was the manager, a sycophantic smile immediately graced Wen's face, erasing her previous haughty demeanor. She had not anticipated such courtesy, not only in the delectable dishes served, but also in his personal greetings. She thought to herself that she must find an opportunity for her son to properly thank him, for it was said that the manager had significant connections, and having such an ally would greatly benefit her son. When Chongqing, slightly taken aback, rose to lift his glass, mumbling awkwardly, "Everything is quite good. Thank you for the special dishes, they are delicious." Chen Yun, feeling a surge of excitement, also stood and eagerly engaged. "In the future, I shall invite our Chongqing to treat you to a meal as a token of our gratitude." Observing their cordiality, Manager Wang refrained from replying, as the dish he had brought was not intended for them. Were it not for Zhao Boss's influence, he would never have lowered himself to converse with such ordinary individuals. Shifting his gaze towards Zhao Boss seated nearby, he took a few steps closer, bowing slightly, and inquired, "Zhao Boss, how did you find the dish I sent? If you have time, I would be delighted to arrange for the kitchen to prepare another feast for you to sample." His tone was laced with a careful, tentative probing. This gesture left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. It was evident to all that Manager Wang was excessively flattering Zhao Qianzhi, and the dish had been sent not in deference to Wen Chongqing, but rather in honor of Zhao Qianzhi. Curiosity enveloped the atmosphere as the situation unfolded. Zhao Jun had been incessantly proclaiming that her younger sister, Chen Yun, was struggling to make ends meet, accompanying her partner in sweeping the streets of the city. Yet, to their astonishment, the hotel manager addressed Zhao Qianzhi as Boss Zhao, speaking to him with a tone of familiarity tinged with deference. Could he truly be the owner of Chen Yun clothing store? Clearly, there were matters hidden from their understanding. Wenshire's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions, leaving her perplexed about the unfolding scenario. She observed the stark contrast in the hotel manager's demeanor when conversing with her son and Xiaojuan's brother-in-law. Wasn't it said that her brother-in-law was a rogue? Why, then, did the hotel manager refer to him as Boss Zhao? Seizing her son, she leaned in, lowering her voice to inquire, "What is happening? Do you not recognize the hotel manager?" To his mother's query, Wen Chongqing replied candidly, "I do not know him. This banquet was arranged through a friend's assistance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to secure a reservation. This hotel, once designated for receiving foreign guests, has become increasingly difficult to book." Wenshire's expression darkened further at her son's revelation. Her earlier attempts to subtly boast had crumbled into embarrassment. How could such a predicament unfold? Her disdain for her new daughter-in-law grew, especially as she disparaged her own sister and brother-in-law, becoming increasingly irked. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi reclined against his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance as he glanced at the dishes laid before him. He found the hotel appealing, with its prime location and exquisite decor. Initially deterred by concerns about investing excessive effort, he had dismissed the notion of acquiring it. However, with the garment factory now operational and the processes gradually being refined, he envisioned the possibility of exploring other ventures. Acquiring this hotel was no longer out of the question. Given its caliber, when the market eventually opened up, it would experience robust growth. At that juncture, seizing market share would hinge solely on one's capabilities. With this thought in mind, he redirected his attention to Manager Wang and said, "Let us discuss this further at a later time. Today is not for business." Manager Wang immediately grasped the implication, his eyes sparkling with hope as he nodded in understanding. "Of course, Boss Zhao," he replied, straightening up to address the assembly with great respect. "Greetings, everyone. I am the manager of this establishment. This esteemed gentleman, Boss Zhao, along with his partner, are our honored guests and the recent proprietors of Chen Yun Clothing." Should any of you require arrangements for future gatherings, I assure you, one will guarantee your utmost satisfaction." As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, followed by a chorus of applause. This gathering, typically not frequented by such high-profile clientele, had not anticipated Zhao Qianzhi's success in becoming a prominent entrepreneur, far removed from the image of a street sweeper. Chen Laodao's wife, seated diagonally, abandoned her meal, her excitement prompting her to kick her husband beneath the table. She never anticipated that the man from Zhao Yun's family would thrive so impressively in the city, not only becoming a prominent boss, but also earning such respect from the restaurant manager. Leaning closer, she whispered softly, ensuring only they could hear, "Look, look. Your elder sister simply cannot stand to see your younger sister doing well. Later, drink a few more glasses with your brother-in-law. Just look at how well he has fared. Unlike your elder brother-in-law. TSK, what a pretentious city dweller. Just observe the disdainful expressions of his entire family." Ugh, hearing his wife's quiet murmurs, Chen Laodao cast a glance in her direction. Today's banquet was indeed suffocating. He felt belittled by his elder brother-in-law's family throughout the event, subjected to various disparagements. Despite this, his parents continued to wear forced smiles. As the eldest brother, he could only swallow his pride in silence, for after all, they were city people. He had initially believed his elder sister's words, thinking that his younger sister really was merely sweeping the streets in the city. But now it seemed that every word from his elder sister was a fabrication. He found himself gazing blankly at his brother-in-law, curious about his current endeavors in the city that commanded such stature. Once the restaurant manager departed, the relatives on the woman's side erupted into hushed discussions, as if a kettle had boiled over. Those who had deemed Chen Yun ungrateful quickly turned their ire toward Zhao Jun, denouncing her for being unkind. Unable to tolerate her younger sister's success, they all spoke of how she had supposedly secured a menial job for her sister, sweeping the streets. If it weren't for the manager's earlier comments, they would still be in the dark. At that moment, Chen Jun's face reflected sheer disbelief. She could hardly accept what her ears had just heard. Chen Yun Clothing was the very shop where she had purchased her denim attire. How could Zhao Yun and Zhao Qianzhi possibly be the proprietors of such a vast and bustling establishment, where patrons had to queue for half an hour just to enter? Suddenly, she recalled the chatter of those waiting in line, mentioning that the owners of Chen Yun Clothing were a remarkably young couple. Moreover, they had also established a garment factory, leading to a decrease in foot traffic at the clothing store. With this revelation, she stared incredulously at her younger sister, her mind swirling in disbelief. How could they have achieved such a significant business in such a short span? Surely, there must be some mistake. Perhaps the restaurant manager was merely a hired actor, deliberately saying such things to overshadow her own wedding. After a moment of self-affirmation, she lifted her gaze, only to discover the relatives watching her with transformed expressions. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Mustering a forced smile, she addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your meal." Her words were met with an unsettling silence. No one responded. Chen's father felt as though his dignity had been thoroughly trampled by his eldest daughter, casting a meaningful glance at his younger daughter. Zhao Qianzhi looked at his wife, who was holding their child, and inquired, "Are you full?" Chen Yun understood his implication, glancing at her mother, with whom she had barely exchanged a few words due to the peculiar circumstances of the day. Retracting her gaze, she addressed the person at the table. "We have matters to attend to at our factory, so we shall take our leave." Upon hearing her words, Wen's previous disdain vanished from her countenance. It was no surprise that Chen Yun's denim attire had gained such remarkable popularity. She had heard about it from her own children. Particularly, the grand opening of the garment factory had been a lavish affair, attended by numerous dignitaries who delivered speeches. Her daughter had been clamoring to purchase some, mentioning that many of her classmates had already done so. However, due to the expenses incurred from the eldest's wedding, she had refrained from providing them with funds for such purchases. Little did she anticipate that the couple behind it all were, in fact, the two of them. It was no wonder that the restaurant manager treated them with such courtesy. They truly possessed commendable capabilities. Had Xiaojun mentioned earlier that the couple were the proprietors of Chen Yun Clothing, she would not have needed to show them any disdain. Now, the situation had turned rather awkward, prompting her to rise with a somewhat forced smile, saying, "If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. We are all in the city. Let us gather again another day." As her words echoed, she noticed that the newlywed bride made no effort to rise and bid them farewell. Suppressing her dissatisfaction towards the new bride, she urged with a bright smile, Xiaojun, you and Chongqing should get up and see off your sister and brother-in-law. We are all family now and live in the same city. We ought to spend more time together. Some guests at another table, upon learning that Zhao Qianzhi was a significant entrepreneur, exhibited a dramatic shift in their demeanor. A few could not help but call out to Chen Yun, urging her, "Hurry up. Your sister and brother-in-law, two busy individuals, took time out to attend your wedding, and you can't even see them off?" Hearing her mother-in-law's words, along with the comments from the crowd, resentment surged within Chen Yun. On this joyous occasion, her mother-in-law had continuously cast her in an unfavorable light. This was the first time she had received a semblance of goodwill, and it was solely due to the revelation that Xiaoyun and her husband were prosperous entrepreneurs. The very individuals she had once looked down upon were now being revered, particularly on the day of her own wedding. She felt as though she were being scorched by flames, overwhelmed with discomfort. Amidst the clamor, she could hardly discern what was being said, reluctantly rising to escort them outside, her face betraying a rigid expression she could not control. At the dining table, Chen's father observed the stark contrast in his mother-in-law's demeanor, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. His most cherished eldest daughter had brought him shame in front of friends and family, while his least favored youngest daughter had flourished alongside her husband, inadvertently bringing him a share of their success. Meanwhile, the silent fifth child grinned widely, exuding delight and pride. Seeing this turn of events, Chen's eldest daughter-in-law seized the opportunity, tugging at her husband, and promptly stated, "Come, let us also see off the second sister and her husband." Manager Wang had already arranged for a taxi, waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. As Zhao Qianzhi and his wife emerged, he approached them with a pleasant smile, saying, "Boss Zhao, the car is ready." Zhao Qianzhi nodded slightly at him, taking the child from his wife's arms, bending down, and getting into the car. Chen Laoda, who had hurried out, along with his wife, blocked the car door just as Chen Yun was about to get in. Lin Wan held a cloth bag containing the new clothes she had taken from Chen Yun. Not wanting to wear the fine fabric herself, she decided to gift it to her sister-in-law. This time, in an effort to please her second sister and brother-in-law, she intended to buy a new outfit for Xiaoyun in town, but upon inquiring at numerous shops, she found the prices for similar garments to be exorbitantly high. Ultimately, she visited her mother's family and learned that her sister-in-law had never worn the dress, so she reclaimed it, relieved to save some money. With an enthusiastic grasp of Chen Yun's delicate hand, she ingratiatingly said, "Xiaoyun, take this dress. It's specially bought for you by your sister-in-law. Whenever you have the chance, come by more often, and I'll prepare delicious food for you." Chen Yun, peering through the gaps of the cloth bag, recognized the dress that Zhao Qianzhi had previously purchased for her. When her sister-in-law had visited their home and seen it, she had taken it away. Knowing her sister-in-law well, Chen Yun surmised that it had likely been passed on to her mother's side. Now, with no need for that dress, she had no desire to owe anyone a favor because of it. Consequently, she did not reach out to accept it and bluntly remarked, "It looks like the one you took before. It's fine, keep it. I don't need any more clothes right now." With just those two sentences, Lin Wan's face flushed crimson. She had anticipated that, given Xiaoyun's accommodating nature, she would never confront her about this matter, thus preserving Lin Wan's dignity. Unexpectedly, now that Xiaoyun had prospered, she spoke with newfound assertiveness, no longer needing to appease her sister-in-law. Had she known Xiaoyun would thrive, she would not have bullied her previously. "Xiaoyun, it was wrong of me before. Don't hold it against your sister-in-law." Hearing this, Chen Yun smiled gently, choosing not to press the past grievances. Today, she truly experienced the stark contrasts between poverty and affluence. She understood the real meaning behind Zhao Qianzhi's words and politely addressed her sister-in-law, saying, "Sister-in-law, let's leave the past behind. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." With that, she turned and gracefully settled into the car. Lin Wan smiled broadly and waved them goodbye. Chen Laoda, observing his wife's behavior, felt utterly embarrassed, lacking the courage to approach them further. Chen Yun, standing not far away, witnessed everything unfold. After the taxi drove away, she approached her sister-in-law, casting a glance at the items she held and mockingly remarked, "What's this? Now that they've become successful, you can't wait to ingratiate yourself, thinking your newfound wealth can assist you?" Hearing his younger sister's words, Chen Laoda's face darkened significantly, and he retorted sharply, "What nonsense are you spouting? We are all family. Hurry inside. The guests are still waiting." With that, he led his wife inside first. Chen Yun stood in place, utterly infuriated and on the verge of venting her frustrations to her partner. However, upon turning around, she discovered he had also entered, intensifying her anger. Today, she felt utterly humiliated, attributing her disgrace to the younger woman who had stolen the spotlight, leaving her to deal with the mess. In the taxi, Chen Yun leaned closer, reaching for the child in Zhao Qianzhi's arms. Adjusting the sock around her ankle, she inquired, "Are you planning to take over that restaurant?" Zhao Qianzhi lowered his gaze to the pristine, delicate neck before him, swallowing hard before responding in a somewhat subdued tone. "Yes, I have such intentions." After adjusting the child's socks, Chen Yun settled herself and noticed a stray hair from her shoulder. She gently pinched it, asking, "I don't think the food there is particularly exceptional, and it's quite pricey, unaffordable for ordinary people." Zhao Qianzhi understood his wife's concerns. Establishments like that generally did not cater to the average citizen. Even after taking over, the strategy would still target a high-end clientele. However, a complete overhaul of the staff would be necessary post-takeover. New employees must possess a strong service orientation, and the kitchen must showcase the restaurant's signature offerings. With winter approaching, the frigid northern climate made hot pot an excellent option. It required no extraordinary culinary skills. As long as the broth was well prepared and the ingredients fresh, coupled with attentive service, customers would not be lacking. Moreover, during this period, he had noticed a considerable number of upper-middle-class families in the city. Their living conditions far surpassed those of an average family, and they were increasingly seeking a higher standard of living in all aspects, from food to lifestyle. Thus, as long as the restaurant's direction was clear and the marketing effective, there would be no fear of a lack of clientele. Contemplating this, he posed a counter-question. "If we were to take over here, what do you think would be the best approach?" Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback by his sudden inquiry, only to realize he was testing her. Most of the staffing and process planning for their clothing company had been orchestrated by him, allowing the business to thrive. Even without his direct oversight, the well-structured management ensured smooth operations. His question clearly indicated he was considering the restaurant's acquisition and had already devised a more refined plan, merely seeking her opinion. Although she felt familiar with the clothing industry and could handle certain tasks independently, facing a new sector left her with a sense of uncertainty and no clear direction. As she pondered, Zhao Qianzhi smiled, retracting his gaze before speaking, "No rush. Take your time. Consider the clothing factory as your practice ground. If you encounter any issues, just approach them as you see fit. I will take responsibility for any consequences." With rapid development on the horizon, it would not be long before they reached the pinnacle of the stock, electronics, and real estate era. First, allow her to gradually explore the most fundamental aspects. Unconsciously, she will develop her own independent thoughts, management skills, and philosophies. At present, it is evident that she has been performing admirably. She can now handle unexpected situations independently, no longer vacillating as she did in the beginning. Chen Yun found great comfort and reassurance in his words. After all, she could not afford to experiment with such a large factory. Nevertheless, since Zhao Qianzhi had expressed his confidence in her, it was clear he wished for her to take the reins and not be overly cautious. Therefore, whatever issues arose, he would be there to support her, rendering her fears obsolete. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the garment factory. The two of them exited in succession. Zhao Qianzhi, cradling the child, waited for his wife to settle the payment before handing the little one to her, saying, "You go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to." Chen Yun nodded slightly, embracing the child as she entered the premises. Upon reaching the second floor and passing by the garment workshop, she heard a commotion inside. Stopping in her tracks, she peered through the glass window. She observed that the once busy workshop now had a dozen individuals idling, while the workshop supervisor appeared to be attempting to persuade them. Yet, among the group, some seemed hesitant, while others were resolute in their refusal to work. It was perplexing. Just yesterday, everyone had been industriously contributing, achieving remarkable output. How could such a sudden change occur overnight, with so many refusing to work? With the child in her arms, she approached the entrance and inquired, "What is happening?" Upon seeing her, the workshop supervisor promptly advanced to report, "Madam, 10 of them are clamoring for a wage increase, threatening to cease work otherwise." As he spoke, his expression betrayed his discomfort, clearly indicating some unspoken concerns. Noticing this, Chen Yun took the child to her office. The workshop supervisor followed her in, closing the door behind them, finally feeling at ease to speak. "Madam, it started with one person, and as the noise escalated, more joined in. If we do not address this promptly, We risk a complete strike over wage demands. Since this morning, our output has dropped to half of what it was yesterday." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was not surprised at all. The garment factory had been thriving, with business booming more than ever. The demand for denim apparel was surging. While she could not rule out the possibility of foul play, the sudden outcry for a wage increase felt rather peculiar. With Zhao Qianzhi absent, she felt the weight of responsibility. Had he been present, he would undoubtedly have managed the situation adeptly. The unrest in the workshop was hindering the productivity of other workers. If not resolved swiftly, this could open the door to future disturbances. Reflecting on Zhao Qianzhi's earlier words about handling issues within the factory and encouraging her to take initiative, she realized she could not rely solely on him for every problem. She needed to learn and grow to share some of the burdens alongside him. Regaining her focus, she turned to the workshop supervisor and asked, "Who instigated this?" After a moment's thought, the supervisor replied candidly, "It was the group leader from Team 3. He paused, seemingly contemplating before adding further insights. It is said that she would not cause a ruckus, for her family circumstances are quite dire. Not only does she have 2 children to care for, but also 2 elderly relatives, making her sole income from this job crucial. Thus, she cherishes her position greatly." Upon hearing the words of the workshop director, Chen Yun began to weigh her options, although she remained uncertain of the motives behind the unrest. Whether it stemmed from manipulation or other reasons, leading a disturbance was strictly forbidden and must not be allowed to transpire. After entrusting her children to her assistant Xiao Yi, she accompanied the workshop director to the garment production area. The instigator, team leader Miao Zuehong, felt a surge of confidence upon seeing the boss lady approach, especially when she realized the owner was not by her side. Perhaps, as her partner had suggested, if she stirred enough commotion and rallied others to join, the owners would not dare to dismiss so many employees at once. If they were all let go, who would produce the garments? The wholesalers would be left empty-handed, and the chaos would only intensify. Consequently, the owners would have no choice but to grant a pay raise to those who were causing the disturbance. Contemplating the prospect of a salary increase from the boss lady, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. She could not help but scheme, hoping for at least a doubling of her wages. Otherwise, she would not relent and would continue to protest, keen to see how they would manage production and delivery. Standing at the forefront, Chen Yun addressed the workshop director. "Tell them all to stop. I have something to say." Upon receiving her command, the workshop director announced loudly, "Everyone, pause. The boss lady has something to convey." The clattering of sewing machines gradually ceased in response to the director's words. Chen Yun positioned herself centrally, taking up a megaphone to address the assembly. "Those of you who are agitating for a pay raise, please step forward and stand behind me." The group of approximately 10 exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention toward the team leader who had incited the unrest. Miao Zuehong, exuding confidence, strode forward with her head held high. Some from the group followed her lead, while 5 hesitated and returned to their sewing machines, afraid to join. Chen Yun smiled softly at those who approached, then shifted her gaze to the assembly. "I trust that everyone here has undergone training before starting work. Additionally, my husband has established certain company regulations, which the workshop director has already communicated. Your wages are calculated based on a base salary supplemented by piecework, adhering to a performance-based compensation system." A number of workers present nodded in acknowledgement, clearly aware of the innovative wage model implemented at Chen Yun Garment Factory, one they had never encountered before. This system effectively maximizes their potential. If they are willing to work diligently, their earnings could be substantial. Thus, while Miao Zuehong led the charge for a wage increase, the majority continued to focus on their tasks at hand. Securing a job through rigorous selection processes to become a formal employee was a rare opportunity for some of these laid-off workers, especially given the attractive salary offered. In the morning, afternoon, and evening, they were provided with meals that included some meat, which was undoubtedly a favorable condition that everyone cherished in this hard-won job. Chen Yun observed the individuals present, each one with resolute expressions, adhering strictly to the rules, before continuing. "Today, my husband is away from the factory. These few have suddenly demanded a wage increase, clearly dissatisfied with the factory's management system. If that is the case, I shall not insist on retaining you. Please proceed to the accounting department shortly to settle your wages. At Chen Yun Garment Factory, we cannot accommodate troublemakers." As soon as her words left her lips, a wave of panic swept over the group. No one had anticipated that this seemingly gentle proprietress would take such decisive action against them. In particular, Miao Tsohong was so frightened that tears nearly filled her eyes, erasing the confidence she had just displayed. She stepped forward and implored, "Madam, if you choose not to raise our salaries, how can you dismiss us?" Upon hearing her question, Chen Yun glanced at the others, noting varying degrees of anxiety etched across their faces. Clearly, they valued their jobs. However, the turmoil they had instigated could not be overlooked. Retaining them today would likely invite further unrest in the future. Such behavior needed to be curtailed. It was unacceptable for anyone to think they could achieve wage increases through strikes. "Your malicious disruption of work today has severely impacted production efficiency," she stated firmly. "I cannot fulfill orders. Can you bear the responsibility for that?" Miao Tsuehong fell silent. The other individuals, witnessing the unfolding situation, were on the verge of tears. They had been performing well until Miao Tsuehong's instigation led them astray. "Madam, I promise I won't do this again. Please grant us another chance." Today's incident was entirely led by Sister Miao. Chen Yun remained unmoved by their pleas. In the past, she might have considered each person's unique circumstances and felt compassion. However, that was no longer the case. In such a large factory, without rules, nothing could be accomplished. When you chose to follow her lead in this uproar, you should have anticipated this outcome, she concluded, turning to the workshop supervisor. "Please take them to settle their wages. And inform Xiao Lu in recruitment to post a notice to fill the vacant positions. These individuals will no longer be employed at Chen Yun." The workshop supervisor nodded in agreement. "Understood, madam." The employees who had not participated in the disturbance felt an immense sense of relief. Otherwise, they would have risked losing their jobs without a salary increase. After the proprietress departed, the workshop supervisor addressed the remaining employees. "Continue your work. You few, come with me to settle your wages." Miao Tsuehong burst into tears. Unable to accept that a mere protest had cost her job, jeopardizing her family's income. "Supervisor, please plead with the proprietress for me. I cannot lose this job." The supervisor regarded Miao Tsuehong with a cold gaze, having tried to dissuade her from causing trouble before the proprietress arrived. "If you had simply focused on your work, your wages would certainly have increased. Yet you chose to incite unrest, not just on your own, but by rallying others to join you. Before the arrival of the proprietress, how did I persuade you, Xiaomiao? You possess exceptional skills and dexterity, producing garments of remarkable quality. Yet, why do you neglect your duties, entertaining such misguided thoughts?" Miao Tsuehong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with a desperate plea. It was precisely because of her acknowledged competence and the esteem she garnered, having been appointed as team leader, that she confided in her husband and entertained ill intentions. Little did she expect that the seemingly gentle proprietress would not even deign to discuss the matter with her before dismissing her outright. "Director, I implore you. You are aware of my family's circumstances. I cannot afford to be without this job." The others, witnessing Miao Tsuehong's desperation, gathered around her, chastising her, while simultaneously urging the director to intercede on her behalf. None wished to lose this hard-won position. The workshop director regarded them with a cold gaze, feeling no sympathy for their predicament. "Enough. When you were causing a ruckus, you should have considered the consequences. If the proprietress chooses not to take action today, everyone will follow your example. And how can the factory continue to operate?" Upon hearing her words, several glared fiercely at Miao Tsuehong. This group had endured numerous rounds of selection to secure their positions, and now, witnessing it slip away, they naturally harbored resentment towards Miao Tsuehong, the perceived instigator. Ignoring their hostile glares, Miao Tsuehong fell to the ground, grasping the director's clothing and pleading with a quivering voice, "Director, my family depends on my income. I beg you, please intercede with the proprietress on my behalf. I promise to work diligently and will not cause any more trouble." The workshop director furrowed her brow, attempting to lift Miao Tsuehong. "Get up." But Miao Tsuehong, in a fit of desperation, remained on the ground, refusing to rise despite the director's efforts. Seeing her determination, the director sighed and said, "I will ask, but if the proprietress refuses, there is little I can do." Upon hearing this, hope flickered in the eyes of the others, and they awaited her inquiry with bated breath. In the workshop, the commotion sparked a renewed focus among the workers, with no one daring to entertain any further foolish thoughts. The workshop director approached the proprietress's office, knocked on the door, and upon hearing a response, entered. At that moment, Chen Yun was changing her daughter's diaper. She glanced at the newcomer before returning to her task. Closing the door, the workshop director stepped forward and spoke. "Boss, these individuals come from less fortunate backgrounds. Could we possibly grant them another chance? Chen Yun remained silent, finishing her task, lifting her daughter, and then looking at the workshop director. She replied. They caused quite a scene in the workshop, and everyone witnessed it. If mistakes go unpunished, others will follow suit. How can I manage this factory? Understanding the finality in her words, the workshop director nodded, understood. After she left, Chen Yun cradled the child and began to peruse the account books, assessing the cost-to-profit ratio of her garment factory over the past couple of days. She contemplated taking some time tomorrow to visit the storefront. Although accountant Wen diligently came by daily to tally the accounts and withdraw the day's earnings for deposit at the bank, she felt an innate need to personally observe the operational conditions there for her peace of mind. Zhao Qianzhi hailed a taxi and made his way to the local textile factory, where Director Chen personally guided him on a tour of the workshop before they returned to the office. As they settled into their seats, Director Chen's demeanor towards Zhao Qianzhi had markedly transformed. The casual disdain from their initial meeting had dissipated. Now, upon learning that he had opened a garment factory, she felt a genuine respect for him. Therefore, when she discovered that Hongtao Garment Factory sought to place an order for denim fabric, she instinctively reached out to him, her tone laced with curiosity. Are you not concerned that Hongtao Garment Factory might poach your orders? Zhao Qianzhi reclined lazily in his chair, his sharp features betraying no superfluous emotion. He had already been aware of Hongtao's representatives tracking the cargo truck to the textile factory. However, he did not anticipate that Director Chen would contact him immediately after the encounter. In such a vast market, as long as he remained compliant, he felt indifferent. After all, production and marketing were distinct domains. Lacking experience, wholesale endeavors were not easily accomplished. If he could seize this opportunity to thrive, that would indeed be his merit. Under the scrutiny of Director Chen's gaze, he responded, "It's of no concern, such is the nature of business. As long as he remains compliant, there is no need for me to obstruct his livelihood." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Director Chen's eyes. She found Zhao Qianzhi increasingly enigmatic, and a smile of appreciation graced her lips. "Well, with your assurance, I shall prioritize supplying you with materials in the future, should you desire." After their conversation concluded, Zhao Qianzhi made no further delay. On his way back, he fortuitously encountered Liao, the owner of Hongtao Garment Factory, who had come to personally procure a substantial order of denim fabric. In a moment of near despair, the purchasing agent had resorted to clever tactics, following Chen Yun's truck to locate the source of the denim. This rekindled his hope, and he prepared to utilize nearly all his available cash for this order. Brimming with confidence, convinced of his superiority over Chen Yun's enterprise. Today, Liao Xiongwei had slicked back his hair with pomade, leaving it gleaming. Upon seeing Zhao Qianzhi, he greeted him with an exaggerated smile, feigning surprise. "Oh, Mr. Zhao, what brings you here?" In response, Zhao Qianzhi merely offered a nod, a token acknowledgement. Liao Xiongwei, eager to engage him further, soon noticed that he was accompanied by Director Chen. Instantly adopting a sycophantic demeanor, he exclaimed, "Director Chen, I'm here specifically to place an order for fabric." At that moment, Director Chen finally comprehended why Zhao Qianzhi held Liao in such low regard. Such individuals, driven by a desire for immediate success, seldom achieve great things, rendering them poor adversaries for Zhao Qianzhi. Thus, he felt entirely at ease selling himself to Hongtao Fabrics. It must be acknowledged that his strategy may be even more ruthless towards Liao, the owner of Hongtao Garment Factory. To bring about the downfall of a rival, one must first drive them to madness. After personally escorting Zhao Qianzhi to the vehicle, he turned to Liao Xiongwei and declared, "Come with me, Mr. Liao. We are preparing to sell the 118 fabric at a significantly reduced price to seize market share." Liao Xiongwei promptly followed with his assistant to the warehouse. Upon inspecting the fabric, he confirmed it to be identical to the denim fabric ordered by Chen Yun Apparel, a smile of uncontainable delight breaking upon his face. "Director Chen, I will take all of this fabric," he announced. Director Chen smiled in response. This was originally set aside for Chen Yun. Today, Zhao Qianzhi mentioned that if Hongtao wishes to buy, he can acquire it all. At that moment, he was puzzled, as it seemed unlikely that Hongtao Garment Factory would take such a significant risk by ordering so much fabric at once. In retrospect, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Deep down, he increasingly admired Zhao Qianzhi for his remarkable insight into others. After swiftly calculating on his abacus, he hesitantly asked, "Mr. Liao, are you certain you want all of this fabric? Our policy requires payment before collection." Liao Xiongwei was well aware of the quantity he had ordered and was filled with confidence. Having previously worked with Chen Yun on garment processing, he knew these fabrics would be consumed within just over 3 months. His future business model would mirror that of Chen Yun's. He was convinced that once the garments were produced, by simply undercutting their wholesale prices, albeit by a small margin, he would attract a plethora of wholesalers. From that point onward, the denim apparel market would no longer be dominated solely by Chen Yun apparel. He was determined to establish himself firmly in this industry, selling at low prices without requiring a deposit. Suppliers could simply pay upon collection. With years of experience in garment production, how could he possibly be outdone by Zhao, who had just opened a new factory? Even if Zhao had another garment factory collaborator, it was of little consequence. Once his products hit the market, leveraging low prices and a no-deposit model would undoubtedly draw all of Zhao's wholesalers to his side. The mere thought of this scenario brought an uncontainable smile to his lips. Suppressing his exhilaration, he maintained a serene facade, stating, "Rest assured, I have brought all the necessary funds. I will take that batch in the warehouse. And I also wish to contract a substantial quantity moving forward. You must prioritize my order, and I will pay everything up front." Upon hearing this, Director Chen nodded, realizing he intended to intercept Zhao's orders. This man was excessively greedy. Had he not covertly sought to breach their contract, Zhao would likely still be collaborating with him, and their relationship would remain intact. Now, due to the unprincipled actions of Hongtao Garment Factory, Zhao had withdrawn all orders and established his own factory. Instead of learning from his mistakes, he was repeating them, truly courting his own demise. As a primary fabric supplier, it is unnecessary for me to forego profit. Moreover, Boss Zhao has a batch of goods ready for delivery in the next couple of days, which will not affect his supply chain. Grasping a pen, I drafted a note detailing the quantity and unit price of the fabrics, tore it off, and stood up, proclaiming, "All right. Let us proceed to make the payment and then collect the goods. With this note, you can retrieve the materials from the warehouse." Liao Xiongwei rose and accompanied me to the accounting office, where we settled the payment and received the collection slip. We promptly arranged for a team to load the substantial pile of denim raw materials onto the truck. Without delay, we transported the fabrics back to the factory, where all employees were instructed to work overtime to swiftly produce a batch of garments. Meanwhile, Zhao Qianzhi returned to the city from the textile factory. Taking advantage of the time before the workday concluded, he prepared some materials to submit for approval, intending to purchase a vehicle for commuting. Once he completed these tasks and returned home, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Chen Yun, having already dined, noticed his arrival and rose to retrieve a pair of chopsticks, bringing out the meal she had saved for him and placing it on the table. After he washed his hands and took a seat, she pulled out a chair and sat opposite him, initiating a conversation. "During the day, while you were away from the factory, a few employees in the garment workshop staged a strike, demanding a wage increase." As she spoke, she attentively observed Zhao Qianzhi's reaction. Noticing his calm demeanor as he served himself some dishes, she wondered if he was either unconcerned or perhaps overly confident in her ability to manage the situation. Deep down, she felt a sense of insecurity about her own decisions, uncertain whether her approach was too harsh. However, she believed that addressing wage demands through strikes could set a precedent, leading to further unrest if not handled properly. Consequently, she resolved to dismiss all those involved in the strike decisively. Continuing, she stated, "I have terminated all the employees who demanded higher wages and posted a notice to recruit replacements." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Qianzhi glanced up with a faint smile, expressing his approval. "You handled this matter exceptionally well." Chen Yun, initially worried, felt her cheeks flush with warmth at his praise. She had anticipated criticism for being too ruthless, but was pleasantly surprised by his commendation. Feeling a bit shy, she moved to the sofa and resumed knitting her sweater, her heart fluttering with joy at his acknowledgement. Unable to resist, she stole another glance at him, her lips curling into a gentle smile. After he finished his meal, she called him closer, instructing, "Stand straight and open your arms." Zhao Qianzhi, puzzled yet obedient, complied, while Chen Yun stood behind him, slightly on her toes, measuring the span of his arms. "The sweater is nearing completion. In a few days, when the cold sets in, I shall finally wear it." Compared to the warmth shared between the two of us in our mundane life, Chen Yun, who should have been reveling in the joy of her wedding night, glowered with wide eyes at the dilapidated bed measuring merely 1.5 meters wide. "This bed was part of my dowry," she demanded of Wen Chongqing, who, Covering his mouth, cast a glance at the closed door and spoke in a hushed yet displeased tone. Be quieter. Mother is a light sleeper. It's just a bed. I had it moved to my mother's room. She is elderly and deserves a better sleeping arrangement. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yun nearly sputtered with rage. After all this commotion, not only had he refused to purchase a proper mattress, but he had also insisted that their already financially strained family procure a new bed amid their struggles. Yet, without so much as a discussion, he had taken her dowry and relocated it to his mother's room. Pushing aside his hand that covered his mouth, she questioned with suppressed fury, Wen Chongqing, do you even consider me a person? That bed was provided for me by my family. How can your mother find it acceptable to sleep on it? Can you not be a bit more considerate? Wen Chongqing, a teacher by profession, had his expression darkened further upon hearing his beloved's words. He coldly remarked, she is not only my mother but also your mother-in-law, the person you should honor in the future. Be sensible, it's just a bed. Let us not create an unpleasant atmosphere. With that, he turned and seated himself on a nearby chair, choosing to ignore her. He intended to adopt a cold approach to this matter, unwilling to argue over trivialities, lest he appear lacking in decorum. Chen Yun was left in a daze by his indifference. On their first night of marriage, she longed to endure in silence. Yet, gazing at the shabby room, devoid of any celebratory decorations, with the bedding still the same as he had arranged it previously, and lacking the vibrant red quilt that should have adorned their new marital bed, she could hardly believe this was their honeymoon suite. Moreover, her new quilts, part of her dowry, were spotted on the bed of his younger sister as she passed by. The whereabouts of the rest remained a mystery. At that moment, an indescribable feeling surged within her. She had once yearned to escape her impoverished family. After finally marrying into the city, she now felt as though she had leaped from one fire pit into another. Sitting on the bed, she covered her face and began to weep softly. She could scarcely fathom how they would navigate their lives together in the future, especially now that the sister she had once looked down upon had not only become a city dweller, but also resided in a new apartment. That household was not only clean and beautiful, but also furnished with many items that an average family could scarcely afford, such as sofas, wardrobes, and a proper mattress. Most importantly, there were no bothersome younger siblings cluttering their home. Observing her current situation, she realized that what should have been a joyous beginning to their married life had devolved into this dismal reality. Hearing the commotion from the adjacent room, Wen Qing, without knocking, pushed the door open and glanced inside. Brother, tell her to keep it down. Mother has already gone to bed. Also, I want to buy a new denim outfit tomorrow. All my classmates have one. An ISNT sister-in-law's younger sister, the owner of Chen Yun clothing? She could send me a couple of the latest styles. Wen Chongqing cast a glance at his weeping newlywed wife, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. He then turned his attention to his younger sister, adopting a gentler tone to educate her. She is in the business of commerce. If you desire something, wait until next month when I receive my salary, and then you may purchase it. You cannot simply take from her without reason. Upon hearing her brother's words, Wen Qing pouted in discontent. Aren't we all relatives? Why fuss over such trivial matters? Besides, didn't my sister-in-law give me the wardrobe as part of her dowry? Wen Chongqing, observing his sister's cunning rebuttal, assumed a stern demeanor and reasoned with her. That is different. Your sister-in-law is now part of our family, while her sister remains merely a relative. Wen Qing recognized her brother's obstinate nature and, disinterested in further debate, turned and exited the room. The following day, Chen Yun rose with swollen eyes, preparing to wash her face and brush her teeth. The Wen matriarch chose to feign ignorance. She had certainly heard the commotion from her son's new home the previous night, but what of it? As a rural woman marrying into the city, she felt she had already ascended in status. Moreover, her son was quite capable, a teacher no less, and perhaps in the future, they might even be granted their own residence. What could her humble origins as a factory worker compare to that? Deep down, she harbored disdain for Chen Yun. Feeling superior due to her sister's accomplishments, her brother-in-law's prosperous business, and the potential support they could lend to her less accomplished younger son. Thus, it remained essential to maintain appearances. Little June, did you rest well last night? After breakfast, let Chongqing take you on a proper tour of the city. Responding with a forced smile to her mother-in-law's words, Chen Yun replied, Yes, mother. Meanwhile, on the other side, having finished breakfast, Chen Yun prepared to accompany Zhao Qianzhi to the factory. As she opened the door, she spotted Xiao Wu squatting at the entrance, his face a mask of astonishment. What are you doing here? Xiao Wu stood up, clutching a worn cloth bag, and glanced at Zhao Qianzhi, calling out, "Brother-in-law." After that, he looked at his second sister, lowering his gaze to the ground as he mumbled, "Sister." Understanding her younger brother's demeanor, Chen Yun addressed Zhao Qianzhi, "You go ahead, I will join you shortly." Zhao Qianzhi nodded and stepped out with the child in his arms. Chen Yun then ushered Xiao Wu inside, retrieving unfinished buns from the refrigerator and placing them on the table. "Wash your hands and have something to eat first." Xiao Wu set down his tattered bag and approached the sink to wash his hands. Hesitant to use the towel hanging nearby, he simply dried his hands on his clothes before taking a seat at the dining table. Sitting across from him, Chen Yun caught a glimpse of the luggage he had left on the floor and, diverting her gaze, inquired, "Are you planning to find work in the city?" As he nibbled on the bun, Xiao Wu recalled his previous behavior towards his sister and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could not bring himself to mention borrowing money. Yet, with the household finances under his sister-in-law's control and their parents having exhausted their funds for their eldest daughter's wedding, he found himself at a loss. Yet he found himself without even the fare for a distant journey. Thus he approached with a sheepish demeanor. With his head bowed, he spoke in a hesitant tone, expressing his desire to work in the south, but lamenting his lack of funds. Chen Yun gazed at him for a considerable time, noting that he no longer demanded money with the same sense of entitlement as before. Although she was unaware of the events that had transpired over the past few days, it was evident that he had become more reserved and taciturn. At his age, he should indeed have gained some understanding. She uttered no words. Rising, she entered the house, and after a brief interval, emerged again, with money wrapped in a piece of paper bearing a factory's landline number. She placed it on the table and said to him, "It's not much, so be sure to use it sparingly." These simple words caused Xiao Wu's eyes to well up with tears. Over the past few days, he had reflected deeply and recognized how foolish and ungrateful he had been. It was astonishing that his second sister was still willing to provide him with financial support, leaving him with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Fearing that she might perceive his emotions, he buried his head. With a lump in his throat, he stuffed the remaining bun into his mouth and picked up the money from the table, saying, "I'm leaving now, second sister." Without looking back, he opened the door and dashed out, nearly running down the stairs. He was afraid that if he lingered any longer, he would be unable to contain his tears. Chen Yun sat in solitude for a while, lost in thought. No one knew what occupied her mind at that moment. After some time, she composed herself, rose to clear the plates, took her keys, locked the door, and descended the stairs. She did not take a taxi, but walked to the shop, where she found a long queue at the entrance. Navigating through the crowd, she stepped inside. When Qian Liang spotted her, he greeted her, saying, "Good morning, Madam Boss." Chen Yun smiled back and surveyed the shop, noticing several staff members attending to customers. She conducted a thorough inspection of the store, finding that both the shelves and the small warehouse were impeccably organized. With 120 expanded markets, it was clear that her presence was no longer essential. The workers arrived daily, attending to their respective tasks with minimal oversight, each in their designated roles, thereby avoiding any complications. One could not deny that her partner possessed an innate talent for business. It seemed no challenge was insurmountable for him. Meanwhile, at the factory, Zhao Qianzhi cradled a child while perusing the latest garment sketches from the designer. Most designs were satisfactory, though a couple were rather simplistic and unoriginal. At that moment, an assistant knocked on the door, then entered, announcing, "Boss, Mr. Li from Wangjiang has arrived." Stepping aside, the assistant allowed Mr. Li to enter. Zhao Qianzhi paused his work and looked up to see Mr. Li striding in with great energy. He instructed his assistant, "Pour a cup of tea for Mr. Li." Mr. Li from Wangjiang settled onto the sofa, appearing somewhat anxious as he directed a worried glance at the composed Zhao Qianzhi. Unable to conceal his concerns, he got straight to the point. "Brother, are you aware that a certain Liao has managed to acquire denim fabric? He is now boasting that he can wholesale denim garments anywhere. And I hear he requires no deposit, offering prices even lower than ours. It's clear he aims to compete with us in business." Zhao Qianzhi leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the anxious Boss Li, and spoke in a tone devoid of urgency. "There is no need for concern. The road ahead remains long." At that moment, Boss Li was hardly in a position to absorb such words, his brow furrowed with worry. Observing Zhao Qianzhi's calm demeanor, he noted that upon learning of the latter's foray into denim apparel, there was no visible reaction from him. It was evident that Zhao was already aware of this development. The enigma of his thoughts eluded Boss Li, who, in principle, as the source of the garments, should have been far more perturbed. Yet, Zhao appeared utterly untroubled by the situation. Casting a glance at the tea brought by his assistant, he found himself lacking the inclination to sip. Contemplating a cigarette, he noticed Zhao Qianzhi cradling his daughter, fully aware of how precious she was to him, and thus discreetly returned the cigarette to his pocket. At that moment, Li Liang, who had hurried back from afar, first made his way to the accountant's office. Upon arriving, he discovered a queue of over a dozen wholesalers waiting outside. Addressing the crowd, he said, "I apologize, esteemed colleagues. I am an employee of Chen Yun and urgently need to speak with Accountant One. May I cut in line?" After hearing his request, the wholesalers allowed him to proceed once the current batch had exited. Once inside, Li Liang took a seat opposite Accountant One. He retrieved more than 20 slips from his bag and then pulled out a bundle of cash secured with a rubber band. "Accountant One, please count this. These are the slips from the wholesalers, and this is the deposit. Kindly arrange for the delivery time to be set at 15 days. Accountant One perused the slips and responded, "Very well, please wait a moment. I will verify everything, and if all is in order, I will issue the invoice." Acknowledging her, Li Liang replied, "Thank you." After she confirmed the amounts and recorded them, he took the issued slips to the planning department, instructing them to commence production based on the accountant's invoice. Having completed these tasks, he had barely a moment to sip water before heading to the boss's office. Knocking gently, he entered, only to spot others present and momentarily turned to leave. However, Zhao Qianzhi, noticing his return, called out, "It's fine, go ahead. This is Boss Li from Wangjiang Garment Factory. We are all associates here." Hearing this, Li Liang broke into a smile. "Boss, we have secured orders from several locations, including Chengzhou and Qingzhou, and I have already collected deposits, which have been registered with the accountant." As he spoke, he gestured to indicate the magnitude of the deals. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhi nodded calmly and replied, "Excellent. Later, let's convene a meeting to tally the pending orders for delivery, prioritizing the new wholesalers' requests." He then turned his gaze toward Boss Li, introducing, "This is our company's market manager, Li Liang. He oversees 10 sales representatives, all engaged in expanding our market presence in other regions of the province. He is the chief responsible party." Initially anxious about the competition from Liao Shaoran, who was snatching orders, Boss Li had been concerned about the decline of Chen Yun's garment orders. However,